clearly a god-transforming ancestor who governs countless living beings. Yet every day, they lived in constant fear, hiding indoors, too afraid to step outside. Just because you know you've transmigrated into the villain of that book, destined to be brutally tortured to death by the protagonist Yi-Fan. Just as you were about to flee overnight carrying your bed plank, a scream shattered the tranquility atop Qingxuan sect's mountain peak. Ancestor, something terrible has happened. Young master, he has fallen. In the opulent grand hall, perched atop the throne crafted from 9 dragons agarwood, eyelids slowly opened. In the center of the great hall, a graceful figure knelt trembling on the ground. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, dressed in a flowing moon-white celestial robe. It should have been ethereal and fairy-like. Now it is stained with dust and blood, looked utterly disheveled and in a sorry state. This person was none other than the pride of the Chu family, Chu Li, one of the female protagonists in the book. She bowed her head, her fragrant shoulders trembling incessantly. "Spare my life, ancestor. Lu Yun, I didn't kill him. We were on our way back after breaking off the engagement with the Yi family." A black-clad figure suddenly rushed out. "He's too strong, I can't even discern his cultivation level at all. He killed Lu Yun with just a single move. I implore the patriarch to discern the truth. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with Chu Li or the Chu family. You sit solemnly upon the throne as the sect master in the grand hall, expressionless, just quietly watching the woman kneeling below." Your calm and indifferent expression caught Chu Li's attention. It turned into the most terrifying calm before the storm. This vast Lizho, who doesn't know that Qingxuan the ancestor is the most doting on his son, especially after the death of their partner. He doted on his son even more. Even the 3 major demonic sects dared not provoke Lu Yun, not to mention a second-tier family like theirs, the Chu family. Beads of sweat as big as peas slid down Chu Li's forehead, dripping down the perfect jawline and falling to the ground. Yet no one knows. This divine transformation ancestor, renowned throughout the Nanling Mountains, was equally astonished in his heart. Am I time traveling? The very moment I opened my eyes just now, a torrent of fragmented memories floods your mind. He is no longer the corporate drudge pulling all-nighters reading novels in a rented apartment. Instead, he became the sole ancestor of the Qingxuan sect in Lizhou, Nanling, within the mysterious heaven continent, Lu Qingxian, a supreme powerhouse who has lived for nearly a millennium, cultivating to the pinnacle of divine transformation realm. What sent shivers down his spine even more was, he knows this world all too well. Isn't this the wildly popular fantasy novel I was reading right before I crossed over? And Lu Qingxuan's identity in the book. He was the mid-stage major villain who brought down the entire sect along with him. His recently confirmed deceased and unlamented son Lu Yun. He is the epitome of a standard cannon fodder villain, arrogant and domineering, relying solely on his father's power. Looking down on the protagonist Yi-Fan, who was once a genius but has now become a good-for-nothing. Coming to the doorstep to break off the engagement and humiliate. Finally, on the way back, he was killed by Lu Mengyao's guardian. Became the first stepping stone for the protagonist's rise to power. And now, kneeling below, weeping pitifully, is none other than Chu Li, one of the original novel's female leads. Upon discovering her fiancé Yi-Fan's fall from talented prodigy to a crippled waste, she decisively went to break off the engagement. Later, they were captivated by the dashing demeanor of Yi-Fan after his powerful rise. Fall head over heels in love with Yi-Fan all over again. In the end, she even perished while helping Yi-Fan subdue a powerful alien flame. It earned the reader's tears. Damn, what kind of hellish start is this? Lu Qingxian was wildly cursing in his heart. He had just transmigrated here, just attained the status of a divine transformation ancestor, and then my son was gone. It's all for the sake of the woman who broke off the engagement that the protagonist died. This plot is exactly the same as in the book, according to the original book's plot. Next, this biased ancestor of his would fly into a rage, but when he wanted to seek revenge, but would be warned by the Lu family from Zhengzhou. In the end, he had no choice but to endure the agony of losing his child in bitter silence. And Yi-Fan will embark on his path of counterattack and rise. The journey was filled with bizarre encounters and beauties throwing themselves into his arms, ultimately returning to the Qingxuan sect to settle the score over the annulled marriage, and trample this peak nascent soul ancestor underfoot. No, this script needs to be rewritten. Lu Qingxuan's mind raced with rapid thoughts. At this very moment, a mechanical voice abruptly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the chosen one, Yi-Fan, has officially embarked on the path of defying heaven. Its core storyline character Chu Li is eligible for forceful seizure. System activation conditions met. The villainous Plunder System has officially activated. This system is dedicated to helping its host intercept all the opportunities meant for the destiny's chosen one, seize its fortune and crush it underfoot utterly. In the end, he seized the mandate of heaven and ascended to the throne. Hearing this, Lu Qingxuan's breath hitched slightly. A system? My cheat ability has arrived. Inside the grand hall, every breath was an eternity for Chu Li. It felt as if everyone was being roasted over an open fire. Is endless torment. The gaze from upon the throne. like two invisible celestial swords hanging over her head. It could fall at any moment, shatter her and the entire Chu family to pieces. Just as Chu Li was on the verge of being crushed by the overwhelming pressure and her spirit was about to collapse, a cold snort exploded like a thunderclap from the heavens beside her ear. The voice wasn't loud, yet carried the unique aura of pressure characteristic of a spirit transformation elder. The air in the entire hall instantly froze. Chu Li's delicate body suddenly trembled violently. His entire body nearly collapsed to the ground. Lu Qingxuan's voice slowly sounded, "Chu Li, do you admit your guilt?" Sweat had already soaked through Chu Li's back. The moon-white immortal robe clung tightly to her body, outlining a graceful yet fragile curve. Under the absolute might of the deity-level ancestor, any defense seemed feeble and futile. The only thing she could do was gamble, betting on a chance to survive, for herself and for the Chu family. After a few breaths, Chu Li said tremulously, "Chu Li acknowledges her guilt. Luyan died because of me, no matter who that black-clad man was. The root cause lies with Chu Li. Chu Li failed to protect him. Chu Li deserves 10,000 deaths." With that, she fell silent. It was simply a matter of entrusting one's life and death entirely to the judgment of the person seated above. In the grand hall, Lu Qingxuan's eyebrows lifted slightly. He hadn't expected this. The female lead, who appeared somewhat lovestruck in the original work, actually possessed such quick wit. "Since you admit your guilt," Lu Qingxuan's voice betrayed neither anger nor pleasure, "then what do you think should be the punishment?" Chu Li's heart leaped to her throat. That exquisitely beautiful face, streaked with tears, was filled with earnestness and humility. Chu Li is but a woman. Life is insignificant, and death is nothing to regret. But this matter arose entirely because of my own actions. I beg for the ancestor's mercy. Do not vent your anger on the Chu family. As long as the ancestor can be appeased, Chu Li is willing to pay any price as compensation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian finally rose slowly from his throne. His cyan robe with cloud patterns fluttered without a breeze. He slowly descended the steps. It finally stopped in front of Chu Li. He looked down condescendingly at the stunning woman prostrate on the ground. Said, "I, Lu Qingxian, am not an unreasonable person. Since you killed one of my children, you must bear another child for me." Hearing this, Chu Li was utterly dumbfounded. Have another child? The idea was so absurd that it almost made her think she was hallucinating. Who is Lu Qingxian? The transcendent ancestor of Qingxuan sect, a living legend in the cultivation world of the southern mountains, stands above the clouds like a deity, overlooking the rise and fall of all beings. Throughout the legends of Southern Ridge, this patriarch is known for his unwavering devotion to the Tao, his purity of heart reaching the utmost extreme. His sole Tao companion passed away centuries ago, and in the centuries since, his cave abode has never once housed another female companion, not even a female spirit beast. Countless noble maidens and peerless beauties schemed to catch the patriarch's eye, only to find their hopes dashed. He resembled a 10,000-year-old mystical ice, untouched by worldly dust, untouched by karma. Yet today, this eternal ice had dared to make such a request of her? Chu Li's heart was thrown into turmoil in an instant. Thoughts flashed through her mind like lightning. Was this humiliation? A test? Or some punishment she couldn't comprehend? She instinctively glanced upward with the most subtle of sideways glances. Beneath the throne, Lu Qingxian stood tall and straight, his features handsome and youthful. Time seemed to have left few marks on his face, save for those eyes deep as a starry sea that held 1,000 years of world weariness and indifference. Far from the decrepit old monster imagined by the world, he radiated an otherworldly aura of transcendence. And what's more, he was a transcendent. An existence so supreme that a single stomp of his foot could send tremors rippling through the entire southern ridge. For any female cultivator in the southern mountains, to receive the favor of a Huatian patriarch even without any formal recognition would likely fill her with ecstatic joy, viewing it as an unparalleled opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. Yet Chu Li remained stubbornly downcast. From childhood, she had considered herself exceptionally gifted. The future partner she sought should be her equal in age and talent, a peerless dragon among men, capable of advancing hand in hand toward enlightenment. Lu Qingxian was too powerful, too old, and too distant. What difference was there between being his woman and being a canary in his cage? And besides, had he ever promised her any status? Wouldn't she be discarded like a worn-out shoe afterward, becoming a laughingstock throughout the entire cultivation world? Her pride, her self-respect, made her unable to accept such an arrangement that treated her like a commodity. Only a moment of silence and hesitation. Lu Qingxuan's gaze instantly turned cold. "So it seems you refuse?" Chu Li's heart tightened. A sudden wave of dread snapped her back to her senses, and she hurriedly spoke. "Ancestor. Chu Li dares not refuse, but this matter is too sudden." Chu Li. But Lu Qingxian had lost all patience. Oomph. Lu Qingxian swept his sleeve aside. A terrifying force descended in an instant. Boom. Chu Li's delicate body was violently hurled backward. Her back slammed heavily against a coiled dragon jade pillar dozens of zhang away, then slid lifelessly to the ground. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted forth, staining the pure white moonlight-colored gown before her crimson. Chu Li felt as though her internal organs had shifted out of place, the excruciating pain threatening to overwhelm her consciousness. Su Qingyan had held back his strength. Otherwise, she would have been reduced to a cloud of blood mist, her body utterly obliterated. Chu Li lay sprawled on the cold ground, darkness swirling before her eyes as a buzzing hum filled her ears. Footsteps approached, steady and deliberate. Su Qingyan walked slowly to her side, the hem of his blue cloud-patterned robe trailing behind him. I'll say it again. What I just said was a notification, not a discussion. You. Su Qingyan paused slightly. Obey me, and you'll be rewarded handsomely. Your family will remain the Chu clan of Lizhou and could even rise higher. But if you disobey... Madam, surely you don't want the Chu family to suffer any misfortune? The Chu family. Those two characters had been the glory Chu Li had carried since childhood, and now they were the final straw that crushed her. She recalled her father's face, always earnest and expectant, telling her time and again. Lear, you are the once-in-a-century prodigy of the Chu family. The future of our entire clan rests upon your shoulders. She recalled her mother's gentle admonitions, the hope in her eyes as she brushed her long hair. My Lear will surely find a worthy match and rise above others, bringing honor to our family and securing our foothold in Lizhou. They poured their finest resources and deepest aspirations into her. She had always taken pride in this, believing she had both the duty and the capability to elevate the Chu family to new heights. But now, this responsibility, this honor, had become a collar and chain locked around her neck. A long, long time passed. Chu Li mustered every ounce of strength to lift her trembling upper body, pressing her forehead back against the icy ground. Her hair was disheveled, her appearance utterly wretched. Chu Li obeys the ancestors' decree. Su Qingyan looked down at her from above, his eyes devoid of any pity. Very well. This one favors obedient women. Go to the side hall to bathe and change. Come back only after you are thoroughly clean. Do not keep me waiting too long. Yes. Chu Li murmured her compliance, daring not to voice any dissent. She struggled to rise from the floor, but her injuries were too severe. After several futile attempts, she collapsed back down, utterly drained. Su Qingyan snapped his fingers, sending a gentle surge of spiritual energy flying toward Chu Li. It entered her body. The excruciating pain that had nearly torn her apart dissipated by more than half in an instant. The dislocated sensation within her internal organs was soothed by a warm current, restoring some of her strength. Such was the power of the divine transformation to grant or take away, all in the blink of an eye. Chu Li dared not delay another moment. Dragging her weak, trembling steps, she staggered toward the side hall. The instant Chu Li's figure vanished behind the hall doors, a mechanical voice echoed in Lu Qingxuan's mind. Ding! Host successfully seized the heaven-destined maiden Chu Li and altered her fate trajectory. Congratulations, host! Reward acquired Yin-Yang Chaos Divine Body. Lu Qingxuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Yin-Yang Chaos Divine Body? This was no ordinary spirit physique or royal physique, but an unparalleled divine physique existing only in ancient myths. Legend holds it to be a manifestation of the primordial Tao itself, one of the mightiest constitutions conceivable only at the dawn of creation. A dual cultivation holy physique. In harmony with the Tao. Impervious to all techniques. Cultivating any technique faces no bottlenecks, progressing at 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold speed compared to ordinary geniuses. Celestial and terrestrial energies actively seek affinity, pouring into the body. Cultivation soars even while lying still. Chaotic energy dissolves all worldly forces, while yin-yang duality reverses the heavens and earth. Unrivaled among peers, transcending tears as routine. More importantly, this body was fashioned entirely from his soul's essence, matching him 100%. This body I inherited through transmigration was ultimately someone else's. Though usable, it always felt like there was a barrier between us. Lu Qingxuan's heart surged with emotion. Now, at last, I have a body that truly belongs to me. System, claim the reward immediately and reshape the sacred body. Su Qingyan commanded. Chapter 3, Rebuilding the Sacred Body, Cultivation Soars. Command confirmed. The Yin-Yang Chaos Holy Body is being deployed. This will undergo a fundamental restructuring of the host. Significant energy fluctuations are anticipated during the process. Host, prepare accordingly. Boom! Almost the instant the system alert sounded, an indescribably terrifying force erupted within Lu Qingxuan's body. Su Qingyan swiftly assumed a cross-legged seated position. With a flick of his divine sense, the entire hall including the Qingxuan sect's grand formation was instantly activated to its peak. Layer upon layer of light screens enveloped the main hall, sealing off all internal and external energies. In the next instant, Lu Qingxuan's physical form began to undergo Tao transformation. Inch by inch, his skin dissolved into the purest points of light. Flesh, blood vessels, and bones successively decomposed into strands of primordial essence containing both yin and yang energies, coalescing into a grayish, chaotic vortex at the original spot. Within the vortex, a faint, illusory divine spirit could be discerned, the very source of Lu Qingxuan's soul. Immediately, an invisible force violently drew the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, coalescing it into a massive, visible tornado. This vortex poured backward into the depths of the ancestral vein of the Green Mountain sect, then surged ceaselessly through the vein into the main hall. The entire mountain-defending array of Qingxuan sect hummed with a low, rumbling vibration. Countless disciples watched in horror as the concentration of spiritual energy around them plummeted at a terrifying rate. What's happening? I was just breaking through to Foundation establishment, and now the spiritual energy is this thin? No. Look toward the ancestral vein. A sharp-eyed disciple pointed toward the ancestral vein on the rear mountain. There, the mist that had once swirled and shrouded the area was rapidly dissipating. In its place was a massive vortex of spiritual energy, visible to the naked eye, frantically converging toward the main hall. Good heavens! What level of breakthrough is this? Even the ancestral veins have been drained dry. It must be the ancestor. Who else could cause such a commotion? Is the ancestor about to break through? Outer sect disciples were flushed with excitement, while inner sect disciples knelt and bowed, chanting "Long live" in unison. Even the elders, usually aloof and distant, were now visibly moved, bowing in unison toward the main hall. Congratulations to the ancestor on achieving supreme mastery. Qingxuan sect's 10,000-year legacy shall finally be restored to glory today. Though Qingxuan sect bore the title of one of the 5 orthodox sects, it had long been the weakest among them. But now, at last. Once the patriarch broke through, the Green Mountain sect would instantly rise to the forefront of the righteous path, never again having to bow to others' whims. In the side chamber, Chu Li, who had just shed her blood-stained robes to bathe, felt the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy. Her delicate frame trembled violently, nearly causing her to lose her footing. Is this the power of a transcendent ancestor? Merely cultivating could stir such celestial phenomena. Chu Li bit her lip, her awe deepening. Within the main hall, at the core of the chaotic vortex, a brand new body slowly took shape amidst the interplay of light and shadow. First emerged a bone structure as translucent as jade, etched with innate golden Tao patterns, as if crafted by the divine hand of heaven. Then came the pale golden meridians, spreading like a spider's web. Each was 100 times more resilient and expansive than before, no longer carrying the divine essence used at the Huatian stage, but the more primordial chaos energy. Immediately after, flesh and blood began to form, and the skin was reconstructed. The new skin was smooth as divine jade. His features were meticulously refined from their original form, becoming more perfect, handsome beyond mortal standards. The wear of years faded, replaced by an otherworldly divine aura. Long hair stirred without wind, while his pupils were dual-colored, the left eye a profound ink black, the right a dazzling silver white. Behind him, the two colors intertwined and swirled, as if embodying the supreme principle of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang. As the last glimmer of light retreated into his body, Su Qingyan slowly opened his eyes. Boom! A terrifying aura, far surpassing anything before, surged forth from his body, instantly filling the entire hall. His cultivation, previously at the peak of the first layer of spirit transformation, surged unstoppably forward the moment the sacred body was forged. Second layer of spirit transformation. Third layer of spirit transformation. Fourth layer of spirit transformation. Only when he reached the peak of the fifth layer of spirit transformation, just a step away from the sixth layer, did this explosive surge gradually subside. Within the grand hall, the divine radiance gradually faded, and all phenomena fell silent. The peak of the fifth layer of divine transformation. Merely as a bonus from reshaping his divine body, he had broken through 4 minor realms. If he were to actively cultivate now, how terrifying would his progress be? Su Qingyan slowly rose to his feet, clenching his fist lightly. Crack! Several pitch-black fissures appeared in the space before him. Is this the power of the Yin-Yang Chaos Holy Body? Su Qingyan looked down at his palm, feeling the ceaseless flow of chaotic energy within him. A fiery gleam flashed in his eyes. This sensation was utterly magnificent. Knock, knock, knock. 3 faint knocks sounded. Come in. As Lu Qingxuan's words fell, a slender figure stood bowed outside the door, bathed in moon-white light that traced her breathtaking silhouette. Chu Li had arrived. Fresh from her bath, her raven-black hair hung half-wet, still steaming with moisture. A few unruly strands clung to her snow-white, slender neck and delicate collarbone, adding a touch of languid allure. She wore not the blood-stained gown of before, but an exquisitely sheer moon-white silk nightgown. Perhaps hastily gathered, the fabric was so sheer it bordered on transparency. Under the interplay of light and shadow within the chamber, the delicate curves beneath were clearly visible. Steam rose from her body, making her already snow-white skin glow with a rosy flush. She resembled a fine piece of jade soaked in rouge, radiating an alluring luster. Her ethereal, jade-like face still bore traces of a blush that had not yet fully faded. A delightful fragrance emanated from her body, not the scent of flowers or perfumes, but a clean blend of a maiden's natural scent and some refreshing herbal essence, like a valley after the rain, fresh and pure. She stood there, head bowed slightly, her hands fidgeting nervously with the hem of her robe. Lu Qingxuan's gaze lingered on her for a moment. He had to admit, as the female lead, her appearance was truly peerless. Please, venerable ancestor, have mercy. Chu Li murmured shyly, her eyes cast down. A gentle force instantly enveloped Chu Li's body. Ah! A short gasp escaped Chu Li's lips as her entire body rose uncontrollably into the air. The next instant, a warm, solid sensation enveloped her. She fell into an embrace. A broad, warm embrace, radiating strength. Chu Li's cheek pressed against Lu Qingxuan's chest. Through the thin layer of fabric, she could clearly hear the steady, powerful beat of his heart. Thump, thump, thump. My lady, Lu Qingxian teased, you arrived just in time. I have just achieved mastery of my divine arts, but my cultivation still requires consolidation. Madam, I need your aid in my cultivation. Chapter 4, at a time like this, still calling him ancestor? Days and nights passed without knowing dawn or dusk. 3 days and nights passed within the grand hall. The icy, shattered aura around Chu Li's eyes and brows had been replaced by a lazy, bewitching charm hazy and soul-stealing. In her gaze, Lu Qingxian swiftly crossed his legs and sat down. The instant his eyes closed, his entire aura transformed from its earlier domineering intensity into a profound stillness, as deep and unruffled as an ancient well. Chu Li stood transfixed. Finally, it was over? An indescribable sense of loss welled up within her, but curiosity overwhelmed it. After just finishing such an exhausting cultivation session, why was he so eager to begin meditating again? Did he not even need a moment's rest? An invisible suction force erupted violently, radiating outward from Lu Qingxian. The celestial and terrestrial chi within the grand hall instantly boiled, violently surging toward his body. Chu Li watched in horror as an extremely pure, primordialine energy belonging to her very essence was drawn across the void by an irresistible force of law. It transformed into a visible pink radiance, escaping her control and merging into Lu Qingxuan's body. What kind of cultivation technique was this? How could it plunder so ruthlessly? Before she could comprehend it, the black and white fish diagram reappeared behind Lu Qingxian. This time, however, they spun at a speed defying all reason. The moment the pink radiance entered the diagram, it was instantly decomposed, ultimately transforming into primordial chaotic energy that flowed entirely into Lu Qingxuan's Dantian Sea of Qi. The sea of primordial chaos within her body began to surge violently. The barrier that had steadfastly held her at the peak of the fifth layer of the spirit transformation realm crumbled under the onslaught of this newly born energy, unable to muster even a shred of resistance. Crack! The bottleneck shattered. Boom! Sixth layer of spirit transformation. Chu Li was utterly dumbfounded. Her red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes wide with shock as she stared blankly at the seated figure, her mind a complete blank. This breakthrough happened just like that? For any of the venerable elders of Liu province, each breakthrough in the spirit transformation realm required countless rare treasures and decades, even centuries of arduous cultivation. Yet he had actually. Could it be? A ridiculous thought that made her cheeks burn and her heart race surfaced uncontrollably. Yet, after breaking through to the sixth layer of the spirit transformation realm, Lu Qingxuan's aura not only failed to stabilize but continued to surge upward. The peak of the sixth layer of the spirit transformation realm. No, it can't be. Chu Li's crimson lips parted slightly as she stared in stunned disbelief. Boom! An aura 10 times more intense than before erupted from Lu Qingxuan's body. Seventh layer of spirit transformation. And the energy continued to surge upward relentlessly, only showing signs of slowing once the seventh layer of spirit transformation was fully stabilized. The violent winds churned by surging spiritual energy gradually subsided throughout the grand hall. Divine radiance retracted inward, all phenomena returning to stillness. Lu Qingxian slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips. Truly worthy of the heavenly destiny heroine's primordial essence. Paired with this Yin-Yang Chaos divine body, it was nothing short of a divine cheat code for cultivation. In just 3 days of cultivation, his cultivation base had soared from the peak of the fifth layer of the Huatian realm all the way to the seventh layer. Breaking through 2 realms in succession. If word of such cultivation speed spread, the entire Li province would likely go mad with excitement. Lu Qingxian lifted his gaze and caught sight of Chu Li, who had completely frozen in place. At that moment, Chu Li's mind was nothing but a muddled mess. A monster. This was an absolute freak of nature. She recalled how she had devoted herself to cultivation day and night for an entire year to break through from Qi cultivation to foundation establishment, consuming vast quantities of pills provided by her clan. The euphoria upon succeeding had been indescribable. But this man before her. 3 days. Nearly 3 days. He had achieved a leap that others couldn't even dream of in centuries. Such a stark contrast left her incapable of feeling any jealousy. Instead, a seed of awe mixed with fear took root within her heart. Yi Fan? 30 years of fortune shifting? Before such absolute power, Yi Fan's laughable potential amounted to nothing more than dust. Chu Li struggled to her feet, barefoot, and stepped slowly toward Lu Qingxian. Then, in a posture bordering on pilgrimage, she knelt gracefully. Her head bowed slightly, raven black hair obscuring her fervent, bewildered expression, revealing only a slender, snow-white neck. Ancestor! Your divine might is peerless. Lu Qingxian observed the breathtaking beauty kneeling before him, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. He reached out, gently lifting Chu Li's chin with his fingertip, forcing her gaze to meet his. At a time like this, you still call me ancestor? Chu Li's body trembled violently. Her eyes, misty with moisture, flickered with confusion before her cheeks instantly flushed with a captivating crimson. Master! Ha ha ha! Lu Qingxuan let out a satisfied, hearty laugh. Having just broken through, my cultivation is still somewhat unstable and requires further consolidation. Just as Lu Qingxuan prepared to resume their interrupted cultivation. Thud, thud, thud! Exclamation point. Chu Li trembled violently, almost instinctively grabbing the nightgown scattered on the floor and frantically trying to cover herself. Someone's here. Someone outside. Lu Qingxuan frowned slightly, his movements halting as a flicker of irritation crossed his face at the interruption. Within Qingxuan sect, only those granted his explicit permission dared to knock on his door. With a flicker of thought, his vast, ocean-like divine sense silently pierced through the palace doors. Outside the cave dwelling, a graceful figure clad in moon-white sect master robes stood quietly. Her? Lu Qingxuan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Su Qingyan. His sole direct disciple, and now the current sect master of Qingxuan sect. Chapter 5, The Cold Moon Immortal, Su Qingyan. Come in. Lu Qingxuan waved his hand. The palace doors, forged from 10,000-year-old mystical iron and engraved with intricate array patterns, slid silently apart. A figure as cool and ethereal as the moon itself stepped in slowly, silhouetted against the sky. She wore a moon-white robe embroidered with cloud patterns befitting a sect leader, its hem adorned with subtle blue lotus motifs. Tall and graceful, with shoulders like carved jade and a waist as slender as a silk ribbon, each step she took seemed to bloom like a lotus, radiating an air of unparalleled elegance. Her face was a classic oval, her skin snow-white and her features exquisite. Her brows arched like distant mountains veiled in mist, her eyes like autumn waters rippling with emotion. Beneath a high, straight nose lay lips of a delicate, elegant hue. Her jet-black hair, cascading like a waterfall, was held back by a seemingly simple green jade lotus hairpin. Though the pin itself was ordinary, clashing with her ethereal aura, it was placed at the most prominent position. This was none other than the master of Qingxuan sect, the ethereal beauty Lingyu, Su Qingyan. The moment she entered the hall, her gaze landed precisely upon the center of the grand chamber. First to meet her eyes was her master, Lu Qingxuan. Lu Qingxuan sat cross-legged, his aura restrained, yet the lingering traces of his breakthrough still permeated the entire space. Master has grown stronger again. Su Qingyan's heart leapt with joy, but in the next instant, her gaze froze. Before her master stood another woman. A woman with disheveled clothing, messy hair, and an unnatural flush on her face. Her silk nightgown seemed hastily pulled on, the neckline askew, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin dotted with suspicious red marks. Beyond the master's overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, the air seemed tinged with a faint, sensual and unfamiliar scent. Su Qingyan's icy, frost-like phoenix eyes narrowed instantly, radiating a piercing chill. It was her, that woman from the Chu family, Chu Li. How could she be here? And with the master, like this? A surge of rage rose from the depths of her heart. But this emotion lasted only a moment before her formidable rationality forcibly suppressed it. No. Impossible. What manner of man is the master? His heart was as solid as a rock, unshakable through the ages. How could he be swayed by mere feminine charms? Having followed him for over 300 years, I have never once seen him show the slightest interest in any woman. Therefore, there can be only one truth. This shameless Chu Li must have harbored ulterior motives. Taking advantage of the master's emotional turmoil over junior brother Lu Yun's death and the slight crack in his Dao heart, she must have employed some seductive wiles to lure him. Yes, that must be it. Master was merely troubled, giving this demoness an opening. At this thought, the rage in Su Qingyan's heart instantly transformed into concern and heartache for Lu Qingxuan, along with an unmasked murderous intent toward Chu Li. Chu Li felt her blood run cold under that piercing gaze. Lu Qingxuan turned his gaze to the flustered Chu Li and waved his hand dismissively. Go to the side hall to wash up and change into clean clothes. Yes, yes. Chu Li takes her leave. Chu Li fled in a panic, as if granted a reprieve. As Chu Li departed, the frost on Su Qingyan's face melted away, restoring her usual cool composure. She glided gracefully to a position 3 paces before Lu Qingxuan and curtsied elegantly. Disciple Su Qingyan greets her master. Congratulations on your great advancement in cultivation. Rise. Lu Qingxuan's tone softened slightly. Qinger, did you gain anything from your recent training journey? The sound of Qinger sent a faint tremor through Su Qingyan's heart. This was the name her master had chosen for her, a title reserved solely between the two of them. Su Qingyan stood tall, and upon her icy countenance unchanging for millennia to outsiders a serene smile of breathtaking beauty blossomed. Thanks to Master's blessings, during my recent trials in the ancient battlefield of 10,000 demons, I unexpectedly seized an opportunity and have now reached the peak of the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage. Very good, Lu Qingxuan nodded with satisfaction. You are but a single opportunity and the perfection of your mindset away from the transformation of spirit stage. Qinger, you always bring me such peace of mind. This simple praise nearly overflowed Su Qingyan's heart with joy. Her eyes crinkled with laughter as she bowed solemnly once more. Thank you for your praise, Master. I shall strive even harder and never disappoint your expectations. After a brief pause, the smile faded from Su Qingyan's face, replaced by solemnity and self-reproach. Master, regarding the murder of junior brother Lu Yun, I have mobilized every resource of the sect to investigate, but the perpetrator's actions were flawless. To this day, we have yet to uncover a single useful lead. It is my incompetence. Please punish me, Master. Seeing her take full responsibility upon herself, Lu Qingxuan's heart softened. He rose and walked to stand before Su Qingyan. Under Su Qingyan's slightly nervous gaze, Lu Qingxian reached out and gently ruffled her silky black hair. Su Qingyan's body froze instantly. Master touched her head. This was the highest reward her master ever bestowed upon her in daily life. The last time had been a century ago, when she successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage. All traces of Su Qingyan's usual sullen dignity as sect master and her ethereal aloofness melted away in that moment. She lowered her eyelids slightly, her long lashes quivering gently, like a docile kitten being soothed, basking in her master's soul affection. This matter has nothing to do with you, Lu Qingxuan's voice sounded above her head. No need to investigate further. Su Qingyan snapped her head up, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Master? I already know who the murderer is. Lu Qingxian withdrew his hand, his tone calm. Su Qingyan froze for a moment, then a fierce killing intent erupted from her body. Who? This disciple will immediately summon all supreme elders and enforcement hall cultivators of the sect. No matter who this person is, we shall leave not a soul standing in their sect, leaving no one alive, to avenge junior brother Lu Yun. Lu Qingxian shook his head. There's no rush. Master? Su Qingyan was perplexed. In her view, blood debt demanded blood repayment and it had to happen immediately, right now. Xinger, remember this, vengeance must be timed. The moment is not yet ripe. I've just seized a rare opportunity to break through multiple realms, but my foundation remains somewhat unstable. I must seclude myself for a period to fully consolidate my cultivation. Lu Qingxuan's gaze grew profound. The master's words were the highest decree. If the master said the time was not yet ripe, then it was not yet ripe. How could the matter of vengeance compare to her master's cultivation? Su Qingyan's face once again lit up with respectful joy as she offered her heartfelt congratulations. So master has broken through 2 realms. This disciple is slow-witted, but I offer my heartfelt congratulations on your tremendous progress in divine prowess and eternal prosperity on the path to immortality. Lu Qingxian responded indifferently, then inquired. Xinger, how many days remain until the secular new year? Su Qingyan paused slightly. 15 days. It is the festival for family reunions. Does master miss master's wife? She has passed away. I too must eventually let go. Su Qingyan felt a surge of joy upon seeing her master finally release his attachment. Could it be that master's breakthrough stemmed from the perfection of his state of mind? Just then, Chu Li had finished washing and stood at the doorway once more. Lu Qingxian waved his hand indifferently. Xinger, you may withdraw. Your master needs to cultivate. Su Qingyan bowed respectfully and withdrew from the doorway, only to see Chu Li re-enter the main hall and swiftly shut the doors behind her. Chapter 6, The auspicious day of family reunion and shared journey to the underworld. The 15th day passed in the blink of an eye. This day coincided with the New Year's Eve of the mortal world. Even Qingxuan sect, long severed from worldly ties, took on a touch of festive atmosphere. Many disciples of secular origin hung festive red lanterns outside their cave dwellings. Friends gathered in small groups, drinking and conversing freely, a small comfort on their long journey toward immortality. Outside the grand hall of the sect leader, however, a chill prevailed. Su Qingyan stood motionless in her white robes upon the jade plaza before the hall. Her gaze fixed on the hall doors that had remained shut for 15 days, a rare hint of worry flickering in her eyes. Her master in that demoness, Chu Li, had not stepped outside for a full 15 days. She wasn't worried about her master's safety. With his transcendent cultivation, a mere foundation establishment demoness could be crushed with a flick of his wrist. Her true concern lay in her master's state of mind. Heroes have always struggled to resist the allure of beauty. She feared that one careless moment might cause her master to succumb to the demoness' seductive arts, tarnishing his Taoist heart. Within the grand hall, spiritual energy swirled thickly, almost liquid. Chu Li's snow-white skin glowed with a healthy flush, her eyes sparkling with innate allure. She resembled a flower freshly washed by rain, radiant and irresistible. At this moment, she clung to Lu Qingxian like an octopus, her voice brimming with petulance and longing. Master, let's cultivate one more day. Just one last day, please? She had never imagined cultivation could be so effortless, so utterly intoxicating. Just 15 days. She could scarcely believe her own cultivation level foundation establishment stage 3. From foundation establishment stage 1 to stage 3 in a mere 15 days. Such speed, if revealed, would make every prodigy in the entirely province ashamed enough to sever their own meridians. The exhilarating rush of power surging through her veins had her utterly captivated, utterly addicted. Lu Qingxuan's expression remained impassive as he reached out, pulling her off him and casually tossing her onto the nearby soft couch. Too much of a good thing is bad. These 15 days of cultivation had also benefited him in consolidating his rapidly surging cultivation base, even allowing him to break through to the 8th layer of the spirit transformation realm. But that was as far as it went. Lu Qingxuan rose to his feet, methodically pulling his outer robe back on. The overwhelming aura that had radiated from him was drawn back into his body, restoring his ethereal, otherworldly demeanor. Chu Li climbed off the soft couch and watched Lu Qingxuan's retreating figure, asking curiously, "Master, where are you headed?" Lu Qingxuan adjusted his cuffs without turning back. To annihilate the Yi family. Destroy the Yi family? Chu Li froze in place. This Qingxuan patriarch, revered by all as a paragon of virtue and the foremost champion of righteousness, wielded such ruthless methods. At the slightest disagreement, he would slaughter an entire family. In an instant, a chill shot up from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her body numb with cold. Wait. The Yi family, hadn't she begged Lu Yun to accompany her to call off the engagement back then? In a sense, she too was one of the murderers responsible for Lu Yun's death. If her master intends to wipe out the entire Yi family, then doesn't that make her? Chu Li's face drained of color in an instant, turning deathly pale as her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Qingxuan sensed Chu Li's terror, turned around, and walked slowly toward her. He gently cupped her smooth, delicate chin. Scared? Lu Qingxuan's voice carried a hint of amusement. Since you are already mine, there is no need to worry about such things. As long as you obey, you'll have everything you desire. Power, status, your father can grant it all. Chu Li gasped, the fear in her eyes swiftly fading, replaced by a burning ambition and servile flattery. With a thud, she knelt on the ground, bowing her head reverently toward Lu Qingxuan. Thank you for your generosity, master. Chu Li understands. At that very moment, the heavy palace doors slowly swung open. Su Qingyan's spirits lifted, her gaze instantly darting toward the entrance. There he stood, clad in that familiar blue Taoist robe, radiating the same ethereal, otherworldly presence. However, in Su Qingyan's spiritual perception, her master now felt utterly different from 15 days prior. If her master had previously been an abyss of unfathomable depth, then now, a vast and boundless starry sky had spread across that abyss. Merely standing there, he evoked an overwhelming urge to prostrate herself in reverence even from her, a peak 9th layer nascent soul cultivator. Her master's cultivation had advanced once more. A storm of shock and awe surged within Su Qingyan's heart. Her gaze shifted imperceptibly from the master to Chu Li, who followed closely behind. At a single glance, Su Qingyan's usually serene phoenix-like eyes suddenly narrowed. Foundation establishment, 3rd layer. Though the demoness' spiritual energy fluctuations seemed as insignificant as fireflies beside the moonlight when contrasted with her master's oceanic aura, her cultivation level was undeniable. 15 days from Foundation Establishment Stage 1 to Foundation Establishment Stage 3. That pace. Images of her own cultivation journey flashed through Su Qingyan's mind. Even she, hailed as a prodigy born once in a millennium, had never achieved such terrifying progress during her early Foundation establishment days. Could it be that their 15 days in this hall were truly spent only cultivating? The worry and frustration that had lingered in her heart for 15 days quietly dissipated a little. Had she misjudged them, thinking the worst? The thought caused an almost imperceptible flush to rise to her cheeks. As a disciple, speculating about her master's intentions was profoundly disrespectful. She composed herself, glided gracefully to the hall's entrance, and bowed respectfully to Lu Qingxuan. Greetings, master, upon your emergence from seclusion. She promptly added, Master, today happens to be the eve of the mortal new year, and the sect has taken on a festive air. Might you have any plans? Arrangements? Lu Qingxuan replied calmly. Of course there are. The time has come to avenge Yuner. Su Qingyan snapped her head up, her icy phoenix eyes brimming with shock and confusion. Avenge junior brother Lu Yun? She knew that, of course. But why today? On New Year's Eve? She understood instantly. New Year's Eve, a day for family reunions. The Yi family, from the ancient patriarch secluded in meditation for years to the wandering disciples, would almost certainly return to the clan on this day to celebrate the festival together. Master hadn't been waiting all this time in seclusion or cultivation. He had been waiting for the perfect moment to wipe out the entire Yi family, to eradicate them root and branch. So that the Yi family members, on the most joyous and festive day of reunion, would all go to the underworld together. How utterly ruthless. How did such a modus operandi differ from the demonic sect overlords who treated living beings as straw dogs? A chill rose from Su Qingyan's very core, shaking the foundations of her steadfast Taoist resolve. Her revered master, the one who carved hairpins for her, harbored such a ruthless side within. But another image surfaced in her mind. 300 years ago, amidst pools of blood and seas of fire, the one who reached out his hand to her. It was he who pulled her from hell, gave her a name, gave her a new life, gave her a home. Without her master, there would be no Su Qingyan. Her master's path was her path. His will was her compass. The notions of good and evil, righteousness and wickedness all seemed utterly insignificant before her master. If the master wished to transform this world into a realm of demons, then she would be its foremost guardian. What does it matter to stand against the world? Chapter 7, Such slaughter, how could it defile the master's hands? That flicker of wavering was severed cleanly in an instant, replaced by an even more resolute determination. Su Qingyan bowed once more, this time even lower. Master, how could such slaughter defile your hands? The entire Yi family Qing'er will take care of it for you. I guarantee not a soul will be spared, upholding your legendary reputation. With that, she slowly straightened her back, unleashing the overwhelming aura of the celestial maiden of the cold moon and the sovereign of Green Mountain sect without reservation. Chu Li watched from behind, her heart pounding in terror. She had thought Lu Qingxuan was terrifying enough, but never imagined that this sect master, usually as cold and distant as a celestial being, could become such a figure when her killing intent arose. These master and disciple were truly monsters carved from the same mold. Lu Qingxuan gazed at the disciple she had raised with her own hands, sensing the pure, icy killing intent emanating from her. A flicker of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Once more, his hand descended upon Su Qingyan's hair, gently stroking it. Qing'er, your resolve is acknowledged. The gentle touch from above her head carried a reassuring warmth. He'd stroked her head again. Yet this simple gesture brought her more satisfaction and joy than any heavenly treasure, rare herb, or miraculous elixir could ever offer. Lu Qingxuan's hand did not linger long. Withdrawing it, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, his voice as calm as ever. However, matters of vengeance must ultimately be handled by one's own hand. Only then can the mind be clear and free of lingering attachments. Let's go. Su Qingyan responded immediately, her voice tinged with excitement. Yes, master. Qing'er stands ready to serve at your side. Lu Qingxuan said no more, merely stepping forward casually. In an instant, both vanished from their spot. The Yi family residence stood at the heart of Tianfeng City. At this moment, it was brightly lit, as luminous as daylight. Hundreds of gilded lanterns, adorned with auspicious clouds and mythical beasts, hung high on either side of the vermilion gates, bathing the entire estate in a festive glow. The sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, while laughter and cheer echoed through pavilions and towers, carrying far into the distance. Today was New Year's Eve. The Yi family, a premier cultivator lineage in Tianfeng City and the surrounding 1,000-mile region, had clan members scattered throughout Li province. Some were undergoing trials in perilous lands, while others cultivated within the great immortal sects. Yet no matter where they were on New Year's Eve, as long as they were still alive, they would return to the family estate to celebrate the holiday together. Within the main hall, 100 banquet tables were laid out, adorned with fine wines, jade-like liquors, spiritual fruits, and exquisite delicacies, a dazzling array of delights. Yiling Tian, the head of the Yi family, sat enthroned at the main seat. He wore a purple robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns, his complexion rosy and his presence commanding without a word. At this moment, he was receiving New Year's greetings from the clan's younger members with a warm smile. Your grandson, Yi Chang, wishes you longevity as vast as the heavens. This is a century-old ice lotus I was fortunate to find in the northern ice fields. It has the effect of nurturing the spirit and soul. A young man with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes bowed as he presented a jade box. Yi Lingtian nodded with a smile. Excellent, excellent. Such thoughtfulness. Your 3 years of training in the north have greatly advanced your cultivation and solidified your foundation. Well done. This humble maiden, Yi Yun, wishes grandfather, the family head, everlasting prosperity on the path of immortality. This is the 100 Flowers spirit wine Yuner brewed with her own hands. Please try some. A charming young girl held a wine flask, her large eyes sparkling with affectionate devotion. Ha, our Yuner is always the most thoughtful. Yi Lingtian took the flask, sipped lightly, and praised it highly. Rich in spiritual energy, smooth and mellow, even better than last year's. The hall buzzed with warmth and joy. Every member of the Yi family wore genuine smiles, proud of their clan's prosperity and joyful for this night of reunion. Just then, steady, powerful footsteps echoed from outside the hall, accompanied by the clanging of clashing armor. The crowd turned to see a group of over 10 individuals striding in with the grace of dragons and the power of tigers. At the forefront stood a young man of imposing stature, his face set with a resolute expression. His short hair stood on end like steel needles. He wore heavy black iron armor, stained with blood and scarred by countless sword and blade marks. A fierce, blood-soaked aura radiated from him, instantly silencing the noisy atmosphere within the hall. It's Ming Tian. Brother Ming Tian has returned. Brother! As the crowd recognized the figure, a wave of delighted shouts erupted throughout the hall. The younger generation, in particular, gazed at the youth with eyes brimming with admiration. The man was none other than Yi Lingtian's eldest son, Yi Fan's older brother, and the commander of the Ironblood mercenary corps Yi Mingtian. Yi Mingtian had spent years leading his mercenary group through the perilous soul-shattering mountains of Liu province, carving out a formidable reputation through relentless combat. At such a young age, he had already reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, standing as the banner of the younger generation of the Yi family. Father. Yi Mingtian approached the front of the hall, kneeling on one knee before Yi Lingtian and performing a military salute with a voice as resonant as a bell. Your son, Yi Mingtian, has returned home for the new year with the brothers of the Ironblood mercenary corps. Good. It's good you're back. Rise. Yi Lingtian personally stepped forward to help his eldest son up, patting his broad shoulders firmly. His eyes brimmed with satisfaction and pride. You endured much hardship in a place like the soul-shattering mountains. Yi Mingtian grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, the aura of danger around him softening slightly. Fighting for the family? No hardship at all. His gaze swept the crowd, but he didn't see the figure he was looking for. He couldn't help but ask, "Father, where is Xiao Fan?" At the mention of his youngest son, Yi Lingtian's smile faded slightly, but he replied, "He's still training on the back mountain. Go see him later." Yi Mingtian, being the man he was, immediately sensed the unease in the air. Furrowing his brow, he lowered his voice and asked, "On my way back, I heard some rumors that the girl from the Chu family had called off her engagement to Xiao Fan?" His voice was not loud, but all present were cultivators and heard him clearly. The festive mood in the hall instantly turned cold. Yi Lingtian's expression darkened. Seeing his father's tacit acknowledgement, Yi Mingtian flew into a rage. He slammed his fist into the ironwood pillar beside him, leaving a shallow imprint in the hard wood. "How dare they?" he roared. "What does that Chu family think they are? Just a second-rate clan. Back then, if their old man hadn't shamelessly begged us, crying and pleading for a marriage alliance with our Yi family, would we have agreed to this match for Xiao Fan? Now that they see Xiao Fan's cultivation has hit a snag, they dare come demanding the engagement be broken? This is outrageous. After the new year, I'll personally lead the Ironblood mercenary corps to wipe out the Chu family. Let them know that the Yi family isn't one to be disgraced by just anyone." His words were thick with murderous intent, stirring the blood of every Yi family member present. "Brother is right. Wipe out the Chu family. Let them see the might of the Yi family." Silence. A deep, commanding voice cut through the clamor. Yi Lingtian's face turned ashen as he glared at his eldest son. "What do you know? Stop talking." Yi Mingtian froze, a hint of defiance in his voice. "Father, are we just going to let this slide? The injustice Xiao Fan suffered. Let it go?" Yi Lingtian let out a bitter laugh, his voice tinged with resignation. "Do you think I don't want to? Do you know why the Chu Li dares to act so brazenly? She's aligned herself with the Green Mountain sect. Chapter 8, Out of Heaven's Mercy, my master grants you one last chance. Qingxuan sect?" Those 3 words poured over Yi Mingtian like a bucket of ice water, dousing his burning rage and leaving only bone-chilling cold. Qingxuan sect. One of the 5 orthodox sects of Liu province, a true superpower. Its ranks teemed with powerhouses, and rumor had it even its sect master was a peak nascent soul cultivator on the verge of ascending to the god transcendent stage. Such a colossal entity, not just one Yi family, but even 10 Yi families combined would be as insignificant as ants before them, easily crushed under a single finger. Yi Mingtian's lips trembled before he managed to speak. How could she be involved with the Green Mountain sect? "It's more than just an association." Yi Lingtian's expression darkened further. "She's actually attached herself to the young master of Qingxuan sect. He came along for this annulment. What's worse, after Chu Li annulled the marriage a few days ago, she was ambushed on her way back to the sect. The son of the Qingxuan sect patriarch who was escorting her died on the spot." Boom! The son of the Qingxuan sect's patriarch is dead? And it happened after he stood up for the Chu family? Yi Mingtian felt his limbs go numb with cold, instantly understanding his father's dread. At this critical juncture, with such a pivotal figure from Qingxuan sect dead, where would their fury be directed? The Chu family's enemies, wasn't that the Yi family? Even if the Yi family hadn't done it, they couldn't possibly escape blame. Before such a formidable power, they wouldn't even get a chance to defend themselves. This. Cold sweat beaded on Yi Mingtian's forehead. Then Qingxuan sect. That's precisely what worries me most. Yi Lingtian sighed. 15 days have passed since the incident. Fortunately, Qingxuan sect has shown no unusual activity during this time. They must have uncovered the truth and won't take it out on us. After all, Qingxuan sect is a reputable and righteous sect. That's why I dared to let all of you distant relatives return home for the new year." Yi Mingtian fell silent, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. The atmosphere in the hall grew oppressively heavy, all traces of festive cheer vanished. Seeing the unease spreading through the crowd, Yi Lingtian forced himself to rally his spirits and waved his hand. "Enough of this gloom during the new year. Where there's a will, there's a way. If the sky falls, I, as the family head, will bear its weight." He shifted his tone, forcing a smile. "Mingtian, I have more good news for you. Your younger brother, Yi Fan, his talent has returned." "What?" Yi Mingtian snapped his head up, his face frozen in shock, his voice trembling slightly. "Father, is this true?" "Little Fan. Absolutely true." Yi Lingtian nodded with relief. Just a few days ago, not only did his talent return, but it has even surpassed his previous level. Perhaps this is fate heaven's compensation for our Yi family. After a moment of stunned silence, Yi Mingtian's gloom vanished. His eyes welled up with tears as he exclaimed with overwhelming emotion. "Wonderful! Wonderful! I knew it! My brother isn't a failure. He will rise again. This news acted like a shot of adrenaline, breathing new life into the once stifling hall. Indeed, with the young master's talents restored, hope for the Yi family's future had returned. As for the threat from Qingxuan sect, it seemed somewhat diluted by this overwhelming joy. Above the estate, two figures silently materialized. Su Qingyan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing down at the Yi family estate below, ablaze with lights and overflowing with festive cheer. His eyes held not a flicker of emotion, as if observing a collection of lifeless objects. How lively! Before his words had fully faded, Su Qingxuan's indifferent gaze swept over the scene below. With a casual flick of his wrist, an invisible barrier descended like an inverted giant bowl, instantly enveloping the Yi family estate. All lights, noise, and joy were sealed within. The Yi family members inside, who had been toasting and clinking glasses moments before, froze with smiles frozen on their faces. The next moment, utter panic erupted. What's happening? Such powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. Could the Wang family be taking advantage of this to attack? Heavens! What is that? Within the grand hall, Yi Lingtian and Yi Mingtian, who had been immersed in joy moments before, turned deathly pale in an instant. The overwhelming pressure descending from the heavens was as vast as an abyssal sea, making it incredibly difficult for them to even stand. Father! Yi Mingtian looked at Yi Lingtian in terror. Yi Lingtian offered no reply, striding swiftly out of the hall. His gaze fixed intently upon the skies above the manor, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. Two figures, one male and one female, hovered silently, like deities surveying the mortal world. The woman wore robes as white as snow, her beauty peerless, her icy demeanor reminiscent of the cold moon in the heavens. Yi Lingtian's gaze met hers for a single moment, and he was struck as if by lightning, his entire body convulsing violently. He recognized that face, the one he had seen countless times in the scroll depicting the alliance of 10,000 sects in Liu province. Immortal Lingyue. Su Qingyan. The patriarch of Qingxuan sect, the youngest nascent soul cultivator in Li province. If even the sect master had come, then the man beside her, whose aura was as deep as the ocean, whose mere glance could shatter one's soul, could only have one identity. The patriarch of Qingxuan sect, Su Qingyan. A great cultivator at the transformation spirit realm. Thud. Yi Lingtian instantly realized something, his knees crashing heavily to the ground as he cried out tremulously toward the heavens. Yi Lingtian, head of the Yi family, was unaware of the arrival of the venerable patriarch and sect master. My apologies for failing to greet you properly. I humbly welcome the venerable patriarch of Qingxuan. I humbly welcome the divine maiden of Lingyu. Above the estate, Su Qingxuan's gaze remained utterly still as he surveyed the kneeling figure below, speaking with detached calm. No need for formalities. I merely happened to pass by and saw the Yi family adorned with lanterns and decorations, thriving with life, a scene of family reunion. I came to offer my congratulations. He paused briefly before adding in an equally unassuming tone, after all, gathering everyone together like this is no small feat. His words cut through Yi Lingtian's heart like the biting cold wind of the 12th lunar month, instantly shattering the last shred of hope. Family reunion? Gathering everyone together? This was an attempt to wipe out the entire Yi family. Yi Lingtian buried his head deep, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold ground, his voice trembling with tears. Honorable Patriarch, witness our sincerity. Your son met an unfortunate demise in Liu Prefecture, and every member of the Yi family grieves deeply. But we swear to heaven this matter has absolutely nothing to do with us. Our Yi family has always revered the Green Mountain sect. We would never dare, nor have we ever dared, to defy heaven's wrath. Su Qingyan offered no response, merely turning his head to look at Su Qingyan beside him. A flicker of reluctance passed through Su Qingyan's cold, clear eyes. Kind-hearted by nature, she could not bear witness to such a scene. She stepped forward, her clear voice ringing out, Yi Lingtian, the guilty party is here. In the name of heaven's benevolence, my master is willing to grant you a chance, Su Qingyan declared, each word clear and deliberate. Hand over Yi Fan. For today's events, only the ringleader shall be executed. The rest of the Yi family may be spared. Surrender Yi Fan. Yi Lingtian's body trembled violently as he snapped his head up, his eyes flashing with struggle and agony. But that emotion vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to Yi Mingtian beside him and barked harshly. Mingtian! Hurry to the marketplace. Bind the troublesome younger brother of yours who's caused this colossal disaster and bring him before the patriarch and sect master for punishment. Chapter 9. The Yi clan, once a prominent family of Lizi province, was thus expunged from the registry. As he spoke, Yi Lingtian's gaze locked onto Yi Mingtian. Deep within those eyes lay not a trace of blame, only an unquestionable resolve and an urgent demand. Yi Mingtian froze, then felt as if an invisible giant hand had clenched his heart, squeezing it so painfully he could barely breathe. As a mercenary captain who had traveled the world for years, how could he not understand the meaning behind his father's gaze? This was not an order, it was a trust. It was a plea to sacrifice his own life to secure a path to survival for his younger brother. If he didn't go, not a single member of the Yi family would survive today. Blood and tears welled in his eyes, but he forced them back. Yiming Tian bowed his head heavily, his voice hoarse and grave. Yes, father. Your son will go at once. He sprang to his feet, ready to become a streak of light dashing toward the back courtyard. Yet the moment he moved, Lu Qingxuan's mocking laughter rang out. Xinger, did you see that? He addressed Su Qingyan, yet his tone seemed meant for the entire Yi family to hear. I've always told you, human nature is inherently flawed and stubbornly incorrigible. Give them a chance, and they won't think of bearing responsibility, only of how to evade it. Su Qingyan bowed slightly, her expression respectful. Yes, master. Your words are wise. This disciple has learned much. Boom! This seemingly casual exchange between master and disciple struck Yi Lingtian like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploding within his mind. He understood instantly. From the very beginning, Lu Qingxian had never intended to spare a single member of the Yi family. The so-called opportunity was nothing more than a staged lesson by this ancient Huatian cultivator to discipline his soft-hearted disciple. How cruel! How contemptuous! The immense humiliation and despair transformed into a raging inferno of fury. Yi Lingtian slowly rose from the ground, his spine straightening inch by inch from its kneeling position. The fear and pleading vanished from his face, replaced by a burning madness and resolve that consumed his very being. Boom! The aura of a ninth-layer golden core cultivator surged skyward without restraint, whipping his hair and beard into a frenzy, his robes fluttering wildly. His eyes blazed crimson as he fixed his gaze upon the indifferent figure in the sky, unleashing a thunderous roar. So, in the eyes of the divine transformation patriarch, my entire Yi family is nothing but ants for you to toy with at will. Since death awaits us either way, I, Yi Lingtian, shall meet you, the Qingxuan patriarch, today. Let us see what true grandeur the pinnacle of Liu province truly possesses. This desperate roar ignited the fiery resolve within every member of the Yi clan. Let's fight them to the death. There are no cowards in the Yi family. Yi clan, fight to the death. The roars coalesced into a torrent, shattering the invisible pressure and echoing across the heavens. Fear had vanished, replaced only by the death-defying resolve of those driven to the edge. The Yi family fights to the death. Facing this clan's death-defying roar, Lu Qingxuan's face showed not a single ripple. He did not look at Yi Lingtian, whose overwhelming aura made him appear like a raging demon. Instead, he turned his head once more to Su Qingyan beside him and asked gently. Xinger, have you ever seen a palm technique that descends from the heavens? Su Qingyan froze for a moment. Before she could ponder the deeper meaning behind her master's words, she saw Lu Qingxuan's right hand, which had been tucked behind his back the entire time, casually rise. He then gently pressed his palm downward toward the seething Yi family residence below. It was just such a casual gesture. In an instant, the winds ceased and the clouds dispersed. The entire world fell into a deathly silence. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw that the azure sky had, at some unknown moment, been overshadowed by a colossal silhouette. The shadow's outline was unmistakably that of a palm. It obscured the heavens, replacing the sunlight, with veins on its palm as distinct as mountain ranges and rivers. Even before the colossal palm descended, the overwhelming pressure it carried began warping space itself. Within the Yi family estate, exquisite pavilions and towers began disintegrating of their own accord without any tangible impact as beams crumbled to dust and bricks vanished into nothingness. The newly ignited fighting spirit of some young Yi family members was instantly drowned out. Their legs gave way, and they collapsed to the ground, a foul stench emanating from their crotches. Even the venerable elders, masters of profound cultivation, were now drained of color. Just as their resolve threatened to shatter, Yi Lingtian's roar, fueled by the very fire of his life, thundered once more. All members of the Yi family, heed my command. Support me. The panicked crowd found their anchor, and a glimmer of hope reignited in their eyes of despair. Indeed, death was inevitable. Better to stand tall and burn to ashes than kneel and be crushed into dust. Ancestor! This life was given to me by the Yi family. Now, I return it to you. A white-haired elder roared, the first to unleash his golden core energy without reservation. It erupted as a brilliant pillar of light, soaring skyward to merge into Yi Lingtian's body. Father! Your son is willing to follow you to the underworld. Yi Mingtian's eyes blazed crimson as he too channeled his lifetime's cultivation into a torrent, merging it into the pillar of light. For the Yi family. Fight to the death. For the Yi family. Fight to the death. 1, 10, 100. From venerable elders to children barely out of diapers, every member of the Yi clan made the same choice in that instant. Seated cross-legged with resolute expressions, they offered up their spiritual power, whether strong or weak, in their insignificant flames of life. Colored beams of light surged from every corner of the Yi family estate, forming a dazzling forest growing upside down. They converged in the sky, twisting into a colossal beam that pierced heaven and earth, violently surging into Yi Lingtian's body. Great array, gather. Yi Lingtian let out a piercing howl, his voice filled with endless agony and raw power. His body cracked inch by inch, only to heal instantly under the colossal energy. Ninth layer golden core peak, the bottleneck shattered. Boom! A terrifying aura far surpassing the golden core realm erupted from him, stirring the very winds and clouds. Celestial and terrestrial chi swirled back, forming a colossal vortex. Nascent soul. Using the lives of his entire clan as fuel and the bloodline formation as a crucible, Yi Lingtian, in the final moment of his life, had forcibly shattered the barrier and stepped into the nascent soul realm, a realm countless cultivators could only dream of. Yet as Yi Lingtian felt the unprecedented power surging within him, his face bore not a trace of joy, only a deathly stillness and profound sorrow. He raised his head, gazing at the colossal, world-ending palm slowly descending. Channeling all his power into his fists, he unleashed the strongest and final blow of his life. Ancestor Qingxuan. The entire Yi clan fears neither life nor death. A blood-red fist aura, condensed to its absolute limit, carried the last shred of dignity and defiance of an entire clan. It defied the heavens, charging upward to meet that sky. Yet, the crimson fist aura, the sole hope of Yi Lingtian and the entire Yi clan, failed to stir even a ripple upon contact with the colossal palm. It did not shake the palm in the slightest. Then, the colossal palm descended. Silently. The entire Yi family estate, along with every soul and object within, was utterly obliterated from existence beneath that single strike. The dust settled, and the wind began to howl once more. The Yi family mansion, once adorned with ornate beams and pillars and bustling with activity, had vanished without a trace. In its place lay a colossal, bottomless palm print, seared into the earth. The Yi family, once a prominent clan of Lizhou, was now erased from existence. Not a single soul from the entire household survived. In the sky, Su Qingyan's icy eyes could no longer conceal the shock and dread within. Was this the might of a divine transformation cultivator? Was this the palm technique that descended from the heavens, as spoken of by her master? Lu Qingxian nodded with satisfaction, his divine sense instantly sweeping over the flattened ruins of the Yi family estate and every inch of land within a 100-mile radius. The next moment, his gaze fixed precisely on the depths of the Yi family's rear mountain. Oh! So there was one who slipped through the net after all. Chapter 10, Cultivating Immortality Means Defying Heaven's Way. The rear mountain of the Yi family, a sheer cliff. The mountain wind sliced like a blade across the youth's bare torso, leaving faint white streaks in its wake. Yi Fan stood at the cliff's edge in an extremely peculiar posture, arms spread wide, every inch of muscle taut to the extreme. Huff, huff. Yi Fan gasped for breath, feeling as though his lungs would burst. This body tempering technique called the bone tempering art was simply inhuman. He began every day at the hour of Yin, continuing until the sun sank below the western mountains, without fail. If not for the stubborn determination burning within him, he would have given up 1,000 times over. Old man, it's New Year's Eve tonight. Can we call it a day? Yi Fan silently pleaded in his mind. My father is waiting for me for the New Year's Eve dinner. And my brother should be returning from his training today. I need to show him that his little brother is no longer a useless piece of trash. By the end of his thoughts, his voice carried an unmistakable hint of excitement and pride. 3 years ago, he had plummeted from being a prodigy to a worthless cripple, enduring scorn and contempt. He'd even been publicly disowned from his betrothal. In his darkest hour, fleeing wild dogs on the back mountain, he tumbled down a slope in panic. There, he accidentally activated this plain black iron ring on his finger with his blood, and his fate changed forever. Within the ring dwelled the remnant soul of an ancient being who called himself the medicine sage. New Year's Eve? A hoarse, lazy voice echoed in his mind, tinged with mockery. A festival for mortals? What business is it to us cultivators? You're just feeling lazy again, aren't you? Trying to sneak back home to gnaw on your family's spirit beast leg? Yi Fan flushed, stubbornly retorting, nonsense. This is filial piety. Yes, filial piety. Filial duty comes first among all virtues, and cultivation requires balance between work and rest too. Twisted logic. The voice in the ring snorted lightly but did not press further. Very well. Your half-month of arduous cultivation equals another's year of effort. Your foundation is now solid. It's time to return and give your arrogant kin a little shock. Heh, you're the one who understands reason. Yi Fan's face lit up at the words. His body relaxed instantly, and he felt as if every bone in his frame was about to fall apart. He quickly pulled on his faded, washed-out robe, brushed the dust from his clothes, and dashed down the mountain toward his family's home. In his mind, he'd already rehearsed his opening line. Brother, look. My talent has returned. But just as he was lost in this wonderful fantasy, running out of the mountain hollow and into the open view, the smile froze on his face. The azure sky was replaced by a shadow. It was a giant palm. Yi Fan's first thought wasn't fear, but awe, profound, heartfelt longing and fascination. What immense power is this, he murmured, his eyes gleaming. To summon clouds with a flick of the wrist, to bring rain with a turn of the palm. A true hero should be like this. One day, I too shall possess such might, a single palm strike. No, that's not right. That's my home. Yi Fan went mad, sprinting recklessly toward his home. He had to get back. He had to save them. Halt! You fool! The voice of the medicine saint in his mind had never sounded so stern. Get out of my way. Yi Fan's eyes blazed crimson, his expression frenzied. I'm going back to save my father. To save my brother. Go back to your death? The medicine saint's voice was as cold as iron. Do you even know what that is? That's the power of a divine transformation expert. Don't even think about it. Even if you took your father, who's at the 9th layer of the golden core stage, and raised him 2 more levels, he'd be no different than an ant in front of that palm strike. Transcendence? Yi Fan stumbled but refused to halt, roaring. I don't care about any spirit transformation. That's my home. Even if I die, I'll die with them. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. Oh? I can grant you the chance to die alongside them. Su Qingyan stood with his hands behind his back, his tone laced with mockery. Yi Fan trembled violently, his teeth chattering uncontrollably as he felt Su Qingxuan's terrifying divine transformation pressure. Run! You idiot, run! Inside the ring, the medicine sage shouted anxiously, don't listen to his bull. He wants to kill you. Use your fastest speed, burn your essence blood, and run toward the cliff. Now! Yi Fan tried to move, but found his body utterly unresponsive, frozen in place. Ding! Detected, chosen 1 Yi Fan. Current fortune level, gold. Warning, target is favored by heavenly Tao, protected by destiny. Conventional methods cannot eliminate him completely. Forced elimination will provoke heavenly Tao's intervention. Recommended strategy, seize his opportunities, shatter his Tao heart, isolate him from allies. Only when his fate wanes and the Tao abandons him can he be struck down with a single fatal blow. Su Qingyan scoffed with disdain. Chosen of heaven? Protected by fate? The clichés from novels he'd read in his past life flashed through his mind. Villains always met their end because they talked too much, because of their arrogance, because they constantly toyed with the protagonist. Eventually, the protagonist seized the opportunity, staged a comeback from the brink, rose against all odds, and ultimately climbed to the pinnacle by trampling over their bones. How utterly foolish. The way of heaven? Su Qingyan chuckled inwardly. Cultivating immortality is precisely about defying the heavens. If everything must follow heaven's will, why bother cultivating at all? He refused to believe in such nonsense. Seizing opportunities, shattering their resolve all too cumbersome. Strike while the iron is hot. Snuff out every threat in its infancy. With this resolve, Su Qingyan hesitated not a moment longer. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm strike toward Yi Fan, who lay collapsed on the ground. Though merely an ordinary strike, in Yi Fan's eyes, it seemed to drain all light and sound from the heavens and earth. The entire world turned monochrome, black and white, with only that palm growing larger and larger. No! Yi Fan stared at Su Qingyan in shock. He was striking now? Shouldn't he first hurl some threats, mock me, and call me an insignificant insect? Shouldn't he have given me a moment to roar, what goes around comes around, never underestimate the young and poor? Shouldn't he give me a chance to narrowly escape using the medicine saint's secret technique, then swear to repay him 100-fold someday? This villain, why isn't he following the script? Just as that world-shattering palm was about to strike Yi Fan's crown chakra. A dazzling azure light erupted from nowhere, coalescing into a thick shield before Yi Fan in the blink of an eye. Boom! The palm strike collided with the shield, erupting in a thunderous, muffled roar. The violent energy shockwaves swept outward, gouging the ground 3 feet deeper within a 100-foot radius. Amidst the dust and smoke, a towering figure stood before Yi Fan, robes billowing, aura steady and composed. It was a middle-aged man with a stern face and eyes sharp as an eagle's. He now stared intently at Su Qingyan with a grave expression. Su Qingxuan's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. No way. His divine sense had already combed this area countless times. Not even a living soul, let alone an ant, could escape his perception. Had this man sprung from the very stones? Su Qingxuan's gaze settled on a jade plaque hanging at the middle-aged man's waist. The jade plaque was pure white throughout, engraved with the character Lu in ancient seal script, its strokes flowing like a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing. Zhengzhou, the Lu family. Su Qingyan instantly understood. This must be the guardian of Lu Mengyao, Yi Fan's childhood sweetheart. Though Lu Mengyao had returned to Central Plains, she had left her bodyguard behind to secretly protect Yi Fan, ensuring he faced no harm. Fortune tier: white, green, blue, purple, red, orange, gold, rainbow. Chapter 11, Qingxuan transforms into a butterfly. The heavenly fiend disintegrates and escapes in a flash of light. So it was someone from the Lu family of Central Plains. Su Qingxuan's tone betrayed no emotion. Guardian cultivator Lu Quan, recognizing his lineage at Su Qingxuan's glance, wore a look of self-assured pride. The Lu clan of Central Plains, an ancient lineage spanning tens of thousands of years, with profound foundations and countless powerful figures within its ranks. Throughout the entire cultivation world, wherever one went, the very name Lu represented a certain pride. Lu Quan bowed his hands toward Su Qingyan. Though the gesture was polite, his tone carried an air of superiority. Sir, you have keen eyes. I am Lu Quan, here to protect young Master Yi Fan by the command of our young mistress. Today's events may have been a misunderstanding. I implore you, for the sake of the Lu family of Central Plains, to show mercy where mercy can be shown. Let us put this behind us, shall we? In his view, no matter how powerful a core formation cultivator might be, they would never dare to provoke a colossus like the Lu family of Central Plains. Sacrificing one's life over a mere 7th-layer Qi cultivation youth would be utterly pointless. The medicine sage within the ring breathed a sigh of relief and urgently transmitted his voice. Boy, you're saved. That's someone from the Central Plains Lu family. Judging by his strength, he's at least at the 3rd layer of the spirit transformation stage. We're in the clear now. Even a spirit transformation cultivator would have to give the Lu family some face. Stay quiet for now and see how he handles this. Yi Fan, however, was puzzled. The young lady of the Lu family? When had he met her? Lu Qingxuan, however, shot Lu Quan a glance as cold as death. Favor? Is your face that big? Lu Quan's expression froze instantly, stunned by the other's ruthless lack of tact. He narrowed his eyes viciously, his aura slowly rising. Sir, are you truly prepared to antagonize the Lu family of Central Plains over a mere Qi cultivation novice? His voice turned icy, laced with unmasked menace. To ensure the young lady's safety outside, he had already thoroughly investigated every major and minor faction in Nanling's Lizi prefecture, even those cultivators with any notable reputation. Lu Qingxian, the patriarch of Qingxuan sect, possessed a first-tier spirit transformation cultivation. While the sect's foundations were respectable in the Central Plains, it ranked merely as a second-rate power. That was the extent of his intelligence. A mere spirit transformation stage 1 cultivator dared to disregard his own spirit transformation stage 3 cultivation and even dared to show contempt for the Liuzhou family of Central Plains? His earlier deference had been out of respect for a fellow spirit transformation cultivator from a reputable sect, wishing to avoid unnecessary bloodshed in this backwater of Lishou. Since the other party refused to show gratitude for the courtesy extended, he would show no mercy. Today, he would learn that the authority of the Central Plains Lu family was not to be challenged. Refusing a kind offer. Lu Quan's murderous intent flared as divine energy surged within him. The terrifying pressure of a 3rd-tier spirit transformation cultivator crashed down like a mountain flood, bearing down on Lu Qingxian. Yet before his words faded or his hand moved, Lu Qingxian had already raised his hand, extending his index and middle fingers together in a gentle gesture. Green essence transforms into a butterfly. 2 fingers became a sword. The Qingyuan sword technique, a low-grade heavenly rank art. Within Lu Quan's perception, a terrifying sword intent instantly locked down every inch of space within 100 zhang around him. Countless sword intents transformed into butterflies, surging toward him. His proud 3rd-tier spirit transformation cultivation proved utterly powerless to resist. Impossible, impossible. Your cultivation, weren't you only at the 1st layer of spirit transformation? When you annihilated the Yi family, I deliberately observed from afar for a long time. How could this be fake? Lu Quan couldn't believe his eyes. The aura Lu Qingxian had displayed back then was unmistakably that of a newly ascended spirit transformation cultivator. There was absolutely no mistaking it. Yet the power before him now. This force that crushed even the thought of resistance had surpassed not just the 3rd layer of the spirit transformation stage, but even the 4th or 5th layers might not match it. Lu Quan's pupils contracted sharply as he screamed with every ounce of strength. I saw it with my own eyes. Put. A bloodline, so faint it was nearly invisible, emerged from the center of Lu Quan's forehead. It spread straight downward, traversing his nose bridge, lips, throat, chest. His roar abruptly ceased. In the next instant, his body, along with the divine essence within, was instantly split in 2 along that bloodline. Lu Qingxian didn't even glance at the 2 halves of the corpse. A flash of blue light flickered from his fingertip as he flicked it lightly. Boom! An even more tyrannical sword chi exploded outward. Lu Quan's severed corpse, along with every item on his person, was instantly shredded into primordial ash, completely vaporized from this world. Both form and spirit annihilated. Only after completing this did Lu Qingxian withdraw his finger, speaking with detached calm. One must always keep something in reserve. Don't you know that? The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, taking no more than a breath or 2. Inside the ring, the medicine saint, who had just exhaled in relief, now felt his entire lingering soul freeze solid. Run! A shrill, high-pitched scream exploded in Yi Fan's mind. The medicine saint was utterly terrified. 3rd layer of spirit transformation. The guardian of the Lu clan of Central Plains. And just like that, gone? Not even a single move was exchanged, no, not even a chance to strike back before being instantly annihilated? Not a trace left behind? What kind of venerable patriarch of a righteous sect was this? He was clearly a god of slaughter. If we don't flee now, there truly will be no chance left. At that moment, the medicine saint cared not for cost or consequence. Heavenly demon disintegration escape light. A surge of soul energy, pure to its absolute limit, erupted recklessly from the ring, instantly enveloping Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan felt his entire body tremble violently. His vision instantly filled with a crimson haze, and his consciousness plunged into a brief void. His body sprang upward uncontrollably. His flesh and blood writhed in an eerie manner, while countless fine crimson cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. Strands of vital blood spurted from the cracks, coalescing in midair into a blinding crimson radiance that enveloped his entire being. This was the burning of life, the burning of his very essence, an irreversible, colossal sacrifice for a sliver of survival. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Qingxuan's eyes. He was decisive, at least. But thinking of running? Lu Qingxian immediately struck out. Yet, in that split second, the crimson light trembled violently, as if breaking through some spatial constraint. With a sharp whoosh, it transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky at an unimaginable speed. Only a faint whiff of scorched air and the tang of blood lingered where it had stood. Simultaneously, a white light suddenly appeared in the sky, chasing after the crimson trail. Lu Qingxuan's raised hand froze mid-air before slowly lowering. Xinger, do not disappoint your master. Chapter 12, he kept another hand up? Might as well rename him Luku another hand. The 100,000 mountains, the soul-severing range. Boom! A crimson streak of light crashed to the ground, exhausted, smashing a deep crater into the dense forest. Yifan scrambled out of the pit, barely regaining his footing before bending over in a fit of retching. A wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he vomited a large mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His entire being felt drained of vitality, his face as pale as paper. His clothes were torn and tattered, caked in mud and blood. Before he could catch his breath, the medicine saint's furious, horrified roar exploded in his mind from the ring. You treacherous bastard! You're the most cunning, underhanded scoundrel I've ever seen in my life. What bull about a righteous sex patriarch? Righteous my ass. Ruthless and decisive in killing, merciless in his attacks, and above all, terrifyingly cunning. If I still believed he was from a righteous sect, I'd be a bloody fool. The medicine saint raved incoherently, venting the terror that threatened to shatter his very soul. He's no sixth-layer spirit transformation cultivator. If not for my own experience, I'd have fallen for his deception. That sword intent? Pure 8th layer. And not just any 8th layer, a monstrous power capable of slaughtering opponents beyond its tier. An old monster at the 8th layer of the Huatian realm, capable of transcending tiers, deliberately disguising himself as a newcomer to the realm, playing some kind of ancestor in a godforsaken place like Lizho. What the hell is he scheming? This old bastard hides so deeply his ambitions must be enormous. Terrifying. Insidious. The medicine sage's voice gradually faded, trembling with lingering fear. You lucky bastard. If I hadn't acted decisively and burned 2/3 of my primordial soul to activate the heavenly demon dissolution escape light, we both would have met our end there today. Do you have any idea the cost? I'll need at least half a year of deep slumber to recover my strength. You little. Mid-sentence, the medicine sage fell silent, clearly succumbing to the exhaustion following the backlash of his secret technique. Yifan collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath, oblivious to the medicine saint's roar. He could distinctly feel his cultivation base, which had been firmly anchored at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, now rapidly plummeting like a receding tide. It finally halted at the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. His foundation was damaged, all his previous efforts wasted. A wave of profound disappointment and resentment surged within him, yet he dared not utter a single word of complaint. For compared to the Lu family's guardian Taoist, reduced to ashes by a single finger, merely surviving was already an immense stroke of luck. The image of that man calmly withdrawing his finger had become an inescapable nightmare in his mind. Hurry! The medicine sage's weak yet urgent voice rang out again. Don't just stand there. That treacherous man is cunning and calculating. Who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve? This place is no longer safe. Leave immediately. Yifan jolted awake, forcing his aching, numb body to stagger toward the depths of the dense forest. Yet, the moment he took a step, an icy chill seared the back of his neck, making every hair on his body stand on end. He froze in place, unable to move an inch. A blade as thin as a cicada's wing, radiating a cold, luminous glow, had silently settled against his neck. The icy aura emanating from the blade made Yifan breathe with extreme caution, terrified that the slightest misstep would cost him his head. A voice as cold as moonlight poured forth behind him, utterly devoid of emotion. Fortunately, my master instructed me to keep a hand ready, waiting in the distance. Otherwise, you two villains would have truly escaped. Yifan turned his head with great effort. Behind him, a stunningly beautiful woman now stood poised. The innate aura of authority and unfathomable presence radiating from her left him utterly incapable of any thought of resistance. It's over. A chill spread through Yifan's heart. Su Qingyan's sword-wielding hand was steady as a rock. Her gaze swept coldly over the battered Yifan, yet her heart was filled with peace and reverence. Truly worthy of being our master. In her eyes, with the master personally intervening, those two petty thugs were as good as caught in a trap. There was no way they could escape. Yet before striking, the master had silently instructed her to stay back, to remain at a distance just in case. At the time, he had wondered if the master was being overly cautious. Why go to such trouble for such insignificant foes? Now he realized his cultivation was still far too low. Had the master not laid this strategic groundwork beforehand, he might have betrayed the master's trust and allowed these two vermin who could have caused the master even the slightest trouble to slip away. His master's wisdom truly ran as deep as an ocean, leaving no stone unturned. There was still so much to learn. At this thought, Su Qingyan's gaze softened momentarily, a heartfelt, childlike devotion and trust toward the Supreme Being. Within Yi Fan's mind, the remnant soul of the medicine saint, which had just grown quiet, flared up again like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He actually held something back. I knew it. I knew it. He might as well ditch that ancient ancestor nonsense and rename himself Lu Keeps One Up. Is this what a righteous sect looks like? More scheming than a beehive. I've roamed Central Plains for 1,000 years and never seen such filth. Yi Fan desperately wanted to nod in agreement, but he dared not. The blade at his throat, thin as autumn water, was likely no more than a hair's breadth from his carotid artery. He had no doubt that the slightest movement or even a single misplaced thought would prompt this celestial maiden before him to sever his head without hesitation. In this suffocating silence, a leisurely figure approached from afar, neither hurried nor slow. Yi Fan caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Clothed in snow-white robes, radiating an air of noble grace and striking handsomeness, it was none other than the man who had sent his soul scattering in terror, Lu Qingxuan. He had come. Yi Fan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair, the last shred of hope vanishing into thin air. Yet, the instant Lu Qingxuan appeared, Yi Fan keenly sensed that the sword pressed against his throat seemed to soften slightly. That bone-chilling intent to kill, cold enough to freeze the soul, seemed to melt away like ice touched by a spring breeze. Su Qingyan's eyes instantly filled with nothing but the purest devotion and joy. Master! Lu Qingxuan strolled over as if taking a leisurely stroll. His gaze swept over the battered Yi Fan before turning to Su Qingyan. A gentle smile graced his face as he ruffled her hair once more. Qinger, you did well. Su Qingyan was instantly so overjoyed she forgot the world around her. At that very moment, the medicine saint's weak voice suddenly grew urgent. Boy! Quick! Use all your spiritual power to throw the demon emperor token you bought at the market out of the ring. Throw it with all your might, into the sky. Hurry! This is our only chance. Demon emperor's token? Yi Fan's heart jolted violently. That was the inheritance key he had activated with immense effort and at great cost, guided by the medicine saint. His greatest reliance for future rise. Just throw it away? He couldn't bear it. He couldn't let go. He refused to accept it. Stop hesitating. The medicine saint practically roared with his fading soul, you're about to lose your life, and you're still clutching that worthless token like it's your wife? Throw it out. It'll cause a massive commotion, stirring up this pond. When all the great powers gather, even if Lu Liuxiu is as formidable as they say, he can't cover the sky with one hand. That's our chance to fish in troubled waters. Otherwise, we die now. Throw it. Chapter 13, Seizing the Demon Emperor's Legacy. The four sacred beast eggs the white tiger. Indeed, what use is a treasure when life itself is lost? A flash of resolute madness flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he didn't even consider whether Su Qingyan's sword would sever his head first. He summoned every last shred of lingering spiritual energy within him, channeling it all into the spatial ring. A black token, ancient and weathered, engraved with a ferocious beast's head, instantly appeared in his hand. No! Su Qingyan's phoenix-like eyes flashed with coldness as her wrist tensed to strike. But Yi Fan had already hurled the demon emperor's token fiercely into the sky. The token left his grasp, transforming into a jet-black streak of light that shot straight into the heavens. In the next instant, an indescribable, primordial, overpowering aura erupted from the token, radiating outward like a thunderous explosion. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. Across the entire sky of Lizhou, clouds and winds swirled violently, spiritual energy surged wildly. A colossal vortex of spiritual energy, visible to the naked eye, coalesced in the heavens. At its center, the tiny token seemed to transform into a black sun, radiating an endless, eerie glow. A colossal pillar of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the token and piercing through the heavens and earth. An ancient, majestic, and overbearing proclamation echoed in the hearts of every living being in Lizhou. The Demon Emperor's legacy manifests in this world. In an instant, all cultivators within tens of thousands of miles who had reached a certain realm of cultivation looked up in shock, gazing toward the center of this celestial phenomenon. It's the legacy of the ancient Demon Emperor. Heaven forbid! Such an opportunity has appeared in Arli province. Hurry! At any cost. Swish! 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 Almost the instant the phenomenon appeared, several overwhelming divine senses swept in from all directions. Immediately after, streaks of light tore through the sky, hurtling toward this location at astonishing speeds. Each streak of light carried a terrifying, heart-stopping pressure. Transcendence! And not just one. The auras of 5 or 6 Huatian stage powerhouses descended almost simultaneously. Now! Run! The medicine saint's voice, weakened to the extreme, roared. A surge of pure soul energy once again poured forth from the ring, enveloping Yi Fan. The heavenly demon disintegration escape light activated once more. Yi Fan felt darkness engulf his vision as an irresistible force pulled him away. Transforming into an imperceptible blood-red shadow, he seized the moment when everyone's attention was riveted on the Demon Emperor's inheritance in the sky. He fled desperately into the depths of the dense forest. Trying to escape? Lu Qingxuan hesitated not a moment, striking decisively with a single finger. Azure origin flash lotus. A lotus blossomed silently, formed from pure azure spiritual energy. But the moment it left his fingertips, it defied spatial distance, instantly appearing behind Yifan's blood shadow. Its speed was beyond measure. This strike was unavoidable, unblockable. Yet, just as the blue lotus was about to touch the blood shadow, rip! A tearing sound echoed through the void. Behind Yifan's retreating form, a massive black fissure instantly appeared. The entrance to the Demon Emperor's inheritance had opened precisely at this moment, precisely at this location, without the slightest deviation. And that Azure Yuan Flash Lotus, powerful enough to instantly annihilate a great perfection cultivator, crashed headlong into the pitch-black fissure, utterly consumed by the chaotic energies within. Lu Qingxian. Su Qingyan. Yifan seized this opportunity to escape successfully. This. Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her usually composed face etched with utter astonishment. Was this luck just too outrageous? It was as if the entire heavens and earth were conspiring to aid his escape. Master! This beast is cunning and deceitful, his fortune utterly bizarre. I shall pursue him now and root him out completely. Su Qingyan snapped back to her senses, her face flaming with murderous intent as she prepared to activate a secret technique to pursue him. There's no need. Lu Qingxian raised his hand to stop her. Let him go. Lu Qingxuan's gaze swept over the several transformation spirit cultivators in the sky, each harboring their own ulterior motives, then turned toward the direction where Yifan had vanished. His tone was calm. He will return to seek revenge. We need only wait. Su Qingyan looked puzzled and reluctant. But master, if we let him escape, what if? There are no what ifs. Lu Qingxian cut her off, shaking his head gently. Truth be told, he felt a faint, helpless urge to laugh. It wasn't fear of Yifan, but fear of this unreasonable heavenly Tao. That strike just now had unleashed his true killing move. Not just a fourth-layer Qi cultivation practitioner, even a fourth-layer spirit transformation cultivator would have died instantly upon contact. And what was the result? The entrance to the inheritance had opened right in his face. If he pursued further, who knew what might happen? What if the medicine saint had some life and death comrade at the fusion or great perfection stage hidden away, and they happened to cross paths during the escape? What if Yifan's shout brought them out? The more Lu Qingxian thought about it, the more his temples throbbed. Going head-to-head with such a chosen one of heaven was not a wise move. Until his absurdly thick layer of divine favor was whittled down to normal levels, any seemingly foolproof killing move could easily turn into a warm delivery service for the enemy. Seeing Su Qingyan still looking a bit resentful, Lu Qingxian smiled and reached out again, not to ruffle her hair, but to gently flick her forehead. Xinger, you're too attached to appearances. Sometimes, what seems like a loss might just be a blessing in disguise. Su Qingyan touched her forehead and nodded thoughtfully. Master, I've learned my lesson. How could the master's words be wrong? The instant his words fell silent, the system's notification chime sounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully seizing the Demon Emperor's legacy. Acquired sacred grade item, for sacred beast eggs white tiger. The chosen one, Yifan, is gravely wounded, his fortune declining. Current fortune level, orange. A flash of sharp brilliance flickered in Lu Qingxuan's eyes. His consciousness plunged into the system space, where a massive white egg, roughly half a person's height, floated silently. The shell was covered in naturally formed black gold patterns, mysterious and domineering, faintly outlining the shadowy form of a white tiger roaring toward the heavens. The sharpness and murderous intent of the gunmetal chi, even through the system space, sent a chill down one's spine. Yet the 5 or 6 divine transcendent soars that had torn through space above the sky had not departed. These ancient monsters, each having lived for millennia, were no fools. Naturally, they rushed over at the first opportunity. Yet, after rushing headlong, what did they witness? The venerable old ancestor of Green Mountain, unable to slay even a mere Qi cultivation junior? Silence fell upon them. Just then, a shrill and arrogant laugh echoed through the air. Ha 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 ha. Lu Qingxian, who would have thought you'd meet your end like this? Accompanying the laughter, the western sky was drenched in a thick crimson hue. A stench of blood assaulted their senses as a blood-red aura surged skyward. A gaunt figure emerged from the crimson cloud. The figure wore a loose, blood-red robe. His face was gaunt and hollow-eyed, 2 crimson points of ghostly fire flickering within the sunken sockets. Merely standing there, countless shadowy specters of wailing souls drifted around him, none other than Blood River Ancestor, one of the 3 great ancestors of the Blood Demon sect. Blood River Patriarch's gaze swept over the ravaged battlefield below, finally settling on Lu Qingxian. His tone held no attempt to conceal his scorn. I wondered who could cause such a commotion. So it's you, old ancestor Green Mountain, playing hide-and-seek with a mere Qi cultivation stage brat. TSK. Chased him for so long, only to let him slip away in the end. Lu Qingxian, after 100 years of seclusion, have you grown too old to even lift your sword? At these words, the other divine senses lurking in the void stirred with faint ripples, clearly preparing to watch the spectacle unfold. Chapter 14, Your words are too many, too loud, too dense.
Seeing Lu Qingxuan's silence, the Blood River ancestor grew even more arrogant.
The blood energy surged violently around him, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a third-tier transformation spirit cultivator like a mountain collapse and tidal wave. It swept out, staining the clouds in the sky a sickening dark red.
What? Struck dumb?
A twisted grin contorted the withered face of the Blood River ancestor. A century ago, you were barely able to withstand my second-tier transformation spirit techniques with your first-tier cultivation.
Now that I've reached the third tier, you old fool, have you even lost the courage to meet my gaze?
At these words, several divine senses concealed within the void stirred violently. From the eastern horizon, a faint ripple of righteous energy rippled through the void.
An ancient voice echoed within the divine senses.
The blood demon sect's cultivation techniques are indeed ruthless. After a century apart, that old demon has actually broken through to the third layer of the Huatian realm. Had the 5 righteous sects not joined forces to suppress them, this realm would likely have been plunged into utter chaos long ago.
This aura belonged to Li Shanchang, the headmaster of the Heroine Academy, one of the 5 orthodox sects.
On the other side, a piercing sword intent trembled faintly, as if sighing. Blood River Old Demon and Green Mountain Patriarch are sworn enemies, locked in conflict for nearly 600 years.
They've clashed in over a dozen major and minor bloodbaths.
Back then, Lu Qingxuan, having just entered the Huatian realm, dared to confront Blood River at the second layer of Huatian. Though defeated, he remained unshaken. What a sight to behold.
Alas, a century of seclusion seems to have yielded no further progress for him.
The sword ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect spoke with palpable regret. First, his failed pursuit of a mere Qi cultivation disciple.
Then, being so humiliated by his archrival before the entire elite of South Ridge's Lizi province.
The old ancestor of Green Mountain's reputation was bound to plummet today. Su Qingyan stood behind Lu Qingxuan, her fair face turning pale with fury as she listened to the vile insults, her jade-like hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. Were it not for her master's presence, she would have charged forward recklessly long ago. But when she looked up, her master's back remained as steady as a mountain. Just as the Blood River Patriarch's laughter reached its peak, poised to speak again. Your words are too many, too loud, too dense. Lu Qingxuan instantly flicked his index and middle fingers together, sweeping them toward the direction of the surging blood clouds. A green lotus no larger than a palm materialized in the air at his fingertips. Its petals were crystal clear, as if carved from jade, with a single golden sparkle at its center. The moment the green lotus appeared, it vanished. The next instant, defying space and distance, it bypassed the layers upon layers of blood slaughter aura surrounding the Blood River Patriarch and abruptly materialized before him. The Blood River ancestor was just about to unleash his secret technique. But it was too late. The blue lotus blossomed and exploded in an instant. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The Blood River Patriarch, a third-tier demon Dao Titan, was reduced to a cloud of blood mist filling the sky, leaving not a single intact fragment of his divine soul behind. The divine senses watching the spectacle from the void froze in shock. Dead? Just like that? A third-tier nascent soul demon lord who'd cultivated for nearly 1,000 years wiped out in a single strike? Not even a trace left behind? Is this the true power of the old ancestor of Green Mountain? As everyone was still reeling from the shock, Lu Qingxuan swept his sleeve. Boom! A terrifying aura roared into existence. That oppressive force poured down like a celestial river, engulfing the entire sky above the Broken Soul Mountains. Transcendence Realm, Tier 1? No. Second stage of spirit transformation? Third stage? Fourth stage? None of the above. That aura surged upward relentlessly, unstoppable. Sixth layer of spirit transformation. Whoosh! In the void, someone gasped in shock, their divine sense fluctuating so violently it nearly shattered the void itself. If the instant annihilation of Blood River Ancestor had been shocking, then the cultivation Lu Qingxuan now displayed was downright terrifying. Sixth layer of spirit transformation. Wasn't he only at the first layer? Headmaster Li of the Haoran Academy sucked in a sharp breath. 100 years of seclusion, advancing from the first to the sixth layer of spirit transformation. How is that possible? The sword ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect was horrified. For us cultivators, after reaching the spirit transformation stage, each subsequent breakthrough requires hundreds or even thousands of years of arduous cultivation. How did he manage it? 100 years of seclusion, and he reached the sixth layer of spirit transformation. Lu Qingxuan had concealed his true strength so profoundly. Had it not been for Blood River's provocation, no one would have known his true cultivation at the sixth layer of spirit transformation. Truly terrifying. Just then, a soft, disdainful tisk sounded, tinged with both coquetry and disgust. From the southwest, a pink cloud gently rippled as a lazy female voice echoed through the divine sense. Oh dear, this old codger's blood is so foul and stinky it splattered all over me. Within the clouds, a graceful figure appeared and vanished intermittently, none other than Hua Qianying, the patriarch of the Yin-Yang sect, one of the 3 demon sects. She seemed to have been a bit too close, splattered by the blood mist erupting from the Blood River Patriarch moments ago. With a flick of her jade-like finger, a flash of pink radiance swept away the bloodstains, her movements brimming with undisguised disgust. I've long heard tales of the blood demon sect cultivating filthy abominations, corrupting themselves into beings neither human nor ghost. Seeing it now, the reputation is well deserved. Truly unlucky. At these words, several righteous sect elders, though disdainful of the Jungian sect's methods, nodded in agreement. The blood demon sect's cultivation methods were indeed perverse and vicious, despised even among many fellow practitioners within the demonic path. However, the moment Hua Qianying finished speaking, from another swirling blood cloud, a blood-red claw suddenly seized the dissipating mist. With a violent suction, like a whale gulping water, it swallowed every last remnant left behind by the blood river patriarch. Burp! A satisfied belch echoed through the divine consciousness. The sinister figure smacked its lips and rasped. What a waste! An utter waste! My third brother's essence blood was a supreme tonic. How could it be purified so casually? It was none other than the blood demon sect's second patriarch, the blood slaughter patriarch. At this display, Hua Qianying couldn't help but spit again. Damn disgusting! Feasting on the flesh and bones of your own sect members? Has the blood demon sect gone completely mad from poverty? Several divine senses in the void simultaneously drifted away, as if afraid of being tainted by that repulsive aura. My fellow cultivators, you've watched the spectacle long enough. It's time to reveal yourselves. Do I need to personally invite you out? Lu Qingxuan stood with hands clasped behind his back, his voice deep and commanding. The divine senses in the void all faltered simultaneously. After a brief silence, a surge of righteous energy rolled like a sea of clouds from the eastern horizon. An elderly man clad in scholarly robes, his gaunt face framed by 3 long strands of beard drifting across his chest, stepped forth from the cloud sea, his foot resting upon a scroll of bamboo slips. He bowed his hand toward Lu Qingxuan from afar. Taoist Lu, your divine prowess is peerless. I, Li, am deeply impressed. It was none other than Headmaster Li of the Haoran Academy. Having been exposed, continuing to hide would be unbecoming. Immediately, the void was torn apart by invisible sword energy, revealing a middle-aged man bearing an ancient sword on his back. His face was as cold and stern as ice frozen for 10,000 years. Heavenly Sword Sect. Sword Ancestor. Luo Tianxing. To the southwest, the lazy pink clouds finally ceased their concealment. Giggle giggle giggle. A naturally seductive giggle echoed, as a shower of peach blossoms fell from the sky, each petal carrying an intoxicating fragrance. Amidst the petal rain, a figure glided gracefully forward. She wore a pink court gown as thin as a cicada's wing, her figure graceful and curvaceous, every smile and frown possessing a soul-stealing allure. The ancestral matriarch of the Union clan, Hua Qianying. Her snow-white feet were bare, adorned with a string of golden bells at her ankles that jingled softly with each step, their clear, pleasant sound filling the air. Lu Daoyu, you're truly ruining my mood. Hua Qianying murmured, covering her lips with a soft laugh. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mischief as she openly appraised Lu Qingxuan. I was hoping to admire your charms a little longer. To have it ruined so quickly, how utterly unromantic. Her voice was sweet and seductive, like a melody that could seep into one's very bones, stirring the soul. Chapter 15. This legacy our 5 orthodox sects claim 9/10. No sooner had Hua Qianying finished speaking than several more auras manifested in the void. From the east, an elder with snow-white hair and a youthful face, clad in a Tai Chi robe, arrived atop a cloud, a whisk in hand. His aura radiated innate Taoist grace, as if he were one with the heavens and earth. Great Heavenly Lord, fellow Taoist Lu's cultivation pierces the heavens. This humble monk is in awe. The patriarch of the Tai sect, Xuanji Jinwen, bowed in reverence. From the west, Buddha's light shone everywhere, accompanied by chanting and Buddhist hymns. Beneath the golden silhouette of an arhat, an emaciated monk with eyes brimming with compassion approached, hands pressed together in prayer, stepping through the void. Amitabha Buddha. Layman Lu, your divine powers are truly profound. This monk of the Temple of Eternal Salvation greets you. Not far from the blood cloud of the blood fiend patriarch, a deeper, more ominous black mist swirled, as if filled with the wails of countless vengeful spirits. Its bone-chilling aura pierced the marrow. A gaunt, skeletal figure flickered in and out of the darkness. Ha ha ha. That good-for-nothing blood river met his just end. The voice of Ghost Yao, the patriarch of the 10,000 Souls Hall, sounded like the wailing cry of a night owl. Thus, the 5 righteous sects, the 3 demonic sects, and the remaining 7 great Huatian ancestors had all gathered here. Without exception, every pair of eyes converged upon Lu Qingxuan, who stood with his hands behind his back. Lu Qingxuan's gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on the blood slaughter patriarch. Your third brother is already cold as a corpse. What are you still standing around for? Waiting for me to invite you for tea? Hearing this, the blood slaughter patriarch not only showed no anger but chuckled darkly. Lu Daoyu, you jest. My third brother was unskilled in his arts and dared to offend your majesty. He deserved his fate. He gestured toward the demon emperor's inheritance below. This inheritance is ownerless. With you here, Dao friend, the right to decide its distribution naturally awaits your judgment. At these words, the expressions of those present shifted. Blood Fiend had truly reached the pinnacle of shamelessness. One moment he devoured his own brother's essence blood, the next he passed the buck to Lu Qingxuan, adopting a posture more humble than anyone else's.
Pa! How utterly revolting!
Hua Qianying made no effort to hide her contempt.
Feasting on your fellow disciples' flesh and blood, then wagging your tail to curry favor is your blood demon sect's face made of blood? Does it just get thicker and thicker?
A vicious glint flashed in the Blood Fiend patriarch's eyes as he fixed Hua Qianying with a sinister stare.
You filthy woman! Were it not for Lu Dao's face, I'd seize you now and refine you into a lust-blood slave. I'd ensure you revel in pleasure until your dying breath. Oh my, how terrifying!
Far from being intimidated, Hua Qianying giggled coquettishly. With graceful steps, she glided toward Lu Qingxuan as if no one else existed. Her body softened like a boneless serpent, leaning into Lu Qingxuan's embrace as her breath caressed him like fragrant orchids.
Brother Lu, look at him, he's so fierce. With my meager cultivation, how could I possibly be his match? You must protect me, won't you?
Her voice was soft and seductive, ending in a pouty whine. Her almond-shaped eyes glistened with misty moisture as she gazed intently at Lu Qingxuan. This scene caused Su Qingyan, standing at a distance, to suddenly grow cold. A fleeting, icy glint of murderous intent flashed deep within her cold, phoenix-like eyes. How dare you treat your master with such disrespect? This demoness deserves death 1,000 times over. Yet, her hand clenched silently within her cloud-patterned sleeves, only to slowly unclench in the end.
Master did not push her away.
A wave of hurt and bitterness surged up like a tide, yet she suppressed it with immense self-control.
Master's actions must hold deeper meaning.
Perhaps Master merely intends to use this demoness. Perhaps. Just as Hua Qianying's fingertips were about to brush Lu Qingxuan's robe, just as that intoxicating fragrance threatened to wash over her face,
Lu Qingxuan's right hand shot out like lightning, sweeping across Hua Qianying's waist.
Immediately, his palm pressed against Hua Qianying's fragrant shoulder.
Thud! A dull thud echoed. Hua Qianying's delicate form was sent flying dozens of feet away. The seductive smile on her face froze, replaced by utter shock and humiliated fury.
Lu Qingxuan weighed the exquisitely crafted perfume pouch that had materialized in his hand. Old speckled dove, know your limits.
Next time, it won't be as simple as a slap.
Put.
Old spotted dove?
For the ancient matriarch of the Union clan, who had lived for millennia and cherished her beauty and grace above all else, this nickname felt worse than death itself. Hua Qianying's fair face instantly turned the color of liver, trembling with rage.
Meanwhile, Su Qingyan's lowered eyelids lifted silently, transforming into a pool of spring water. Master. Still the same master.
Hua Qianying frantically groped her waist. The pouch was indeed gone.
You, give me back my sachets.
Hua Qianying cried out in shock and fury. That thoughtful knot pouch was not only a treasure she had refined for years with her vital essence and soul, containing 30% of her power, but it also held the very essence of her heavenly grade upper-tier dual cultivation secret technique.
Ha.
Blood Fiend Ancestor watched with malicious glee.
Hua Qianying, it's just a worthless pouch. Why all the fuss?
If you like it so much, how about this: when I pay a visit to your Hahuan sect later, I'll slaughter 1,000 or 2 of your female disciples.
I'll bring back all their pouches for you. You can hang them all over your body. How does that sound?
You old bastard, you're asking for death. Hua Qianying's naturally alluring face twisted with fury, all traces of charm vanished. Yet she dared not rebuke Lu Qingxuan, forced to swallow her anger in frustration. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Qingxuan made the exquisite love knot vanish into his cloud-patterned sleeve. Only after completing this did he lift his gaze once more, surveying the assembled crowd. Since you all trust me with the authority to distribute the Demon Emperor's inheritance, I shall handle it impartially, without bias. A chill ran through the crowd.
The main event was about to begin.
Lu Qingxuan paused briefly before his thin lips parted. Of this inheritance, the 5 righteous sects shall claim 9 parts.
The 3 demonic sects shall claim 1 part.
At these words, the smile froze on the blood demon patriarch's face, replaced by a dark, ominous expression. He exchanged a glance with Ghost Shadow beside him, both seeing the icy coldness in each other's eyes.
Ha. Guiyu's laughter, like that of a night owl, echoed once more. Fellow Daoist Lu, your method of distribution seems a bit too fair, wouldn't you say? Do you truly believe our 3 demonic sects are lambs to be slaughtered at will?
Blood Slaughter Ancestor shed his obsequious facade, stepping forward as demonic energy surged around him. Lu Qingxuan, we respect your formidable strength and have shown you some courtesy. But if you truly intend to gobble up 90% of the spoils, aren't you afraid of shattering all your teeth? Though our 3 demonic sects have internal friction, when external foes come knocking, they won't be as easy to deal with as you imagine.
Oh?
Lu Qingxuan chuckled lightly.
United against external threats?
That's perfect.
It saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one later.
Send word back now and have your Blood Sea and Ghost Slayer patriarchs, who are currently secluded in joint closed cultivation, emerge from their seclusion immediately.
Face me in battle. Chapter 16. These treacherous, backstabbing demon cultivators are utterly despicable. Lu Qingxuan's voice remained calm, yet it struck like thunder, exploding in the hearts of Shueisha and Guiyu. Blood Slaughter's pupils abruptly contracted, while the blackness surrounding Ghost Shadow abruptly halted. The ferocity and menace on their faces vanished instantly, replaced only by utter shock and horror. How could he know? The Blood Demon Patriarch and Ghost Slayer Patriarch had joined forces to seclude themselves, striding to break through to the 8th layer of the Huatian realm. This was the highest secret of the demonic path, known to only a handful. How did Lu Qingxian learn of it? A terrifying thought simultaneously arose in both their minds. A traitor had emerged within the demon sect. Who? Who could it be? These treacherous, backstabbing demonic cultivators were utterly despicable. At this point, any further words felt utterly futile. After exchanging a glance, Shueisha and Guiyu both chose silence. Yet the suspicion and malice in their eyes burned even brighter than before. Seeing the demonic cultivators humiliated, the righteous elders all felt a surge of satisfaction. At the same time, their eyes turned to Lu Qingxian, their hearts filled with unease. According to Lu Qingxuan's proposal, the 5 orthodox sects would receive 90% of the spoils. But how exactly would that 90% be divided? Given the thunderous authority he had displayed today, if his Green Mountain sect demanded half for itself, no one would dare utter a word of dissent. As conflicting thoughts swirled among the crowd, Lu Qingxuan's voice rang out once more. Of this 90%, my Green Mountain sect shall take 2. What? Everyone froze, convinced they had misheard. Lu Qingxian paid no heed to their astonishment and continued, the Haoran Academy shall receive 2 portions. The Tianjian sect shall receive 2 portions. The Wangu Temple shall receive 2 portions. The Tai sect shall receive 1/10. As his words fell, the entire hall fell silent. The venerable elders of the righteous factions exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with utter disbelief. This distribution was not merely fair, it was downright generous. It must be noted that in the past, when similar opportunities arose, the distribution plans among their sects were roughly the same. But back then, Qingxuan sect also had only one Huatian cultivator presiding over it, comparable in strength to Tai sect, hence receiving only 1/10. The Heavenly Sword sect, backed by the 7th layer spirit transformation cultivator Luo Xinghe, whose power was unmatched among the righteous sects, often received a slightly larger share. Now, however, Lu Qingxian, with his 6th layer nascent soul cultivation, dominated the entire gathering. His strength likely rivaled that of Luo Xinghe. Under these circumstances, he could have rightfully demanded the greatest share for the Green Mountain sect. Yet, he took only 20%, placing them on equal footing with the mightiest Heavenly Sword sect and the deeply rooted Haoran Academy in 10,000 Eternities Temple. Such magnanimity. Such grandeur. Amitabha. Master Pudu of the Eternal Temple clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to Lu Qingxian. Your noble righteousness, fellow Taoist Lu, commands this monk's deepest respect. Headmaster Li of the Haoran Academy stroked his beard and smiled. It is indeed our good fortune to have Taoist brother Lu upholding the righteous path in the Southern Ridge and Liu Prefecture. The venerable elders of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Tai sect likewise bowed their hands, their words brimming with praise and reverence. On the other side, Su Qingyan's lowered eyelids lifted silently. Her cold, phoenix-like eyes brimmed with admiration and pride. Master. Still the same master. No matter how high his cultivation or how exalted his status, his conduct remained as pure and radiant as clear moonlight, commanding profound respect. Just as the crowd's emotions surged and their respect for Lu Qingxian reached its peak, another voice spoke. As for the 2/10 share obtained by our Green Mountain sect, I shall set aside 1/10 of that to be gifted to all the unaligned cultivators of Lizi Prefecture in the Southern Ridge. At these words, expressions froze across the faces of everyone present, whether from the 5 orthodox sects or the 3 demon sects. Gifted to the solitary cultivators? 10% of the inheritance. This wasn't some spirit stone or elixir, it was the inheritance of an ancient great being, an unparalleled opportunity capable of altering the fate of a cultivator or even a minor faction. Just like that, given away? Lu Dao Yu. The Tai sect patriarch's lips trembled, momentarily speechless. Having lived nearly 1,000 years, he had never encountered one who acted with such righteous integrity. A gleam of insight flashed in the eyes of Headmaster Li of the Haoran Academy before he let out a long sigh. The gaze he cast upon Lu Qingxian held not only admiration but also a hint of probing curiosity. He sensed that every move Lu Qingxian made was not impulsive, but part of a far more profound scheme. After all, even if he himself didn't need it, it could still add to his sect's foundation. However, Lu Qingxian shifted his tone. I have a proposal. Here it comes. Everyone's heart sank, knowing that such an immense benefit would never come without a price. The soul-severing mountains are exceptionally treacherous. Every time our disciples venture in for training, casualties occur. This cannot continue indefinitely. It is not in the best interest of our righteous path. Lu Qingxuan's voice was steady and authoritative. Rather than letting our disciples fight alone and suffer needless losses, why not join forces? The 5 sects should collaborate to build a city right at the entrance to the soul-severing mountains. This city would serve as a sanctuary for our disciples, a place to rest, recuperate, and trade.
It would also form the first line of defense against the surging tide of demonic beasts lurking deep within the mountains.
Most crucially, this city belongs to none of us exclusively.
It shall be jointly guarded and governed by our 5 sections.
All cultivators from Lizi province entering the mountains, whether sect disciples or independent practitioners, shall find refuge within its walls.
Ahmed Ba. Master Pudu was the first to react, clasping his hands together and bowing deeply to Lu Qingxuan.
Taoist Lu, your foresight and compassion for all beings leave this monk, deeply humbled.
The Temple of 10,000 Ages pledges full support for your proposal to build this city.
Our Heroine Academy seconds the motion.
Headmaster Li stroked his beard and laughed heartily.
Excellent. Truly excellent. This is an act that benefits the present and brings blessings for generations to come.
The patriarchs of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Supreme Unity sect exchanged glances, each seeing shock and admiration in the other's eyes.
All hesitation vanished.
They bowed in unison. We shall obey Brother Lu's command.
A united city meant the 5 great sects would be bound together more closely than ever before. Shared benefits, shared risks.
Over time, a powerful alliance of the righteous path, with the Green Mountain sect as its implicit core, would become unbreakable. At this very moment, when the righteous path stood united and the demonic path fell silent.
Boom!
Above the heavens, the clouds that had merely radiated golden light suddenly churned violently. Myriad rays of light converged, slowly coalescing into rows of ancient, golden characters across the heavens. The characters were vigorous and ancient, carrying a colossal pressure that seemed to pierce through time and space, causing every present Huatian ancestor present to feel a pang of dread. I am the 9 Lives Cat Demon Emperor, possessing the cultivation of the 9th layer of the fusion realm. Here, I attempted to break through to the great perfection realm, but met an unfortunate demise, my Tao extinguished. All my lifetime's learning is stored within. Yet the great Tao is merciless, only those of great fortune and unwavering resolve may claim it. This inheritance may only be explored by cultivators below the golden core stage. Remember, greed will destroy both body and soul.
The inheritance shall open in 7 days.
These few lines contained earth-shattering information.
9 Lives Cat Demon Emperor. 9th layer of the fusion stage. Failed to break through to the great perfection realm. Every single person present held their breath in that instant.
Above the transformation stage lie the return to void, fusion, and great perfection realms. The legacy left by a demon emperor standing at the pinnacle of the fusion stage was worth 1,000 times more precious than they could have imagined. Yet immediately afterward, the expressions of all the Huatian stage elders turned peculiar.
Only cultivators below the golden core stage could enter?
They, ancient beings who had lived for millennia, had engaged in sharp-tongued debates and fierce intellectual battles here for so long, only to discover they weren't even qualified to enter?
For a moment, the atmosphere grew awkward. Ahem.
Headmaster Li was the first to break the silence.
It seems we old codgers are merely here to pave the way for the younger generation.
At these words, everyone smiled wryly.
A faint smile also appeared on Lu Qingxuan's face.
In that case, everyone, please return and prepare accordingly.
In 7 days' time, bring your most outstanding disciples here to compete. With that, Lu Qingxuan lingered no longer.
He swept his sleeves wide, transforming into a streak of azure light that shot straight toward the direction of the Green Mountain sect.
Farewell, Taoist Lu. Chapter 17, Showing You Mercy? What the hell are you, anyway?
Within the Green Mountain sect.
Unlike the usual tranquility, today the entire sect from outer door disciples to inner door elites was buzzing with excitement.
On the martial arts grounds and before the council hall, disciples gathered in small groups, animatedly discussing the same topic.
Did you hear?
Our patriarch has ascended to the 6th layer of the spirit transformation realm.
And that's not all.
Before the soul-severing mountains, that arrogant old demon from the blood demon sect was slain with a single finger strike by our patriarch. Not even his divine soul escaped. What a display of power. That's the kind of majesty our Qingxuan sect patriarch should have. We're all proud to be part of this.
Ha ha ha.
From now on, among the righteous sects of Liu province, only the Heavenly Sword sect can rival the prestige of our Green Mountain sect.
Amidst this fervent atmosphere, a discordant voice suddenly cut through the air.
Poof. Our patriarch may be formidable, but what does that have to do with us disciples? A young disciple clad in inner sect robes, his face tinged with arrogance, curled his lips in disdain.
Don't you realize how precious the 9 Lives Cat Demon Emperor's inheritance is?
Yet with a mere stroke of his pen, our Qingxuan sect only gets 20%, and we even gave 10% away to those wandering cultivators for free.
What is this? Turning our backs on our own?
The words hung heavy in the air, silencing the surrounding chatter.
Several disciples exchanged glances, their excitement cooling considerably.
They had been so caught up in their joy that they hadn't really thought about the distribution of benefits. Now that it was brought up, a hint of unease stirred in their hearts.
Yeah, 10%, it did sound a bit too little.
Seeing their reaction, the disciple grew even more animated, his voice rising slightly.
What do we toil and train for? Isn't it to strengthen the sect so we can gain more resources?
Yet the patriarch pushes away such immense benefits without a shred of consideration for us disciples' plight.
Consider your plight? What are you, anyway?
A cold voice cut through the crowd from behind, laced with undisguised scorn. Junior brother Lu, you're taking yourself far too seriously.
Since when does the patriarch's decision require your approval?
The crowd turned at the sound, seeing a youth with an upright bearing and a stern expression walking toward them. His gaze pierced like lightning, causing disciples to bow their heads in reverent salutation wherever he passed.
Greetings, senior brother Chen.
The newcomer was none other than Chen Ke, the current senior disciple of Qingxuan sect. The disciple addressed as Lu flushed alternately pale and crimson, stammering a defense. Senior brother Chen, I was merely stating the facts. I feel it's a shame for the sect and our fellow disciples.
A waste?
Chen Ke sneered coldly, coming to a halt before the crowd. In my view, the one with truly short-sighted vision, fixated only on petty gains, is you. He paused, his voice growing steady and powerful. You only see the portion of profit we've lost, but you fail to see what we've gained.
Do you know how the scattered cultivators across the entire Li province now regard our venerable ancestor? How they view our Qingxuan sect?
The crowd looked utterly bewildered. Chen Ke continued, they will say, the venerable ancestor Lu of Qingxuan sect cares for the world and possesses great virtue. They will say, Qingxuan sect acts with fairness and righteousness. That 10% of profit has earned us the unanimous praise in the hearts of hundreds of thousands of independent cultivators across the entire Li province.
Can you not see the value in that? Public sentiment. Can public sentiment be eaten? Can it be spent like spirit stones? Lu muttered under his breath, unconvinced. Yes, it can. Chen Ke declared the single word with unwavering certainty.
In 7 days, the inheritance will open, and we shall all enter. What lies within, none can say.
When danger strikes, when opportunities arise, how will an independent cultivator treat us? Will they draw their blades against us, or remember the ancestral favor and lend a hand, even step aside willingly?
This is the tangible benefit gained by winning hearts. Our ancestors' actions have sacrificed short-term gains we couldn't possibly consume to pave a smooth path for every disciple about to enter the inheritance. More than that, he has secured a century of prestige and fortune for our Green Mountain sect. Such far-reaching foresight is beyond the comprehension of fools like you, who only stare at the few pieces of meat in your bowl. Chen Ke's words resonated like the tolling of a great bell, each syllable striking deep within the hearts of the assembly. The disciples, who had been somewhat bewildered, now saw the light in their eyes as understanding dawned.
So that's it. Senior brother is absolutely right.
We were foolish to nearly misunderstand the ancestors' profound intent.
Indeed. What's a mere 10% gain? To earn the goodwill of so many cultivators, this bargain is worth every penny. The patriarch truly is the patriarch, his vision is far beyond ours. Junior brother Lu, why haven't you apologized to senior brother yet? And to all of us too. You nearly led us astray.
The group's criticism instantly shifted, all turning their accusations toward the disciple named Lu.
Flushed crimson with embarrassment, Lu bowed deeply to Chen Ke. Senior brother is absolutely right. This junior brother knows he was wrong.
Chen Ke did not look at him again, but instead surveyed the crowd solemnly. Our patriarch has paved the way for us, but ultimately, we must walk this path ourselves.
Enough idle chatter here. 7 days pass in the blink of an eye.
Return to your quarters and prepare diligently.
Do not tarnish the prestige of Qingxuan sect, nor betray the patriarch's earnest intentions.
Yes, we shall heed senior brother's guidance.
Within the grand hall, Su Qingyan glided into the hall in a simple, elegant gown, her footsteps light.
The air still carried a faint scent of sandalwood incense. Her gaze immediately fell upon Lu Qingxian, seated high above. However, the venerable elder, who usually either rested with eyes closed or held ancient scrolls, now appeared somewhat unusual. In his arms, he cradled a kitten as white as snow. The kitten was barely the size of a palm, its fur as smooth as the finest silk, without a single speck of color. Its eyes were a pure, deep blue, like 2 translucent gems. It lay lazily curled up in Lu Qingxuan's arms, occasionally twitching its ears, appearing both majestic and docile.
A flicker of surprise crossed Su Qingyan's mind. Her master had devoted himself to spiritual cultivation for years. When had he ever kept such a pet? Suppressing her curiosity, she stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Master, the succession slots have all been assigned.
The disciples are now filled with fighting spirit, deeply appreciating your painstaking efforts.
MHM.
Lu Qingxian responded indifferently, his slender fingers idly stroking the soft fur along the kitten's back. The kitten seemed to relish the attention, emitting soft purrs as the tip of its tail curled contentedly. The scene radiated an indescribable harmony and tranquility, causing Su Qingyan to unconsciously slow her speech as a faint smile touched her lips.
Master, is this your new spirit pet?
It is, quite uniquely adorable.
As a nascent soul cultivator, she instinctively split off a strand of divine sense to probe the creature's innate potential and bloodline, wondering what lineage could have earned the ancestor's favor. Yet the moment her divine sense touched the kitten's body, it felt like striking tempered steel. Golden core realm? A palm-sized kitten at the golden core stage? How could that be possible? Chapter 18, Master, it's so clever. Look, it knows to find the most comfortable spot.
Seemingly disturbed from its peaceful slumber by Su Qingyan's exclamation, the snow-white kitten stirred discontentedly.
It opened its sapphire blue eyes and shot her a glance before burrowing deeper into Lu Qingxuan's embrace.
Settling into a more comfortable position, it let out a dainty yawn, revealing several rice grain-sized sharp teeth. That glance held a hint of innocence within its clarity, yet to Su Qingyan, it sent a chill through her heart. Lu Qingxian observed her flustered state, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curving his lips.
The little one's just been born and is still a bit shy. Don't frighten it. Newborn. Newborn and already at the golden core realm? Then when it reaches adulthood, wouldn't it? Su Qingyan's breath caught in her throat. She wasn't some naive young cultivator.
Over 300 years as the head of a sect, she'd seen countless rare beasts and heavenly treasures. Yet the phrases newborn and golden core realm simply should not be connected, especially not in relation to a kitten that appeared harmless, even somewhat innocent and naive. Master, your divine fortune is truly boundless to have found such a miraculous being. Su Qingyan felt both curiosity and genuine joy for her master. This disciple is dull-witted and cannot discern its origins. What kind of spirit beast or rare species could possess such an extraordinary, heaven-defying talent? Lu Qingxian gently scratched its soft chin with his fingertip. The kitten rolled onto its back in pure bliss, exposing its pink belly. Do you know the 4 sacred beasts? The 4 sacred beasts. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. Weren't those just legends? They weren't mere totems preserved only in the most ancient, fragmented texts. They were the divine guardians who protected the 4 corners of the world in the primordial age. Scriptures record that upon reaching maturity, these sacred beasts attain longevity equal to heaven and earth. Their every movement carries the might of those who have transcended tribulation. With the slightest exertion, they can shatter the void and ascend to the higher realms. They were terrifying beings truly standing at the apex of the food chain, overlooking all living creatures. Since the end of the ancient era, when the path to immortality was severed, these mythical beings vanished without a trace. Not a single descendant or remnant of their bloodline has ever been heard of. All believed they had perished alongside that glorious era, lost forever in the river of history. Yet now, the master. Su Qingyan stared in shock at the snow-white kitten, currently rolling around and fawning defenselessly in her master's arms. Snow white. Entirely snow white, without a single speck of color. Those sapphire blue eyes shone like stars in the heavens. Master of the metal element, ruler of slaughter. A chilling thought surged uncontrollably through her mind. Master. Could this be the sacred beast, the white tiger? Even as the words left her lips, Su Qingyan found the notion absurd. The legendary white tiger, peerless in slaughter and revered throughout the cosmos, was now a palm-sized kitten purring for affection in her master's arms? The contrast was so jarring it sent waves of dizziness through her, a 9th-tier nascent soul sect master. I got lucky. I found it just now when I went out. Found it? Su Qingyan's lips twitched slightly. Though skeptical, she couldn't help but genuinely feel happy for her master. Congratulations, master. Heartfelt congratulations. She bowed deeply with genuine sincerity, her eyes and brows brimming with joy. With a sacred beast by your side, master, your future path to immortality will surely shine even brighter. Having successfully broken through to the 6th layer of the spirit transformation realm after a century of seclusion, master now gained the divine beast of power beyond compare, adding wings to a tiger. It seemed no one in the entire province could stand against my master now. Lu Qingxian watched her jubilant expression and felt his own mood lift. He patted the little creature's bottom, gesturing for it to roll over. This little thing has quite the temper, wild as can be. I've named it Bai Ling. Bai Ling? Su Qingyan murmured the name under her breath, her eyes brightening further. What a lovely name. It's full of spirit and feels so endearing. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Watching Bai Ling stretch lazily on Lu Qingxuan's lap, its snow-white fur, sapphire blue eyes, and delicate ears, each detail struck a chord deep within her heart. Even the usually aloof and distant fairy Lingyue now revealed a hint of fondness and longing in her eyes. What woman could resist such a divine, adorable, furry creature? Lu Qingxian took in her expression, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Like it? Su Qingyan's cheeks flushed slightly, but she nodded honestly. Come up and pet it. Lu Qingxian beckoned to her. Su Qingyan hurried forward and crouched down cautiously beside Lu Qingxian. Extending her delicate fingers with a reverence bordering on pilgrimage, she gently placed them on Bai Ling's back. The touch was warm, soft, and unbelievably smooth. Like the finest cloud-patterned brocade silk. Bai Ling sensed the unfamiliar presence and lazily opened its eyes. She glanced at Su Qingyan, then at Lu Qingxian. Seeing no objection from her master, she closed her eyes again, letting out a contented purr. She even nudged Su Qingyan's finger with her little head. It likes me. Su Qingyan reached out in delight, gently stroking Bai Ling's moist little nose. To her surprise, the little creature extended its pink tongue and gave her fingertip a gentle lick. The warm, soft sensation instantly washed over her, sending a flutter through Su Qingyan's heart. Her eyes and brows softened into an innocent smile. Lu Qingxuan watched her expression, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. He lifted Bai Ling from his lap and placed her directly into Su Qingyan's arms.
Since it likes you, let you hold it for a while. The moment Su Qingyan took Bai Ling, her entire body stiffened.
She cradled the snow-white little creature with utmost care, afraid the slightest pressure might hurt it. In its new embrace, Bai Ling rolled over, nestling into a comfortable position.
It even pressed its tiny paw against Su Qingyan's collar, purring contentedly. Master, it's so clever.
Look, it knows how to find the most comfortable spot. Before long, Lu Qingxuan noticed Chu Li standing by the entrance of the grand hall. She now wore a simple, pale blue gown that made her skin appear even more snow-white and her figure all the more graceful.
Lu Qingxuan glanced at Chu Li's uneasy expression and immediately understood her purpose.
He withdrew his gaze and addressed Su Qingyan. Bai Ling is still unfamiliar with this new world.
Take her downstairs first to acclimate.
You will personally oversee her daily needs, meals, rest, everything.
Yes, master.
Su Qingyan responded immediately, her heart swelling with even greater joy. For the master to entrust her with caring for the sacred beast, the white tiger, what immense trust this represented. Holding the soft, warm little creature, Su Qingyan felt her heart melt. Rising to her feet, her mind and eyes filled only with the white spirit in her arms and her master's entrustment, she left the grand hall. As for the enchanting demoness who had bewitched her master at the entrance, her master naturally possessed the power to subdue her.
Chapter 19, High-Grade Heavenly Rank. The Universal Union Canon. After Su Qingyan departed,
Chu Li did not bow at the foot of the steps like Su Qingyan had done. Instead, she walked straight up the platform. Her body softened and she settled naturally into Lu Qingxuan's embrace, her arms wrapping effortlessly around his neck. Her soft, fragrant body filled his embrace. Thank you, master, for your kindness. Chu Li's breath was sweet as orchids. Lear knows that without you, master, this opportunity to inherit the demon emperor's legacy would never have come to me. She understood perfectly well. Her cultivation was merely at the third layer of foundation establishment. Yet among the 100 disciples bound for the secret realm, the weakest possessed at least the 8th layer of foundation establishment, and the vast majority were elite practitioners at the 9th layer. Fighting opponents far above her level would be incredibly difficult. Without Lu Qingxuan's discreet intervention, how could Su Qingyan and the sect elders possibly agree to let a disciple of her inadequate strength occupy such a precious spot? It's merely a reward earned through your hard work.
Lu Qingxuan's tone was calm. Once inside, just observe and learn. Know your limits.
His words were spoken lightly, yet they warmed Chu Li's heart, immediately igniting a stubborn determination within her. She understood Lu Qingxuan was warning her not to push herself too hard. Survival came first. She also understood that opportunity often came hand in hand with danger. Though my senior brothers have all promised to protect me within the secret realm, Lear understands better than anyone that relying on others is no substitute for self-reliance. True strength lies within oneself. Chu Li lifted her head, meeting Lu Qingxuan's deep gaze. Her voice softened involuntarily, tinged with a hint of shy request.
With 7 days remaining, Lear wishes to strive once more. Master, might we continue our dual cultivation practice from last time?
As she spoke, a blush spread across Chu Li's cheeks. Her slender fingers traced teasing circles across his firm chest.
Quite the ambitious one.
Lu Qingxuan chuckled softly, admiring her ambition and clarity. He promptly drew a fragrant pouch from his sleeve.
Chu Li's movements halted abruptly, her circling fingers freezing mid-air.
Her delicate brows furrowed slightly.
This sachet wasn't Master Su Qingyan's.
As the Lingua fairy, Su Qingyan used incense crafted from ice heart snow lotus harvested in frigid lands, a scent as crisp and lofty as the frost, carrying an icy aura that kept others at bay. She had smelled it several times. It was definitely not this scent.
Then whose sachets were these? Could it be that there was another woman in the master's life?
A pang of sorrow pierced her heart, but within half a second, she understood.
Who was Lu Qingxuan?
A 6th-tier spirit transformation patriarch, a pillar of the cultivation world in Liu province. For such a towering figure standing amidst the clouds, having a few female companions by his side was perfectly natural.
The path of cultivation is long and lonely.
As the saying goes, wealth, companions, cultivation methods, and location. The word companions ranks second, its importance surpassed only by cultivation resources. Save for the rare ascetic who dedicates themselves wholly to the way, enduring boundless solitude, what powerful cultivator lacks 1 or 2 companions to support and comfort their spirit? To earn a place by his side was already a tremendous blessing. Realizing this, Chu Li's arms around Lu Qingxuan's neck not only didn't loosen but tightened even more. Lu Qingxuan naturally sensed the fleeting emotional ripple from the woman in his arms. But he wasn't some sycophant, not about to scramble for explanations or comfort over a woman's minor emotional shift. Lu Qingxuan calmly handed the sachets to Chu Li. This belongs to Hua Qianying, the patriarch of the Union sect.
Hua Qianying?
Chu Li's pupils suddenly contracted, her heart trembling violently. That name was legendary throughout Li Prefecture, especially among female cultivators. The Union sect, one of the most formidable demonic sects in Liu province, acted with utter freedom, straddling the line between righteousness and wickedness. Hua Qianying was the ruler of this vast sect, a peer of Lu Qingxuan, and peerless female cultivator who also stood at the Huatian realm. Rumors described her as possessing peerless beauty and innate allure, her secret techniques of union reaching heaven and earth. Countless lovers had graced her bedchamber. Among them were venerable old monsters at the Huatian stage and even supreme elders from other sects. Such a demoness, whose mere stamping of her foot could send tremors through the entire cultivation world of Lizi province. How did her personal sachets end up in Lu Qingxuan's possession? Could it be that between them? Lu Qingxuan flicked the pouch lightly with his finger. An arcane pink aura emerged from the pouch, swirling with countless tiny runes like fish swimming within it. A vast and pure surge of spiritual energy rippled outward. The pink spiritual energy contained within was so potent that Chu Li, merely a foundation establishment cultivator, felt her soul stir violently upon sensing even a trace of it, nearly succumbing to its allure. Sealed within this pouch lies a heaven-grade, high-tier dual cultivation technique called the Cosmic Union Canon. Heavenly. High-grade heavenly tier? Chu Li was utterly dumbfounded. As far as she knew, cultivation techniques were ranked from lowest to highest as yellow, mystic, earth, and heaven tiers, each tier further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. In Liu province, earth tier techniques were already treasured as sect-defining treasures, forbidden to practice except by sect masters or core disciples. As for heaven tier techniques, only the ancient patriarchs of the 8 great sects possessed them. And now, a high-grade heaven tier dual cultivation technique had appeared before her as casually as if it were nothing. After the initial shock, a thought flashed through Chu Li's mind. The Demon Emperor's inheritance, her own meager strength, the mysterious sachet, the top-tier heaven-tier dual cultivation technique. So that's how it was. Chu Li abruptly lifted her head, gazing at Lu Qingxuan with profound emotion. She understood everything now. Master was paving the way for her. He knew her cultivation was insufficient, even entering the secret realm would yield little progress. That's why he specially sought out this heaven-defying dual cultivation technique for her. With the Cosmic Union manual and bolstered by the Master's formidable 6th-layer spirit transformation cultivation, her strength would surely surge dramatically within just 7 days. By then, she would possess the genuine capital to vie for opportunity within the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Such profound foresight, such painstaking care. And here he had been brooding over a mere perfume pouch. How utterly short-sighted, how petty to judge a noble heart by his own base standards. Master, he never treated her as a mere plaything. He was genuinely nurturing her. A wave of overwhelming happiness and guilt washed over her, making her eyes redden slightly as her voice trembled with emotion. Master. Lear misunderstood you. Chu Li buried her face deep into Lu Qingxuan's chest. Lu Qingxuan felt the soft warmth shift in his embrace, raising his hand to stroke her dark hair. He knew exactly what Chu Li was thinking. Women, after all, were masters at manipulating themselves. Sometimes, you needn't lift a finger, they'll conjure up a heart-rending drama all on their own. But other times, even when you do everything, you end up being rejected by them. This time, though, she'd guessed half right. This universal union canon was indeed prepared for the Demon Emperor's succession. Only, it was not intended for her, Chu Li. Lu Qingxuan recalled the original storyline he had committed to memory. In the original storyline, this cultivation technique was meant to be the destiny of another chosen one. The sacred maiden of the Union sect, Yao Linger. A woman burdened by the 9 deadly veins yet blessed with extraordinary talent. She was Hua Qianying's most prized disciple and a pivotal figure in the harem of the protagonist, Yifan. According to the plot, after entering the Demon Emperor's inheritance, Yao Linger would be hunted down by her enemies. By a twist of fate, she would encounter Yifan. The two would fall into an enemy's trap and be drugged with lust potions. While the 9 absolute vein greatly enhances dual cultivation efficiency, it carries a fatal flaw: it recognizes only one person. The result was a dramatic surge in both their cultivation levels, leading to Yao Linger joining Yifan's harem. Not only that, but they turned misfortune into fortune, joining forces to subdue the most crucial opportunity within the Demon Emperor's legacy, the Yin-Yang divine fire. This was a heavenly fire possessing both creative and destructive power. Its utility in alchemy, artifact forging, and combat was immeasurable. Many of Yifan's later instances of defeating opponents of higher tiers relied heavily on the might of this extraordinary flame. Chapter 20, The Benevolent Ancestor? Rebirth from the Ashes. At this moment, Chu Li's heart held not a single stray thought. Lifting her tear-streaked, delicate face, her crimson lips parted. Lu Qingxuan waved his hand casually. An invisible barrier instantly enveloped the entire hall. Outside, clouds gathered and dispersed. Inside, time flowed on, creating a world unto itself. 7 days later. As the barrier enveloping the hall quietly dissipated, morning light streamed through the lattice windows, bathing the sweat-drenched jade-like form in a soft glow that refracted into scattered halos. Chu Li reclined against the high seat, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, tangled and scattered behind her. Every fiber of her being felt utterly drained, every inch of her skin radiating exhaustion.
Yet, upon her exquisitely beautiful face, an unprecedented glow of satisfaction and joy shone.
Looking inward, she saw the vortex of spiritual energy within her dantian had surged to the 8th layer of foundation establishment. From foundation establishment stage 3 to foundation establishment stage 8. In just 7 short days, she had leaped across 5 realms.
What a terrifying rate of advancement!
The first 3 days saw her advance nearly 1 layer per day, breaking through barriers with unstoppable momentum, immersing her in the immense thrill of her power surging rapidly. Only when challenging the 7th layer did the pace slightly slow, yet she still broke through successfully in just 2 days. If word of such cultivation speed were to spread, it would send the entire cultivation world of Liu province into a frenzy. And all of this stemmed from the man beside her. She turned her head, gazing at Su Qingyan with a dazed expression.
So this was the might of a transcendence ancestor.
Chu Li's heart swelled with reverence. Struggling to rise and pay her respects, her voice was soft and sweet from exhaustion.
My lord. Thank you for your divine guidance. It is only through your grace that Li's cultivation. No need to thank me. Su Qingyan lifted a cup of spiritual tea and took a light sip.
This is all your own hard-earned reward.
Ha?
Chu Li froze, then the double meaning of his words began to swirl in her mind. A wave of heat surged straight to the crown of her head, instantly making her cheeks, which had only just faded from their flush, burn fiercely, even her ears turning crimson. She buried her face in her arms, blushing deeply, yet her heart fluttered wildly with an unfamiliar sweetness.
Master, he can joke around too.
Su Qingyan set down his teacup, his voice returning to its usual calm.
The 7 days are up. Go wash up and prepare to depart. Don't keep your fellow disciples waiting. Yes, master.
Chu Li responded obediently, forcing her weary body to rise. She selected a moon-white gown, slipped it on, and glided gracefully out of the grand hall. As she stepped outside the hall doors, she immediately encountered Su Qingyan, who had been waiting there all along.
Su Qingyan still wore her cool, white robes, but the eyes that were usually calm and still couldn't help but ripple slightly the moment they met Chu Li's.
At that moment, Chu Li's face glowed like a peach blossom, her eyes and brows shimmering with a watery radiance. Though Su Qingyan was untouched by worldly affairs, she understood the true nature of these 7 days of seclusion. In truth, she had come here every day to wait. Each time she saw the tightly shut palace doors, her cheeks would flicker with a faint flush.
Master.
Su Qingyan composed herself and bowed respectfully toward the chamber.
Qingxuan's figure appeared at the doorway, his gaze settling upon her. Xinger, you will lead the expedition for the Demon Emperor's inheritance this time. This disciple understands. Su Qingyan nodded, then couldn't help but ask. Master, will you not be attending personally? The Demon Emperor's succession is no trivial matter. The patriarchs of every sect may well.
Such a momentous occasion demanded the presence of her master, the pillar of stability for the Green Mountain sect, to ensure everything proceeded smoothly. Su Qingyan merely smiled faintly.
I have more pressing matters requiring my personal attention. Su Qingyan offered no further explanation, and Su Qingyan wisely refrained from pressing the matter.
The master's actions always followed his own logic.
Yet confusion lingered in her heart. Across the entire Li province, what opportunity could possibly outweigh the Demon Emperor's inheritance, compelling the master to abandon his post at the sect headquarters and venture out personally?
Soul-severing mountains. In just 7 days, a magnificent city had risen here.
Cultivators and merchants thronged the streets, shoulder to shoulder, each face radiating a hint of excitement.
At the city gate, a brand new white jade stele stood tall and imposing. Carved upon it in elegant, flowing characters were 2 grand words Xiancheng.
What a noble gesture from Elder Lu.
Have you heard? The city's name honors the legacy of the Qingxuan patriarch.
And that's not all.
I heard that if it weren't for the Qingxuan patriarch's intervention, us wandering cultivators wouldn't even have a chance to enter the Demon Emperor's inheritance.
Absolutely. Qingxuan sect has even declared that all who enter Xianqing city shall be under their protection. Such magnanimity, such grandeur, truly a paragon of the righteous path.
Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a figure cloaked in a wide black robe and hooded cape moved slowly through the gate with the flow of people. Beneath the hood's shadow, a pair of eyes seemed to burn with cold, silent flames.
Benevolence? Yi Fan sneered inwardly. What a colossal joke. A hypocrite who could take a life in the blink of an eye, yet in the blink of an eye became the benevolent elder revered by all, protecting the land? His skill at disguise was truly masterful. Had he not been so fortunate, he would likely have become yet another shattered soul beneath that benevolent facade. At this thought, Yi Fan's mind drifted back to that life or death moment 7 days prior. The heavenly demon dissolution technique unleashed a blinding light, sacrificing his essence, blood, and soul to achieve extreme speed. Forcing its use twice in succession was like drinking poison to quench thirst. When he plunged headlong into a hidden demon beast laired deep within the soul-severing mountains, his last ounce of strength drained away. His meridians shattered inch by inch, the spiritual energy in his dantian dissipated completely. Years of arduous cultivation vanished into thin air within mere hours.
The utter weakness and despair, worse than that of a mere mortal, would have shattered the resolve of even the most steadfast cultivator. Just as he believed death was inevitable, he discovered a strange plant at the very depths of the cave. Entirely crimson, it resembled a phoenix risen from the dead, its roots quietly anchored in a cluster of flames radiating scorching heat. This is the phoenix lotus of rebirth. Heaven favors you. Quick, devour it. Yi Fan lacked the strength to pluck it. Instead, he mustered his last ounce of willpower and swallowed the entire phoenix lotus of rebirth, roots and all, into his stomach. The terrifying potency exploded within him instantly. The agony surpassed that of severed meridians. It felt as though his entire being had been hurled into a molten lava furnace. His internal organs, limbs, and every inch of flesh and blood seemed to be incinerated. The agony knocked him unconscious, only to rouse him again in the throes of excruciating pain. This cycle repeated itself, its duration lost to time. Just as he was about to be utterly shattered by this raging force, the remnant soul of the medicine sage forcibly channeled that power, reshaping his utterly ruined body. Destruction paved the way for rebirth, of phoenix rising from the ashes. When Yi Fan opened his eyes once more, his body had been completely renewed. His shattered meridians had been widened and reinforced several times over, becoming incredibly resilient. His once ordinary physical constitution had been forcibly refined into a crystalline spirit body by the overpowering potency of the Nirvana Phoenix Lotus. Not only had his cultivation fully recovered, but he had shattered his bottleneck in one fell swoop, advancing into the foundation establishment realm. The flame sustaining the Nirvana Phoenix Lotus, a peculiar phoenix-shaped blaze, was forcibly suppressed and refined by the medicine sage using his final reserves of soul power. It became the first beast flame within Yi Fan's dantian. It was precisely through this beast flame that he completely refined the vast residual medicinal properties of the Nirvana Phoenix Lotus. His cultivation soared from Foundation Establishment Layer 1, ultimately stabilizing at Foundation Establishment Layer 7. The cost was the complete exhaustion of the medicine saint's soul power, plunging him into a deep slumber. No matter how desperately Yi Fan called out, there was no response whatsoever from within the ring. Chapter 21, The Pretentious Monk. Master, wait for me. Yi Fan silently repeated the words in his heart, recalling what the medicine saint had said before falling into slumber. Young man, remember, this demon emperor's legacy belongs to the famed 9 Lives Cat demon emperor of ancient times. That demonic being once reached the 9th layer of the fusion realm, a peerless powerhouse whose cultivation was unfathomable. More terrifying still, it possessed a yin-yang divine flame that could reverse life and death, its mysteries boundless. It was both an unparalleled flame for cultivation and a conflagration capable of scorching the heavens and destroying the world. Back then, its ambition knew no bounds. It sought to lead the demonic hordes in an assault on Central Plains, only to provoke the united suppression of the 8 great clans of Central Plains. That battle shook the heavens and split the earth. The 8 clans slew it 8 times, yet it still escaped using its 9th life, hiding here to prolong its wretched existence. Your burning heaven technique is already a supreme art that commands all fires under heaven. If you seize this chance to harness that yin-yang strange fire, not only will your power surge dramatically, but its life and death energy could aid my shattered soul in recovery, rousing me from my slumber. Awaken the master. This is the most crucial matter now. Yi Fan lifted his head, gazing toward the liveliest area in the city center. There, spiritual energy fluctuations surged most violently, accompanied by faint clashes of metal. It was the martial arts arena established by the 5 great sects for independent cultivators. The Demon Emperor's inheritance site was limited in space and fraught with danger. The 5 great sects had organized this grand competition, promising that the top 100 independent cultivators would be permitted to enter alongside them. Yi Fan stepped forward, pushing against the flow of people toward the clamorous area. Before long, a vast plaza constructed from massive stones came into view. 10 bluestone platforms stood side by side on the plaza, each surrounded by crowds of cultivators. At the edge of the plaza, behind a long table, several disciples clad in the robes of the 5 great sects lazily handled the registration process. Name, origin, cultivation level. A disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect asked without lifting his head. Wang Air, independent cultivator, Foundation Establishment 5th layer. A burly man with a face full of fleshy rolls excitedly declared his name. 5th layer of Foundation Establishment? You dare come here to make a spectacle of yourself? Looking for death? The disciple snorted derisively but still tossed a wooden token across the table. Next. Soon, it was Yi Fan's turn. Name, origin, cultivation level. Yi Fan croaked hoarsely, his voice barely audible. Xiao Fan. Independent cultivator. Foundation Establishment 7th layer. Humph, another one hiding his true identity. The disciple glanced at Yi Fan's black cloak with a sneer. What? Afraid to show your face? You wandering cultivators always hide behind your black robes, it's so cliché. Yi Fan ignored the provocation. Finding Yi Fan's silence uninteresting, the disciple curled his lip in boredom. Ring 2, 3rd contestant. Yi Fan promptly walked to Arena 2, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings at all times. That old rogue, Lu Liuxiu, wondered if he'd left any hidden tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, at the Union sect,
Year-round, an enchanting pink miasma shrouded the place.
Within the mountain gates, jade-like towers and painted beams adorned the palatial halls, exuding an air of opulence and allure everywhere. A faint, decadent melody drifted through the air, stirring the soul and stirring the blood. This was a demonic sect that defied all morals, yet it was also a paradise of ultimate bliss that many dreamed of. Suddenly, a streak of azure sword light hovered above the gates of the Union sect. The figure instantly captured the attention of countless disciples below.
Look! Who is that?
How dare they fly a sword above our sect's gates? A newly initiated junior sister with twin pigtails tilted her head upward, her face brimming with astonishment. Beside her, a senior sister with a voluptuous figure and a naturally seductive glint in her eyes leaned lazily against a corridor pillar. She covered her red lips with a yawn, glancing up at the figure in the sky. Her eyes held no hostility, but instead a hint of amused curiosity.
TSK, such a fuss.
Judging by that outfit and that phony, stuffy air, it's probably another one of those righteous sect elders. Judging by his appearance, he seems to be the venerable ancestor Su Qingyan of the Green Mountain sect.
An elder from Green Mountain sect?
The youngest junior sister covered her mouth, even more shocked.
Him, what's he doing here? Could he be here to subdue demons and exorcise evil spirits? Exorcise demons?
The enchanting senior sister giggled so hard she shook like a willow in the wind, drawing the staring gazes of many male disciples nearby.
My silly little sister, do you think the righteous pillars of our Hahuan sect are scarce?
It's just that most of them sneak in through the back mountain under cover of darkness, afraid of being seen and ruining their lifelong reputations. Another senior sister nearby, who had been pruning flower branches, paused her work and looked over with keen interest. This elder Lu is quite the character. To dare pay respects to the mountain in broad daylight, that kind of audacity truly outshines those hypocrites. I've seen plenty with guts. The first to speak, the enchanting senior sister, tapped her crimson lips with a fingernail painted in vermilion, lowering her voice to speak in a mysterious tone. Last time, I personally saw the ancestor of Wangu Temple outside the old ancestors' chambers.
What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the eavesdropping disciples nearby. Wangu Temple? But that's a monastery for monks, isn't it? The ancestor of transcendence? Rumor has it his Buddhist arts are profound. He's long attained an indestructible body and purified senses. How could he possibly? Good heavens! Even monks are coming? Doesn't he fear breaking his monastic vows and destroying 1,000 years of arduous cultivation? Seeing the stunned expressions, the enchanting senior sister lifted her chin smugly and sneered. Who knows if he's just a gluttonous monk? But then again, this only proves how profoundly mysterious and irresistibly alluring our patriarch's dual cultivation technique truly is. Whether you're an enlightened monk or a righteous patriarch, before our patriarch, you'll have to set aside your pride. Her words left the crowd both stunned and bewildered. Just as murmurs filled the air, a sudden burst of silver bell laughter drifted from the void. Like a spring breeze caressing their faces, it instantly drowned out all the clamor. Giggle, giggle, giggle. What fragrant breeze could have blown such a distinguished guest as Lu Daoyu to our humble Hahuan sect? Before the words faded, fragrant breezes filled the air, and countless pink peach blossoms materialized, dancing gracefully. Amidst this shower of blossoms, a breathtakingly beautiful figure slowly coalesced into form, appearing before Su Qingyan. Hua Qianying gazed at Su Qingyan with a radiant smile, her manner warm and intimate, as if welcoming a long-lost friend. She seemed to have completely forgotten that the life-bound perfume pouch, forged through the exchange of their very lives, had been snatched away by this very man not long ago. The disciples gathered at the mountain gate bowed deeply in unison upon seeing the patriarch, holding their breath in reverence. Su Qingyan stood atop his sword, his white robes fluttering slightly in the wind. Facing Hua Qianying's captivating, enchanting beauty, his gaze remained as calm and indifferent as water. Here, take back your pouch. Chapter 22, Who knew Brother Lu was such a sentimental soul? Hua Qianying's smile deepened as she glided forward a step, her form swaying with each breath that carried the scent of orchids. If you truly cherish it, Lu, I'd be happy to give it to you. Consider it a token of my affection. Su Qingyan remained expressionless, about to tuck the exquisite sachets away. Ah! Hua Qianying let out a coquettish cry, drawing closer as her slender jade-like fingers lightly pressed against Su Qingxuan's hand. Su Qingyan, really? Can't you tell I'm speaking in jest? Her unique fragrance mingled with the scent of peach blossoms drifted into his nostrils as she drew exceedingly close. Still, I must thank you for taking the trouble to return it. Su Qingxuan's wrist jerked violently. Hua Qianying felt a powerful force surge toward her, causing her to grunt softly. She had no choice but to release her grip and stumble backward before regaining her balance. Pressing her numb wrist, the smile on her face stiffened slightly. I can return the sachets to you. Su Qingyan withdrew his hand, his expression still cold. But I have one condition. Hua Qianying's brows furrowed briefly, the fleeting stiffness instantly replaced by an even more alluring smile. She pressed her hand to her chest, looking startled. Lu Daoyu, why must you do this? Negotiating terms between us only strains our friendship. Besides, how can this humble maiden be certain you aren't merely speaking off the cuff, deceiving me? Deceive you? Su Qingyan chuckled. If Ghost Slayer and Blood Elder learned that the very thing they've been desperately seeking lies in your hands, and then both emerged from seclusion, do you think your Union of Bliss sect could remain as peaceful as it is now? Ghost Slayer. Blood Elder. Su Qingyan. Hua Qianying's voice instantly turned icy, all traces of coquetry vanished. What exactly are you trying to say? Su Qingyan didn't look at her. Instead, he pointed at the disciples of the Union sect below and asked calmly. This matter concerns the very survival of your Hahuan sect. Are you certain you want me to reveal it here, in front of all your disciples and followers? Hua Qianying's chest heaved violently as she stared intently at Su Qingyan for a long moment. Then she turned, transforming into a streak of pink light as she shot toward the grand hall deep within the sect's grounds. Follow me. Su Qingyan followed on his sword. One ahead, one behind, they landed before the core main hall of the Union sect in an instant. With a flick of Hua Qianying's slender hand, a pink light barrier shot skyward, enveloping the entire hall and sealing off all sound and prying eyes. Only after completing this did she abruptly turn. Now you can speak, can't you? What exactly do you want, Taoist Lu, after all this scheming? Su Qingyan, however, merely stared back at her in silence. Just as Hua Qianying was about to lose patience, he flicked his wrist. The life-bound sachet she had believed would be her most crucial bargaining chip flew toward her. Hua Qianying instinctively reached out to catch it. The moment it touched her skin, that familiar sensation linked to her very soul washed over her, leaving her utterly stunned. He just gave it back to her like that? Then what about all those words he had just spoken, that imposing demeanor he had displayed? What was it all for? For a moment, the mind of this master of the Hahuan sect who had dominated the demonic path for 1,000 years, manipulating hearts and minds with effortless ease, went completely blank. The pouch? Merely an appetizer. What truly piques my curiosity is this: if Ghost Slayer and the Blood Elder were to learn that the flaw in their joint cultivation technique wasn't inherent to the art itself, but rather that you secretly concealed the most crucial volume, the Universal Union Manual. Would you remain so calm then? The Universal Union Manual. The color drained from Hua Qianying's face in an instant. This matter no one else could possibly know. How did he know? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. After all, Hua Qianying was the sect master who had dominated the demonic path for 1,000 years. Despite the violent shock to her spirit, she managed to forcibly calm her surging blood within a single breath. She drew a deep breath, masking the panic beneath a perfect veneer. Lu Daoyu, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word, she forced a smile. What Universal Union Canon? I've never heard of such a thing. We have no grudge between us. Why would you fabricate such lies to tarnish my reputation? Su Qingyan watched her clumsy performance and smiled faintly. There's no need to deny it so hastily. It won't be long anyway. When the moon is full, their cultivation techniques will backfire, and they'll naturally come looking for you. That I can stand here today, calmly listening to your evasions. Do you think they would? Hua Qianying's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Ghost Slayer's 10,000 ghosts devouring the heart, Blood Sea Patriarch's blood river surging heavenward. These two ancient fiends possessed none of the patience displayed by the man before her. Once they realized they'd been deceived, they wouldn't grant her any chance to explain. They'd simply use the most brutal methods to erase the entire Hahuan sect along with her from existence. What do you want? Techniques? Spiritual treasures? Or my Hahuan sect's secret treasury? Whatever I can give, as long as you keep this matter confidential, you take it all. At this point, she was a lamb led to slaughter, with no room left for bargaining. Su Qingyan watched her in this state, his gaze still utterly unruffled. Your disciple, Yao Linger. Yao Linger? Hua Qianying froze, utterly unprepared for this answer. The image of Yao Linger's face, pure yet carrying a hint of innate allure, flashed through her mind. Instantly, an absurd thought surged within her. She scrutinized Su Qingyan from head to toe, as if seeing this man for the very first time. So, that's how it was. She had actually believed Su Qingyan to be some pure-hearted pillar of righteousness, untouched by worldly desires, immune to the allure of beauty. After all this time, after all these twists and turns, his ultimate goal was nothing more than the primal instincts of hunger and lust. Realizing this, the heavy weight in Hua Qianying's heart suddenly lifted. It wasn't fear of his desires that troubled her, but rather the dread of his utter lack of them. As long as he desired something, everything could be negotiated. Compared to her own life and death, what did a disciple matter? Especially Yao Linger, though one of her most outstanding disciples, she was ultimately nothing more than a tool. Exchanging a tool for the survival of the entire sect and her own life, this bargain was incredibly advantageous. A bone-chillingly seductive smile blossomed anew on Hua Qianying's face, even more fervent and sincere than before. I thought it must be some earth-shattering matter. Who knew you were such a man of passion, Lu Daoyu? Why didn't you just say so? No need to beat around the bush with this servant. That girl Linger, it's her good fortune to have earned your favor. These words came from her heart. In her eyes, a man like Su Qingyan, whether in power, looks, or cunning, was far beyond any ordinary mortal. If Yao Linger could follow him, it wouldn't be a disgrace. Not at all, not at all.
Hua Qianying narrowed her eyes seductively, casting a flirtatious glance at Lu Qingxuan. Please wait a moment, Taoist friend. I shall have her come at once. With that, she flicked her fingertip and a thread of divine consciousness pierced through the hall's restrictions, transmitting outward. Having done this, Hua Qianying still couldn't suppress her curiosity. She glided closer to Lu Qingxuan, her breath fragrant as orchids. Lu Daoyu, this one has a question. The secrets of the Universal Union Manual are the untold mysteries of our Union sect. I alone possess this knowledge. Hua Qianying's gaze locked onto Lu Qingxuan's eyes, searching for clues. How did you learn of it? She paused, her voice dropping lower, tinged with a hint of probing. Besides this matter, what else do you know? Chapter 23, Spirit Tier Cultivation Technique. The Mixed Primordial Mystic Heaven Sutra. How did I know? Of course, from Burning Heaven 10,000 Realms. In the original timeline of that book, Hua Qianying's actions today were precisely the spark that ignited the Great War between Heaven and Demon in Volume 2. After practicing a flawed cultivation technique together, Ghost Slayer and Blood Sea Ancestor forcibly broke through to the 8th layer of the Spirit Transformation Realm. However, they left behind a fatal consequence when the technique backfired. They could only prolong their existence by using the essence, blood, and souls of countless cultivators as medicinal catalysts. To survive, the two ancient demons unleashed a bloodbath across the entire Li province, igniting a full-scale war between the righteous and demonic factions. Yi Fan, having narrowly obtained the Yin-Yang Divine Fire in Volume 1, Demon Emperor's Legacy, and ascended to the Golden Core stage, found himself thriving amidst this chaos. Seizing the opportunity, he ultimately stole the cultivation technique that Ghost Slayer and Blood Elder had jointly practiced. That technique bore the name, the Supreme Mystic Heaven Sutra, a genuine spirit tier cultivation method. In this lower realm, heaven-grade cultivation techniques were already as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, worthy of being treasured as sect-guarding treasures. As for spirit-grade techniques, across the entire world, only the 8 supreme clans of Central Continent and a handful of ancient Grand Perfection stage-old monsters might possess them. It was precisely through this technique and the resources plundered during the Great Battle that Yi Fan shattered the shackles of the Huatian realm, embarking on his journey to Central Continent. Lu Qingxuan naturally kept all this from Hua Qianying. He gazed at the terrified leader of the Union sect before him and spoke slowly. Many years ago, before the three of you became the rulers you are today, you ventured out together for training. By chance, you stumbled upon a place of inheritance left behind by ancient cultivators. Boom! The very first sentence sent Hua Qianying's eyes darting toward Lu Qingxuan in instant terror. This matter. How could he know? Lu Qingxuan paid no heed to her loss of composure and continued speaking as if nothing had happened. That inheritance barrier is far too powerful. With just the three of you, you couldn't possibly penetrate its depths. Yet on the periphery, you stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. A spirit tier cultivation technique, correct? Hua Qianying's hands began to tremble slightly, almost unconsciously. You realized that cultivation technique's value far exceeded expectations, so you wanted to hide it and use it yourself. But Ghost Slayer saw it, forcing you to share it. Yet when you handed it over, you secretly concealed the Universal Union Classic. Then you all conspired to cover it up, erasing every trace. Lu Qingxuan's tone remained unruffled. And the true core essence of that cultivation technique, the Universal Union Canon, was hidden away by you, secretly cultivated. Lu Qingxuan finished speaking and fell silent, merely gazing at her intently. A deathly silence hung within the grand hall. You? Hua Qianying's voice cracked. Who, exactly are you? Such detailed knowledge could not be obtained through ordinary investigative or deductive methods. Moreover, Lu Qingxuan's recent behavior had indeed changed from before. Not only had his cultivation surged dramatically, but his demeanor had grown ruthlessly decisive, a stark contrast to the perpetually good-natured Lu Qingxuan she once knew. There was only one possible explanation: the man before her was not the Lu Qingxuan she knew. Could it be that he had been possessed by some ancient monster who had survived the ages? Or perhaps he was the reincarnation of some great being? Countless absurd thoughts sent shivers down her spine. Lu Qingxuan merely picked up the teacup from the table and blew gently on the steam. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm also curious about that spirit tier cultivation technique. To be honest, Lu Daoyu, that cultivation technique, this servant did indeed keep the complete version. Hua Qianying admitted frankly at this point, concealment served no purpose. But... She paused, her expression darkening. Perhaps it is my own dullness, but that cultivation technique is profound beyond measure. I have pondered it for centuries, yet beyond that treatise on cosmic union, the rest remains as incomprehensible as heavenly scriptures. If you do not mind, I would be honored to present you with a copy of the technique. These words came from her heart. First, it was an overture of goodwill toward Lu Qingxuan. Second, it was a desperate hope for a sliver of chance. Perhaps Lu Qingxuan could discern some subtlety she herself had missed. If he could offer guidance in the future, it would be an immense stroke of luck. To her surprise, Lu Qingxuan merely chuckled softly upon hearing this. Heavenly script? He shook his head, a hint of pity flickering in his eyes. Of course you wouldn't understand.
Hua Qianying froze. Do you think you're the only one holding something back?
Those two old fiends, Ghost Slayer and Blood Sea, have lived nearly 1,000 years.
Their schemes are as intricate as a beehive. You withheld the core principles of the Universal Union canon. How could they possibly be unprepared? The cultivation techniques you gave them were tampered with.
Likewise, when they handed you the manuscript copies, they too had been altered.
Boom! It felt like a bolt of thunder had exploded in her mind. Hua Qianying froze completely. So that's how it was. She had always believed it was her own lack of innate talent and poor comprehension that prevented her from grasping the profound mysteries of that divine spirit tier cultivation technique. Countless times she had grieved in secret over this, her devotion to the way nearly tarnished by doubt. Only to discover in the end that she'd been kept in the dark for centuries, like some naive little fool. No wonder her cultivation of the main technique felt so sluggish, her spiritual energy flowing like it was stuck in quicksand. Yet when practicing the Universal Union Classic, it flowed effortlessly, progressing by leaps and bounds. Ghost Slayer. Blood Sea.
An uncontrollable rage surged from her core, shooting straight to the crown of her head. Hua Qianying's stunningly beautiful face was now twisted with fury, every trace of her usual allure vanished.
You two old traitors!
The furious curse burst forth uncontrollably, casting aside all traces of the Hahuan sect master's dignified demeanor.
Her chest heaved violently with rage.
Centuries of confusion and self-doubt crystallized in that moment into a torrent of hatred toward those two ancient fiends. After venting, Hua Qianying slumped back down, her expression despondent. She looked at Lu Qingxuan, her face filled with regret.
In that case, it seems I have disappointed you, fellow Taoist. This incomplete cultivation technique. I fear it will be of little help to you.
No, Lu Qingxuan shook his head.
You can help me. Hua Qianying perked up. Please tell me, fellow Taoist.
Whatever I can do, I shall do it, even if it costs me my life. I need to know where those two are currently practicing together in seclusion. Hua Qianying stared at Lu Qingxuan in disbelief, as if looking at a madman.
Lu doubt you, what do you mean?
Both of them are now at the 7th layer of the Huatian realm. After combining their cultivation techniques, their strength has become unfathomable. You're only at the 6th layer.
Going to find them now is no different from courting death. She simply couldn't comprehend it.
Even for the sake of a complete spirit tier cultivation technique, such recklessness was unthinkable.
Lu Qingxuan offered no explanation. Suicide? Of course he wasn't going to throw his life away.
The original text of Burning Heaven 10,000 Realms depicted the fates of Ghost Slayer and Blood Elder Ancestor with crystal clarity. Yi Fan seized the moment when their cultivation techniques backfired, annihilating them both. Not only did he seize the primordial mystic Heaven Sutra, but he also discovered an unassuming item within their storage rings. It was an ancient bronze key. One of the 3 keys required to unlock that ancestral cave dwelling. It belonged to an ancient titan who had come within a hair's breadth of ascending through the tribulation, only to ultimately perish beneath the heavenly calamity.
Yi Changshan.
The value of his legacy, how could it possibly be compared to a mere spirit-grade artifact?
The fragmentary cultivation technique, he must have it. That key, he wanted it even more.
Chapter 24, his character leaves something to be desired, but those legs are impressive.
Yi Changsheng.
Should this name reach Central Plains, it would send shockwaves through the sacred lands and 8 great clans whose lineages span 10,000 years. In the late ancient era, he was the last recorded human titan who came closest to Ascension. Legend held he had triggered the Ascension tribulation, yet for reasons unknown, he ultimately perished, his path extinguished, becoming one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in the cultivation world for 10,000 years. Yet who could have imagined that this Yi Changsheng, whose very presence once dominated an era, was none other than the ancestor of the Yi family of Lizhoa lineage Lu Qingxuan had personally annihilated not long ago.
How ironic.
Back in the day, the Yi family had been one of the 8 great families dominating Central Plains. Yet, because Yi Changsheng failed his tribulation, the once mighty clan collapsed like a towering edifice, plummeting from grace. After 10,000 years of erosion, they had ultimately fallen to the remote Li province, becoming a first-rate family that even spirit transformation cultivators looked up to.
Lu Qingxuan's gaze grew deeper.
In the original text, Yi Changsheng had secured more than one escape route for himself. He concealed his lifetime's inheritance and treasures, using 3 bronze keys as tokens.
One remained in the ancestral lands of the Yi family. Another was entrusted to the Lu family, once the Yi family's closest ally. This explained why the Lu family would spare no expense in sending Lu Mengyao to infiltrate the minor Yi family in Lizi Prefecture. Their scheme targeted the key hidden in the Yi family ancestral lands. Unfortunately, she failed to find it after a long search. Ultimately, she reluctantly returned to the Lu family in Central Province to prepare for her coming-of-age ceremony. The third and final key, however, was concealed within the legacy itself, awaiting its destined bearer. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of those 2 ancient fiends, Ghost Slayer and Blood Sea.
Thus, his visit today was merely a side mission. The demonic spirit and spirit tier cultivation techniques were incidental. His primary objective was to seize the key from Ghost Slayer.
Yi Changxing's inheritance was the true objective of his journey. Gazing into Lu Qingxuan's impassive eyes, Hua Qianying snapped out of her initial shock. A deep bitterness and helplessness spread across her face. Lu Daoyu, it's not that I refuse to tell you, but truly, those two old fiends are inherently suspicious, cunning as foxes. The place where they seclude themselves for joint cultivation is the most sacred forbidden zone within their sect. Beyond the two of them, no one knows its location, and no one dares to approach it. She shook her head, her apology deepening. Each time they seclude themselves, they cast an impenetrable net, severing all connection to the outside world. Unless they emerge themselves, even a peak nascent soul cultivator couldn't hope to pinpoint their exact location. I truly have no power to help. It matters not. Lu Qingxian had only asked casually, hoping to get lucky. Since he couldn't get an answer, he'd simply wait for them to come out on their own. It would save the trouble. Once they emerged, a single palm strike would suffice to end them. Just as Hua Qianying was about to say something else, her expression suddenly shifted. Her exquisite eyes turned toward the tightly closed palace doors. Linger has arrived. Before her words had fully faded, her delicate hand swept through the air. A streak of luminous light flashed, and the temple doors slid silently apart. Outside, a graceful figure stood poised. Lu Qingxian lifted his gaze. At that single glance, even with his composure, his breath caught for a moment. The doors swung wide, flooding the chamber with light that traced an exquisitely graceful silhouette. The figure wore a peach-pink gauze gown, its white hem rippling gently with each light step, like the softest peach blossom clouds of March. The fabric was exceedingly sheer, yet strategically layered with embroidered patterns at crucial points, hinting at breathtaking curves that stirred the imagination. Tall and slender, her figure was perfectly proportioned, not an ounce too much, not an ounce too little. Yet what truly captivated the heart was her face. A classic oval face, skin as white as snow, delicate enough to break with a touch. Her slightly upturned fox-like eyes held an exceptionally rare pale violet iris. As her gaze shifted, it seemed to carry an innate allure. Beneath the outer corner of her right eye, a perfectly placed tear mole served as the finishing touch, adding a hint of vulnerable fragility to her ultimate allure. It stirred a desire to both conquer and cherish her. She was Yao Linger. The current sacred maiden of the Union sect, hailed as the peerless enchantress, a true gem amidst a sea of flowers. Tingling, tingling. A crisp, melodious chime accompanied her footsteps, emanating from the delicate crimson gold anklets adorning her exposed snow-white ankles. The sound was faint, yet it seemed to strike directly at the heart, causing one's spirit to sway and blood to surge. But upon witnessing this, Hua Qianying sensed something terribly amiss. Linger, that child, had always relied on her innate allure in the simplified version of the unique heart insight from the Universal Union Manual to triumph in every encounter. She had long cultivated the habit of striking first to seize the initiative. Little did she know that seated within the hall today was a terrifying god of slaughter. Yao Linger glided gracefully into the hall. Her gaze immediately fell upon her master, Hua Qianying, whose complexion was off, and the indifferent expression of the unfamiliar man. A man? Could this be her master's new lover? But even if other Huatian realm elders came seeking pleasure, they'd never been seen in the main hall before? Could this be master's new game? Master! Yao Linger first curtsied obediently to Hua Qianying, her voice soft and honeyed, sweet enough to cloy. Only then did she turn those soul-stealing fox eyes toward Lu Qingxian. She didn't speak immediately, merely tilting her head. Her long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, her gaze holding 3 parts curiosity, 3 parts scrutiny, and 4 parts of a young girl's innocent charm that slipped out unintentionally. This was her most masterful pose. A blend of innocence and allure potent enough to melt the hardest of hearts. Her crimson lips parted, her voice now tinged with even more allure. This elder looks unfamiliar to me. May I ask why you seek Linger? Should Linger have failed to extend proper hospitality, I humbly request your kind indulgence. As she spoke, she imperceptibly activated her 9 yin veins. Instantly, the air within the grand hall thickened with an almost tangible sensuality. A faint, elusive fragrance began to waft through the space, seeping effortlessly into one's very bones, stirring the most primal desires deep within. This was her innate divine ability, seamlessly integrated with her cultivation techniques, rendering her invincible in any situation. For ordinary cultivators, a single glance or word from her was enough to shatter their resolve, leaving them utterly at her mercy. Yet, she had miscalculated. Lu Qingxian had long seen through every layer of her disguise. How could this be? Yao Linger stared at Lu Qingxian in utter shock. You are Yao Linger? Lu Qingxian finally spoke, his voice flat. Yes, it is this servant. Yao Linger answered instinctively, her unease growing more intense. Lu Qingxuan's gaze slowly drifted from her face down to her legs as he remarked indifferently. 9 yin absolute vein. A once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Union of Bliss sect. Her character leaves something to be desired, but those legs are quite impressive. Chapter 25, are her legs the only beautiful part? Linger is a treasure trove from head to toe. Nice legs? Yao Linger paused for a moment, then her fox-like eyes curved into crescent moons. Far from showing any embarrassment or annoyance, her smile only deepened.
Leaning forward slightly, her already breathtaking curves became even more pronounced as her voice dripped with irresistible charm.
You have excellent taste, senior. But are my legs the only beautiful part? Every inch of Linger's body is a treasure.
Yao Linger smiled charmingly, her jade-like finger lightly tapping her full red lips. Every movement was honed to perfection, enough to send 99% of men in the world into a daze. This was her confidence, and her weapon. In her eyes, men were all the same, differing only in their level of self-control. The man before her was unfathomable, yet as long as he was male, he must have a weakness. Yet Su Qingyan shifted his gaze to Hua Qianying beside her. Your disciple is quite clever, but a bit too bold.
Boom! Hua Qianying instantly grasped Lu Qingxuan's meaning.
A mere foundation establishment 9th layer junior dared to repeatedly flaunt her laughable seduction techniques before a great cultivator at the transformation of spirit stage. This wasn't just audacious, it was sheer ignorance of her own mortality. Had this been any slightly hot-tempered or malevolent old demon, Linger's soul would likely have been obliterated by now, leaving only an intact furnace vessel to be packed away and carried off.
Lu Daoyu, please calm your anger.
It is this junior's failure to guide her properly. Linger is young and ignorant, having offended the venerable ancestor's majesty. I beg the venerable ancestor to spare her life, considering she still has some use.
Ancestor? The seductive smile on Yao Linger's face froze instantly. For her master to lose his composure like this could not be just any ordinary Huatian ancestor. After all, though Hua Qianying's power wasn't formidable, she had no shortage of old friends. Otherwise, the Hahuan sect, this prime target, wouldn't have survived this long.
It would have been torn apart by the various sects long ago.
Linger, what are you standing there for?
Seeing her frozen in place, Hua Qianying snapped sharply, this is the patriarch of the Green Mountain sect, the venerable Su Qingyan.
Kneel at once and apologize to the patriarch. Su Qingyan. It was him. Yao Linger's pupils suddenly contracted. She'd heard far too many terrifying rumors about this Qingxian patriarch lately.
Legend had it that a mere century ago, he was only at the first layer of the transformation of spirit realm. After 100 years of seclusion, he emerged with the transcendent cultivation of the 6th layer of the transformation of spirit realm. Such progress was utterly unfathomable, nothing short of a miracle. It was said his nature had changed drastically, he had become ruthless and decisive in battle, treating human lives as worthless as grass. The Yi clan, with its heritage spanning thousands of years, was razed to the ground overnight by him, leaving not a soul or a dog alive. Rumor has it that not long ago, the Blood River old demon of the infamous Blood Demon sect was reduced to dust with a single palm strike. Yao Linger felt her legs go weak beneath her. Cold sweat instantly soaked through her sheer gown, clinging tightly to her skin. Disciple Yao Linger did not know the venerable Qingxian ancestor had arrived. My offense is deserving of death 1,000 times over. She suppressed every trace of her petty thoughts and all her fear, bowing respectfully with her hands pressed together. Her knees touched the ground, her forehead pressed tightly against the cold floor, her posture humbled to the extreme.
Please, ancestor. Punish me.
Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to correct them, that is not beyond redemption.
Lu Qingxuan's voice was not loud, yet both the prostrate Yao Linger and Hua Qianying standing by her side breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief. Rise. Lu Qingxuan's tone remained unruffled. My visit to the Union sect was for you all along. What? Yao Linger looked up in disbelief. For me? He actually put it so bluntly?
In her past experience, even when righteous elders were determined to obtain something or someone, they would always find some noble-sounding pretext, whether through threats or enticements, never approaching matters as bluntly as Su Qingyan. This candor left her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that fleeting bewilderment dissolved into understanding. Her gaze shifted imperceptibly to her master, Hua Qianying, who stood beside her, visibly relieved. So that was it. Everything had been decided before she was even summoned to this grand hall. Master, you sold me out. A wave of sorrow welled up in her heart, only to be forcibly suppressed in an instant. Sorrow? Resentment? Such emotions were too extravagant for her, utterly useless. From the day she awakened the Nine in absolute vein, from the moment she was designated the sacred maiden of the Union sect, she understood she was no longer herself. She was the sect's most precious jewel, its most vital bargaining chip. She had enjoyed the sect's unstinting resources for her cultivation, basked in the reverence and envy of countless disciples. Therefore, when the sect demanded a price from her, she had no right to utter a single word of refusal. This was fate, and it was a bargain. The sacred maiden of the Union sect was never meant for romance, she was meant for investment. The previous holy maiden, possessing a unique constitution, had been sent by the sect to serve under a notoriously vicious old demon cultivator. The fate of that senior sister remains vivid in her memory to this day. It was said that within a decade of her departure, the old demon had drained her of life essence until she perished, her soul and spirit utterly annihilated. Not even a complete corpse remained, a fate of utter misery. Compared to that sister's fate, wasn't her current situation a colossal stroke of luck? Su Qingyan. This was none other than the venerable Qingxian patriarch. The recent rumors claimed he had changed drastically, becoming ruthless and merciless, slaughtering entire clans. But the same whispers also claimed that for the sake of his deceased wife, he had not taken a concubine for centuries, nor had he ever sought another Dao companion. A man who could remain chaste for centuries in honor of the departed, the steadfastness of his character, the depth of his devotion, how could that possibly be compared to those demonic heretics whose minds were filled only with lustful desires? Following him might mean losing freedom, might require tending to him with utmost care, but at least, she would survive. Indeed, this might be the best possible refuge she could ever hope to find in this lifetime. After all, a venerable patriarch of the righteous path must maintain some dignity. Her in absolute vein, if used properly, could benefit even a peerless powerhouse of his caliber. As long as she remained obedient and demonstrated sufficient value, she doubted she would be discarded like a used furnace vessel. As these thoughts crystallized, the last remnants of gloom in Yao Linger's heart vanished completely. Not only did her fear vanish, but she felt a surge of relief and anticipation. Yao Linger slowly rose from the ground, the utterly submissive posture of dust beneath her feet now vanished. In its place was a perfectly measured blend of respectful deference and graceful charm. She smoothed the slightly disheveled hem of her skirt from kneeling, and when she lifted her head again, her soul-captivating fox eyes had regained 7/10 of their former brilliance. "Senior, your words leave Linger somewhat overwhelmed. I am but a lowly junior, of humble appearance and meager abilities. How could I possibly deserve the honor of your personal visit?" She paused, then bowed gracefully, her tone utterly sincere. "However, if I could follow in your footsteps and learn from your teachings, it would be a blessing Linger has earned through 3 lifetimes of cultivation." Chapter 26, Seize Your Opportunity. Hua Qianying watched from the side, silently nodding in approval. Truly worthy of being her most favored disciple. That composure, that quick wit, truly extraordinary. Lu Qingxuan gave a slight nod, acknowledging her performance. A clever girl. With such awareness, my journey here has not been in vain. Follow me with confidence. Should opportunity arise in the future, you may yet glimpse the great way. Glimpse the Tao. What a promise. Hua Qianying, standing nearby, felt her heart tremble violently. After a momentary lapse, Yao Linger snapped back to her senses. "Thank you, ancestor, for your kindness." Linger would shatter into 1,000 pieces to repay this favor. Seeing the atmosphere reach its peak, perfectly timed, Hua Qianying's smile grew even more radiant and alluring. She glided forward with graceful steps, shot Yao Linger a knowing glance, and spoke with a hint of playful reproach. "Silly girl, what are you still standing there for? On this long and arduous path of cultivation, how often does such a golden opportunity present itself? Come quickly and seize it with all your might." Yao Linger hesitated no longer. Her figure swaying gracefully, she walked slowly toward the man seated high upon the main seat. As she approached Lu Qingxuan, a crisp, pleasant scent wafted to her nostrils, steadying her nerves. She said nothing, merely bending her knees slightly before her body softened. With perfect ease and docility, she settled herself into Lu Qingxuan's embrace. Lu Qingxuan remained motionless, uttering no words, silently accepting her closeness. A momentary silence fell over the grand hall. Hua Qianying watched the scene unfold, her smile stretching to its brightest. It worked. Her heart cheered. From now on, with the revered Qingxuan as their powerful ally, who in this land of Lizho would dare to provoke the Union sect? She glanced at the demonic spirit, who was poised and ready, and gave a knowing smile. Staying here any longer would only make her an eyesore, a third wheel who didn't know when to leave. With that thought, Hua Qianying curtsied gracefully before Lu Qingxuan. "Daoist Lu, I entrust Linger to your care. Should she fail in any aspect of her service, I beg the old ancestor to bear with her. Qianying shall not disturb you and Linger further. I take my leave." Yet Lu Qingxuan, his arms wrapped around the soft, fragrant form of the demonic Linger nestled against him, replied calmly. "Linger is still young. She likely doesn't fully understand many things yet and lacks experience. As her master, shouldn't you stay and personally guide her, offering your support at such a crucial moment?" Meanwhile, in Xianqing City, the largest martial arts plaza in the city center was bustling with activity. The days-long competition among independent cultivators had finally concluded. The 100 victorious cultivators stood in the center of the square, their expressions filled with excitement. Just then, a chill aura descended from the heavens. In a flash, a breathtaking figure appeared atop the plaza's elevated platform. She wore a moon-white robe adorned with cloud patterns, her tall figure holding a pure white cat in her arms. Her phoenix-like eyes swept calmly over the crowd below. It's Fairy Lingyue, the sect master of Green Mountain Sect, Su Qingyan. The crowd erupted in excitement. This was a true heavyweight, a peak 9th layer nascent soul cultivator, a rarity even in the entire Li province. The white cat in Su Qingyan's arms yawned lazily as she extended her delicate hand to gently stroke its silky fur. By decree of the venerable Qingxuan ancestor. The venerable ancestor, moved by compassion, witnessed the rampant spread of demonic ways and the decline of righteous paths. Unable to bear seeing as scattered cultivators drifting like floating duckweed in this chaotic age. Therefore, he has specially bestowed this opportunity. With a flick of her jade-like hand, In an instant, 100 streaks of light shot forth from her storage artifact, hovering precisely before each victorious independent cultivator. Each was a simple, ancient-looking black bracelet. This artifact, known as the Mystic Azure Ring, is a top-tier yellow-grade magical weapon. When activated, it can withstand the full force of an attack from a 9th-layer Foundation Establishment cultivator. Boom! The square erupted in chaos at her words. A top-tier yellow-grade artifact. Good heavens! Did I hear that correctly? It can withstand a full power strike from a 9th-layer Foundation Establishment cultivator. This is practically an extra life. 100 pieces. 100 supreme yellow-grade magical artifacts at once. Elder Qingxuan is benevolent. Qingxuan sect is magnanimous. Countless independent cultivators were so excited their faces flushed crimson. For them, even a high-grade yellow-tier artifact was a treasure beyond compare. Su Qingyan continued, furthermore, the Xianqing ring contains a shared positioning array. Once worn, if any fellow cultivator within a 1,000-mile radius encounters danger, the others will sense their location. This allows us to watch over and aid one another, united against the demonic path. This is the ancestral patriarch's expectation for us righteous independent cultivators. I urge you all to conduct yourselves accordingly. As the words fell, the scattered cultivators below could no longer contain themselves. Ancestor Qingxuan's benevolence knows no bounds. We thank the patriarch for bestowing these treasures. We shall not disappoint the patriarch's high expectations. We will slay demons, vanquish evil, and uphold the righteous path. Long live the Green Mountain sect. Long live the Fairy of the Icy Moon. A thunderous roar of gratitude shook the heavens. Amidst the crowd, Yifan stared intently at the black bracelet suspended before him. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Lu Qingxian? That ruthless hypocrite, could he truly be this generous? 100 top-tier yellow-grade magical artifacts, given away so casually? Complete with a tracking function, encouraging everyone to band together for warmth? This sounded like nothing short of a colossal conspiracy. But, he glanced at the surrounding cultivators who had already eagerly slipped on their bracelets, their faces aglow with ecstasy. He also sensed the medicine saint, now slumbering within his ring. Right now, he desperately needed a trump card to save his life. The bracelet could withstand a direct hit from a 9th-layer Foundation Establishment cultivator. Its allure was simply too great. As for the location sharing, perhaps it truly was a strategic move by that ancient ancestor to unite the righteous forces against the demonic path? After all, at his level, the scope of things was beyond his imagination. Fortune favors the bold. Yifan gritted his teeth, his mind made up. He reached out and seized the icy-cold dark blue ring. Without a moment's hesitation, he fastened it around his wrist. The bracelet tightened automatically, fitting perfectly. A warm, soothing spiritual energy emanated from it, bringing him a long-forgotten sense of security. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Yifan stared at the Xianqing ring on his wrist, thinking to himself. Boom! A colossal pillar of light shot skyward, its dazzling radiance illuminating the entire sky as bright as day. The inheritance of the 9 lives cat demon emperor had finally begun. The inheritance has begun. The patriarchs of the 8 great sects rose to their feet in unison. The white cat in Su Qingyan's arms suddenly perked up its ears, its eyes fixed intently on the pillar of light as it emitted a low, mournful whimper. Disciples of all sects, heed my command. Luo Tianha of the Heavenly Sword sect spoke first. The inheritance has begun. Enter swiftly. Remember, this inheritance is fraught with peril. Proceed with utmost caution. Yifan blended into the crowd of independent cultivators, concealing his presence as best he could. All disciples, enter the inheritance. At the command, disciples from various sects stepped into the beams of light. Yifan took a deep breath and followed the crowd toward the dazzling light. The instant he stepped into the pillar, a powerful suction pulled him in. Yifan felt the world spin violently as he was swept into an entirely new realm. Chapter 27, I suspect he is Yifan. The sensation of the heavens spinning and the earth whirling lasted but a fleeting moment. When Yifan's feet touched solid ground again, the fresh scent of plants and trees filled his nostrils. He opened his eyes, and the sight before him sent a jolt through his heart. He found himself in a vast, boundless primeval forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, massive vines twisted like coiled dragons, and the ground was carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves. The air was saturated with spiritual energy so dense it felt almost liquid, each breath like inhaling and exhaling spirit stones. In the distance, the faint outlines of towering mountain ranges could be discerned. Occasionally, strange bird calls and beast roars echoed from the depths of the forest sea, carrying a wild and dangerous aura. The cultivators who had been teleported in alongside him now gathered in a relatively open clearing within the forest, numbering in the hundreds. After a moment of awe, the crowd grew restless. Is this the 9 lives cat demon emperor's inheritance realm? Such dense spiritual energy. Opportunities. Opportunities everywhere. That plant over there looks like a 300-year-old blood-coagulating herb. Don't be foolish. With so many gathered here, how will we share any treasures we find? I advise you all to rely on your own skills. Life and death are predestined. A rugged-looking man shouted, and his words were met with immediate agreement from most of the crowd. Indeed, in the face of opportunity, the notion of mutual aid proved as fragile as glass. No one wanted others to share in the spoils of their hard-earned treasures. Soon, the crowd dispersed like a receding tide. In small groups or alone, they scanned their surroundings warily, each choosing a direction before vanishing into the dense jungle. Yi Fan didn't rush to move. Standing in the shadow of a giant tree, his gaze swept calmly over the remaining people. He needed to pinpoint the locations of the major sect disciples to avoid them as much as possible. Yet, in the next instant, his gaze froze. Not far away, among a group of disciples clad in Qingxuan sect robes, a familiar figure came into view. Chu Li. Boom! An uncontrollable rage erupted from the deepest recesses of Yi Fan's heart. It was this woman. If not for her bringing Lu Yun to break off the engagement and humiliating him to the extreme. If not for her, that good-for-nothing Lu Yun wouldn't have died. If Lu Yun hadn't died, how could the Yi family have been slaughtered, his parents brutally murdered, and himself reduced to this wretched state today? She was the root of it all. Enemies meeting face to face only intensified the hatred. Yi Fan's fingernails dug deep into his palms, yet the piercing pain paled in comparison to the hatred burning within him. He felt an almost primal urge to charge forward, to tear this woman limb from limb without a second thought, to avenge his brutally murdered parents and clan. But his reason forced him to suppress the surge of fury within. For at that moment, Chu Li was surrounded like a moon by a dozen disciples of the Green Mountain sect. Each exuded a steady aura and possessed formidable cultivation. The leader among them had even reached the peak of the 9th layer of foundation establishment. And what of himself? He was merely at the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Though he had the beast fire to rely on, he couldn't possibly fight a group of people above his level. His greatest asset, the remnant soul of the medicine saint, still slumbered. Charging in now would be no different from suicide. Death? He did not fear it. But he couldn't die like this. With his great vengeance unavenged, what right did he have to face his parents' spirits in the afterlife? Endure. He must endure. Yi Fan's chest heaved violently as he forced himself to avert his gaze and look elsewhere. He must find the Yin-Yang strange fire and awaken the medicine saint as soon as possible. Only then would he have the means to seek vengeance. Just as Yi Fan's murderous gaze fell upon her, Chu Li, who had been conversing with her fellow disciple, suddenly sensed something. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She instinctively followed the sensation with her gaze. All she saw was a slightly frail figure clad in black robes. Though she only caught a glimpse of the person's face, she was certain she didn't recognize them. Yet, there was something strangely familiar about that silhouette. The figure also sensed her gaze. Without pausing, they swiftly turned and blended into another wave of departing people, vanishing quickly. Was it just her imagination? A flicker of confusion stirred within Chu Li. That gaze had carried a faint, elusive familiarity, yet she couldn't place where she might have felt it before. "Junior Sister Chu, what's wrong?" A gentle voice sounded beside her. Chen Ke, the senior disciple of Qingxuan sect, noticed her distracted expression and asked with concern. Chu Li snapped back to reality and shook her head lightly. "Nothing. Probably just my imagination." Chen Ke smiled warmly, his tone earnest. "No need to worry, junior sister. Before we departed, the sect master specifically instructed that once we enter the secret realm, all actions will follow your lead." His words were met with unanimous agreement from the surrounding Qingxuan sect disciples, their expressions showing no hint of reluctance. "That's right, junior sister Chu, we'll all follow your lead. With you leading us, we're sure to return with bountiful rewards." They understood perfectly well. Who doesn't know that today's Chu Li is no longer the Chu Li of the past? Rumor has it she caught the eye of the Qingxuan patriarch, and her status has soared accordingly. Following her around is practically like indirectly latching onto the patriarch's coattails, isn't it? Even a crumb of opportunity slipping through his fingers could sustain them for a lifetime. Chu Li merely smiled indifferently at the flattery. "Since my fellow seniors trust me so deeply, I do indeed have a matter requiring your assistance." Chen Ke immediately pounded his chest, his face brimming with enthusiasm. "Sis, just say the word. Whatever we can do, we won't refuse." "Exactly. Just give the orders, junior sister." The other disciples chimed in one after another, their enthusiasm running high. Chu Li's gaze swept lightly across their faces as she spoke slowly. "Fellow seniors, do you recall Yi Fan, that remnant of the Yi clan who narrowly escaped the pursuit of our ancestor?" Yi Fan? The mere utterance of that name instantly froze the atmosphere in the hall. One disciple couldn't help but speak up, his voice tinged with astonishment and apprehension. "Of course we remember. That incident caused quite a stir back then. A mere chi cultivation stage insect actually managed to escape our patriarch's grasp? He must have had 8 lifetimes worth of luck. Honestly, I'm jealous of that kind of fortune." "Envy is an understatement," another chimed in. "It's downright baffling. I heard our patriarch even unleashed his ultimate technique back then, only for it to be swallowed by the inheritance rift, letting him survive. That luck is nothing short of a mystery." Chen Ke's expression turned grave. "Junior sister suddenly mentioning him, could it be?" Chu Li's gaze drifted toward the distant direction where Yi Fan had vanished, her eyes deepening. I suspect that man in the black robe who hurried away earlier, that was him.
What? Him? The Qingxuan sect disciples erupted in commotion, their faces etched with disbelief. Impossible, one disciple frowned. We all checked the list of those who signed up for the secret realm. There's no one named Yi Fan. Besides, he's just a stray dog. How could he possibly have the qualifications or connections to enter such a secret realm? Disguise technique.
Chu Li murmured the 3 words softly, yet they sent a chill through everyone present.
He likely altered his appearance and infiltrated using a false identity, she added.
Though Chu Li herself harbored doubts about the truth, she wasn't foolish.
Even the slightest doubt demanded thorough investigation. Wasn't this precisely why the master had given her so many men? How could she waste such a resource? Chapter 28. The master's foresight is truly remarkable. Chen Ke's expression darkened completely, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. This audacious scoundrel. To infiltrate right under our noses.
Junior sister, we must pursue him immediately and eliminate him on the spot to prevent future trouble.
Exactly. We absolutely cannot let him escape. This time we'll annihilate him body and soul, cleansing the ancestral lineage.
The crowd surged with fury, each summoning their magical artifacts, poised to launch an immediate pursuit.
This was a golden opportunity to curry favor with the patriarch.
If they could eliminate Yi Fan and win the patriarch's favor, they might just ascend to the heavens in one fell swoop.
No need.
Chu Li raised her delicate hand and waved it lightly, halting the crowd's impetuous charge. With unhurried composure, she raised her left wrist. There, encircling it, was a jade-green bracelet intricately carved with complex cloud patterns. This jade bracelet was bestowed upon me by the sect leader before his departure. It is a mother-daughter magical artifact. Mine is a high-grade jade bracelet that not only tracks location but also shares vision. Chu Li smiled gracefully. The moment doubt crossed my mind just now, I had already marked him. Then, her slender fingertip traced across the bracelet's mirrored surface. A faint glow flickered, and a clear image suddenly projected into the air. Within the image, a figure cloaked in black robes darted swiftly through the jungle, none other than Yi Fan, who had just departed. Every movement, even the uncontrollable hatred and anxiety etched on his face, was perfectly visible.
This is. Chen Ku and the others stared in stunned silence. Not only could the Xianqing bracelet locate someone, but it could also monitor their real-time movements?
Such a magical artifact was utterly unheard of. The initiation bracelet on his wrist has been secretly taken over by my Xianqing bracelet. Chu Li's words sent a chill down the spines of the senior disciples present.
Now, his every move is within our grasp.
One disciple watched the screen, where Yi Fan was darting around the forest like a headless fly searching for something.
He couldn't help but chuckle. Sis, that's brilliant. Now we'll just let him scout ahead. Once he's worked his ass off finding some treasure, we'll follow behind and reap the rewards. How sweet is that? Ah, Brother Wang, that's brilliant. Let him be our trailblazing laborer. The group burst into laughter, their gaze toward Chu Li now transformed. If before it had been respect, now it was fear.
No wonder this junior sister Chu had earned the ancestors' favor. Her cunning and scheming far surpassed her peers. Chu Li paid no heed to the murmurs, her gaze fixed on Yi Fan within the light screen. Yet within her heart, a tempest raged.
Master truly possesses divine foresight. How brilliant and majestic.
She still remembered clearly what the master had told her during a break in their dual cultivation. When we go to inherit the legacy, that little insect named Yi Fan will most likely sneak in too.
He possesses immense destiny and is aided by a fragment of a soul. Ordinary methods cannot kill him.
Wear this Xianqing bracelet. When you encounter someone who resembles him, make no fuss. Simply activate it secretly to plant a tracking mark upon him without his knowledge. Then, he will become your eyes, seeking out the greatest opportunity within that secret realm for you. Remember, do not rush to kill him. A treasure-seeking dog is far more useful than a corpse. Wait until he finds what your father desires before taking his life. At the time, she thought her father was overreacting. Why treat a worthless escapee with such solemnity? Besides, he was merely an ant at the Qi cultivation stage. Even if he stumbled upon a colossal opportunity, he'd never be able to seize it. Could he possibly leap from Qi cultivation all the way to foundation establishment, 9th layer? Yet now, everything had come to pass. That man was indeed Yi Fan. He actually snuck his way in. Everything unfolded exactly as the master had predicted. At that moment, Chu Li felt an almost fanatical admiration welling up in her heart for the master. The master's chessboard had long been laid out. Both she and Yi Fan were merely pawns on this chessboard. At the same time, Chu Li shuddered slightly, her cheeks flushing as she thought to herself. This feeling of being manipulated by the master, without having to think for myself, is surprisingly comfortable. Oh dear, Chu Li, what on earth are you thinking? Only such a formidable master is worthy of my lifelong devotion. Moments later, Chu Li slowly snapped back to reality. Let's go. Chu Li waved her hand, dispelling the light screen, and resumed her usual cool composure.
Let's explore elsewhere first and give him some time to hunt for treasures. Alright. We'll follow our junior sister's lead. Chen-Ku and the others responded in unison, crowding around Chu Li as they headed in the opposite direction from Yifan. Outside the Demon Emperor's legacy. Beneath the fissure, clouds churned like a turbulent sea. Several figures sat cross-legged atop the clouds, their auras deep and majestic, harmonizing with the heavens and earth. They were the patriarchs of the 5 great sects, personally arriving to protect their disciples' path. Such an opportunity arose but once in 10,000 years. They must not only prevent their juniors from perishing within it, but also guard against other sects striking in the shadows to seize what rightfully belonged to their own. Above the cloud sea, the atmosphere appeared serene, yet beneath the surface, currents swirled. Though the patriarchs closed their eyes in meditation, their divine senses spread far and wide, enveloping the entire region. Not a single flicker of movement escaped their perception. Immortal Su. Li Chanxing stroked his beard and inquired, why did Taoist Lu not come in person this time? This demon emperor's inheritance is no trivial matter. Should any unforeseen complications arise within, we would still need him to hold the fort. His words carried a hint of genuine concern. Though the presence of these masters kept the demon sect disciples in check, his presence alone brought a measure of reassurance to everyone. Su Qingyan bowed slightly upon hearing this. Dean Li, thank you for your concern. My venerable master has urgent matters to attend to and is unable to attend. Ba. Master Pudu slowly opened his eyes. Layperson Su, my junior monk Duyu has been wandering these past days and happened upon some rather amusing events. Master Pudu spoke leisurely. He claims with absolute certainty that he personally witnessed fellow Taoist Lu being welcomed into the sect by none other than Hua Qianying, the sect master of the Union sect. At these words, the cloud sea instantly fell into a deathly silence. The other venerable elders, who had been resting with their eyes closed, all opened them simultaneously. Lu Qingxian? He went to the Union of Bliss sect? What on earth is he doing there? Yet Su Qingyan's expression remained utterly unchanged. My master acts according to his own principles. Why should he explain himself to outsiders? She paused, a faint trace of mockery playing at the corner of her lips. Still, this junior must express admiration. The 10,000 Eternities Temple and the Union sect lie north and south, separated by more than 10,000 miles. For Master Dui to see so clearly, he must have cultivated some extraordinary Buddhist divine vision, right? The expressions of the other elders shifted instantly. Who didn't know what kind of character Master Dui of the Eternal Temple was? Though a monk, he was notoriously fond of women. Master Pudu's aged face instantly turned a deep crimson, choked speechless by Su Qingyan's words. What could he possibly say? Call his own junior disciple a lecherous old man? That would bring shame upon the entire Wangu Temple. Chapter 29, Imperial Artifact, the Void-Splitting Divine Sword. Just as the ever-reliable Headmaster Li was about to interject and offer Pudu a way out, an indescribable, terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the distant heavens. Boom! As if an invisible giant hand had clenched the heavens and earth, the surging sea of clouds froze instantly. The several Huatian ancestors present all paled simultaneously, feeling a shudder rise from the depths of their divine souls. Their boundless magical power felt stifled and obstructed. That aura! Luo Tianqing sprang to his feet, exclaiming in shock and disbelief. It's the heavenly tribulation! The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The heavenly tribulation? A heavenly tribulation capable of unleashing such terrifying might could not be ordinary. Could it be that some fellow cultivator is about to open the gate to the transformation of the spirit, becoming our equal? Li Changsheng paused mid-stroke, his expression turning profoundly grave. Transcendent beings were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in Lizi province, with perhaps not even one emerging in centuries. Any new ascension to spirit transformation would be sufficient to reshape the entire power structure of Lizi province. But who knows whether this one is a pillar of the righteous path or a tyrant of the demonic way? Another venerable elder spoke in a low voice, his tone thick with caution. If he belonged to the righteous path, it would be manageable. But if a demonic cultivator had broken through, it would spell nothing but trouble for their 5 great sects. Whispers filled the air as divine senses intertwined, each speculating on the identity of this individual about to undergo the tribulation. Only Su Qingyan felt her heart clench the instant she sensed that aura. Her gaze shot straight toward the source of the most overwhelming pressure. That direction. Wasn't that precisely the location of the Union sect, as mentioned by Master Pudu? Could it be? Master? Master said he had urgent matters. Could it be that he intended to break through his cultivation realm here? But isn't the Master already at the 6th layer of the nascent soul stage? What else could he possibly break through? At that very moment, the expression of Tai sect's mysterious mechanism Immortal abruptly changed as if witnessing something utterly horrifying. He gasped in shock. Something's wrong. This heavenly tribulation is off. This scale. This isn't a Huatian tribulation at all. This is the refining void tribulation. The moment the words refining void were uttered, the cloud sea fell deathly silent. Refining void? Are you kidding me? How many years has it been since Lizi province last produced a great power at the refining void realm? 3,000? Or 5,000?
Such beings have long been legendary figures capable of summoning clouds with a flick of the wrist and overturning mountains with a wave of the hand. A single thought from them could shatter rivers and mountains, turning the heavens and earth upside down.
After a brief deathly silence, an even greater panic erupted. The refining void tribulation, its direction is toward the Union of Bliss sect.
Master Pudu was the first to react, shrieking.
This is bad. An ancient demonic cultivator is breaking through to refining void. This cry ignited utter terror within every heart. A single demon lord at the spirit transformation realm was enough to plunge Lizi province into a bloodbath. If the Union sect truly produced a peerless powerhouse at the refining void realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that point, the 5 great sects and the alliance of righteous paths would be nothing but worthless trash before such overwhelming power, utterly crushed. The entirely province would become the demon sect's personal backyard, never to know peace again. These so-called sect patriarchs would likely be slaughtered to the last man. He absolutely cannot succeed.
Luo Tianqing roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Should this demon achieve his goal, the eternal foundation of righteous cultivation in Li State will be destroyed in an instant.
Follow me, all of you.
At any cost, we must stop him. Before his words had fully faded, he transformed into a dazzling sword light, tearing through the sea of clouds as he sped toward the direction of the heavenly tribulation. His speed reached its absolute limit clearly, he was pushing himself to the brink.
Amitabha Buddha. Subduing demons and eliminating evil is the fundamental duty of our Buddhist order.
Master Pudu chanted the Buddha's name, his body radiating brilliant divine light as he transformed into a wrathful Vajra, following closely behind.
Deanly, if we join forces and cast the two extremes dust array, we might disrupt the heavenly tribulation.
Agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, the other venerable elders unleashed their most formidable auras, transforming into streaks of light as they pursued. In that moment, all sect rivalries and personal grudges were cast far into the heavens. Faced with the threat of life and death, they united as never before. Su Qingyan stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the distant storm clouds growing ever more terrifying, already warping space itself. Deep worry and unwavering resolve etched themselves upon her cold, composed face. She did not know if it was her master undergoing the tribulation. But she must go. If it was her master, she would protect him through any means necessary, even at the cost of her life. If it was not her master, but that ancient demon of the Union sect, then she must go even more. For her sect, and for all living beings under heaven. With that resolve, Su Qingyan hesitated no longer. A green glow surged around her, transforming into a streak of azure light as she charged forth without a second thought.
9th tier peak transformation spirit realm. Heavenly tribulation. Breakthrough to the refining void realm.
Hua Qianying stood frozen in place, her stunning face etched with utter bewilderment. Just moments ago, Yao Linger's primordialine energy, accompanied by an arcane innate Tao resonance, had been swallowed whole by Lu Qingxian. Immediately afterward, his already unfathomable aura began to surge wildly. In mere moments, Lu Qingxuan's cultivation shattered the shackles of the spirit transformation realm, touching the threshold of the legendary realm. How could this be? Having cultivated for over 1,000 years, Hua Qianying knew well that the path of cultivation was fraught with hardship. The further one advanced, the more arduous it became, with each minor realm requiring a century of grueling effort to attain. Yet Lu Qingxuan's ascent seemed easier than drinking water. On the other side of the soft couch, Yao Linger was frantically wrapping her disheveled clothes around herself. Before she could process what she'd lost, a deep tremor of fear from the depths of her soul made her jerk her head up. Boom! The entire Hawan sect, no, the heavens and earth for hundreds of miles around shuddered violently. Through the doorway, the sky outside was neither daylight nor night, but a chaotic, dark purple. Thunderbolts thicker than mountains roared like purple gold dragons, churning within the leaden storm clouds. Even a mere wisp of that world-devouring aura sent chills down Hua Qianying's spine, and she was a Huatian stage cultivator. The tribulation. Hua Qianying's voice trembled. This power, it's the refining void tribulation. She finally understood what Lu Qingxian intended to do. He actually intended to undergo the tribulation here, at the Union sect, to break through to the refining void realm. Madness. This was sheer madness. How terrifying was the refining void tribulation? Once unleashed, the entire foundation of the Hawan sect would likely be reduced to ashes by the very first bolt of tribulation lightning. Hurry! We must leave this place. Hua Qianying acted decisively, reaching out to pull Yao Linger away from this place. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxian remained seated as steady as a mountain, his eyes tightly closed. The terrifying divine wrath outside, powerful enough to overturn heaven and earth, felt to him like nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing his face. Within his consciousness, a mechanical voice sounded silently. Ding! Successfully seized the heaven-defying destinies chosen, Yao Linger, from the burning heaven 10,000 realms. Plundered the source of her 9 in supreme vein. Reward, Imperial Artifact Shatter Void Divine Sword. Artifacts: Yellow Grade, Mystic Grade, Earth Grade, Heaven Grade, Treasure Artifact, Divine Artifact, Sacred Artifact, Imperial Artifact, Immortal Artifact, Innate Divine Treasure, Primordial Divine Treasure, Chaos Divine Treasure, Hongmeng Supreme Treasure. Chapter 30, I Have a Sword. 3,000 Great Chapters. Success. Lu Qingxuan felt certain in his heart and slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Hua Qianying, her face etched with anxiety, then cast a sideways look at the demonic Linger, who stared in terror at the crack in the ceiling. A faint smile touched his lips. No need to panic. It's not a big deal. Lu Qingxian slowly extended his hand, palm facing upward. An ancient-looking long sword materialized in his palm. Approximately 3 feet long, the blade was slender and perfectly straight, its entire surface radiating an eerie, deep, dark hue as if forged from a solidified fragment of the void itself. It seemed to swallow even the light around it. Hua Qianying stared at the sword in Lu Qingxuan's hand, her voice trembling with shock. What kind of magical artifact is this? Yao Linger's gaze was also drawn to the sword. Though she couldn't discern its grade, she sensed that when the destructive aura of the heavenly tribulation touched within 3 feet of the sword, it quietly retreated, not daring to encroach further. A magical artifact? Lu Qingxian smiled, his fingers gently wrapping around the sword hilt. In an instant, an invisible sword aura surged skyward, instantly piercing through the dome of the Grand Hall and piercing the thick calamity clouds. The billions of thunder dragons, churning and roaring, halted in unison before this overwhelming sword aura. Hua Qianying recoiled in terror, stumbling back 3 steps before crashing to the ground, her face frozen in utter disbelief. She remembered. 1,000 years ago, she had been fortunate enough to accompany the previous sect master to Central Plains, where she attended a top-tier auction that shook the entire world. The grand finale treasure of that auction was a low-grade heavenly tier spirit artifact. She still vividly remembered how its appearance had caused spiritual energy to surge violently, its overwhelming might driving every present spirit transformation ancestor into a frenzy. But compared to the seemingly ordinary ancient sword before her, the might of that heaven-tier artifact was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Above heavenly grade. Could it be the legendary clan treasures, the divine artifacts said to exist only within the 8 great clans? No, that can't be right. Even if it were a legendary treasure artifact, it would never be able to intimidate the refining void tribulation with mere aura alone. The might of this sword is terrifying beyond measure. 100 li outside the gates of the Union sect. Several streaks of light tore through the clouds before abruptly halting. Behind the leading headmaster Li, the elders wore solemn expressions. They had intended to enter the Union sect to investigate, but as soon as they drew near, their path was blocked by this world-shattering refining void tribulation. This is a truly terrifying tribulation. The tribulation clouds span hundreds of miles, with lightning so dense it seems tangible, radiating a purple-gold divine glow. This is undoubtedly the refining void tribulation. But within 1,000 li radius, has anyone ever heard of a peak Huatian cultivator attempting a breakthrough? At that moment, the entire Haoan sect was thrown into utter chaos. Countless disciples rushed out of their cave dwellings, staring in terror at the calamity clouds overhead that seemed poised to crush the entire world. It's over. It's over. Heaven is dooming our Haoan sect. A young female disciple collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. It's a heavenly tribulation. Why would such a calamity befall our sect? Who is undergoing the tribulation? Who else could it be? It must be the sect master. But the sect master is only at the first layer of the transformation of spirit stage. How could he have drawn down the heavenly tribulation? Look outside, everyone. An observant disciple pointed beyond the mountain guarding array. It's that group of righteous ancestors. They've surrounded us. At these words, panic swept through the crowd once more. The heavenly tribulation within, formidable foes without. We're doomed today. I told you we shouldn't have lusted after that disciple from the Haoran Academy and tortured him day and night. Now look what we've done. His sect elders have come knocking. Stop whining. We're doomed either way. Carry him out. We must squeeze every last drop of value from him. Outside the Union sect, the righteous sect's patriarch wore an equally grim expression. This heavenly tribulation's scope is too vast. If we force our way in, the Tao will surely misjudge it as provocation and drag us all into it. Headmaster Li's brow was deeply furrowed. Taoist Li speaks wisely. Xuanji Zhenren snapped his fingers to divine the future, only to find the heavenly secrets shrouded in chaos. The terrifying tribulation's might had shattered them completely. He couldn't help but grunt in frustration, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Hua Qianying only ascended to the first layer of the Huatian realm 100 years ago. Even with her extraordinary talent and some extraordinary opportunity, it's impossible for her to have broken through to the Lianshu realm within a century. Could it be her Tao companion? I've heard many demonic cultivators practice methods of rapid advancement through energy absorption. Perhaps some reclusive old demonic cultivator used Hua Qianying to forcibly break through her realm? Whispers and speculation filled the air. Something's off. Headmaster Li shook his head, unable to shake the words Pudu had spoken from his mind. Could it be him? Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. Just days ago, Su Qingyan was clearly only at the 6th layer of the spirit transformation realm. How could he have advanced in just a few days? From the 6th layer of the spirit transformation realm to breaking through to the refining void realm? What does that even mean?
Even if a reincarnated immortal emperor from the upper realm were involved, such an absurd cultivation speed had never been heard of.
Yet, just as everyone was scratching their heads in bewilderment, a calm voice rang out. What? Fellow cultivators, are you all in such high spirits that you've come to witness Lu's tribulation moment?
In an instant, the righteous ancestors froze in place, their murmurs ceasing.
Lu? Which Lu? In the entire Li province, which formidable figure surnamed Lu could possibly summon such a heavenly tribulation?
Headmaster Li's pupils suddenly contracted as he thought in disbelief.
It's him! It's him! It's definitely him! Su Qingyan! Lu? The benefactor? How could that be? Master Pudu gasped in disbelief. Didn't he just reach the 6th layer of spirit transformation a few days ago? Now he's about to undergo the refining void tribulation? Am I hallucinating? This defies logic. It violates the way of heaven. Shock. Utter, overwhelming shock. If some reclusive ancient monster were undergoing this tribulation, they might feel apprehension, might grow solemn, but they would never lose their composure like this. But witnessing someone they knew personally, whose cultivation level they understood clearly, bridge a chasm that took them centuries, even millennia, to cross in mere days? This was the true shock. Master. From the rear of the crowd, a breathtakingly beautiful figure shot skyward, none other than Su Qingyan, arriving belatedly. Amidst the stunned gazes of all present, Su Qingyan transformed into a streak of light. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged straight toward the calamity clouds capable of obliterating everything. Fairy Su, you must not! Headmaster Li cried out in panic. Laywoman Su, return at once. Interfering with another's heavenly tribulation will be seen as defiance by the Tao, and you will be annihilated alongside them. Yet Su Qingyan paid no heed to these warnings. Her eyes were fixed only on the figure standing beneath the sea of thunder. Su Qingyan landed steadily beside Su Qingyan, tilting her lovely face upward. Her eyes shone with starlight, brimming with filial devotion. Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough. Your disciple has come to lend a hand. Though spoken in a maiden's voice, it carried the resolve of a warrior. Su Qingyan looked at this audacious disciple beside him, his eyes holding not a trace of reproach, but instead a faint smile. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, the gesture both natural and affectionate. Qinger, your heartfelt gesture is appreciated. But a mere heavenly tribulation? I have my own ways. You may stand aside and observe. Su Qingyan nodded, her eyes sparkling brightly. I trust you, Master. You never fight a battle you can't win. Her words held no pretense, revealing an almost blind trust in her master. At that very moment, the thunderclouds were thoroughly enraged by Su Qingyan's uninvited presence. Rumble. A thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth as the calamity clouds churned wildly, swirling into a colossal vortex. At its core, boundless purple-gold lightning energy condensed intensely, ultimately coalescing into 1,000 zhonglong purple lightning dragon. The thunder dragon was lifelike, its scales solidified thunder, its eyes blazing with the divine light of destruction. It thrust its ferocious head from the calamity clouds. Even the faint aura it emitted sent a chill through the bodies and souls of the righteous ancestors 100 li away, causing them to tremble. Purple heaven-divine thunder. It's the legendary purple heaven-divine thunder. Xuanji Jinrun exclaimed in horror. The power of this strike could instantly reduce even a peak 9th layer Huatian cultivator to ashes. It's over. That girl was too reckless. Retreat. Get away. Even a glimmer of this divine wrath would obliterate body and soul. The venerable elders scrambled to retreat, none daring to approach the deadly forbidden zone. Standing directly beneath the thunder dragon's oppressive might, Su Qingyan felt it most acutely. That world-shattering force felt like an ancient divine mountain crushing down upon her soul. Her proud 9th layer nascent soul cultivation felt as fragile as thin paper in that instant. Her body froze instantly, her magical power stalled. She could not even stand upright. Her delicate frame went limp, about to collapse to the ground. Just as she was about to fall, a warm, strong hand wrapped around her waist, gently pulling her into a firm, comforting embrace. Hold steady. Su Qingxuan's voice remained calm, yet carried a reassuring strength. The terrifying pressure capable of crushing even a peak nascent soul cultivator melted away like spring snow under the sun's rays the moment it approached within 3 feet of him. Su Qingyan leaned against Su Qingxuan's chest. Though her body was limp and weak, her heart felt an unprecedented sense of peace. Lifting her head, she gazed upon her master's serene profile and eyes so profound they seemed to hold the entire starry sky. At that moment, the purple lightning dragon in the heavens had completed its charge. With a thunderous dragon's roar, it plunged downward, carrying divine might potent enough to tear the sky apart. In that instant, the entire world seemed to lose all color, leaving only that pure, blinding light of destruction. 100 li away, Headmaster Li and the others instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the divine might.
Yet Lu Qingxuan, cradling the limb form of Su Qingyan in one arm, raised the void-splitting divine sword with the other.
A voice, calm yet resounding through the heavens, rang clear in every ear.
I wield a sword that can shatter stars. Before the words faded, Lu Qingxuan swung his sword.
Hum.
Where the blade passed, space tore apart effortlessly, revealing a pitch-black, abyssal void fissure. The fissure expanded as it caught the wind, curdling toward the plunging purple lightning thunder dragon at a speed surpassing lightning itself. The pitch-black void fissure made light contact with the purple lightning thunder dragon. In the next instant, the peerlessly formidable purple lightning thunder dragon capable of instantly slaying even a peak-level Huatian cultivator was cleaved cleanly in two from head to tail. The severed dragon transformed into a sky filled with purple gold lightning arcs, scattering in all directions, yet failing to even graze the hem of Lu Qingxuan's robe. The jet-black sword mark that had severed the thunder dragon continued upward, its might undiminished, piercing straight through the clouds.
SSS-Grade. A faint sound echoed.
The crowd looked up in horror, witnessing the mountainous calamity clouds being forcibly cleaved in two by that sword mark. The sword mark continued to spread, piercing through the calamity clouds and striking the azure sky itself. In an instant, the cloudless azure sky was cleaved open, revealing a bottomless, pitch-black fissure stretching hundreds of miles long. Within the fissure, chaotic void currents swirled and starlight flickered, as if the heavens themselves had been cleaved open by this sword, revealing a horrifying wound. One strike slicing through the thunder dragon, shattering the calamity clouds, splitting the azure sky.
Chapter 31. Since they've come, there's no point in hiding anymore, right? Dead silence.
Whether it was the righteous elders trembling with fear 100 miles away or the surviving disciples of the Union sect below, all stared blankly upward at the sky. There, a fissure pierced through heaven and earth. The calamity clouds, cleaved in two, seemed to fear the supreme sharpness lingering within that sword mark. They dissolved and scattered at a visible pace. The cleft in the azure sky, a gaping, pitch-black fissure stretching hundreds of miles, was slowly mending itself. Yet its hideous form remained etched like an eternal brand deep within the soul of every witness. The might of a single sword strike had reached such a terrifying extent.
Gulp. What kind of sword technique was that? Headmaster Li swallowed hard, his vocal cords trembling. Lu Daoyu, who on earth is he? Master Xuanji murmured in a daze.
After that strike, Brother Lu's status as the foremost master of the righteous path is surely cemented.
We were witnessing history in Lizi province.
Meanwhile, Luo Tianqing stared in shock at the rift in the heavens, murmuring to himself. This sword path, I would die to follow it. Unlike the righteous elders' utter horror, the disciples of the Union sect below, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted into excited shouts.
We survived. We made it. Glory to the Qingxuan patriarch. Long live the Qingxuan patriarch. Whoa. We thank the patriarch for sparing our lives. From this day forward, we shall follow you through fire and water, without hesitation. Countless disciples, both men and women, knelt on the ground, bowing reverently toward Lu Qingxuan.
Behind the crowd, Hua Qianying supported the still reeling Yao Linger, both utterly stunned by this astonishing spectacle. Her beautiful eyes widened, her red lips parted slightly, her mind churning like a stormy sea. That was the legendary purple Shao divine thunder. That single sword strike had severed not only the calamity clouds that brought down the divine thunder, but the very heavens themselves.
What overwhelming, terrifying power was this?
A sudden jolt ran through Hua Qianying as a thought flashed through her mind.
Shock? Fear? No. Now was a heaven-sent opportunity. Linger, let's hurry back and pledge our loyalty, she decided without hesitation.
At this moment, Su Qingyan, standing at the very center of the storm, felt none of the external clamor. Her world was small, so small that only her master remained before her eyes. She felt the safety and tranquility of being held in her master's embrace, her nose filled with his scent, mingled with a trace of the lingering chill from the thunder he had just vanquished. His warm, strong hands cradled her waist with unwavering steadiness, like the most secure harbor in the world. Su Qingyan tilted her head back, gazing at her master's serene, unruffled profile. Yet it was precisely this serene, unruffled demeanor that stirred her heart more profoundly than any forceful declaration ever could.
Thump, thump, thump.
Her heart raced, her cheeks flushing crimson beyond her control.
Within her eyes, 1,000 stars seemed to drift and sink, ultimately transforming into a thread-like devotion that clung tightly to Lu Qingxuan.
This was her master.
Her heaven.
Just then, as the cleaved calamity clouds completely dissipated, a dazzling, multicolored radiance descended from the heavens. Brighter than the sun itself, this radiance contained the purest essence of primordial cosmic energy. It pierced precisely through the healing rift in the heavens, enveloping both Lu Qingxuan and Su Qingyan, whom he held in his arms. The way of heaven is supremely impartial. The more terrifying the tribulation summoned by the ascendant, the richer the reward bestowed by heaven upon their successful crossing. Lu Qingxuan had already summoned the rare purple exalted divine thunder, a phenomenon occurring once in 10,000 trials. But he had shattered the tribulation itself, along with the heavens, in a manner so domineering it was unprecedented and likely unmatched in the future. Far from incurring heaven's wrath, this act seemed to trigger some higher order principle, bestowing unimaginable rewards.
Boom! A deep, muffled rumble echoed from within Lu Qingxuan's body. The bottleneck of the peak ninth layer of the spirit transformation realm shattered instantly under the wash of this vast primordial force. He formally stepped into the refinement void realm. If the spirit transformation realm involved the spirit resonating with heaven and earth to borrow their power, then the refining void realm was about refining the void itself, truly touching and mastering the laws of the universe. This was a qualitative leap. Lu Qingxuan's body underwent earth-shattering changes. Bathed in a seven-colored radiance, his physical form grew increasingly crystalline and translucent. His divine soul surged wildly, initiating a wondrous resonance with the surrounding void. Within his purple palace, the tiny infant spirit had vanished, replaced by a Dharma image bearing Lu Qingxuan's exact likeness. This Dharma image sat cross-legged at the center of the purple palace, eyes tightly closed, surrounded by faint ripples of void energy. With each breath, it absorbed and expelled the purest essence of the heavens and earth. The leap from spirit transformation to refining void represented a monumental shift in a cultivator's life stage. Yet, it was not over. Just as Lu Qingxuan's cultivation stabilized at the first layer of refining the void, a peculiar force dormant within him was ignited by the momentum of this breakthrough. It was the primordial yin energy from Yao Linger that had yet to be fully refined. This force was already supremely pure. Now, catalyzed by the heavenly Tao's gift, it transformed into the most ferocious fuel, surging into Lu Qingxuan's newly breakthrough cultivation. Lu Qingxuan's aura, having just stabilized, surged upward again at an unbelievable speed. First layer of refining the void. Second layer of refining the void. Third layer of refining the void. Peak of the third layer of refining the void. Success! Empowered by both the heavenly Tao's gift and the force of primordial yin, Lu Qingxian surged forward in one mighty push. He shattered through three major realms in succession, leaping directly from the peak of the ninth layer of spirit transformation to the third layer of refining the void. The multicolored radiance slowly dissipated, and the world returned to clarity. Lu Qingxian slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting, profound purple glow flickering within them. The refining void realm a single step away, yet worlds apart. Su Qingyan still gazed at him dreamily, though the blush on her exquisite face had now spread to her snow-white neck. When Lu Qingxian lowered his gaze and met hers, Su Qingyan recoiled as if scalded, abruptly breaking free from his embrace. Her heart pounded like a wild deer, nearly leaping from her throat. "Master, he had been holding me the entire time." Lu Qingxian watched her bashful, adorable expression, a fleeting smile curling his lips. "Congratulations, fellow Daoist Lu. You've ascended to the heavens, stepping into the realm of refining the void." Headmaster Li flew over first, his excitement and awe unmasked. Ancestors from other factions behind him also stepped forward, bowing their hands in congratulations. "Your feat, fellow Daoist Lu, is truly a blessing for our righteous path." Indeed, indeed. To cleave the heavens with a spirit transformation body and survive the refining void tribulation, such a feat is unheard of since time immemorial. "Your brilliance, fellow Daoist Lu, leaves us all in the dust." Praise rang out incessantly, reverence etched upon every face. Lu Qingxian remained serene, offering a slight nod to the crowd. "Thank you all for your concern." All held their breath, waiting for the newly ascended refining void powerhouse to speak. Yet Lu Qingxian turned his gaze toward the distance and spoke with detached calm. "Since you've all come, there's no point in hiding anymore, is there? Chapter 32, Even Passers-by Must Die." At these words, Headmaster Li and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They followed Lu Qingxuan's gaze but saw nothing. Yet they dared not doubt Lu Qingxuan's words. Instantly, everyone grew alert. Someone was lurking in the shadows, watching? Friend or foe? Just as the group stood in stunned uncertainty, a flash of golden light erupted. A plump, big-eared monk clad in a saffron robe emerged from the void, his face plastered with a broad smile. Clasping his hands together in prayer, he shuffled forward, his fleshy body jiggling with each step. "Amat Ba Buddha. Fellow Daoist Lu, it's all a misunderstanding, a colossal misunderstanding." The monk wore an innocent expression as he bowed repeatedly to Lu Qingxian. "This humble monk, Dewey of the 10,000 Ages Temple, merely happened to pass through your domain and paused to observe. Absolutely no ill intent, absolutely none." Beside him, a woman of captivating beauty and lingering charm awkwardly materialized. She was Mei Shuling, another venerable ancestor of the Union sect. All traces of her usual allure vanished as she forced a smile and echoed, "Master Dewey speaks the truth. We were merely passing through." The crowd watched the pair, their expressions turning peculiar. Lu Qingxian regarded them, his face expressionless, and spoke indifferently. "It seems two more refuse to come out. In that case, I shall personally escort you out." Before his words had fully faded, Shueisha and Guiyu hurriedly flew out. "Fellow Daoist, you misunderstand." Blood Fiend Ancestor forced a smile uglier than crying. "We were merely passing through." Ghost Shadow remained silent, feeling only the icy chill in his limbs. "Oh? Merely passing through?" Lu Qingxian chuckled lightly. "I'm lying to you. Come out, and you'll die." "What?" Blood Fiend and Ghost Shadow's pupils suddenly contracted, their souls nearly leaping from their bodies. Without a moment's hesitation, they instantly ignited their vital blood, transforming into two streaks of light as they attempted to flee. But it was too late. Before Lu Qingxuan, a cultivator at the refining void realm, their efforts were utterly futile. Lu Qingxuan raised the void-splitting divine sword in his hand and casually slashed toward their fleeing direction. Only a faint sword mark flickered briefly in the void. Put. Shueisha and Gueyo's fleeing forms froze abruptly, suspended midair. Their faces still bore expressions of utter terror and disbelief. The righteous ancestor was utterly unreasonable. By all logic, now that we're out here, shouldn't we negotiate? Just name your terms. It's not like I'd refuse. Why resort to the same bloodthirsty tactics as the demon path? Why? In the next instant, a thin crimson line appeared in both of those notoriously vicious demon path ancestors were severed cleanly at the waist. Blood and entrails spattered across the sky. Everyone present, whether righteous patriarchs or the fortunate survivors like Du Yi and Chu Li, felt a chill surge from their souls to the crown of their heads. These were two venerable elders of the demonic path who had cultivated for decades at the level of spirit transformation, yet they were casually sliced open with a single sword strike, dying like stray dogs crushed by a wheel on the roadside. Lu Qingxuan gave his wrist a slight twist, and two storage rings flew out from the corpses, hovering in his palm. A sweep of his divine sense revealed only ordinary items used by ordinary transformation spirit cultivators, a pitifully meager haul. Lu Qingxuan tossed both rings into Su Qingyan's hands. Keep them. Deposit them into the sect treasury. Yes, master. Su Qingyan gazed at her master's indifferent profile, her heart still racing. Headmaster Li was the first to recover, rushing forward to flatter him. Taoist Lu, what skill! Truly decisive and ruthless, the very essence of an ancient sage. At these words, the other righteous elders chimed in agreement. Indeed. Those two ancient fiends, Shueisha and Jiayu, have committed countless atrocities in Lizhou. They deserved death long ago. Fellow Taoist Lu's actions have cleared the heavens for the righteous path of Lizhou. We bow in utter admiration. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lu, on your meteoric rise to unparalleled divine might. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lu, on becoming the foremost figure in present-day Lizi province. Flattery and slogans filled the air. These ancient foxes, having lived for millennia, had keenly sensed the winds of change sweeping through the era and the opportunity to reshape the distribution of power and influence. Just as the crowd's excitement reached its peak, Hua Qianying and Yao Linger hurriedly arrived. Yet the scene before them sent a chill through her heart. The two corpses on the ground, their deaths gruesome, the sight of their own ancestor, Chu Li, and Master Dewey of the 10,000 Eternities Temple cowering like frightened quails, and the eager, excited expressions on the faces of the righteous ancestors across from them. In that instant, Hua Qianying understood everything. For nearly 10,000 years, the righteous and demonic factions had maintained a standoff in Lizhou, forming a delicate and fragile equilibrium. In ordinary times, the disciples below fought to the death. It was the training of the younger generation. But at the level of Huatian ancestors, an unspoken line was maintained. Pride mattered to all, none would rashly shatter that facade. Even if one side occasionally made a mistake and captured an elder from the opposing faction, it presented an excellent opportunity. Imprisoned, they were fed and pampered, then held hostage. Envoys were sent to the opposing sect, demanding exorbitant ransoms and vast resources. In the end, the demon path led, the orthodox path profited, and both sides preserved their dignity and interests. With each party conceding ground, all were satisfied. This was the unwritten rule, a form of social etiquette among the highest-ranking cultivators. Indeed, even figures like Master Dewey and the demoness ancestor Chu Li, one a revered Buddhist monk, the other a demonic sorceress, might secretly engage in murky resource exchanges. After all, not every righteous cultivator is pure as the driven snow, nor is every demonic practitioner a savage beast. All pursued cultivation and the survival of their sections. Who would truly wish to overturn the table and fight to the bitter end? But now, Lu Qingxuan had ascended to the refining void realm, a single man capable of subjugating an entire province. Back when their powers were evenly matched, they could sit at the same table, discussing how to split the spoils 50-50 and share the resources of Lizi province. But now that he possesses such power, why should he continue sharing spoils with a bunch of nobodies? Lu Qingxuan wants it all. He seeks absolute dominance. To grasp every last resource of Li province firmly in his own hands. Hua Qianying drew a deep breath, suppressing the raging storm churning within her heart, forcing herself to steady her composure. She composed her appearance, then stepped forward gracefully. Before that figure that seemed like a god or a demon, she bowed elegantly. Hua Qianying of the Union sect extends congratulations to Senior Lu for piercing through the veil of transformation, ascending to the heavens in a single stride, and advancing to the realm of refining the void. This declaration caused the righteous sect elders to exchange bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with peculiarity. Has this woman lost her mind? Couldn't she see the still warm corpse on the ground? Daring to approach at a time like this, did she want to die even faster? Or were all the demonesses of the Union of Bliss this brazen? In an instant, all eyes focused on Lu Qingxuan. Would this newly crowned ruler of Lizhou casually strike again, sending this demonic sorceress of the demonic path to meet the same fate as blood-slaughtered Ghostine? Many even began to secretly hope for it. Chapter 33, Next time I'll help you hold Linger again. However, Lu Qingxuan did not draw his sword again as they expected. Instead, he stood silently, deep in thought. Yet this silence proved more terrifying than any thunderous punishment. A cold sweat trickled down Hua Qianying's smooth forehead, sliding to her jawline. She clung desperately to her bowed posture, not daring to move an inch, while inwardly cursing herself for returning. How foolish she had been to trust a man. Yes, men. She had presided over the Union sect for 1,000 years, encountering more men than Master Dui had recited sutras. Those vows of eternal love, those promises of unwavering loyalty, how much of it was genuine when faced with absolute power and profit? Before you were obtained, you were the vermilion birthmark on the heart, the moonlight by the bedside. Once obtained, once played with until boredom sets in, you become a smear of mosquito blood on the wall, a speck of rice on the collar. To be used and discarded, to have bridges burned after crossing. She had witnessed such betrayals too many times. Lu Qingxuan was now a great power of the refining void realm, a force capable of subduing an entire province. Would he show leniency to the entire Hahuan sect for the sake of one insignificant woman? Why should he? For Linger's pretty face? Or her still tender body? Or her 9 absolute vein, which had lost its primordial yin and offered negligible benefit to a Lianshu-level cultivator? Ridiculous. Perhaps, in Lu Qingxuan's eyes, the demonic Linger was nothing more than a slightly more exquisite plaything. Now, by killing her in front of everyone, slaughtering the Union sect, and forcibly abducting Linger to imprison her as his captive, wouldn't that achieve the same result? After all, he had just slaughtered 2 demonic ancestors using methods more demonic than demonic arts itself. Just as Hua Qianying's heart turned to ashes, Yao Linger beside her summoned her courage. Mimicking her master's manner, she bowed deeply to Lu Qingxuan. Linger. Congratulations, Senior Lu, on breaking through to the refining void realm. Su Qingyan stood behind her master, a complex flicker passing through her cold eyes. From the identical folds in Linger's robes to those of Chu Li's, to the faint, lingering traces of intimate crimson marks on her fair neck. Then there was that faint yet undeniable trace of 9 energy on Lu Qingxuan, the same origin as Linger's. Piecing together these clues, Su Qingyan had already pieced together the entire incident. Her master had likely harnessed the 9 veins of the sacred maiden of the Union sect as the final key to breaking through his cultivation barrier. Su Qingyan felt no contempt in her heart, only a complex sigh. In the struggle for the Tao, all means were fair game. Moreover, one was the leader of the righteous path, the other the holy maiden of the Union sect. Their stances were fundamentally irreconcilable. How could there be any question of debt? Yet the thought lingered that at the time, Yao Linger was likely still a virgin, a being of perfect purity. To kill her so casually, or to make her his concubine, had left an indescribable, unsettling taste in her heart. Ah! Yao Linger let out a soft cry as a gentle force enveloped her, lifting her into the air against her will. Hua Qianying looked up in horror, only to see her precious disciple land squarely in Lu Qingxuan's arms. The entire scene fell deathly silent. What was happening? Shouldn't the entire Hahuan sect be wiped out at this moment? Why the sudden embrace? The reversal came too swiftly for the ancient patriarchs to process. Enveloped by that familiar masculine aura, Yao Linger was completely dazed. She froze in Lu Qingxuan's embrace, her mind going completely blank. He hadn't killed her. He hadn't abandoned her. Overwhelming joy and pent-up sorrow instantly shattered years of self-control, spilling forth as scalding tears that blurred her vision. Having been steeped in the corrupting influence of the Union sect for years, she had grown accustomed to callousness and seen through the coldness of human hearts. She believed her heart had long since hardened into stone, incapable of stirring for any man. She had even prepared for the worst. If Lu Qingxuan turned on her with cruelty, she would detonate her own power. At the very least, she would drench him in her blood, making him understand that the holy maiden of the Union sect was no plaything to be toyed with. Yet she never imagined that this man, who had just ascended to the pinnacle of Liso, would declare his ownership of her to everyone in such a domineering manner. In that moment, sect affiliations, stances, and the distinction between righteous and demonic factions all seemed to fade into insignificance. She felt like a small boat tossed about in a storm for far too long, finally finding a harbor to anchor in. Even if that harbor was her master. Ancestor. Yao Linger lifted her tear-streaked, delicate face, her watery eyes brimming with dependence and longing as she gazed dreamily at Lu Qingxuan's profile. Now that you belong to me, shouldn't we change how you address me? Yao Linger's slender frame trembled, and 2 intoxicating blushes instantly spread across her face, climbing from her cheeks all the way to her ears. As the revered holy maiden of the Union sect, her seductive arts had long reached mastery, every smile and frown capable of stealing souls. Yet now, she resembled a young maiden newly awakened to love. Biting her lower lip, a tangled web of shyness and sweetness swirled within her heart, finally coalescing into a whisper as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Master. Those 2 syllables, soft and sweet, were bone-meltingly enchanting. The venerable patriarchs of the righteous path heard it and felt their eyelids twitch. They inwardly cursed her as a demoness, yet dared not show the slightest hint of it. They could only stare straight ahead, noses fixed on their hearts, pretending to be wooden statues. Lu Qingxuan lowered his head, his right hand gently pinching the chin of the demonic spirit. Just call me master in public. Yao Linger gave a coquettish smile. Understood, master. Lu Qingxuan looked up at Hua Qianying with satisfaction. Master Hua. This junior is here. Hua Qianying snapped to attention, responding promptly with an even more submissive posture. Your Haowan sect aided this one in breaking through the refining void realm, a great service indeed. Your death sentence is hereby pardoned. Thank you, Senior Lu. Thank you for your mercy. Hua Qianying answered joyfully. However, Lu Qingxuan's tone abruptly turned cold. The Blood Demon sect and the 10,000 Souls Hall have long tormented Li province. Their disciples act with utter depravity, provoking the wrath of both heaven and man. Today, I shall act as heaven's agent to eradicate these two malignant tumors completely, restoring Li province to a world of light and righteousness. The righteous elders were stunned at first, then overjoyed. Eradicate the Blood Demon sect and the 10,000 Souls Hall? This was the very thing they had long dreamed of accomplishing but lacked the power to do. Lu Qingxuan's willingness to act was nothing short of a godsend. As for the Union sect, the group exchanged glances, first at the demonic spirit Lu Qingxuan held in his arms, then at Hua Qianying beside him, beaming with unrestrained joy. Instantly, they understood. Ah well, clear waters run deep. Eliminating the main forces of two major demonic sects was already a monumental achievement. As for the Union sect, since they'd already chosen the light over darkness and proactively latched onto the most powerful ally, why should anyone else play the villain? Hua Qianying was overjoyed. The fate of the Blood Demon sect and the 10,000 Souls Hall? What did it matter to her? With two fewer rivals, her union of bliss would only receive more resources in the future. Hua Qianying promptly approached Lu Qingxuan, even positioning herself behind the junior Su Qingyan. This gesture unmistakably declared her allegiance to the entire cultivation world of Lizhou. From this day forward, the Huanhuan sect would follow Lu Qingxuan's lead in all matters. After taking her place, Hua Qianying curtsied gracefully once more to Lu Qingxuan, her demeanor reaching the pinnacle of reverence. Yet, in the instant her head dipped, a thin thread of divine sense slipped silently into Lu Qingxuan's ear. Senior Lu, should such an opportunity arise again, this junior will assist you in supporting Linger. Chapter 34, A single palm wipes out the Blood Demon sect. Amit Ba. Fellow Daoist Lu. Senior Lu, your compassion for all sentient beings and willingness to eradicate the malignant tumor of demonic ways truly blesses the 10,000 people of our Li province. The Blood Demon sect and the 10,000 Souls Hall have committed heinous crimes against heaven and earth. Our eternal temple vows to follow in Senior Lu's footsteps, purge this demonic lair, and restore peace to the world. Dewey hurriedly stepped forward at this moment, bowing low with a fawning smile. His declaration instantly galvanized the other righteous elders. Indeed. Now was no time for hesitation. Quite so. Fellow Daoist, Dewey speaks wisely. Our Haoran Academy pledges to serve as vanguard for Senior Lu. We of the Tai sect pledge to follow Senior Lu's commands. Senior Lu's ascent to the pinnacle of Li State is the mandate of heaven. From this day forward, the cultivation world of Li State shall revere the Green Mountain sect as supreme and follow Senior Lu as our leader. Their voices rang loud and clear, yet each heart clutched a cold sweat. Lu Qingxuan's current power was too terrifying, having completely shattered the balance of Lizi province. If he truly wished it, this very place today could become the burial ground for every single one of them. No one dared gamble on whether this newly crowned ruler of Lizi would launch a bloody purge to seize absolute control. Today he annihilated two great demonic sects. Would tomorrow see the turn of these so-called righteous sects? A general's triumph is built upon countless bones. How could one tolerate others snoring beside one's own bed? These truths they understood better than anyone. After all, in the cultivation world, might reigns supreme. They had witnessed countless tales of uprooting the weeds to prevent regrowth. Lu Qingxuan took in the expressions of everyone present, yet his heart remained utterly unruffled. He even found it somewhat amusing. Kill them all and then what? Manage the vast expanse of Lizi province alone? Dealing with petty sect disputes and resource allocations? Conquering a realm is easy, holding it is hard. He had no interest in playing babysitter. His true reliance lay in the system within his mind. By seizing the opportunities meant for those chosen by heaven, he could gain 10,000-fold rewards and advance his cultivation by leaps and bounds. The resources of a merely prefecture? He couldn't care less. Rather than exhausting himself trying to unify the realm, it was far wiser to let these shrewd elders manage affairs for him. They would proactively offer up all of Liu province's resources to curry favor with him. All he needed to do was sit back and reap the rewards. In his leisure time, he could discuss life and ideals with Linger in his arms. What could be more delightful? These old fools, as long as they knew their place and behaved appropriately, would make the finest tools. With this thought, Lu Qingxuan's mind was already set. Your willingness to serve brings me great comfort. A simple statement, yet it caused every elder ancestor to breathe a huge sigh of relief. Lu Qingxuan said no more. He merely glanced down at the docile spirit in his arms, then turned his gaze toward the Blood Demon sect's location. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes.
Since that is the case, we shall depart immediately. Before the words had fully faded, he clutched the demonic spirit girl and abruptly transformed into a dazzling swordlight. Tearing through the sky, he shot toward the distant horizon with a piercing roar. In an instant, the Hawan sect erupted in brilliant radiance. Streams of multicolored teleportation lights shot skyward like a passing meteor shower, densely following the most dazzling swordlight as they surged majestically toward the Blood Demon sect. Blood Demon sect. The sect was nestled within a range of crimson mountains, perpetually shrouded in thick, blood-tainted aura. Any ordinary creature venturing within 100 miles would have its mind corrupted, transformed into a mindless, murderous walking corpse. At this moment, within a dimly lit cave dwelling, a viscous pool of blood bubbled and gurgled, its foul stench nauseating. A newly initiated disciple cautiously poured a bucket of blackish-red liquid into the pool, his face betraying unmistakable fear and confusion. "Senior brother, aren't the sect's rules strictly against us cultivating with mortal essence blood in private? If the discipline hall discovers this..." A pale-faced young disciple with crimson lips snorted derisively beside him, patting the junior disciple's shoulder with pity in his eyes, as if looking at a cute little thing. "Little brother, you're still too naive. Rules are for the weak to follow, and for those righteous hypocrites outside. Do you really think what sustains our blood demon sect is absorbing the essence of heaven and earth?" He gestured toward the blood pool, coaxing gently, "Look here, this is the true foundation of our cultivation. What bull rules? As long as you keep your hands clean, don't touch people in the big cities, and pick some godforsaken backwater villages, who's gonna stand up for a few mortals? If they die, they die. Not even a ripple in the water." As the young man spoke, a flash of greed crossed his eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and sucked in a jet of blood from the pool, swallowing it whole. Instantly, an eerie crimson glow spread across his skin, his aura intensifying as a look of profound satisfaction washed over his face. "See? This works better than a month of your grueling meditation. With enough ruthlessness, reaching nascent soul or transformation spirit isn't a dream." The junior disciple stared in disbelief, swallowing hard. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden commotion erupted outside the cave dwelling. "What's going on?" The young disciple frowned, displeased. The two stepped outside the cave dwelling to find countless disciples within the sect's domain gazing upward in terror, their eyes fixed on the sky. Following the gaze of the crowd, a dazzling radiance appeared in the western sky. Like an indestructible blade, it tore through the blood-red miasma that had shrouded the blood demon sect for 1,000 years. With the majestic might of heaven itself, it pressed toward them at an unimaginable speed. What is that?" The junior disciple's voice trembled. "It's righteous cultivators. So many. Good heavens, it seems nearly every ancestral patriarch from every sect in Liao province has come." The young disciple, well-traveled and knowledgeable, instantly recognized the auras of several teleporting lights and turned ashen-faced. "Where is our patriarch? Where is our blood demon patriarch? Quick, go summon the patriarch from seclusion." The disciples descended into chaos. Some rushed to sound the alarm bells, others tried to summon the secluded elders, while most simply turned and fled, desperate to escape the blood demon sect and weather the storm. But what chance did they have? At that very moment, at the very forefront of the myriad rays of light, a dazzling sword light abruptly halted. As the light dispersed, the figure of Su Qingyan emerged. Without a word, he slowly raised his right hand and gently pressed his palm down toward the blood-red mountains below. Boom! A colossal palm formed from pure spiritual energy, obscuring the sun, descended from the heavens with an unstoppable aura of destruction. The blood demon sect had just activated their mountain-defending formation, the 10,000 Souls Blood Slaughter Array. A crimson protective barrier enveloped the entire blood demon sect. Yet before that colossal palm, it shattered into dust in an instant. Mountains crumbled, the earth cracked open, and countless palaces and towers were reduced to ash by the palm's force. The panicked disciples of the blood demon sect, whether Qi cultivators, foundation establishment cultivators, or golden core and nascent soul cultivators, didn't even have time to utter a scream before being utterly obliterated by that overwhelming, unstoppable force, their bodies and souls destroyed. A single palm strike. The blood demon sect, a fearsome demonic powerhouse renowned for 10,000 years, along with the entire mountain range it occupied, was forcibly obliterated from the land of Lizi province, leaving behind only a bottomless, colossal palm print. Chapter 35, Innate Tao Heart, Luminous Holy Body. Hua Qianying, Dui, and the assembled righteous elders trailing behind all sucked in sharp breaths. Simultaneously, they silently thanked their swift decision to align themselves earlier. Had that world-shattering palm struck their own sects, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Standing behind Su Qingyan, Su Qingyan felt an inexplicable ache in her heart. Even though she believed her master had done what was right, the throbbing ache persisted. The pain made her frown deeply as she pressed a hand to her heart. Master. Among them, perhaps some were forced into it, or their crimes don't warrant death. Shouldn't we give them a chance to reform? Su Qingyan turned his head at her words, meeting Su Qingyan's face confused yet tinged with an instinctive compassion. Suddenly, something clicked. It came. The innate Tao heart, the sacred body of crystal. Su Qingyan's sudden pang of heartache and reluctance wasn't a surge of saintly compassion, but the precursor to the complete awakening of her unique physique, the innate Tao Heart Crystal Saint Body. This physique harmonized with all cultivation methods, allowing her to progress at a staggering pace, truly a favored child of heaven.
Yet it came with a fatal debuff in Lu Qingxuan's eyes, an innate inclination toward ultimate goodness.
In the original novel Burning Heaven, 10,000 Realms, Su Qingyan's ability to become the strongest female protagonist in the late stages, even ascending to the position of Great Emperor, was entirely due to this innate Tao Heart Crystal body. Yet, it was precisely this physique that sparked the ill-fated beginning of her relationship with the protagonist, Yifan. Lu Qingxuan's thoughts instantly drifted back to the novel's plot, one that still made him want to curse to this day. In the story, Su Qingyan, while training alone in the 10,000 mountains, experienced a sudden awakening of her physique. The violent clash between her mental state and cultivation levels summoned a heart demon. A demon king at the transformation spirit realm seized the opportunity to attack, leaving her gravely wounded. Then, the classic scene unfolded. The protagonist Yifan happened to pass by, heroically rescuing the damsel in distress and discovering the barely alive Su Qingyan. During her most vulnerable period, when her physique had awakened yet her cultivation was lost, Yifan provided meticulous care. He tended her wounds, fed her medicinal soups, and even risked his life to shield her from another demon beast, sustaining severe injuries in the process. Through repeated acts of devotion, even the coldest immortal maiden would be melted by such a cliched plot. The heart that had once beaten solely for her master was now forcibly crowded by Yifan's presence. The subsequent plot twists were nothing short of melodramatic. After recovering, Su Qingyan discovered Yifan was from the Yi family, her master's sworn enemies, plunging her into an agonizing dilemma. In the end, though she chose her sect and left Yifan, the crack in her heart remained. She never revealed Yifan's whereabouts to her master. Yet misfortune brought unexpected blessings. After her physique fully awakened, her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. She swiftly broke through to the refining void realm and journeyed to Central Plains in search of higher Tao. It was precisely her departure that granted Yifan ample time to develop his strength. Simultaneously, without Su Qingyan, a Lianshu-level bodyguard by his side, Yifan's reckless actions successfully diverted hatred toward Lu Qingxian, ultimately leading to his own demise. The thought of his own cherished protégé, the devoted little cotton jacket he'd nurtured with endless devotion, ultimately becoming the protagonist's greatest asset, indirectly leading to his own brutal annihilation, made Lu Qingxuan's face darken involuntarily. What kind of joke was this? Why should the cabbage I painstakingly cultivated be trampled by pigs? No. Absolutely not. Master? Su Qingyan grew uneasy as Lu Qingxian remained silent for an extended moment, his gaze fixed on her, shifting unpredictably. Had she said something wrong to upset her master? That inexplicable pang of heartache seemed to intensify, and her face paled further. Qing'er. Lu Qingxian extended his hand, and a gentle green spiritual light flowed into Su Qingyan's brow. The tearing sensation in her heart was instantly soothed by a wave of coolness. Su Qingyan exhaled deeply. Thank you for saving me, master. Do you think your master has committed too many sins? Lu Qingxian asked. Su Qingyan shook her head hastily, defending herself urgently. No, disciple dares not. Master's actions must hold profound meaning. The blood demon sect has committed heinous crimes, their deaths are well deserved. It's just that earlier, disciple felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. For a moment, her mind faltered, and she spoke nonsense. Please, master, punish me. As she spoke, she began to kneel in penance. But Lu Qingxian caught her arm. It is unnecessary, Lu Qingxian said calmly. Your heart is not at fault. Su Qingyan was utterly confused, looking at her master in bewilderment. Master, I am slow-witted. What do you mean? Lu Qingxian then sent a divine thought into Su Qingyan's mind. Come to my quarters at midnight tomorrow. Su Qingyan remained perplexed, but heard Lu Qingxian speak softly. Qing'er, how many do you think this palm of mine can kill? Su Qingyan froze, unsure how to respond. Many? Nearly 10,000 blood demon sect cultivators. That was no small number for the entire cultivation world of Liu province. Lu Qingxian continued, have you ever considered how many innocent commoners and cultivators perished at their hands over the 10,000 years the blood demon sect has stood? Was it 10,000? 100,000? Or even 1,000,000? We are not gods, unable to judge who among them committed heinous crimes deserving death and who did not. But remember this, we have even less right to forgive them on behalf of those victims who died horribly at their hands. Once one steps onto the path of demonic cultivation, there is no turning back. If you show mercy and spare one today, tomorrow he may slaughter an entire village or annihilate a clan to cultivate his demonic arts. When those he slaughters beg for mercy in their final moments, do you think he will grant them a chance to live? Su Qingyan's body jerked violently as the heartache her master's spiritual energy had just soothed surged back even more intensely. Ugh! She let out a muffled groan, as if witnessing countless faces frozen in despair, villages reduced to scorched earth by demonic flames, and families torn apart in pools of blood. The vengeful spirits of those brutally slain, their resentment, their unwillingness to accept their fate seemed to flow through her innate, supremely benevolent Tao heart. This heart-wrenching empathy was also the greatest shackle of the innate Tao heart and the sacred body of crystal.
Yes. What right did I have? My compassion today might only bring more innocent deaths tomorrow. Wouldn't my so-called goodness then become the greatest evil? At this thought, Su Qingyan clenched her pearly teeth.
Her phoenix-like eyes, which had been slightly unfocused from the excruciating pain, suddenly hardened with resolve.
Pain. Let it hurt.
If this pain can bring peace to the world and joy to my master, then I shall bear it.
Suppressing the turmoil in her chest, Su Qingyan declared with unwavering resolve. This disciple understands.
Henceforth, this disciple shall never commit such pointless acts of kindness again.
Chapter 36, You've already chosen the path of darkness. If I don't kill you, wouldn't that be disrespecting your choice?
Lu Qingxian nodded with satisfaction. Before being corrupted by that punky fan, Su Qingyan's loyalty to him was beyond doubt. As long as her mindset remained sound, everything else could be worked out.
You've grasped the situation well. Lu Qingxian chuckled softly, but his next words made the nearby Huatian ancestors' eyebrows twitch. Once they've entered the demonic path, it's a path they walk for life. If we encounter them today and spare them, wouldn't that mean they entered the demonic path for nothing?
That would be a profound disrespect for their choice, wouldn't it? Headmaster Li's mouth twitched slightly, nearly dropping the scroll he held.
Respect their choice? What kind of wolfish rhetoric was this? Demon cultivators hearing this might even shed tears of gratitude. Luo Tianqing shot Lu Qingxian a peculiar look.
No wonder Lu Qingxian possesses such formidable cultivation. His way of thinking truly defies the comprehension of ordinary mortals like us. Only Su Qingyan felt enlightened in that moment, her mind suddenly clear.
Yes. Master is absolutely right. They voluntarily chose the demonic path, reveling in the thrill of plundering others' lives and cultivation.
They had long severed all ties with the righteous way. Forcing upon them the righteous path's notion of goodness or pitying them is itself an insult to the path they've chosen.
Master, you even considered the dignity of fiends.
This breadth of vision, this magnanimity, it truly is.
Truly magnificent.
Lu Qingxian, of course, had no idea what his disciple had imagined this time, but seeing Su Qingyan's "I've understood" expression, he added fuel to the fire.
Of course, I know your nature is profoundly kind.
When your heart aches with compassion, you need not force yourself.
Su Qingyan paused, a wave of warmth flooding her heart.
Master, he still cares for me.
Then what should I do?
It's simple, Lu Qingxian said calmly. You only need to cripple those who deserve death and hand them over to others.
Let them finish the job.
He gestured toward the nearby figures Headmaster Li, Luo Tianqing, and the others.
See? Haven't I brought you so many helpers?
From now on, whenever there's dirty or tedious work like this, send them in.
You stand back. Out of sight, out of mind. Su Qingyan.
Headmaster Li, Luo Tianqing, Master Xuanji, Pudu, and Dui. Headmaster Li and the others were utterly devastated inside.
We are transcendent ancestors. We preside over entire sects, revered by countless disciples. How did we become nothing more than dirty work enforcers in your mouth? Yet, they dared not argue back.
Forget dirty, grueling tasks. If Lu Qingxian ordered them to strip naked and run 3 laps around the blood demon sect right now, they'd seriously consider whether it was feasible.
Disciple understands. This time, Su Qingyan truly grasped the full picture. So that's how it was. My master wasn't teaching me to become cold-blooded, but protecting my Tao heart in his own way. He kept me distant from slaughter without betraying the core purpose of exorcising demons and upholding the way. This is true great wisdom and great compassion. Master, you truly spared no effort for my sake. Su Qingyan's eyes glistened with tears. All right, matters here are settled. Only one remains. Lu Qingxian clapped his hands. Let's go to the 10,000 Souls Hall.
With that, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot.
The others dared not delay and hurriedly followed.
The 10,000 Souls Hall. Unlike the blood demon sect's blood-soaked atmosphere, this place was eerily terrifying. The entire hall was constructed from an unknown type of black stone, its surface riddled with natural cavities. When the cold wind swept through, it emitted wailing, ghostly cries, as if countless aggrieved souls were wailing here. In the plaza before the hall stood a 100-jung-tall 10,000 souls banner. Countless distorted, agonized spectral forms were bound to it, emitting silent, guttural screams. A single glance was enough to shatter the mental resolve of Foundation establishment cultivators, driving them into demonic possession. By the time Lu Qingxian and his companions arrived, the Yin energy had thickened to tangible density. Black mist swirled, ghostly shadows flickered.
Such heavy resentment.
Master Pudu pressed his palms together, his brow etched with profound compassion.
Amitabha Buddha. The souls lost here number in the tens of millions. Poof. A bunch of demonic cultists. Their deaths are no loss.
Luo Tianqing snorted coldly, his sword intent surging around him, shredding all approaching Yin energy. Lu Qingxian, however, did not act immediately. He stood with his hands behind his back, then turned and gave a slight nod toward Headmaster Li and the others.
Go. The implication was clear, it was their turn to shine.
Li Shanchang and the others exchanged glances, their hearts filled with bitter laughter, yet they had no choice but to steel themselves and step forward. It was time to prove their loyalty. Boom! Just as the 6 Huatian ancestors prepared to break down the door together, a torrent of ghostly energy surged violently from within the hall. Who dares disturb this one's seclusion, you lowly intruders? From the black mist, a gaunt yet upright figure slowly emerged. He wore a black robe embroidered with countless skulls, his face resembling a desiccated corpse. 9 enormous, ferocious skulls hovered around him, 2 of which radiated the terrifying aura of a spirit transformation cultivator. The ghost ancestor emerged from seclusion only to find 6 righteous Huatian ancestors standing outside the hall. Headmaster Li of the Haoran Academy. Luo Tianqing of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Xuanji Jinren of the Tai Sect. Pudu and Dui of the Eternal Temple. And Lu Qingxuan of the Green Mountain Sect. How could these 5 titans of the righteous path have come together? But when his gaze swept over Hua Qianying and Mei Shuling, smiling radiantly beside them, his heart settled slightly. Thankfully, the Huanhuan sect was present too. It seemed another pact between righteous and demonic factions was being negotiated. The ghost cleared its throat coldly. So it is you, fellow cultivators, who have graced us with your presence. What brings you here? Why destroy my sect's gates and injure my disciples? Yet, no words came in reply. Begin. Lu Qingxian uttered the 2 words indifferently. At that command, the 6 great Huatian ancestors hesitated no longer, striking instantly. Upright righteousness, scrolls to subdue demons. Headmaster Li's beard and hair stood on end as an ancient scroll shot skyward. It grew with the wind, transforming into a golden mountain. As its pages turned, countless golden characters of suppressed the size of fist-sized stones rained down like a meteor shower. Heavenly Sword, Star River. Luo Tianqing's expression grew grim as he drew his sword, delivering a distant slash toward the ghost ancestor. The sword intent was so fierce it made heaven and earth pale in comparison. Supreme unity, boundless. Heaven and earth seal. Xuanji Jinren flicked his whisk, formed seals with both hands, and a colossal black and white taiji diagram materialized above the ghost ancestor's head, transforming into a massive millstone. Mighty heavenly dragon, earthly venerable Ksiddhagarbha, Prajna Buddhas, Vajra subduing demons. The venerable monks Pudu and Dui, their countenances solemn and dignified, acted in unison. A wrathful Vajra deity materialized behind them, extending a colossal golden palm that obscured the sky. Within its palm, a massive swastika Buddha seal blazed with dazzling golden light, crashing down from above. The ghost ancestor was utterly bewildered. What the hell? They just started fighting without warning? And they're going all out? Chapter 37, I didn't hit you, so why are you hitting me? Hit him. Before the ghost ancestor could even process it, the threat of death engulfed him. Azura ghost head. Block it for me. He roared furiously. 9 skulls fused around him in an instant, coalescing into a colossal Azura demon head. It opened its gaping maw, spewing forth a filthy river of ghostly darkness, attempting to withstand this world-shattering assault. At the same time, he turned his desperate gaze toward Hua Qianying and Mei Shuling nearby, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Hua Qianying. Mei Shuling. What are you waiting for? Help me. I'll reward you handsomely afterward. In his view, the Union of Bliss sect, being fellow practitioners of the demonic path, should naturally join forces with him against the righteous factions at this critical moment. Hearing this, Hua Qianying not only refused to intervene but instead flashed him a captivatingly seductive smile. Ghostly friend, we sisters are merely following orders. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Before her words had fully faded, she and Meichuling had already launched their attack. Amidst the world's myriad desires, love's threads bind. Peach blossoms swirled through the air as a pink net of love threads descended from the heavens, instantly binding the newly formed Azura ghost head and halting its movement. Hee hee, fellow cultivator, sleep well now. Meichuling purred with a coquettish smile, her eyes brimming with allure as an intangible charm assaulted the ghost ancestor's soul. Shameful. The ghost ancestor's eyes bulged with fury. He never imagined the one stabbing him in the back would be his so-called ally. In that split-second hesitation, the attacks of the others struck. Boom! There was no suspense. The golden seal bearing the character Jin, the dazzling river of sword energy, the black and white grinding wheels of heaven and earth, and the majestic Buddha palm of subduing demons all struck the Azura ghost's head with devastating force, almost simultaneously. No! The Azura demon head of the ghost ancestor shattered into countless fragments. Immediately after, his body was instantly vaporized within the terrifying torrent that channeled the combined power of the 6 Huatian ancestors, reduced to nothingness. Body and soul annihilated. In his final moments, a venomous, vengeful thought echoed across the heavens and earth. You'll pay, wait until the Blood Elder and Ghost Slayer Elder emerge from seclusion, every last one of you will die. Amitabha Buddha. The venerable monk Pudu pressed his palms together, his face serene with compassion. The ghost ancestor's crimes were beyond measure. His demise now settles a karmic debt. Xuanji Jinren swept his whisk and declared gravely, the gates of the 10,000 Souls Hall have fallen, yet its foundations remain. The 2 most formidable fiends have yet to show themselves. We must not let our guard down.
Hua Qianying and Mei Xue glided gracefully to the group's side. The former covered her mouth with a soft laugh. My deepest admiration for your formidable prowess, fellow cultivators. But I wonder where exactly are the Blood Sea Patriarch and Ghost Slayer Patriarch hiding? At that moment, the 10,000 souls banner at the plaza's center suddenly stirred without wind, fluttering wildly. Upon its surface, countless souls, writhing in agony, seemed to come alive, emitting piercing, wretched screams. Black mist surged skyward, staining the clouds on the horizon pitch black. A deeper, more malevolent aura erupted from within the banner. This is bad. They're secluded within the banner of 10,000 souls. Headmaster Li's expression darkened. Before he could finish speaking, two streaks of blood-red light shot skyward from the banner, coalescing into human forms mid-air. The figure on the left wore a crimson robe, his face eerily handsome yet demonic. His eyes were a solid crimson, like two boundless seas of blood. Blood energy surged around him, accompanied by faint sounds of crashing waves. It was none other than the Blood Sea Patriarch. The figure on the right was cloaked in pitch-black robes, its face concealed. Only a pair of deathly pale hands emerged, gripping a bone scythe. This was the Ghost Slayer ancestor. The moment they appeared, the overwhelming pressure of their 8th-layer spirit transformation cultivation swept across the entire venue like the heavens collapsing. Headmaster Li, Luo Tianqing, and the others felt their breath catch, the pressure intensifying exponentially. The Blood Elder's crimson gaze swept over the massive craters and utter devastation on the ground before settling on Headmaster Li and the others. A cruel smile curled his lips. TSK. What a grand spectacle. That worthless ghost soul was actually slaughtered by a bunch of worthless trash like you? The Ghost Slayer Patriarch sneered contemptuously. Well, that saves us the trouble of dividing his spoils after emerging from seclusion. It seems during our retreat, your righteous factions have grown increasingly bold. Haoran Academy, Heavenly Sword Sect, Tai Sect, Eternal Temple. All 5 major sects are present. Too bad your strongest, Luo Xinghe, didn't show up. With just a few of you early and mid-stage spirit transformation cultivators, you dare come to my 10,000 souls hall to cause trouble? But since you're all here, none of you are leaving today. Your divine souls and essence blood will serve to solidify our cultivation and celebrate our emergence from seclusion. Arrogant. Overbearing. This was the bone-deep contempt of an 8th-layer spirit transformation demonic powerhouse facing opponents vastly inferior in cultivation. Yet what puzzled them was that although Headmaster Li Shan and the others across from them wore solemn expressions, they showed not a trace of fear. Worse still, Xuanji Jinren, Luo Tianqing, and the others actually looked at them with pity? Who were they pitying? Pity us? Blood Elder and Ghost Slayer Elder exchanged a glance, both finding it rather amusing. Just then, the Blood Sea Patriarch noticed Lu Qingxuan, who had stood quietly to the side the entire time, his aura subdued. His eyebrow arched. Oh? And there's one more. I've heard of you, Lu Qingxuan of the Green Mountain Sect. Not long ago, you broke through to the 6th layer of the spirit transformation stage and even killed my 3rd brother, Blood River? The Blood Sea Patriarch scrutinized Lu Qingxuan from head to toe, sneering coldly. Were it not for Ghost Slayer and I being at a critical juncture in stabilizing our cultivation, how could I have allowed you to live this long? Very well. Today, you shall be the first to fall. Let the world see that so-called geniuses are nothing but a laughingstock before us. As the words fell, the aura of the 8th layer of spirit transformation erupted from his body without restraint. The scent of blood in the air instantly intensified tenfold. A colossal hand, 100 zhang in size, coalesced from pure blood essence, lunging toward Lu Qingxuan. Faced with this earth-shattering strike, Headmaster Li and the others not only refrained from intervening but simultaneously took a step back, leaving the battlefield entirely to Lu Qingxuan. This scene first filled the Blood Elder with confusion, then erupted into sudden, booming laughter. Ha 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 ha. You so-called righteous cultivators are truly laughable. After seeing the gap in strength, you won't even lend a hand, yet you call yourselves righteous? Nothing but cowards who fear death. Lu Qingxuan spoke calmly, since you wish to test it, then die. With that, he swung a fist. That blood-red giant hand, powerful enough to crush a 6th-tier spirit transformation cultivator with ease, couldn't withstand Lu Qingxuan's fist wind for even an instant. The momentum of his fist continued unabated, striking the Ghost Slayer Patriarch on the other side. I didn't hit you, why are you attacking me? Go hit him. Before the Ghost Slayer Patriarch could finish his sentence, he was instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist. The Blood Elder froze completely, simultaneously sensing Lu Qingxuan's dissipating cultivation. Refining void. He wasn't even at the 6th layer of Huatian. The intelligence was wrong. We've been deceived. Run. Blood Sea suddenly ignited his essence blood, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he fled toward the horizon at the fastest speed he had ever known. Yet Lu Qingxuan unleashed the same punch once more. Boom! An even more dazzling mist of blood erupted. Another 8th layer spirit transformation demonic ancestor fell. Chapter 38, Beware, Yifan might desperately strike back. Central Continent, the Purple Destiny Lu Clan. Ornate beams and painted rafters, pavilions and towers, shrouded in ethereal mist.
Within an elegant and secluded waterside pavilion, two figures sat facing each other. One of them was Lu Mengyao, who had just returned from the Yi family. She wore her signature moon-white flowing robe, her demeanor as cool and ethereal as a fairy stepping out of a painting. Yet within her clear phoenix-like eyes lay a faint, almost imperceptible trace of weariness. Across from her sat a middle-aged man with scholarly grace and an imposing presence without needing to raise his voice. Lu Tianxiong, the current head of the Lu family. Yaoer, did you find any clues regarding the opportunity left behind by Yi Changxing during your visit to the Yi family? Lu Tianxiong personally poured his daughter a cup of spiritual tea, his voice gentle. Lu Mengyao shook her head gently, her voice cool and detached. No. The Yi family has fallen into complete ruin. I scoured every ancient text and discreetly questioned the few remaining elders of the Yi family, but none had ever heard of any inheritance key. Ah. Lu Tianxiong sighed, yet his disappointment was faint. If it cannot be found, then so be it. Perhaps the time is not yet ripe. That you return safely is all that matters to your father. Gazing at his daughter, who seemed almost too perfect to be real, Lu Tianxiong's eyes brimmed with affection and pride, yet beneath it all lay a faint, almost imperceptible sense of guilt. And that Yi Fan from the Yi family, he didn't cause you any trouble, did he? At the mention of that name, Lu Mengyao's fingers paused slightly as she held her teacup. He's still the same as ever, she replied flatly, her tone devoid of emotion. He spends his days in a daze, making no effort to improve himself. I've had guardian Lu Quan follow him discreetly. At least he can protect Yi Fan's life for now. It's the least we can do to preserve the Lu family's final shred of dignity. You've handled it well. Lu Tianxiong nodded, then shifted his tone with a hint of disdain. Yaoer, now that you're back, focus on recuperating. In a few days, your 9-orifice crystal heart will fully awaken. When that happens, your innate talent will astonish all of Central Plains. Lately, that old fool from the Wang family has been bragging everywhere about his good-for-nothing son, Wang Tung. He claims the boy had some miraculous encounter, suddenly gained enlightenment, and now possesses the potential to ascend through tribulation. What a joke! Once my Yaoer achieves mastery of her divine mind, I'll see what the Wang family has left to boast about. What's this nonsense about being the foremost young talent in Central Plains? It's nothing but a joke. Lu Mengyao listened quietly, saying nothing. She paid no heed to the empty titles her father spoke of. Just as father and daughter were savoring this rare moment of warmth, a frantic figure stumbled in from outside, too breathless to announce himself. Master! Young miss! Trouble! The sweaty steward of the Lu household shouted frantically. Lu Tianxiong frowned. What a disgraceful display of panic! The steward knelt with a thud, his voice trembling. Forgive me, master. It's news from the Soul Hall. He raised his head, avoiding Lu Tianxiong's gaze and fixing his eyes only on Lu Mengyao as he struggled to speak. The eldest young lady, Guardian Lu Quan's soul lamp, has gone out. What? Clang! The white jade teacup in Lu Mengyao's hand slipped from her grasp, crashing to the floor and shattering into pieces. Lu Quan. He was a spirit transformation cultivator, one of her most capable guardians. She had personally assigned him to protect Yi Fan. Lu Quan was dead. What about Yi Fan? I'm going to find him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Mengyao turned and lunged toward the exit. Halt! Lu Tianxiong barked, his figure flashing to block her path. Yaoer, calm down. We haven't figured out what's going on yet. Don't act rashly. He turned to the steward. Explain clearly what's going on. The steward shuddered under the master's piercing gaze, hastily pulling a cracked communication jade talisman from his robe and holding it high. Master, Miss Lu, this is the image transmitted by Guardian Lu Quan with his last ounce of soul power before his soul lamp extinguished. With that, he channeled spiritual energy into the jade token. The jade talisman emitted a faint glow, projecting a blurry image into the air. The scene appeared to be atop a desolate mountain, surrounded by utter chaos. At the center of the image was a man's face. Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian? Lu Tianxiong frantically searched his mind for this name. Within Central Plains, there seemed to be no such person. Yaoer, do you know this man? Lu Mengyao didn't answer, her thoughts already tangled like a ball of yarn. That's right, it's him. Investigated by Lu Quan, he was the father of Lu Yun, the man who came to help Chu Li break off her engagement and also the venerable patriarch of the Green Mountain sect. Back then, Lu Mengyao couldn't bear to see Yi Fan suffer. She had sent Lu Quan to follow him covertly, intending to teach him a lesson. But unexpectedly, the man grew arrogant and attacked first, only to be killed by Lu Quan in the end. Lu Quan had reported this incident to her. Just a self-important insect. Dead is dead, no need to dwell on it. Clean up the loose ends properly and don't cause trouble for Yi Fan. At the time, Lu Mengyao hadn't given the matter much thought. But she never imagined that Lu Yun's father would actually come looking for her. And killed Lu Quan. No one can harm brother Yi Fan. Lu Tianxiong stared at the rare flicker of agitation on his daughter's face, momentarily startled. He then turned to the man before him and demanded sternly. Investigate this man's background. Reporting to the sect leader, this man is Lu Qingxian, the sect master of Qingxuan sect in Lizhou.
According to intelligence relayed by Lu Quan, his cultivation level is 6th layer of spirit transformation. 6th layer of spirit transformation? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianxiang paused, then burst into laughter. I thought he was some divine being.
A mere spirit transformation realm cultivator, and you've lost your composure over him. He turned to Lu Mengyao, his tone tinged with affection. Yaoer, there's no need to worry. Father will dispatch 3 refining void realm elders immediately. They will capture this person alive and bring him to you for punishment. Meanwhile, within the demon emperor's legacy, outside a cave, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Yi Fan. If you know what's good for you, come out on your own and hand over the. We might spare your life. Dozens of Qingxuan sect disciples followed Chu Li, surrounding the cave entrance so tightly not a blade of grass could slip through. Behind her, an impatient Qingxuan sect disciple couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. Junior sister Chu, why waste words with this cowardly turtle? He slaughtered so many of our brothers and sisters. Charge in and tear him to pieces. A slightly more level-headed disciple beside him immediately pulled him back. Junior brother, don't be rash. That beast fire is utterly ruthless. We already suffered heavy losses earlier. This cave entrance is narrow. If he's cornered like a dog and resorts to a desperate, mutually destructive attack, none of us will come out unscathed. Then what? Just wait it out? What's the point of waiting? He's trapped here, already at his last gasp. How much longer can he hold out? Chu Li listened to her junior disciple's discussion behind her, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as impatience stirred within her. But then she recalled her master's words. Do not rush against Yi Fan. Be especially wary of him becoming desperate and fighting to the death. Chapter 39, Yin-Yang Strange Fire. The medicine sage awakens. Deep within the cavern, Yi Fan leaned against the damp, cold rock wall, gasping for breath. His body was covered in wounds of varying depths, blood soaking through his blue robe. Fortunately, though gruesome in appearance, these wounds were merely superficial, failing to strike at his core. Those bastards, they just won't leave me alone. Yi Fan cursed under his breath, his brow furrowed. He couldn't fathom how the Qingxuan sect had tracked him down so precisely, despite the extremely secretive location where he'd discovered the Yin-Yang Strange Fire. It felt as if he carried some device that had blatantly revealed his location to them. His gaze drifted involuntarily to his wrist, resting on the Xianqing bracelet gifted by Qingxuan sect's leader, Su Qingyan. A thought exploded in his mind like a bolt of lightning. Yi Fan's face instantly turned ashen. The Xianqing bracelet. When they distributed the bracelets, they had spun elaborate tales about making things easier for everyone, increasing everyone's chances of survival, and uniting the righteous path. How could he have been so naive as to believe their lies? This was clearly a tracking device. Fine. Just fine. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, yanked the bracelet off his wrist, and slammed it onto the ground. Simultaneously, he forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time for self-pity. From his storage ring, he carefully retrieved a jade vial and poured out a pill. It was entirely crimson, with a faint golden aura swirling around it. This was the final trump card left to him by the medicine saint, the soul summoning pill. The medicine sage had once said that this pill could, at the moment when his soul was at its weakest, temporarily awaken a fragment of his soul by harnessing the power of beast flames. The price for this awakening, however, was to nourish and restore him using the newly subdued source of the strange fire. Yi Fan gazed at the yin-yang divine fire he had extracted using a special method. The flame was extraordinarily peculiar, half jet black as ink, half pure white as snow. The two colors were not sharply divided but swirled together like two spirit fish chasing and playing, forming a perfect circle. Within the black lay a hint of supreme yang white, while within the white, a thread of supreme yin black was nurtured. This was the yin-yang strange fire. One of the most extraordinary and powerful flames in the heavens and earth. Yi Fan's gaze hardened with resolve. Success or failure hinged on this very moment. Just as he prepared to swallow the pill, chaotic footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. He's inside. Don't let him escape. Chen Ke charged in first, leading several Qingxuan sect disciples into the chamber. He immediately spotted Yi Fan sitting cross-legged, along with the mystical black and white flame behind him. Yi Fan, hand over the divine flame willingly, and we might spare your life. A disciple behind him chimed in, Senior Brother Chen, stop wasting words. Capture him and avenge our fallen brothers. Seeing these ugly faces, Yi Fan only smiled. You want my life and the divine fire? He rose slowly, raising the summoning spirit pill to his lips. I doubt you have the guts to do it. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yi Fan swallowed the pill without hesitation. Boom! An indescribable, searing heat exploded through his entire body, threatening to incinerate his meridians to ashes. Yi Fan let out a muffled groan as his body began to shake violently. What is he doing? Quick, stop him. Chen Ke's heart skipped a beat as he sensed something amiss and immediately gave the order. Several disciples channeled their spiritual energy, unleashing streaks of sword light and spells that whistled toward Yi Fan. But it was too late. Screech! A piercing, resonant phoenix cry erupted unexpectedly from within Yi Fan.
Golden red phoenix beast flames shot skyward, coalescing into a massive wall of fire that deflected every attack. The violent flames' backlash surged backward, instantly engulfing the two disciples charging at the forefront. Ah! Their piercing screams were cut short mid-cry as the two disciples were incinerated to ashes by the beast fire. Qingxuan and the others were terrified out of their wits, instantly retreating backward. Within the cavern, Yifan's eyes remained tightly shut as countless intricate golden patterns emerged across his body's surface. Boy, did you fall for that Lulu's dirty trick after all? The medicine saint's weak voice sounded for the first time in ages. Master, cut the chatter. Help me subdue it first. Their men are everywhere outside. Yifan shouted urgently. What's the rush? The medicine sage's voice was calm and composed. Watch closely, boy. True fire control techniques are far beyond your half-baked skills. As the words fell, a colossal surge of divine soul power coalesced into an invisible giant hand, snatching violently at the yin-yang strange fire. At the same moment, outside the cave. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as Chen Ku and the remaining Qingxuan sect disciples were hurled from the cave entrance by a violent wave of fire, crashing heavily to the ground. Their bodies were charred black, hair and eyebrows completely singed away, leaving them utterly disheveled. Chen Ku, in particular, had half his body mangled and covered in blood, emitting the acrid smell of roasted flesh. Chen. Senior brother Chen, your hair. A disciple pointed at Chen Ku's bald head, stammering out the words. Get lost. Chen Ku, both shocked and furious, kicked the disciple away. Chu Li and the other Qingxuan sect disciples outside the cave entrance stared in stunned silence. Just moments ago, Chen Ku had seemed certain of victory. Now he was reduced to this? What on earth had transpired inside? That golden red flame seemed even more tyrannical than before. What's going on? Chu Li asked. I don't know. Could Yifan still have some hidden trick up his sleeve? How can we fight like this? Charging in would be suicide. The disciples who had earlier boasted about tearing Yifan limb from limb now fell silent, not daring to approach the cave entrance even half a step. Chu Li's heart surged with turmoil. The strength and hidden cards Yifan had displayed far exceeded her expectations. That crimson gold flame was clearly a beast fire of the highest grade. Now he was preparing to subdue the yin-yang strange fire. If he succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that point, not only within this secret realm, but even among the entire younger generation of Qingxuan sect, there would likely be no one left capable of balancing his power. Chu Li's gaze drifted unconsciously to her dark blue bracelet, recalling the words her master had spoken before her departure. Within this bracelet lies a spatial beacon I left behind. Activate it, and I may attempt to tear through the secret realm's barrier and force my way in. But this is, after all, the inheritance site of a peak fusion core cultivator. Success is far from guaranteed. This is the last resort. The last resort. But was there any other choice now? Wait for Yifan to refine the surge in power and emerge to slaughter them one by one? Chu Li glanced at her terrified fellow disciples beside her, and the last shred of hesitation vanished from her heart. Very well. Success or failure, we must try. A message instantly pierced through layer upon layer of spatial barriers, flying out beyond the inheritance. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. Nothing happened. Chu Li's eyes dimmed slightly. So, it still won't work? Just then, a disciple happened to glance up at the sky and rubbed his eyes. Ha! Up there, isn't there a black line now? Hearing this, everyone instinctively looked up. There, in the expanse of the heavens, a black fissure had appeared. Chapter 40, Infuriating. Infuriating. That black line, appearing out of nowhere, was initially as thin as a strand of hair. Yet, under the astonished and doubtful gazes of the crowd, it expanded at a visible speed, as if an impeccable jade-green canopy of the heavens had been torn open by an invisible force, revealing a hideous wound. What is that? The crack keeps growing. The sky is splitting apart? Is the secret realm collapsing? Run for your lives. The Qingxuan sect disciples instantly fell into a panic, their shouts echoing frantically. With Yifan, whose depth they couldn't fathom, ahead of them and this cosmic upheaval behind, they felt like they'd stepped out without consulting the almanac. Today their luck had hit rock bottom. They had come seeking fortune, only to stumble into this calamity. Chen Ku forgot the excruciating pain in his body as he looked up at the ever-widening spatial fissure, his eyes filled with horror. What immense power could possibly tear open a rift in a great perfection cultivator's inheritance realm? Only Chu Li's eyes, once dull, suddenly flashed with light. Could it be Father? It must be him. As thoughts swirled through the crowd, a figure slowly stepped out from the pitch-black fissure. An eagle-eyed inner door disciple gasped in shock, his voice trembling. That's Ancestor Qingxuan. The ancestor? It really is the ancestor. Disciples pay homage to the ancestor. In an instant, every disciple of Qingxuan sect including Chen Ku, whose half-body was nearly roasted, knelt in unison. Lu Qingxian stared at the void-splitting divine sword in his hand, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. Truly worthy of an imperial artifact. Even now, when he couldn't unleash its full might, it could still tear through the spatial barrier left by a 9th-tier core formation powerhouse with such ease. Not bad. Very impressive indeed.
Lu Qingxuan withdrew his gaze, his eyes sweeping indifferently over the kneeling disciples below. His words were concise and to the point.
Where is Yi Fan?
Chu Li hurriedly pointed respectfully toward a nearby cave entrance. Reporting to the master, Yi Fan is inside that cave.
He is attempting to refine the Yin-Yang strange fire. Master?
This title struck the other disciples like a thunderclap. They exchanged bewildered glances.
The rumors were true after all.
Chu Li had indeed gained the favor of the patriarch. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced inwardly, thankful they hadn't paid lip service while secretly opposing him, but had instead given their all to help Chu Li capture Yi Fan. This time, they would surely be able to firmly establish themselves within the Green Mountain sect. Lu Qingxuan glanced in the direction Chu Li had pointed, asking no further questions.
He acted decisively.
In the next instant, he swung his sword at the mountain peak towering hundreds of feet high. The crowd felt only a wave of azure sword energy sweep through the air, without the slightest sound. But when they turned to look, they saw the towering mountain before them had been smoothly sheared away. 100-foot mountain vanished in an instant. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the flat expanse before them.
Was this the true power of the ancestor?
It was nothing short of godlike power. A single sword could level mountains, a single thought could shatter the void.
What utter freedom, what overwhelming dominance!
Every heart yearned for such power.
Within the original cavern,
the medicine sage manipulated Yi Fan's body, employing an exquisitely profound technique to gradually suppress the unruly Yin-Yang strange fire. Suddenly, a chill swept over him from above. Yi Fan, who had been intently observing, instinctively shivered.
What the hell?
The medicine saint's spiritual power faltered. He abruptly crouched down, controlling Yi Fan's body, and looked up. Then, both man and soul froze in shock. The jagged cave ceiling had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of sky and the spatial fissure within it, still not fully closed. Warm sunlight and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, the sensation feeling somewhat unreal.
Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Master, where's the mountain? The medicine sage was equally bewildered.
At that moment, Yi Fan looked up.
A figure clad in blue robes stood alone, detached from the world. Lu Qingxuan.
A chill shot up from the soles of Yi Fan's feet straight to the crown of his head.
No! Master! It's that old villain Lu Qingxuan!
Yi Fan roared inwardly.
What?
The medicine saint's divine soul jolted violently, utterly incredulous.
Impossible! This is the inheritance site left by a 9th-tier fusion realm powerhouse. Its spatial barriers are impenetrable. How could a mere spirit transformation realm cultivator breach the space and enter?
Simultaneously, the medicine saint seemed to grasp something, his voice rising sharply.
Yi Fan! Have you fallen into another trap? He instantly grasped the crux of the matter.
I wondered how coincidental it was that you woke me up at precisely this moment. I thought you'd successfully seized that Yin-Yang strange fire and needed my help to refine it.
Turns out you were just bait for someone else.
Yi Fan knew he was in the wrong, his voice trailing off.
I slipped up and fell for it. The medicine sage scolded him with disappointment. Why didn't you say something sooner?
A slip-up? The medicine saint was so furious he nearly lost his soul.
What clouded your judgment this time? A high-grade yellow rank Xianqing bracelet?
Yi Fan's voice was barely audible.
Dead silence filled the ring.
3 full breaths passed before the medicine saint's roar shook Yi Fan's skull.
Upper grade yellow rank?
You bloody fool, you threw yourself into a death trap for a piece of junk like that?
What did I tell you before I fell into slumber? That old fox Lu Liuxiu is cunning as hell. He'd definitely leave a trap for you, warning you to be careful.
And you were foolish enough to fall for it. A mere yellow-grade artifact lured you right out.
This infuriates me. This infuriates me.
The medicine sage nearly burst out of his ring to slap Yi Fan across the face twice. Yi Fan hung his head in shame, consumed by regret. He never imagined that the bracelet, which claimed to unite the righteous path, was also bait laid by Lu Qingxuan. He had been careless. After venting his fury, the medicine saint knew this wasn't the time to assign blame. Forcibly calming his surging emotions, his voice grew grave.
Enough. It's done now. Scolding you won't change anything. We should focus on how to escape.
If that old villain dared to come in, he must be here to kill us. But before his words had fully faded, a sliver of cyan sword energy, so faint it was nearly invisible, flashed by. Yi Fan and the medicine sage simultaneously sensed a deadly threat closing in. But the sword energy was too swift, so fast they couldn't react in time. Thud. A soft sound. Yi Fan felt a sudden chill in his right arm, followed by excruciating pain that swept through his entire body.
Ah!
He let out a wretched scream, looking down to see his right arm severed cleanly at the shoulder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining half his body crimson. The severed limb traced a parabolic arc through the air, carrying that ancient ring as it plummeted toward the ground.
Facing me, and you still have the leisure to chat? Lu Qingxuan's indifferent voice drifted over, tinged with a hint of mockery. Shall I prepare another feast for you too? Let master and disciple enjoy a night of pleasant conversation? As the words fell, he reached out and grabbed the severed arm mid-air. An invisible force instantly pulled the severed limb toward him, suspending it steadily before his face. Yifan convulsed in agony, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yet he paid them no heed, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on the severed arm and ring in Lu Qingxuan's grasp. Master! Give me back my arm! Give me back my ring! Lu Qingxuan snapped his fingers. Instantly, flames engulfed the arm, consuming it and refining it away. Chapter 41. Do you think I'm as stupid as your disciple? The azure flames consumed the severed limb, reducing it to ashes within a single breath. Yet the ring, forged by the flames, not only remained unscathed but grew even more profoundly mysterious. Lu Qingxuan examined the ring suspended in his palm with keen interest. Stop! Fellow Taoist, please stop. Let's talk this out peacefully. I am of the Yi family, one of the 8 great clans of Central Plains. A second-rank alchemist, revered by all as the medicine sage. My cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the fusion realm. The medicine sage spoke with lightning speed, laying bare his entire identity, as if the slightest delay would mean certain annihilation. Fellow Taoist, we bear no deep-seated grudge, this is merely a dispute between juniors. If you spare me, I swear by heaven's oath to escort you to the Yi family in Central Plains. A generous reward awaits. I shall impart all my alchemy techniques, including ancient formulas, to you. With the medicine clan's backing, your future ascent to the Tao's pinnacle will be no hardship. To save his life, the medicine saint had practically laid all his cards on the table. Whether it was the prestige of the Central Plains Yi family, the favor owed by a 9th-tier core fusion cultivator, or the alchemy legacy capable of driving any cultivator mad, even fellow 9th-tier core fusion cultivators would be tempted. Yet, his offer was met with a light chuckle. You old fool, do you take me for your dim-witted disciple? Go to the Yi family? Teach me alchemy? You actually have the nerve to spout such nonsense that would fool a 3-year-old? Your disciple let himself be used as a pawn for a mere yellow-grade bracelet. As his master, your brain doesn't seem much better than his. Do you really think I'm as gullible as he is? You, the medicine saint, was both shocked and furious. Lu Qingxuan couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. His fingers slowly closed, and the azure flames surged once more from his palm. Since you refuse to come out, I'll reduce both your turtle shell and your wretched soul to ashes. No! The ring hummed, erupting with dazzling black light. A colossal surge of divine soul power gushed forth, frantically resisting the green flame's refinement. The sheer intensity of that force caused Lu Qingxuan's hand to pause momentarily. Truly worthy of a former 9th-tier fusion realm powerhouse, even reduced to a mere fragment of a soul, the desperate counterattack it unleashed remained formidable. Oh? Still trying to struggle? Lu Qingxuan's eyebrow arched. Far from retreating, he intensified the infusion of spiritual energy. The azure flames surged violently, colliding fiercely with the dark glow. Visible ripples of space radiated outward in concentric circles from his palm. Just as Lu Qingxuan poured his full strength into refining the medicine saint, a fury-filled roar erupted from the ground. I'll kill you! At that moment, Yifan, relying on his extraordinary willpower, endured the excruciating pain. Propping himself up with one hand on the ground, he forced his upper body upright. His face was smeared with blood, his left eye bloodshot, while the other burned with a cluster of multicolored flames. That's his beast fire. Get the hell out of my way! Yifan mustered every ounce of strength, thrusting his left hand forward with all his might. The cluster of multicolored beast fire shot from his grasp, swelling in the wind as it surged through the air. It transformed into the form of a dazzlingly patterned tiger, roaring as it lunged toward Lu Qingxuan. This strike drained Yifan of all his mental focus and remaining spiritual energy. His body went limp once more, his consciousness beginning to blur. Lu Qingxuan, focused on battling the medicine saint's soul, sensed the attack from below and flashed a look of surprise. This kid dares to fight back even in this state? Is he truly reckless, or does he believe himself the chosen one, convinced he cannot die? Such arrogance bred by good fortune is laughable. Do you really think I can't kill you? Lu Qingxuan snorted coldly. His left hand maintained the refinement of the ring, while his right hand wielded the void-splitting divine sword. He swung it fiercely at the charging flame tiger and Yifan behind it. A sharper, azure sword chi erupted. This blade energy was only an inch long, as thin as a spider's thread, yet it radiated a piercing aura capable of slicing through anything. Even a fellow cultivator at the 3rd layer of refining void would likely have their soul and spirit annihilated if struck directly. The sword energy, though released later, arrived first. It instantly shattered the flaming tiger and sliced directly toward Yifan's forehead, who now had no power to resist. It's over. Was he truly going to die this time? I refuse to accept this. Yifan collapsed to the ground, screaming silently. Yet, at the very instant that azure sword energy was about to touch Yifan's skin, 3 figures shot out from the fissure beside Lu Qingxuan, instantly blocking the path before Yifan. One wore heavy armor, towering like a mountain, one held an array disc, his aura ethereal, and the third, clad in court attire, possessed peerless beauty. Second brother, hold the line. Lu Yun, the leader holding the array disc, barked the command. Lu Shan, clad in heavy armor, eyes blazing with fury, stepped forward without hesitation. He raised a thick black shield engraved with the totem of a mystical turtle before him. A mere refined void strike? Watch me. Clang. Before his words faded, the slender, thread-like green sword chi struck the shield's center. The confidence frozen on Lu Shan's face instantly gave way to sheer terror. He felt an unstoppable penetrating force surge through the shield into his arms, the shockwave causing his blood to boil. Worse still, his prized Xian turtle shield was being gradually chipped by the sword energy, a crack forming. Crack, crackle. What? Second brother's Xian turtle shield is shattering? The other two men's expressions changed drastically. That was a top-tier Earth-grade defensive artifact. Combined with second brother's profound cultivation at the 5th layer of refining void and the exclusive heaven-grade mid-tier technique shield mountain earth control art, even a full power strike from a 7th layer refining void cultivator couldn't possibly damage it this severely in a single blow. What kind of monster is this kid? Lu Bing, gather everyone and leave immediately. Lu Yun made an instant decision, daring not to underestimate him any longer. Lu Bing reacted with lightning speed. With a flick of her delicate hand, a gentle gust of wind swept up the unconscious Yifan from the ground. The trio retreated rapidly. The instant they vanished from their original spot, Lu Shan could no longer hold his ground. With a furious roar, he withdrew his shield, now covered in cracks, and stumbled backward in disarray. The unimpeded green sword energy, its momentum unabated, struck the ground with a straight, powerful blow. The earth split open, revealing a narrow, bottomless chasm. Landing 100 zhang away, the trio stared at the abyssal sword scar, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. When Patriarch Lu Tianxiong had dispatched them to Liu Prefecture to deal with a mere 6th-tier nascent soul cultivator, they had been filled with contempt. For a former ally, a scion of the Yi family. Dispatching all three of them, mid-stage refining void guest elders, was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Now it was clear, the family head's caution had saved their lives. Had the second elder's mystic turtle shield not blocked that strike, had they not retreated swiftly enough, it would likely be the three of them lying within that sword mark now. Chapter 42, The Death of Yifan. Fellow Taoists, save me. I am the medicine sage of Central Plains. Yao Wanling. I shall repay you handsomely in the future. The medicine sage struggled desperately against Lu Qingxuan's refinement, now barely clinging to life. The medicine sage? Yao Wanling? Lu Yun and the others were shaken to their core, exchanging stunned glances. That name was legendary throughout Central Plains, indeed the entire cultivation world, especially among alchemists. The most renowned second-grade alchemist in Central Plains, hailed as the alchemical prodigy most likely to break through to first-grade grandmaster within a millennium. Legend had it that 100 years ago, this medicine sage had set out in search of a legendary divine herb and vanished without a trace. Countless believed him long lost in some unknown secret realm. Who would have imagined his lingering soul was concealed within this very ring? This was a walking treasure trove of alchemical knowledge. If we could save him and have him owe the Lu family a favor, the value would be beyond measure. Lu Yun took a deep breath. Sir, show mercy. The soul within this ring belongs to the medicine sage of Central Plains. He is the hope of our human alchemy. If he perishes now, it would be a tremendous loss for all cultivators. I implore you, for the sake of humanity's greater good, spare him. The Lu family will surely reward you handsomely. Lu Qingxuan's expression remained impassive as a strand of azure gold flame instantly enveloped the entire ring. Ah! You bastard, how dare you! The medicine sage's wail abruptly ceased as his soul was utterly consumed by the azure gold flames. Ding! Forcibly seize the destiny chosen one's opportunity. Remnant soul of the medicine saint. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the inheritance of a spirit-grade alchemist. Ding! The chosen one Yifan's fortune has been damaged, reducing his fortune level from orange to red. Red? If I kill him now, would it trigger intervention from the Tao? Shall we test it now? Lu Qingxian spoke calmly. This boy is connected to my son's death. You cannot take him away. The three instantly turned to stare at Yifan in shock. No wonder he'd go to such deadly lengths, leaving no survivors. It must be understood that the higher one's cultivation, the more precious their bloodline becomes, and the more difficult it is to bear offspring. For cultivators at their level, severing a bloodline was no less devastating than having one's path to enlightenment destroyed in irreconcilable, mortal enmity. Lu Shan stroked his cracked black tortoise shield, his heart aching as he muttered under his breath. Damn it, he kills our son and still has the nerve to ask us to save him? What kind of nonsense is this? Though his voice was low, the others present possessed cultivation levels that allowed them to hear every word clearly. Lu Qingxian spoke again, however, though my son's vengeance must be sought, I can grant your Lu family some face. Lu Yun's heart stirred. He hurriedly clasped his hands in a bow. Please, sir, speak. Have him hand over the burning heaven technique. I might consider letting you take him away. The burning heaven technique? Lu Yun and Lu Shan exchanged glances and nodded. As for Yifan's thoughts? Who cares? Compared to their own lives, what was a martial art technique worth?
Lu Yun made a swift decision and barked at Lu Bing.
Lu Bing, do it.
Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Bing flicked her jade-like finger, sending a piercing chill into Yifan's body. The unconscious Yifan jolted awake, his consciousness still hazy. He felt excruciating pain throughout his body, as if every bone had shattered.
Hand over the burning heaven technique.
Lu Bing demanded coldly.
No. That's what my master left me.
Yifan mustered his last ounce of strength to weakly refuse.
You don't know when to quit. Lu Yun's expression darkened, her patience exhausted.
She stepped forward abruptly, pressing her large hand onto Yifan's crown. A torrent of overbearing spiritual energy surged into his sea of consciousness, heedless of whether it would inflict permanent damage to his soul.
Ah!
Yifan let out a piercing scream. Under the soul-searching agony, the cultivation techniques and operational methods of the burning heaven art were forcibly stripped from the depths of his memory, coalescing into a jade slip that flickered with fiery light. Lu Yun snatched the jade slip, not even glancing at it before tossing it toward Lu Qingxuan.
Here's what you asked for. Lu Qingxuan caught the jade slip with a flick of his wrist, sweeping his divine sense over it to confirm its authenticity. Ding!
Successfully seized the core technique of the chosen one, the burning heaven technique. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the SSS-Grade technique, the burning heaven 10,000 realms sacred technique.
Ding! The chosen one Yifan's destiny has been further diminished, downgrading his destiny rank from red to purple. Success!
Lu Qingxuan felt a surge of secret delight, his gaze sweeping over the three members of the Lu family.
Indeed, as long as his fortune declined, the situation where everyone's intellect was forcibly diminished would not occur. Moreover, once one's fortune reached the red tier, the heavenly Tao could no longer forcibly control one's thoughts or make them feel an unnatural closeness.
Earlier, when Yifan still possessed orange tier fortune, the three from the Lu family clearly outmatched had stubbornly stepped forward to rescue him, defying all logic. Now that their fortune had fallen to purple, their true colors were immediately revealed. To protect themselves, they unhesitatingly proceeded to search souls and seize treasures.
Where was even a shred of their previous moral high ground? Once the aura of the chosen one faded, those around him regained their normal judgment.
Lu Qingxuan glanced at Yifan, lying on the ground barely clinging to life.
After the brutal soul search, the man was dazed and vacant, his eyes hollow, drool nearly dripping from his mouth.
Interesting, Lu Qingxuan murmured with a faint smile.
Sir, we've handed over the item. May we take him away now?
Lu Yun quietly stepped back half a pace. Lu Qingxuan weighed the jade slip in his hand.
My son's murder, can a mere cultivation technique truly atone for it?
Sir, you. Before Lu Yun could finish his sentence, a sword light flashed with blinding speed.
Splatter! A faint sound echoed as the head of the drooling figure on the ground shot skyward.
Scorching blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. The headless corpse twitched twice before falling utterly still. The entire process was swift and decisive, without the slightest hint of hesitation. This time, it went surprisingly smoothly. No rifts in the void appeared, nor did any powerful being tear through space to come to the rescue.
Lu Qingxuan's divine sense instantly swept across a 100-mile radius. All was normal. Ding! Successfully eliminated Yifan, the chosen one of burning heaven's 10,000 realms.
Congratulations, host.
You have obtained the Destiny Treasure Chest Gold. A series of system notifications sounded, and Lu Qingxuan's mind finally relaxed. He's finally dead.
Meanwhile, the three members of the Lu family stood frozen in place.
He actually killed him? You broke your promise.
Lu Yun was the first to recover.
We handed over the cultivation techniques, yet you reneged. You disgrace the righteous path.
Lu Qingxuan sheathed his sword and stood, speaking calmly.
Promise? When did I ever give you a promise? What I said was, perhaps I might consider letting you take him away. Now, I've considered it. A faint smile touched Lu Qingxuan's lips. The answer is no. You.
Lu Yun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in fury.
This was outright humiliation. To uproot the weed, one must cut it at the root. You should understand this principle better than I do. Leave him alive, only for him to grow stronger and seek revenge against me someday? Or perhaps your Lu family is willing to bear the karmic consequences for me?
Lu Yun was rendered speechless. Indeed, if the roles were reversed, he would have done the same.
A blood feud that demands death, how could anyone be spared? Chapter 43, Did I give you permission to leave? A saint-level technique. The burning heaven 10,000 realms sacred art. I wonder how effective it is. Lu Qingxuan's mind flickered, and he reached out to grasp the mass of Yin-Yang strange fire. The flames yielded to his grasp, docile as lambs, offering no resistance whatsoever.
Yet the anticipated system prompt failed to sound.
Lu Qingxuan raised an eyebrow slightly, then understood.
It seemed that after the chosen one's death, the opportunities bound to him became ownerless.
Seizing them again would not trigger the system's upgrade reward. It is rather a pity. He should have seized the strange flame first before ending the boy's life. Even a mosquito's leg is still neat, squeezing every last drop of value is the way to go. Oh well.
Lu Qingxuan gathered his focus and pushed the thought aside. Spiritual energy swirled within him, and the newly acquired incantations of the burning heaven 10,000 realms sacred art flowed through his mind. The next instant, the yin-yang strange fire in his palm seemed to be drawn by some fatal attraction, erupting violently. Devour! Lu Qingxuan barked the command. The black and white flames instantly transformed into a streak of light, plunging into his palm and surging through his meridians into his dantian sea of qi. Boom! A terrifying heat threatened to tear his body apart. Yet the burning heaven 10,000 realms sacred art proved supremely domineering, transforming into a colossal furnace vortex that forcibly suppressed and refined this power. Simultaneously, an earth-shaking phenomenon erupted around Lu Qingxuan's body. A thick pillar of black and white flame erupted from his crown, piercing the heavens and churning the clouds into a colossal swirling vortex. A terrifying pressure radiated out from him like a tsunami. The ground cracked open, mountains shattered into dust. Disciples watching from afar were knocked sprawling by the shockwave. Those with weaker cultivation spat blood, staring in horror at the pillar of fire piercing the heavens. What kind of power is this? The patriarch is refining that strange fire. Such terrifying power, even the aftershock leaves us gasping for breath. Those closest to the scene, Lu Yun and his two companions, felt it most acutely. It felt as if they stood at the foot of a volcano on the verge of eruption, searingly hot and bitterly cold. Lu Yun eyed Lu Qingxuan with apprehension. This youth, he must not be spared. No, more accurately, this place must not be left. Such a monstrous talent was beyond their ability to handle. They must return immediately and report today's events in full detail to the clan chieftain, leaving the decision to him. Just then, the towering pillar of fire abruptly contracted, all of it surging back into Lu Qingxuan's body. Lu Qingxuan remained standing in place, his robes billowing, yet his aura had undergone a complete transformation. Third layer of refining the void. Fourth layer of refining the void. Fifth layer of refining the void. Sixth layer of refining the void. Merely by devouring a single, his cultivation had surged through 3 entire tiers. Was this the terrifying power of a saint-grade cultivation technique? Lu Qingxuan felt the surging spiritual energy within him, his heart filled with exhilaration. This burning heaven 10,000 realms sacred art was an unparalleled technique born for devouring strange flames, surpassing Yifan's burning heaven art by countless levels. Lu Qingxuan lifted his eyes, his gaze resting calmly upon the 3 members of the Lu family. A warning bell rang loudly in Lu Yun's heart, his hair standing on end. Unable to meet Lu Qingxuan's gaze, he shot a subtle glance at Lu Bing and Lu Shan beside him. Run! The trio understood instantly. Almost simultaneously, a flash of spiritual light erupted from their bodies as they prepared to transform into streaks of light and flee. Did I give you permission to leave? A detached voice sounded behind them. Lu Yun and the other 2 felt their scalps tingle, accelerating their escape even further. Lu Qingxuan formed his fingers into a sword-like gesture. A strand of black and white flame danced at his fingertips, which he then smeared onto the void-splitting divine sword. A sword she fused with black and white flames tore through the air, its speed too swift for the naked eye to follow. In an instant, it caught up to Lu Shan, who lagged behind. No! Lu Shan sensed the threat of death, whirling around to summon the cracked Shin Turtle shield once more. Shin Turtle tames the sea. He poured all his spiritual energy into the shield, causing the illusory form of the mystic turtle to reappear, now several times more solid than before, clearly a desperate gamble. Yet, it was useless. SSS-Grade. The moment the black and white sword energy struck the shield, the seemingly indestructible Shin Turtle shield along with the illusory turtle behind it was cleaved clean in two. The sword energy's momentum showed no sign of slowing. Put! His body split cleanly in 2 at the waist. Black and white flames roared from the wound, instantly reducing his remains and soul to nothingness. Lu Yun and Lu Bing's souls nearly leapt from their bodies as they watched Lu Shan get instantly killed with a single strike, not even having time to utter a scream. How dare you! Lu Yun, both shocked and enraged, knew there was no peaceful resolution today. He had no choice but to fight to the death. Binger, join forces! Lu Yun roared, his hands forming seals. A colossal golden pagoda materialized behind him, radiating an oppressive aura that seemed to suppress all existence. Demon Sealing Pagoda. Seal. On the other side, Lu Bing's fair face had turned deathly pale, her eyes filled with venomous hatred and terror. With a flick of her jade-like hand, a river of ice crystals materialized from thin air, filling the air with biting cold. Xian Ice Abyss. This was their ultimate trump card, 2 peak-level cultivators joining forces, their might terrifying. Yet Lu Qingxuan merely extended his right hand, clenching it lightly toward the descending golden pagoda and the icy river sealing the heavens. Burn! A single word, spoken with divine authority. That expanse of space instantly transformed into a sea of flames, black and white. The golden pagoda rapidly melted away in the flames, while the crystalline river instantly evaporated, transforming into a sky-filling white mist. How is this possible? Lu Yun and Lu Bing were stunned. Their most powerful strike proved utterly futile against this man. The black and white sea of flames swept toward them, engulfing both figures. Moments later, the flames dispersed, leaving the air utterly void. Lu Yun and Lu Bing had been utterly annihilated, not even a speck of ash remaining. Dozens of Qingxuan sect disciples stood frozen in the distance. Those were three Lianshu realm powerhouses. For thousands of years in Lizi province, no one but Lu Qingxian had ever reached the refining void realm.
Yet these three figures, whose very footsteps could shake a region, were rendered as insignificant as 3 ants before their own ancestral patriarch.
From the moment the attack began to its conclusion, it likely took less than 10 breaths. Chu Li stood at the very front of the crowd, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Qingxian with an almost fanatical adoration and infatuation. When Lu Qingxian casually extinguished Lu Yun and Lu Bing's combined attack with a single gesture, reducing them to nothingness, a torrent of scorching heat instantly surged through her body. Her cheeks had unknowingly flushed with an intoxicating crimson, spreading from her ears down to her snow-white neck. Beneath her long gown, her delicate frame trembled uncontrollably.
Master, you are truly magnificent. Chapter 44, Plundering the Demon Emperor's Legacy.
Lu Qingxian swept his sleeve, and 3 storage rings landed in his palm. With a sweep of his divine sense, he erased the markings etched upon them. Below, dozens of Qingxuan sect disciples remained immersed in the earth-shattering spectacle they had just witnessed. After a long moment, a younger-looking disciple swallowed hard and whispered to his senior brother beside him.
Senior brother, wasn't the patriarch's method a bit too ruthless?
While Yifan made a mistake, it didn't warrant death.
And to have 3 Lianshu stage experts incinerated along with him, souls and bodies destroyed, how is this any different from the legendary practices of the demon path?
Before he could finish, his senior brother's expression darkened. Without warning, he swung his hand back and delivered a solid slap to the back of his head.
Smack!
A sharp crack echoed. His senior brother hissed in a low, furious voice, "Shut your mouth.
Put away your ridiculous, overflowing compassion. What do you know? If it weren't for the patriarch's overwhelming power, the outcome could have been reversed. And besides, have you forgotten how the patriarch's only heir died?"
Stunned by the blow, the young disciple clutched his head and retorted with a hint of grievance, I know Lu Yun died because of the Yi family. But he was just one son.
With the patriarch's current heaven-defying cultivation, couldn't he just have another?
Why go to such lengths?
Smack! Another slap, louder and harder than before.
The senior disciple was nearly overcome with rage, pointing an accusing finger at him and shouting, "You fool! You speak so lightly because the needles weren't stuck in your own flesh."
Fine. Once we return to the sect, I'll take the partner you just betrothed. You're still young, just find another one. How does that sound?
The young disciple's face drained of color at those words. The thought of his partner being snatched away by his senior brother, forced into nightly cultivation sessions.
He instantly understood
what it meant to feel pain as if it were his own.
Senior brother Wang. I was wrong. I truly was wrong.
The young disciple clutched senior brother Wang's arm.
I'll slap myself right now. Please, senior brother, don't take my Dao companion. Get lost. I prefer women, not men.
Senior brother Wang pushed him away, though his expression softened considerably. He thought to himself, this one is teachable. Just then, a muffled groan of pain, impossible to suppress, cut through the disciple's whispered murmurs. All eyes turned to the source of the sound.
Chen Ke could no longer hold himself up.
The half of his body charred black and twisted by the beast's flames crashed heavily to the ground. His body convulsed violently as black blood foam spilled from his mouth, his breath now a mere thread. The disciples' hearts tightened. Senior brother Chen Ke had exhausted himself for the sect and the ancestor. Lu Qingxian withdrew his divine sense from the ring and gazed at the motionless Chen Ke.
Chen Ke, you have earned merit for capturing Yifan.
You shall be rewarded. As the words fell, Lu Qingxian extended a finger, the yin-yang flames once again appearing at its tip. At the sight of this flame, all disciples instinctively took a step back. This was a flame capable of incinerating even a great perfection cultivator. No one wanted to be caught in its path.
Whispers broke out once more. What does the patriarch intend? Does he plan to kill us all too? To prevent this matter from spreading?
The patriarch probably intends to grant senior brother Chen Ke a swift end. After all, his injuries are so severe that there's no hope of recovery.
Not necessarily. If he returns to the sect, there might still be a glimmer of hope.
But by then, his cultivation might be completely depleted, leaving him just an ordinary mortal. Yet, the moment the yin-yang strange fire touched Chen Ke's wound, it instantly transformed into a white flame that completely enveloped it. Sizzle, sizzle. The charred flesh and scorched bones began regenerating at a visible pace. Blackened, dead skin flaked away, revealing beneath it new flesh as smooth as jade. The half-face that had been burned away was rebuilt with flesh and blood, restoring its original delicate features, now even more spirited than before. In just a few breaths, Chen Ke's injuries were completely healed, restored to perfection. But this was not the end. Just as Chen Ke opened his eyes, staring blankly at his now intact body, a colossal surge of spiritual energy erupted violently from within him. Boom! The spiritual energy within the heavens and earth seemed drawn by some force, coalescing into a visible vortex that surged madly into his crown.
Foundation establishment, 9th layer. The bottleneck shattered. The barrier that had plagued him for 3 long years was utterly shattered. Golden core. An aura of authority befitting a golden core cultivator radiated outward from Chen Ku. Qingxuan sect disciples were forced back by this overwhelming force, their faces etched with utter shock. A single leap to the heavens. The moment before, he was a foundation establishment cultivator on the brink of death. The next, he had become a golden core immortal they now had to look up to. What a heaven-defying feat. Chen Ku trembled with excitement as he felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. He abruptly flipped over and knelt, banging his head 3 times on the ground before Lu Qingxian. Thank you, ancestor, for giving me a new lease on life. For the rest of my days, Chen Ku will follow you through fire and water, willing to die 10,000 times over. Lu Qingxian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression serene. Rise. This is what you deserve. Yes, ancestor. Chen Ku rose respectfully and stepped aside. Not a trace of doubt remained in the hearts of the other disciples. What demonic path? This was the true patriarch of their Qingxuan sect. Decisive in battle, he eradicated enemies root and branch, thunderous annihilation, leaving no trace of trouble. He was clear in his rewards and punishments. To those who had earned merit, he bestowed generous rewards without hesitation, elevating them to new heights and granting them divine blessings. In both reward and punishment, supreme authority was fully displayed. Lu Qingxian continued in a calm tone, continue your training here and seize your own opportunities. Yes, ancestor, the disciples responded in unison. Lu Qingxuan's figure flickered, instantly transporting him to the core area of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Just as he had anticipated, without the interference of Yi Fan, the favored son of fortune, the entire inheritance site presented no obstacles to him. Using Lianqiu cultivation to deal with inheritances below the golden core realm is indeed like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Lu Qingxian murmured to himself. With a wave of his hand, a jade tablet radiating a faint golden glow slowly floated from a rustic stone platform in the distance, settling securely in his palm. The instant the jade slip touched his hand, a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. Demon Emperor's body tempering art, bloodline awakening technique, compendium of demon clan secret arts. The array of precious cultivation techniques and secret arts made Lu Qingxian raise his eyebrows in surprise. Truly worthy of the Demon Emperor's legacy, it does have some tricks up its sleeve. Simultaneously, several treasures were added to his collection. A blood-glowing claw, a vial of 9 lives cat Demon Emperor's essence blood, and a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. Yi Fan must have used this essence blood to acquire the 9 lives cat demon bloodline, allowing him to repeatedly escape death and subdue thee. However, since I already possess the Burning Heaven 10,000 Realms sacred technique and the Chaos Yin-Yang sacred body, I have no need for this item. It would only taint my bloodline. Lu Qingxian pondered for a moment before stowing it away. Chapter 45, Bite the bullet, and I'll give you a huge opportunity. Qingxuan Sect, Grand Hall. 3 storage rings of distinct designs hovered before Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian probed the first ring, belonging to Lu Yun, with his divine sense. The interior space was substantial, piled high with an array of spirit stones, elixirs, and magical treasures, a dazzling display. For an ordinary cultivator, this would undoubtedly be a staggering fortune. But Lu Qingxian glanced through it and felt a slight disappointment. Is that all? There were no more than 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. While there were quite a few pills, most were suited for those at the refining void stage. The few magical treasures were of mediocre quality, the best being a mid-grade heavenly tier treasure, the demon-suppressing pagoda. This Lu Yun was, after all, a member of the Lu family of Central Plains. How could his estate be so meager? Had he forgotten to bring them when he left? Lu Qingxian swiftly scanned the remaining 2 rings. Heavenly Gang Summit Sealing Art, Heaven Grade Mid-Tier. Suppresses all things with colossal spiritual power. Mystic Earth Dominance Technique, Mid-Tier Heavenly Grade. Strong defense, but lacking in adaptability. The Xian Ice Piercing Bone Sutra, Heavenly Grade Mid-Tier, creates a realm of Xian Ice, freezing 10,000 miles. Lu Qingxian removed the 3 jade slips and set them aside. Though these techniques would drive countless people to fight tooth and nail for them in the outside world, in his eyes, they were nothing special. With the Burning Heaven 10,000 Realms sacred art in his possession, he naturally looked down upon these mere heaven-tier techniques. As for those spirit artifacts? Compared to the void-shattering divine sword, they were no better than scrap metal. I'll toss them into the sect treasury later. At least they'll add some face value. Lu Qingxian casually gathered the contents of the 3 rings into one place, intending to have Su Qingyan handle them later. Next, he retrieved the final ring, Yi Fan's storage ring. His divine sense probed inside. The ring's space was pitifully small, with a lonely pile of low-grade spirit stones tucked away in a corner. Beside them lay some of the most basic body-forging herbs. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Lu Qingxian fell silent for a moment. This was the chosen one? This is all he has? He was practically poorer than the most destitute outer sect disciple of Qingxuan sect. He was the protagonist, after all. To go out without even a decent item was embarrassing enough to make anyone ashamed for him. But just then, Lu Qingxian noticed a bronze key tucked among the herbs. He flipped his wrist and another bronze key found in the Ghost Slayer ring appeared in his palm.
Lu family, Ghost Slayer, Yi family. 2 of the 3 keys are now in my possession.
Only the final Lu family key remains to unlock Yi Changxing's inheritance. But did it truly require keys? Could the inheritance barrier left by Yi Changxing withstand a strike from the void-splitting divine sword? Rather than exhausting efforts searching for that 3rd key, wouldn't it be simpler to just cleave it open with a single strike?
Just as Lu Qingxuan contemplated the feasibility of this violent solution, a slender figure appeared silently at the entrance of the grand hall. Lu Qingxuan lifted his gaze, his eyes pausing involuntarily. It was Chu Li. Yet she now bore little resemblance to her former self. She had shed the robes of the Green Mountain sect, donning instead a crimson silk gown as thin as a cicada's wing. The skirt was long, trailing along the floor, yet the design of the top was remarkably daring, barely covering the essential areas while revealing expanses of snow-white skin and delicate collarbones. The form-fitting cut accentuated her graceful curves to perfection. With each step, the long, slender legs beneath the skirt were tantalizingly glimpsed, adding a layer of hazy allure. Her face bore a light touch of makeup, and her usually cool eyes now gazed at Lu Qingxuan with a moist, pleading look. The air within the grand hall seemed to grow several degrees hotter with her mere presence.
Weren't you undergoing trials in the Demon Emperor's inheritance? Why have you emerged? Lu Qingxuan asked in puzzlement.
Based on their frequent close encounters in both the original story and reality, Lu Qingxuan believed he understood her well. She possessed an exceptionally high spirit, an unabashed admirer of strength, and an intense craving for power.
To grow stronger, she would persist relentlessly, time and again, with unwavering determination.
The Demon Emperor's inheritance was an opportunity she couldn't afford to miss. There was no reason for her to abandon it so quickly. Chu Li approached barefoot, step by step, halting 3 paces before Lu Qingxuan. Lowering her eyelids slightly, her voice was soft and gentle. In the inheritance site, this disciple has gained nothing. But I do miss you, master. As the words left her lips, a blush swiftly spread across Chu Li's fair cheeks.
Lu Qingxuan looked down at the person in his arms. Such a coy yet bold demeanor was truly captivating.
Lu Qingxuan smiled, extending his long arm to pull Chu Li into his embrace, seating her directly upon his lap. His fingers gently lifted her delicate chin.
Tell me, how did you miss your master?
Chu Li's body went limp, nearly melting into his embrace. She wrapped her delicate arms around Lu Qingxuan's neck, burying her cheek in the crook of his shoulder. Her voice was soft and sweet, tinged with playful reproach.
Ugh, you're already in my master's form, yet you still tease me.
The words sent a wave of heat through Lu Qingxuan's heart. He was thoroughly pleased with Chu Li's compliance. Not only was she exceptionally gifted, but more importantly, she understood how to read the situation and knew exactly how to please him. Such a delightful woman deserved a reward. To withhold it would make him seem stingy. Lu Qingxuan suddenly recalled the 9 lives cat Demon Emperor's essence blood he had obtained from the Demon Emperor's inheritance. The Demon Emperor bloodline it produced was too low grade for him, insipid and unworthy of his attention. But for Chu Li, it would be a colossal stroke of fortune. Moreover, the 9 lives cat Demon Emperor, at least it has the word cat in its name. If Chu Li were to fuse with this drop of essence blood, I wonder what interesting changes might arise. Like a cat-eared girl? Lu Qingxuan pinched Chu Li's smooth cheek with a playful expression. I happen to have a great opportunity for you. Though the process might hurt a bit, you'll have to endure it. Chu Li stiffened slightly in his arms. Opportunity? Pain? So this is the kind of thing master enjoys. Though she felt a flutter of shyness, what did it matter? It was all for the chance to stay by his side forever. Chu Li bit her lower lip lightly, murmuring a faint before burying her face again, presenting herself as if ready to be plucked. Lu Qingxuan, seeing her consent, wasted no further words. A single drop of brilliant golden blood suspended itself in the palm of his hand. The moment it appeared, the entire hall filled with a primal, ancient, and terrifying aura brimming with raw vitality. The space around the blood distorted slightly, as if unable to bear the energy it contained. Next, Lu Qingxuan produced the radiant, 10,000-year-old spiritual herb. Chu Li, sensing the heart-stopping pressure, finally realized something was amiss. She peered out from Lu Qingxuan's embrace, her expression blank. When her eyes fell upon the golden blood and the 10,000-year-old spirit herb, she froze in place. Master! Master, what is this? Before she could finish, Lu Qingxuan flicked his finger. The drop of Demon Emperor's essence blood and the 10,000-year-old spirit herb instantly transformed into a streak of light, sinking into her brow. Boom! An explosive surge of extreme energy detonated within her body. Before Chu Li could even utter a scream, she felt as though every bone, meridian, and dantian within her body was being torn apart by this overwhelming force. The excruciating agony made her vision darken, nearly causing her to faint. Focus your mind, steady your spirit. Lu Qingxuan's voice rang in her ears, restoring a sliver of clarity to her chaotic mind. Only then did Chu Li understand that Lu Qingxuan's mention of opportunity and pain referred to a genuine opportunity and genuine pain. Chapter 46, Cat-Eared Girl? Nine-Tailed Treat. Immediately after, Lu Qingxuan began replicating Yifan's process from the original text when refining the Demon Emperor's bloodline. With a flick of his wrist, he enveloped Chu Li's entire body in the Yin-Yang Strange Fire. Under the triple influence of the Demon Emperor's essence blood, the 10,000-year-old spiritual medicine, and the Yin-Yang divine fire, Chu Li's body underwent a transformation akin to steel tempered by 1,000 hammers. It shattered repeatedly, only to be constantly reassembled. Her bones grew more resilient, gleaming with a jade-like luster. Her meridians expanded several-fold, and her flesh now contained a colossal reservoir of vital life essence. The agony persisted, yet it was followed by a rebirth as profound as shedding one's skin. Gritting her teeth, Chu Li channeled her cultivation technique with all her might, guided by Su Qingyan. Under the immense surge of spiritual energy, her previously unstable cultivation began to soar steadily. Peak foundation establishment 8th layer. Foundation establishment 9th layer. Peak foundation establishment 9th layer. Suddenly, the surging spiritual energy within his body paused momentarily before erupting with a thunderous roar. Boom! A colossal torrent of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energies surged into the grand hall, forming a massive vortex that poured back into Chu Li's body. Within his dantian, liquid spiritual energy began spinning at high speed, compressing until it finally condensed into a golden pill. The golden pill was complete. From foundation establishment stage 8 to golden core it had taken but a single breath. After an unknown duration, the spiritual energy storm within the hall gradually subsided. Su Qingyan slowly withdrew his hand, gazing at Chu Li before him. Her skin was now as white as snow, smooth as jade, seemingly so delicate it could be squeezed to produce water. Her aura radiated a harmonious, inward-focused energy, her cultivation firmly anchored at the first layer of the golden core stage. Her eyes now held an added brilliance, and as she glanced around, a faint radiance seemed to flow within them. She had truly undergone a complete transformation. But Su Qingyan scrutinized her from head to toe several times, his brow furrowing slightly. What about the promised cat ears? What about the promised tail? Why was there nothing? Just a bit more cultivation and a touch more beauty? What a waste of anticipation. Su Qingyan felt a pang of disappointment. With a casual wave of his hand, a new long gown draped over Chu Li, concealing the alluring glimpse of skin. Chu Li sensed the shift in Su Qingxuan's mood. With her sharp wit, she pondered briefly and guessed the reason. Seeing the hint of disappointment on Su Qingxuan's face, she couldn't help but giggle. Master, is this what you were looking for? Chu Li batted her eyes playfully. No sooner had the words left her lips than a flash of light appeared above her head. Two adorable, fluffy, pink and white cat ears popped up with a soft pop, then wiggled playfully. Su Qingxuan's eyes widened instantly. Before he could react, from behind Chu Li, beneath her skirt, 1, 2, 3, a full 9 fluffy, snow-white tails resembling foxtails unfurled. They spread out like a peacock's tail, swaying gently before him. The fine fur on each tail was clearly visible, looking incredibly soft to the touch. Master, these can extend and retract at will. Chu Li's voice grew soft and seductive. Barefoot, she glided forward with graceful steps, returning to Su Qingxuan's presence and slowly bending down. Cat ears, 9 tails paired with her coldly exquisite face created an indescribable contrast of adorable cuteness and ultimate allure. She extended her soft fingertips, gently touching Su Qingxuan's lips as her breath, fragrant as orchids, brushed against him. My lord would part with such a precious treasure for me. I am truly, deeply moved. Therefore. Chu Li leaned close to Su Qingxuan's ear, whispering in a voice only the two could hear, her voice dripping with allure. Don't move. Deep into the night. Su Qingyan arrived at the palace gate at the time Su Qingyan had specified. The doors were tightly shut, yet the interior was not utterly silent. When Su Qingyan halted her steps 10 zhang before the hall, she distinctly heard a voice choked with tears, begging for mercy. Su Qingyan's steps halted abruptly, a faint blush spreading across her cold, snow-white face. For a moment, she hesitated, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Yet she dared not disobey her master's command. Just as her mind was in turmoil, the blushingly intimate sounds from within abruptly ceased. Squeak! The palace doors swung open automatically, and Su Qingxuan's slightly lazy voice drifted out. Xinger, come in. Su Qingyan composed herself, straightened her robes, and restored the dignified and icy demeanor befitting the fairy of the cold moon. She stepped slowly into the hall. Yet, the moment she beheld the scene within, the fragile defenses she had just erected crumbled instantly. Master Su Qingyan reclined casually against his wide, exclusive throne, his posture relaxed and at ease. Chu Li lay sideways in his embrace, her clothes mostly intact, though her hair was slightly disheveled. Her usually cold and exquisite face now held a hint of seductive charm, with traces of tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes. But that wasn't the point. The point was that atop Chu Li's head had sprouted a pair of fluffy, pink and white cat ears. One of them was currently held between her master's fingers, being gently kneaded now and then. Behind her, 9 fluffy, snow-white cattails fanned out like a fan. The longest one was held in her master's other hand, gently toyed with. Su Qingyan's cheeks burned even hotter. Master really? Was he not even bothering to avoid her anymore? But in the next instant, something suddenly occurred to her. Cat ears? 9 tails? This aura carried a hint of a cat demon's allure. It was the legacy of the 9 lives cat demon emperor.
Master actually bestowed such an opportunity upon Chu Li?
For a moment, Su Qingyan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart.
Even a touch of jealousy.
She, Su Qingyan, was the master's only disciple, the Qing'er he had personally rescued from a pool of blood and raised to adulthood. For 300 years, she had diligently managed the sect with meticulous care, never daring to slack off, all to spare her master any worry and become his most perfect pride.
Yet in the end, the master bestowed this supreme opportunity, one that felt like being reborn upon a fox, cat demon? A mere newcomer? Could she truly be surpassed by a mere female disciple?
Su Qingyan's fingertips trembled slightly beneath her sleeves, but within a breath, she forced all emotion back. She was Su Qingyan, the master of Qingxuan sect, but above all, she was Qing'er, the child her master had rescued and raised for 100 years. Whatever decision the master made was right. If she harbored any doubts, then she was undoubtedly in the wrong. Su Qingyan slowly lowered her eyelids, concealing all emotion, and bowed gracefully before Lu Qingxian.
Disciple Su Qingyan pays respects to master. May I ask why you summon me?
Lu Qingxian watched with interest as the expressions flitted across his disciple's face, inwardly amused. He pinched Chu Li's trembling cat ears and gave a subtle nod.
Chu Li immediately understood.
She rose gracefully from Lu Qingxuan's embrace, adjusted her skirt, and glided past Su Qingyan. Even Lingyue Xianzi, whom the master cherished like a precious treasure, had been surpassed in his favor. This profound attention filled her heart with an unprecedented sense of happiness and fulfillment. It seemed she would need to prepare more surprises in the future to properly repay the master. Chu Li exited the grand hall with a heart full of joy, thoughtfully closing the door behind her with a soft click. Inside the hall, only Lu Qingxian and his disciple Su Qingyan remained.
Chapter 47, Immortal Reincarnation, the rightful heir of the Tao.
Lu Qingxian descended from the throne and came to a halt before Su Qingyan. That face of yours is so stiff, you could scrape frost off it.
Tell your master what's troubling you.
Su Qingyan slowly raised her head.
This disciple dares not.
Chu Li's favor with the master is her good fortune. This opportunity was seized by the master's divine power. How it is distributed is entirely up to the master. She paused, her long lashes lowering to conceal her gaze. But this disciple is dull-witted and truly cannot fathom where I have fallen short.
Has the management of the sect fallen short, causing master distress? Or has my cultivation progress been too slow, disappointing master? Or perhaps, have I been insufficiently attentive in my daily duties? Master, I can change.
Whatever it is, I will change until I become the most perfect disciple in your eyes. Having said this, Su Qingyan felt it still wasn't enough. A resolute flush spread across her face, pure as a snow lotus. If master feels that cultivation requires the harmony of yin and yang, or if being alone feels too lonely,
this disciple can also ease your burdens.
The moment these words left her lips, the air in the entire hall seemed to freeze. Lu Qingxian gazed at Su Qingyan before him, her cheeks flushed crimson, yet her eyes utterly earnest, and found himself torn between laughter and tears. She's been spoiled rotten.
Absolutely spoiled rotten.
When he first found her, she was just a stubborn little waif.
How had she transformed so quickly into this outspoken, stubborn little thing?
The original owner had only intended to cultivate a perfect tool, someone capable of handling everything independently, allowing her to focus on cultivation with peace of mind.
But now this tool not only wanted to handle every task, but also intended to resolve his personal matters as well? Lu Qingxian finally couldn't hold back.
As he had done countless times before, he gently rubbed her head. The warm palm covering her hair brought back that familiar touch and warmth, instantly releasing the tension that had been coiled throughout Su Qingyan's body.
Silly girl, Lu Qingxuan's voice softened. What nonsense are you thinking?
He withdrew his hand, folding his arms behind his back as his expression grew more serious. I did not pass on the legacy of that 9 lives cat demon emperor to you, not because you are unworthy, but precisely because that legacy is unworthy of you. Su Qingyan froze at his words, her eyes brimming with confusion.
That was the demon emperor's inheritance.
An unparalleled opportunity capable of transforming any cultivator beyond recognition.
Yet her master claimed it was beneath her?
Lu Qingxian saw the question in her eyes and continued his explanation.
The 9 lives cat demon emperor remains a demon at its core. Its legacy centers on enchantment, illusions, and the manipulation of life force, a path of shortcuts rather than orthodox immortality cultivation. Your path is like the bright blue sky, like the snow lotus atop the highest peak. It is the upright and noble blue lotus, primordial power, pure and pristine. Forcibly integrating the demon emperor's bloodline would only taint your foundation and destroy your Tao heart. These words brought sudden clarity to Su Qingyan. So, that's how it was. Her master had been protecting her all along. Disciple.
I was foolish and misunderstood you, master, Su Qingyan said. Recognizing your error and correcting it shows you're not entirely foolish. Lu Qingxian smiled, then shifted the conversation. Qing'er, I summoned you today not only for this matter, but to tell you something even more crucial.
Do you recall why I chose this name for you all those years ago? Su Qingyan's heart stirred.
Her origins were the one corner of her heart she dared not touch lightly. As a child, she had once pressed for answers, but her master always said the time wasn't right.
Over time, she stopped thinking about it. For wherever her master was, that was home. What had come before seemed to matter little. Yet today, her master had brought it up of his own accord. Lu Qingxuan flipped his wrist, and from the palm of his hand appeared an ancient jade pendant. The jade pendant was a deep, vibrant green, its luster warm and inviting. It was clearly no ordinary object. Yet when Su Qingyan's gaze fell upon it, her breath caught abruptly. She had long forgotten the design of the jade pendant, but the single character carved in ancient seal script instantly unlocked her long-buried memories. It was the character Qing. "This is what I found on you back then," Lu Qingxuan said, handing her the jade pendant. "You are Su Qingyan, the name I later gave you. But your childhood name must have been this character, Qing. Su Qingyan's trembling hands accepted the cool jade pendant. The instant her fingertips touched the jade, a deep primal tremor surged through her veins, nearly causing her to drop it. So, the name Qinger was her only connection to that blood-stained childhood. "Master. That is only part of it." Lu Qingxuan interrupted her, his gaze growing deeper than ever before. "When I found you back then, you were gravely wounded, on the brink of death. Yet within your body, a force of utmost purity and clarity was selflessly protecting its master, enduring and unyielding. It was precisely because of this force that I resolved to take you as my disciple. For you possessed no ordinary constitution. What you held within was something all cultivators dream of, yet rarely seen throughout the ages." Yi. Boom. Su Qingyan was utterly stunned, staring blankly at Lu Qingxuan, unable to process this revelation. Lu Qingxuan continued, "What is the innate Tao heart crystal body? First, affinity with all Tao. Ordinary cultivators' grasping techniques is like rowing against the current. For you, however, myriad Tao paths vie to come to you. No cultivation text holds any obscurity in your eyes. You grasp their true meaning at a glance and master their essence with a single practice. Second, a Tao heart as clear as crystal, untouched by worldly dust. This constitution naturally shields you from inner demons and external evils, paving your cultivation path smooth and unobstructed, free from the peril of spiritual backlash. Yet because of this, your emotions become exceptionally pure and untainted. Once you commit to something, it becomes a lifelong bond, impossible to alter." At this point, Lu Qingxuan's gaze grew complex. This might also be the root of her own twisted dependence and worship. Third, and most crucially, Lu Qingxuan's tone grew solemn. "Once this constitution fully awakens, your cultivation progress will advance at a pace of 1,000 miles a day, as if divinely aided. At that point, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth will spontaneously purify your marrow and refine your meridians. The laws of the Tao will unfold clearly before your eyes. The so-called bottleneck of spirit transformation will be nothing more than a thin sheet of paper for you easily pierced through. The demon emperor's bloodline, after all, is an artificial graft. How could it possibly compare to your innate, supreme divine physique, one blessed by heaven and earth itself?" Lu Qingxuan gazed at Su Qingyan, now utterly transfixed, before delivering the final bombshell. "Qinger, do you know what those possessing such a physique were called in ancient times? Immortal reincarnations, the legitimate offspring of the Tao." Chapter 48, Heaven-Defying Sovereign Physique. 9 Orifice Crystal Heart. Central Continent, the Purple Destiny Lu family manor. The manor was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations. Mystical plants and rare flowers, shrouded in spiritual energy, were meticulously arranged throughout the grounds. Rainbow bridges connected floating immortal islands, while guests flowed like a river, creating a scene straight out of a celestial realm. The occasion? In 3 days' time, the Lu family would celebrate the coming-of-age ceremony for Lu Mengyao, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy hailed as the Pearl of Central Plains, marking her 18th birthday. This was not merely a coming-of-age celebration, but a grand declaration to the entire cultivation world of Central Plains that the Lu family's next-generation leader was rising. Yet, in stark contrast to the bustling excitement outside, the atmosphere within the secluded chamber of the ancestral hall deep within the Lu family compound was oppressively heavy. Lu Tianxiong, the clan head, a formidable core formation cultivator who usually commanded awe, stared at 3 shattered soul tablets in his hands. The soul tablets of 3 refining void stage elders Lu Shan, Lu Yun, and Lu Bing had shattered as well. Dead. 3 more fell. You must understand that when these 3 joined forces, even a 7th-tier refining void great cultivator would retreat 3 paces. They were the true pillars of our clan. Even in Central Plains, such refining void experts were coveted by countless noble houses. After all, this isn't the ancient era when refinement void cultivators were as common as dogs and fusion core cultivators walked the streets. Even within the 8 great clans, every cultivator above the spirit transformation stage was a vital strategic asset. Lu Tianxiong's face turned ashen with rage, a terrifying aura emanating from him. The array formations within the quiet chamber barely managed to withstand this oppressive pressure. The 3 refining void experts dispatched to protect Yifan and capture the Li province spirit transformation youth, Lu Qingxuan, had now been completely wiped out. How could a mere 6th-layer spirit transformation cultivator achieve such a feat? Had the 3 encountered sworn enemies who ambushed them en route? Or did Lu Qingxuan have a powerful protector behind him? Father. Lu Mengyao had originally come to report arrangements for the celebration guests to her father, but she keenly sensed something amiss.
Her gaze immediately fell upon the freshly shattered soul tablets, and she asked in shock.
Uncle Shan and the others have also met with misfortune?
Lu Tianxiong slowly turned around. Seeing his flawless daughter, the raging fury and dread in his chest subsided slightly.
They've fallen. Just like Lu Quan before them, their soul tablets shattered completely. Lu Mengyao's breath caught in her throat.
What about Yi Fan? She asked instinctively.
I don't know.
Liu Tianxiong glared at Liu Mengyao, whose love-struck mind had clouded her judgment, his voice suddenly rising.
Who has time to worry about him now?
I'm going to find him. Lu Mengyao cut her father off. 3 of our Lu clan's refining void elders died because of him.
If he's alive, he must give our Lu clan an explanation.
If he's dead, I still need to know who dared to provoke my purple destiny Lu clan like this. Her words sounded righteous and resolute, but Lu Tianxiong glimpsed a flicker of panic deep in his daughter's eyes. Foolish! Lu Tianxiong roared, his overwhelming aura as a great merger cultivator crushing down like a mountain.
Do you have any idea what critical moment this is?
Your coming-of-age ceremony is the prime opportunity for your 9-orifice crystal heart to fully awaken and resonate with the Tao of heaven and earth. This event concerns the fortune of our Lu family for the next 1,000 years. There can be absolutely no mishap. He stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Lu Mengyao's eyes as he spoke each word deliberately. Do you think I'm worried about that insignificant 6th-layer spirit transformation cultivator, Lu Qingxuan?
Or the Yi family's inheritance key? Or perhaps that Yi Fan? Wrong. It's the Wang family.
That little bastard Wang Tang from the Wang family, by some stroke of luck, he actually awakened that so-called heaven's dominion physique.
Now look how arrogantly he struts about.
Just yesterday at the Genius Banquet, he crippled the Li family's prodigy with a single punch and defeated the Zhao family's rising star in 3 moves.
The entire young generation of Central Plains is now cowed into submission. Everyone is watching us, the Lu family watching you. Lu Tianxiong's voice carried a hint of urgency.
Only you, only with your 9-orifice Linglong heart fully awakened, can you suppress him and defend our Lu family's standing?
Are you going to seek out that unlucky star Yi Fan now, just to throw our Lu family's dignity on the ground for the Wang family to trample?
The barrage of questions left Lu Mengyao speechless. She knew Wang Tang well, a good-for-nothing failure since childhood who'd somehow stumbled upon the legendary Heaven's Dominion physique. She also knew she was the Lu family's sole hope against the Wang family.
Yet Yi Fan's whereabouts remained unknown, a constant source of unease.
Seeing the conflict and struggle flash across his daughter's face, Lu Tianxiong finally softened his tone and sighed.
Yaoer, your father knows you care about that Yi Fan. Rest assured, I have my own plans for this matter.
A flash of ruthlessness and absolute confidence flickered in his eyes. I have reported this matter in full detail to the patriarch. The mere mention of ancestors sent a sharp tremor through Lu Mengyao's body, and a look of genuine astonishment finally flickered across her cold, phoenix-like eyes. The Lu family patriarch, her own grandfather, was a grand perfection cultivator of unimaginable power, long withdrawn from the world and slumbering deep within the clan's forbidden grounds.
Grandfather. Precisely, Lu Tianxiong declared with pride.
The patriarch awoke from his slumber specifically for your coming-of-age ceremony, intending to witness your rise firsthand. Now, concerning your awakening, he has decided to make the journey himself. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Tianxiong's lips. The great perfection patriarch's personal arrival, what divine might is this? Across the entire cultivation world, how many could stand before him? That Lu Qingxuan, no matter how prodigiously gifted or how bizarre his methods, is ultimately just a transformation core cultivator.
Before the patriarch, what difference is he from an ant? He glanced affectionately at Lu Mengyao. Once this matter concludes, you must personally accompany the venerable elder for a chat. It is only because he cherishes you so deeply that he would lower himself to intervene on your behalf. Lu Mengyao's unease dissolved like smoke. Indeed.
The great perfection patriarch. He stood at the pinnacle of this world, a legendary figure. Never mind a mere province like Liyou, even in central continent, teeming with masters, great perfection cultivators were supreme rulers who set the rules and looked down upon all beings. No matter how powerful Lu Qingxuan might be, could he possibly surpass the great vehicle? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Realizing this, Lu Mengyao bowed slightly to Lu Tianxiong. I was short-sighted, father. Rest assured, at the ceremony in 3 days, Mengyao will not disappoint you or the Lu family. Lu Tianxiong nodded with satisfaction. Now that's the phoenix daughter of our Lu family. Go now and prepare well. The rest is in grandfather's hands. Yes, father. Lu Mengyao turned and glided gracefully out of the quiet chamber, her thoughts turning inward. Once grandfather slays Lu Qingxuan and brings Yi Fan back, I'll awaken the 9-hole Linglong heart. Perhaps then, brother Yi Fan and I can return to our former happiness. Meanwhile, after calming Su Qingyan, Lu Qingxuan produced the golden destiny treasure chest he had obtained from slaying Yi Fan. Chapter 49, Great Perfection Puppet. Shadow. The golden treasure chest hovered slowly in midair. Golden radiance flowed across its entire surface, carved with 9 coiled dragons. Each dragon was vividly lifelike, its scales clearly visible, and its flowing whiskers emanated a faint aura of authority. Most astonishingly, these golden dragons were not lifeless. They glided across the chest's surface, occasionally raising their heads to roar, or lowering themselves to coil, emitting deep, resonant dragon cries. Embedded at each corner of the chest were fist-sized dragon orbs, their interiors swirling with spiritual light. Within, faint flashes of miniature lightning flickered. The aura emanating from the entire treasure chest even made Lu Qingxuan feel a hint of oppression. Judging by this aura, whatever's inside is definitely no ordinary thing, Lu Qingxuan remarked with anticipation. Open. Ding. Congratulations, host, on opening the Golden Destiny treasure chest. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Absolute Loyalty Puppet Shadow Great Perfection Tier 3. Absolute Loyalty Puppet? And at the Great Perfection 3rd layer? Lu Qingxuan immediately summoned the puppet. A blurry shadow gradually solidified into a middle-aged man clad in dark-colored martial attire. His features were unremarkable, and his aura was completely concealed. He stood there, his presence utterly undetectable without careful probing with spiritual sense. The moment he materialized, he knelt on one knee and spoke coldly. Shadow greets the master. Lu Qingxuan immediately examined its attributes. Character, Shadow. Origin, puppet from the heavens wool treasure chest. Realm, Great Perfection, Tier 3 grows. Innate talent, Divine Grade. Bloodline constitution, Shadow Divine Body possesses exceptional affinity with the ways of darkness, shadows, and space. Cultivation of related techniques yields double the results with half the effort. Technique, Great Void Shadow Immortal Art Divine Grade, lower tier. Divine abilities, Shadow Escape, Assassination, Spatial Imprisonment, Nirvana's Thorns. Spirit Artifact, Void Blade Divine Grade Artifact. Loyalty, Absolute Loyalty never betrays, willing to sacrifice everything for master. Evaluation, a killing machine with immense growth potential. He is your most loyal shadow and sharpest blade. Lu Qingxuan's eyelid twitched. This was no ordinary puppet. Capable of growth, divine grade bone marrow and bloodline, god tier cultivation techniques. It was practically a living, breathing, peerlessly gifted powerhouse. The only difference was its absolute loyalty to its master. In the original story, the strongest being to emerge from the lower realms had only passed the first layer of tribulation and was already ancient and decrepit, with only one remaining chance to act. After that, only an 8th layer Great Perfection cultivator remained, and he was merely the Yao family's patriarch, having reached that level purely through piling on elixirs. The extent of the lower realm's decline is plain to see. The Wing was only at the 3rd layer of Great Perfection, possessing divine grade talent and cultivation techniques. His combat prowess was absolutely formidable and should not be underestimated. Few in the entire cultivation world could match him in combat. Rise, Lu Qingxuan said indifferently. Yes. Ying rose at the command, standing behind Lu Qingxuan like a spear, his aura fading once more. Unless one turned back, his presence would be nearly forgotten. With this trump card secured, Lu Qingxuan's heart settled completely. His gaze shifted to his next objective, Yi Changxing's inheritance. In the original story, after Yi Fan obtained the inheritance key, he did not activate it immediately. Only when he was hunted down by a Great Perfection cultivator of the Wang family in Central Plains, with no escape in sight, did he narrowly escape to the inheritance site. There, under the protection of the inheritance, he narrowly avoided disaster. That place was called Burial of Immortals Cliff. Situated at the border between Lizhou and Zhengzhou, it was a desolate wasteland rumored to have been the site of ancient immortal bloodshed, hence its name. Its space was chaotic, perpetually shrouded in spatial storms, making it a place ordinary cultivators dared not approach. Yi Changsheng had placed his inheritance there, clearly for safety's sake. The Ghost Slayers trio had only entered by sheer luck, swept into the spatial turbulence and accidentally tumbling inside, thus escaping unscathed. Could the might of the void-splitting divine sword cleave open that tribulation inheritance? Lu Qingxuan made his decision, refusing to delay further. He left a message for Su Qingyan, informing her he would be in seclusion for several days and urging her to focus on her cultivation without worry. Then, accompanied by Ying, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring skyward and racing toward the direction of Burial of Immortals Cliff. Half a day later. Burial Cliff. True to its name, the sky here was a lifeless gray, the earth a rusty red, and the air thick with a desolate, deathly stillness. Visible black fissures crisscrossed the void, periodically unleashing devastating spatial storms that carved bottomless ravines into the ground. Lu Qingxuan stood at the edge of Burial of Immortals Cliff, releasing the imposing pressure of his refining void cultivation. This force pushed back all the surrounding spatial storms. Closing his eyes, his divine sense spread like a tidal wave. According to the original text, Yi Changxing's inheritance lay at the very center of the Burial Cliff of Immortals, within a singularity where space was most stable. Soon, Lu Qingxuan located that place. It appeared to be an ordinary patch of open ground, yet when his divine sense probed within, he distinctly sensed an incredibly resilient, invisible barrier. This is the place. Lu Qingxuan drew the void-splitting divine sword. Clang! A clear, piercing sword cry echoed across the heavens and earth. The moment the imperial artifact appeared, the chaotic spatial energies of the entire Burial of Immortals Cliff instantly grew docile. Ancient Dao patterns swirled along the blade's surface, releasing a razor-sharp aura potent enough to cleave heaven and earth. The crimson-brown earth below cracked open in countless fissures.
Shadow, guard me. As you command. Shadow's form dissolved into the void, vanishing completely. Su Qingyan drew a deep breath, channeling every ounce of his spiritual energy into the void-splitting divine sword. Hum.
The once plain blade now radiated dazzling divine light, while the space before its tip began violently warping.
Slash. Su Qingyan roared, striking down with all his might.
Where the sword's glow passed, space was neatly cleaved open, leaving a gash 1,000 zhan long that refused to close for a long time.
Boom.
The pitch-black sword beam struck the spatial barrier of the inheritance ground with pinpoint accuracy.
The entire barrier trembled violently, its surface rippling like water. Countless mystical runes emerged upon it, frantically resisting this devastating blow.
The ripples spread to their limit before slowly subsiding. The spatial barrier remained intact.
Failed.
Su Qingyan gasped for breath, the strike draining nearly 80% of his spiritual energy. Gazing at the barrier, whose glow had merely dimmed slightly, he felt little disappointment.
As expected, the gap in cultivation is simply too vast. Su Qingyan knew it all too well. The void-splitting divine sword was an imperial artifact, its might reaching the heavens.
Yet at his refining void stage cultivation, the power he could unleash likely amounted to less than 1/10,000th of its true might. Were it wielded by a colossus at the tribulation stage, this mere barrier of inheritance would be no match indeed. A single strike might cleave this entire minor world asunder.
It seems I must diligently cultivate my cultivation base.
Just as Su Qingyan prepared to stow the divine sword and depart for now, planning to scheme later, a series of urgent whistling sounds and furious curses echoed closer and closer, piercing his ears.
You little bastard, run! Let's see how far you can get today. Damn it! Is this kid made of eel? How can a foundation establishment cultivator be this slippery? Cut the crap!
Form the 3 talents formation and surround him. Su Qingyan followed the sound and saw 3 golden core cultivators in matching robes forming a triangular formation, chasing a ragged youth in the distance. The youth appeared no older than 15 or 16, yet his cultivation was surprisingly high already at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Yet his movement was utterly bizarre. Facing the relentless pursuit of 3 gold core cultivators, he consistently dodged the surrounding spatial fissures at impossible angles, forcing the gold core cultivators to hesitate from closing in.
Ha 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 ha.
You useless fools can't catch this young master. Amidst the perilous situation, the youth even had the audacity to turn back and make a mocking face, his words dripping with provocation.
This infuriates me. Catch him. I'll skin him alive.
The leader of the gold core cultivators bellowed in rage. This scene struck a familiar chord with Su Qingyan.
This youth's luck was borderline absurd.
Just then, the system's notification sound rang out once more.
Ding.
Detected simulated immortality chosen one, Chu Li.
Su Qingyan. Chapter 50. Young friend, fear not, I'm truly a good person. My name is Qingxuan, an unlucky transmigrator.
1 second ago, I was sitting at my computer ranting about the brain-dead villains in novels.
The next, I transmigrated into an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator in the cultivation world.
Before I could even process this reality, 3 golden core stage-old monsters hunted me down, chasing me from the southern skies to the northern lands. Had I not awakened the simulated immortality system immediately after my transmigration granting me 100 simulated rebirths, I would likely have ended up as a soul in the 10,000 souls banner.
This was already my 10th simulation.
Leveraging my familiarity with the terrain of Burial Immortal Cliff, I was finally about to shake off those 3 gold core cultivators. Just as excitement surged through me, the scene ahead made my blood run cold. A man clad in blue robes stood suspended in midair, gripping an ancient-looking long sword.
Then, I witnessed a sight I would never forget.
He swung his sword at a patch of empty void. That expanse of space was cleaved open, revealing a gaping, pitch-black wound. The gash was so profoundly deep it seemed capable of swallowing all light, refusing to close for an agonizingly long time. It sent a chill down my spine. Why is Burial Cliff so perilous? Wasn't it precisely because of these ubiquitous spatial fissures? Could it be that all this spatial turbulence here was caused by this master slashing for fun? What level of existence is this? Nascent soul? Transformation spirit? Or the legendary refining void? Based on my extensive experience reading web novels, in a cultivation world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, if you can't figure out someone's background and temperament, treat them like a major villain. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Run. Must run. The farther away from this person, the better. Just as Qingxuan turned to flee, a torrent of curses roared from behind. You little bastard, let's see where you run now. The 3 golden core cultivators also spotted Su Qingyan in the distance, their footsteps halting abruptly. They exchanged glances in haste. Flee, or kill? They knew full well the dangers lurking at the Burial of Immortals cliff. This kid is slippery as hell. If we keep chasing him, who knows if he might just plunge headfirst into a spatial fissure. As for that mysterious powerhouse in the distance, his aura was unfathomably deep, clearly not someone they could afford to provoke. But cultivating immortality is all about striving. Go for it.
Better to slaughter this brat and seize his opportunity than flee empty-handed and humiliated. Perhaps they could still survive by charging into the spatial fissure. Kill. A resolute glint flashed in the eyes of the lead golden core cultivator. He slammed his chest, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto his flying sword. The flying sword instantly blazed crimson, transforming into a blood-red rainbow that stabbed toward Chu Yang at a speed several times faster than before. The other two also unleashed their most desperate, last-ditch techniques, closing in from left and right to seal off all of Chu Yang's escape routes. A warning bell rang loudly in Chu Yang's heart, and the hairs on his body stood on end. This desperate attack was impossible to evade. It's over. Is the 10th simulation ending here? Just as Chu Yang prepared to restart the simulation, a calm voice rang out. Young friend, I'm here to save you. Immediately, a pale green sword light flashed from Lu Qingxuan's hand. Fast. Too fast. Chu Yang hadn't even caught a glimpse of how he'd drawn his sword. The expressions on the faces of those three fierce-looking golden core cultivators froze instantly. A neat line of blood appeared on their bodies, starting from the waist. Thud. 3 upper halves and 3 lower halves simultaneously lost all strength, plummeting toward the rust-red earth. Blood and entrails spilled along their descent, filling the air with a thick, pungent stench of blood. Only when their mangled remains slammed into the ground did Chu Yang snap out of his utter shock. Instant kill. 3 golden core cultivators, unable even to utter a scream, were severed cleanly at the waist. Chu Yang froze in place, stunned. Too brutal. Too ruthless. This was undoubtedly an ancient demon who killed without batting an eye. And one who had cultivated for countless ages, viewing human life as worthless as grass. Only one thought remained in Chu Yang's mind run. Summoning every ounce of strength, he suppressed the trembling in his legs and spun around, ready to become a streak of light, fleeing this place of trouble at the fastest speed he'd ever mustered. Young friend, don't run. That calm voice sounded again, like a demonic chant summoning death. Chu Yang's body froze instantly, sensing an invisible force locking onto him, rendering him unable to move. Lu Qingxian glided before Chu Yang, wearing a warm, welcoming smile. I really am a kind soul. Chu Yang. Not even pretending anymore? Have you ever seen a good person who goes out of their way to emphasize how good they are? And did the 6 bodies on the ground agree? Have you ever seen a good person snap 3 living people in half at the waist with a flick of their fingers, without even blinking? I know this routine all too well. First, they claim to be good to gain trust, then capture me to refine into an elixir, or extract my soul to forge the banner of 10,000 souls. Old demon. This is definitely the old demon. And an old demon who revels in manipulating minds. At least the villains in other novels have reasons for killing, whether it's for magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, or at the very least, a glance that rubs them the wrong way. But you? What's your game? Just to show off in front of me, then say, I'm a good person? Like hell I believe you. Pushed to the brink of terror, Chu Yang found himself seized by a reckless courage born of utter despair. Since death was inevitable anyway, he might as well die with dignity. Besides, it could restart the simulation and free him from this old demon's control. Yes, provoke him. Let him cleave me in two with his sword. Chu Yang straightened his back and sneered coldly, a good person? Senior, don't pretend. I've seen this routine too many times. Saving me is nothing more than wanting to see what treasures I possess, or thinking I have exceptional innate talent and wanting to trap me inside the 10,000 souls banner, right? Chu Yang fixed his gaze on Lu Qingxian, searching his face for a flicker of anger at being exposed. Luring me back to your cave dwelling either to strip my soul or flay me alive. I get it. No need to keep up the act. Come on. Get angry. You ancient monsters who've lived for untold millennia, you're the most prideful of all. Exposed in public like this, shouldn't you be furious and smack me, this presumptuous young upstart, dead with one slap? Hurry. Do it. I'm waiting for the show. Lu Qingxuan's smile remained utterly unchanged, as if watching a monkey cavorting about. Young friend, you're quite the troublemaker. Could it be you fear I might kill you? Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Something's off, this script is wrong. According to the normal flow, shouldn't he be roaring with rage, shouting you brat, you're asking for death, and then blasting me to smithereens with a divine technique? Why was he still chatting? Chu Yang was seething inside, but his words grew even harsher. Kill me? Of course you'll kill me. It's just a matter of time. What's the matter? Think I'm too skinny? Or do you want to play a game of cat and mouse, savoring the look on my face as I struggle for my life? You old demons love all this fancy nonsense. It's boring. Just kill me already. I beg you. Give me a quick death. If you don't act now, how am I supposed to simulate rebirth? Lu Qingxian finally showed a different reaction. Young friend, fear not. I am truly a good person, Lu Qingxian spoke slowly and deliberately. Killing goes against the harmony of heaven. I would never do such a thing lightly. Chu Yang. Chapter 51, This sheep really can yield premium wool. Lu Qingxian watched Chu Yang's face turn from pale to green and back again, silently calculating in his mind. This kid's simulation system was indeed troublesome. Killing him would be like letting him walk free.
Finding him again next time would take who knows how much effort.
Plus, it would leave a hidden threat behind.
The best approach was to keep the sheep pen close at hand.
Then, whenever he wanted to shear its wool, he could do so at will. A steady stream of opportunities is far more profitable than killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Of course, if this brat truly refuses to show gratitude and insists on provoking trouble. Lu Qingxuan's gaze swept imperceptibly over Chu Yang's limbs.
Then there would be no choice but to strip him of his cultivation, sever his limbs, turn him into a human steak, and lock him within a specially crafted magical artifact.
He'd be denied even death, let alone any chance of escape.
But doing so would render the sheep useless, no more fleece to shear, and the world would miss out on the earth-shattering opportunities he carried.
Unless absolutely necessary, this was the worst possible option.
Chu Yang's scalp prickled under Lu Qingxuan's gaze, as if an invisible blade were tracing the contours of his neck and limbs. Every hair on his body stood on end, a chill racing from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head.
That gaze, absolutely not the gaze of a good person. But why hadn't he acted yet? Chu Yang's mind raced, and an utterly absurd thought surged uncontrollably to the surface. Could it be, he knows my true identity? Does he know I can simulate rebirth? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This simulator was his deepest secret, never shared with anyone. Even a great cultivator who had passed the tribulation couldn't possibly discern such profoundly mysterious things out of thin air. Unless, he's not human?
The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more his heart raced with dread. The more absurd it seemed. If he wasn't after my life for the treasure, nor seeking to extract my soul and refine my spirit, what did he want? Could he truly be some reclusive master playing games with the world, finding me stubborn and outspoken simply amusing? Chu Yang's mind was in turmoil, even beginning to doubt whether he had misjudged the situation from the very start. As Chu Yang's mind raced with wild speculation, Lu Qingxian swept his sleeve. 3 storage rings slipped from the corpse's fingers, landing steadily in his palm. Chu Yang's heart leapt into his throat. Here it comes. The true purpose was finally about to be revealed. After plundering the spoils, I'll be next. Chu Yang instinctively tensed every muscle in his body, bracing for the fatal blow. Even if death came, he would die standing tall. However, Lu Qingxian weighed the 3 storage rings in his hand before casually tossing them toward Chu Yang. Catch! Chu Yang instinctively reached out to catch them. Simultaneously, his body regained its freedom. Clutching the 3 storage rings, Chu Yang froze in place, his mind going blank. What did this mean? The entire fortune of 3 golden core cultivators. Even the poorest gold core cultivator possessed wealth sufficient to drive any foundation establishment cultivator mad. And they just gave it to me? Hush money? A parting gift? Or perhaps a deeper conspiracy? Chu Yang felt his brain couldn't process it all. He'd rather face a brutal, bloodthirsty fiend who attacked at the slightest provocation than deal with this unpredictable individual before him. The unknown was the most terrifying thing of all. Senior, what exactly? Chu Yang clenched the ring in his hand, feeling it burn unbearably. Lu Qingxian observed his ghost-stricken expression, and a kindly smile returned to his face. Standing with hands behind his back, his pale green robes fluttered gently in the breeze. Combined with his otherworldly demeanor, he truly possessed the air of an enlightened sage. I wish to take you as my disciple. Take me as a disciple? Chu Yang's first reaction was utter absurdity, followed by the suspicion that some earth-shattering conspiracy must be at play. Yet upon further reflection, he detected a peculiar undertone. What if this were true? His simulation system sounded godlike, but at its core, it was merely a chance to reload and restart. It could save his life, but it couldn't directly grant him power. With each simulation, he remained the lowly foundation establishment cultivator, hunted down like a dog. But this man before him was different. He effortlessly annihilated 3 gold core cultivators in the blink of an eye, as if it were nothing. Such power likely transcended gold core cultivation, perhaps he was even a legendary spirit transformation ancestor. With such a mighty god as his patron, wouldn't his cultivation journey instantly shift from hell mode to heaven mode? As for what he wanted, who cares what he wanted? The worst outcome? He might catch on and smack me dead with a single palm strike. So be it. After all, I still have 90 chances for simulated rebirth. At worst, I'll just reload the save and start over, finding another secluded spot to quietly develop my strength. Using 1 rebirth chance to gamble on a shot at instant ascension? That deal is a steal no matter how you slice it. Besides, judging by his demeanor, he doesn't seem intent on killing me right away. If he wanted to play games, then I'd play along. Who knows? Maybe he could even turn this ultimate boss into his own golden leg. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Chu Yang's mind. One moment he was tense as a martyr facing execution, the next, Chu Yang's knees buckled without hesitation. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and performed a deep, respectful bow toward Lu Qingxian. Disciple Chu Yang pays respects to his master. This sudden prostration caught Lu Qingxian off guard. He had imagined 1,000 possible reactions from Chu Yang. He anticipated stubborn defiance, bewildered disbelief, or feigned compliance. He had even prepared follow-up arguments and tactics of threats and inducements.
Yet he never anticipated this youth would act with such decisive resolve. One moment he was shouting threats of violence, the next he was prostrating himself in submission, a transition so smooth it lacked any hint of hesitation. Flexible yet decisive, ruthless when necessary. A flicker of approval passed through Lu Qingxuan's eyes. Well, this saved him a lot of trouble. Rise. Lu Qingxian spoke indifferently. Thank you, master. Xu Yang promptly rose to his feet, standing obediently to the side with bowed head and submissive demeanor, the very picture of a dutiful disciple. Lu Qingxian nodded in satisfaction, then shifted the conversation with a casual tone. I arrived in haste and neglected to prepare a formal initiation gift. Instead, bring forth the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng from your storage ring. I shall give you a different token of our meeting. The relief that had just settled in Chu Yang's heart instantly shot back up to his throat. Here it comes. The fox's tail was finally showing. The 10,000-year-old blood ginseng. Those 3 golden core cultivators had chased him for hundreds of miles, all for this very thing. This blood ginseng resembled an infant, its entire body a vivid crimson, as if carved from the finest blood jade. Its roots were distinct and intricate, resembling dragon whiskers. A faint, shimmering glow seemed to flow along them, emanating a soothing medicinal fragrance and a powerful essence of life. So this was what they were after. Yet Chu Yang was equally puzzled. Why didn't he just seize it outright? With his strength, killing me to seize the treasure would be easier than breathing. Why go through such elaborate means, first taking on a disciple, then making a request? A test? The 2 words flashed through Chu Yang's mind. Is he testing my loyalty? Or testing the caliber of his disciple? I'll take the gamble. What's a worthless life anyway? At worst, I'll just restart. Xu Yang steeled his resolve and immediately retrieved the carefully sealed jade box from his storage ring. Master, you're discerning, I seize all. This humble possession of mine could never escape your keen perception, Xu Yang said, presenting the box with both hands in respectful reverence. I've been troubled over how to handle such a treasure. Since it serves you, master, it finds its greatest destiny. Please accept it. Lu Qingxian accepted the box. Ding! Congratulations on successfully seizing the opportunity 10,000-year blood ginseng from the chosen one, Xu Yang. Congratulations on obtaining the divine grade spiritual herb dragon blood body tempering divine mushroom. It really worked. This sheep truly yields the finest wool. Chapter 52, Not worth a single hair? Lu Qingxuan's divine sense plunged into his storage ring. With a slight shift in his thoughts, the newly acquired divine grade spiritual herb floated within his mind's eye. It bore no resemblance to the conventional forms of ginseng or lingji. Instead, it was a peculiar plant, entirely crimson like blood, shaped like a coiled dragon. Its dragon head, body, claws, and tail were all exquisitely rendered. Fine scales were clearly visible, and 2 root stems resembling dragon whiskers flowed with grace, faint blood-red halos swirling upon them as if alive. The entire divine herb resembled a meticulously carved blood jade, yet it radiated a boundless, abyssal vitality and an overwhelming, dragon-like majesty. Dragon blood body tempering divine mushroom, a supreme grade spiritual herb. Legend has it that it is formed only after 10,000 years of thunder tribulations, nourished by the essence blood of a true dragon poured onto a divine tree. Consuming it can reshape the flesh and bones, forging a dragon blood treasure body impervious to all attacks, with strength capable of shaking mountains. What a treasure! Lu Qingxian couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. Beside him, Xu Yang stared dumbfounded at the silent Lu Qingxian. What does this mean? After taking the item, why isn't there any reaction at all? Was he testing the ginseng's authenticity? Or plotting how to silence me and claim the treasure for himself? Indeed, human hearts are unfathomable. I should never have harbored any illusions about him. At that moment, Lu Qingxian slowly and deliberately opened the jade box Chu Yang had handed him. Shaped like an infant, the blood-red ginseng radiated a soothing medicinal fragrance. Outside, this would undoubtedly be a treasure capable of sparking fierce battles among spirit transformation cultivators. Yet Lu Qingxian merely glanced at it before dismissively remarking, "Is that all?" With a flick of his finger, Lu Qingxian flicked the jade box back to Chu Yang. "You've been hoarding this trash like it's some kind of treasure?" Chu Yang clutched the jade box he'd just recovered, utterly bewildered. What was going on? This was a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng. He didn't even want it? Then why go through all that trouble taking on a disciple, making that offer just to glance at it before tossing it back in disgust? Chu Yang felt his brain was struggling to process it all. This elder's behavior was completely beyond his comprehension. Your horizons are too narrow, Lu Qingxian shook his head, speaking with the frustration of a teacher disappointed in a student. You must broaden your perspective. Now that you've entered my door, you can no longer remain a frog at the bottom of a well. Before his words had fully faded, Lu Qingxian plucked a single hair from the root stem of the dragon blood body tempering divine mushroom within his storage ring. A strand of crimson gold root hair, finer than a strand of hair, appeared in Lu Qingxuan's hand. The instant it appeared, an aroma 1,000 times more potent than that of the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng exploded into the air.
The air itself seemed to thicken, as spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius was instantly drained, madly converging toward that slender root hair. Xu Yang took just one whiff, and instantly felt every pore in his body open wide. The spiritual energy within him surged uncontrollably, boiling and racing through his veins. His cultivation bottleneck began to show faint signs of loosening. Xu Yang's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he stared fixedly at that crimson gold root hair, his breath catching in his throat. What on earth was this? A mere root hair possessed spiritual essence far surpassing that of the entire 10,000-year-old blood ginseng. This was utterly terrifying. This is called the dragon blood body tempering divine mushroom, a supreme grade spiritual herb. Lu Qingxuan's voice drifted over. I mentioned before that I hadn't prepared a formal initiation gift. This shall be the first opportunity one bestow upon you. With a flick of Lu Qingxuan's fingertip, the crimson gold root fiber transformed into a streak of light, hovering before Chu Yang. Boom! Xu Yang's mind went blank. A divine-grade spiritual herb? Given to me? Gazing at the priceless root before him, a treasure potentially more valuable than his own life, he then looked down at the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng in his embrace, which he had just moments ago cherished like a precious jewel. Xu Yang was instantly overcome with shame. What had he been thinking just now? Suspecting his master of murderous intent to seize the treasure? Speculating on his ulterior motives? How petty of him to judge a noble man by his own base standards. How could someone of his stature possibly covet such a paltry possession? Master was testing his character, testing his capacity. Had he shown even a hint of hesitation or reluctance, he would have been instantly disdained, thus squandering this once-in-a-lifetime divine opportunity. Disciple is not human. Xu Yang wanted to slap himself twice. Disciple is foolish to doubt the master. Please punish me. Enough. Lu Qingxian waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of pleased satisfaction at a teachable disciple. Recognizing your mistake and correcting it is never too late. He appraised Chu Yang and added, however, with your frail foundation establishment stage physique, forget the divine ginseng roots, even that 10,000-year-old blood ginseng root, you won't be able to absorb it fully. Forcing its refinement will lead to only one outcome: exploding your body. Xu Yang froze, then expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the warning, master. I shall proceed with utmost caution. Careful? Lu Qingxian chuckled. With your master here, what exactly do you need to be careful about? Lu Qingxian shifted his tone, speaking with confidence. Though I'm no master, I've dabbled in the art of alchemy and can barely call myself a spirit-grade alchemist. Today, I shall personally intervene to help you refine both the blood ginseng and the divine fungus roots, forging a new foundation for your cultivation. A spirit-grade alchemist. According to the original host's memories, weren't alchemists only ranked from 1st to 9th grade? Grade 1 being the highest, grade 9 the lowest. Could it be? Could it be that master, like characters in other novels, had come from the upper realms after suffering misfortune, or had descended to the lower realms for training? Or perhaps he was the remnant soul of some legendary medicine sage? My destined herbalist, the legendary spirit-grade alchemist, helping me defy fate and rewrite my destiny? Xu Yang felt dizzy once more. This golden opportunity was 10,000 times more substantial than he had ever imagined. At that moment, the last shred of caution vanished from Chu Yang's heart. Master, your kindness is a debt I shall never repay. Rise. Sit cross-legged, focus your mind, and calm your spirit. Lu Qingxian instructed calmly. Yes, master. Xu Yang rose as directed, immediately sitting cross-legged in place. His mind cleared completely, surrendering his very being in life entirely. After all, he could simulate rebirth. There was no need to fear complete death and the loss of his cultivation. He let go of all caution. Seeing Chu Yang settled, Lu Qingxian raised his hand. The 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and crimson gold roots floated into the air. Then, with a gentle pinch toward the void. Hum. The black and white yin-yang strange fire instantly enveloped them. The very fabric of space hummed incessantly, as if twisted into an invisible furnace. What technique is this? Xu Yang's mind trembled violently. Using heaven and earth as the furnace, yin and yang as the fire. This wasn't alchemy, it was outright stealing the very essence of heaven and earth. Was this the terror of a spirit-grade alchemist? Golden and crimson, two ultimate medicinal essences intertwined, ultimately coalescing into a single drop of spirit liquid the size of a lychee, its golden and crimson hues swirling endlessly. The instant this spirit essence appeared, a colossal surge of vitality and the overbearing might of dragon blood filled the entire space. Go! Lu Qingxian snapped his fingers. The golden red spiritual essence plunged directly into Chu Yang's brow. Chapter 53, Linger is too silly, only knowing how to worry about her master. Boom! The moment the golden red spiritual liquid entered his body, Xu Yang felt as though a volcano dormant for billions of years had erupted violently within his brow. Every inch of flesh and bone was being violently torn apart by a force of unparalleled ferocity. Ah! Even Xu Yang, who feared neither life nor death, couldn't help but let out a piercing scream from the agony. Simultaneously, his skin cracked inch by inch, oozing beads of blood mixed with black-red impurities.
His entire body seemed to transform into a blood-red porcelain figurine on the verge of shattering. This was pure torture. Yet, just as Chu Yang felt he was about to be torn apart by this force, an immense power enveloped him from outside. Lu Qingxuan stood with a calm expression, one hand behind his back, the other extending toward Chu Yang as he pressed his palm through the air. Each shift of his fingertips caused the black and white flames to dance in response. The overbearing dragon blood force that had threatened to tear Chu Yang apart was now tamed by the flames, becoming as docile as a lamb. It meticulously refined his meridians and bones. The boundless vitality of the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng followed closely behind, repairing the damaged flesh and propelling it toward a new pinnacle. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. Though the agony persisted, his mind grew far clearer. His body was truly undergoing earth-shattering changes. His meridians widened, his bones grew crystalline, and the power within his flesh surged relentlessly. Half an hour later, as the last thread of the medicine's power was perfectly integrated into every bone and muscle of Chu Yang's body, Lu Qingxuan slowly withdrew his palm. Huff! Chu Yang's body went limp as he gasped for breath. Though every inch ached, he felt an extraordinary surge of excitement. The spiritual energy within his body had surged to over 10 times its previous thickness. Though his cultivation remained at the 8th layer of foundation establishment, the stability of his foundation and the purity of his spiritual energy were now worlds apart. Chu Yang was equally aware that without Lu Qingxuan's intervention, he would likely have been reduced to a pile of flesh the instant the spiritual essence entered his body. This master had not only granted him an immense opportunity but had also saved his very life. Without pausing to cleanse the filth from his body, Chu Yang rolled over and prostrated himself on the ground, his forehead slamming heavily against the earth. Master, for this life-saving grace, even if I were to shatter my body into dust, I could never repay you. Rise. Lu Qingxuan's voice remained as calm as ever. Since you have entered my door, these are but my duty. Chu Yang felt an even deeper wave of gratitude wash over him. He rose respectfully, hesitated for a moment, then finally couldn't suppress his curiosity. He asked cautiously. With all due respect, Master, may I inquire where your sect resides? So that I may one day trace my roots and pay my respects. Lu Qingxuan glanced at him, standing with his hands behind his back. I am Lu Qingxuan, the patriarch of the Green Mountain sect. Qingxuan sect. Chu Yang's body jerked violently as the memories left by the original host flashed wildly through his mind. One of the 5 great orthodox sects of Lizhou. With a legacy spanning 10,000 years and profound foundations, the sect was teeming with masters. It was a sacred sanctuary that countless cultivators within Li province desperately sought to join. His own master was actually the ancestor of the Green Mountain sect? Disciple greets the patriarch. Chu Yang was so overcome with emotion he was about to prostrate himself again. Enough. From now on, just call me master. Lu Qingxuan waved his hand, interrupting the gesture. Now that you've reforged your spirit body and our business here is concluded, it's time to return to the sect. Yes, master. Chu Yang responded promptly, then hesitated. When shall we depart for the sect? Lu Qingxuan glanced at him, his gaze as if admiring a little cutie. Now. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he swept his sleeve wide. Chu Yang felt the world before his eyes twist and blur. The heavens shifted, the earth turned upside down, and an irresistible, colossal force enveloped him. When his vision finally cleared, he stood frozen in place. Before him stretched an endless expanse of celestial mountains and jade palaces, suspended above a sea of clouds. From sheer cliffs thousands of feet high, waterfalls cascaded like the Milky Way, churning up misty vapors 10,000 feet thick. Flocks of immortal cranes danced gracefully among the mist-shrouded peaks, their clear, resonant cries echoing through the air. At the mountain gate, a plaque carved from an unknown spirit jade bore 2 ancient characters in a sweeping, dragon and phoenix-style calligraphy Qingxuan. This is the Green Mountain sect? Yet before Chu Yang could recover from this awe-inspiring sight, 2 breathtaking figures appeared before him, as ethereal as immortals from a painting. The woman on the left wore a simple, moon-white gown, its hem swaying gently in the mountain breeze, untouched by dust. The woman on the right wore a vibrant crimson gauze gown that accentuated her exquisitely curved figure to perfection. Their styles were worlds apart, one as cool and distant as the moon, the other as fiery and alluring as flame, yet both possessed a breathtaking beauty that took one's breath away. Chu Yang's heart raced at the sight, but he quickly remembered something. He abruptly lowered his head, eyes fixed on his nose on his heart, even his breathing softening threefold. He wasn't a little cutie. The way these 2 stunning women looked at his master, their relationship was definitely not simple. What is not proper to see, do not look upon. As a newly initiated disciple, it was safest to remain a silent, wooden pillar. Lu Qingxuan glanced at Chu Yang and said calmly. You may leave now. Someone will guide you through the sect's grounds and arrange your lodgings shortly. Yes, master. Chu Yang, relieved as if granted a pardon, bowed respectfully before flying toward the mountain gates. With no further reservations, Chu Li and Yao Linger approached Lu Qingxuan, one on each side. Master. 2 calls, each with a distinct tone, yet strangely intertwined. Yao Linger's warm breath brushed Lu Qingxuan's ear as she melted against his arm like a boneless doll. Meanwhile, Chu Li extended her delicate hand to gently encircle his other arm.
One fiery warmth, one icy chill. Lu Qingxuan found himself sandwiched between them.
Master, you finally returned.
Linger missed you so much my heart nearly broke. Yao Linger tilted her enchantingly alluring face upward, her beautiful eyes rippling with a mesmerizing glow that seemed capable of drawing one's very soul into their depths.
Flattery won't work. After his long journey, Master needs rest, not the chatter of certain individuals.
Chu Li retorted sharply. Yao Linger giggled softly, pressing her body closer, her voluptuous curves flaunting her assets for Lu Qingxuan's viewing pleasure, yet her words remained sharp.
Sister, what are you implying? Could it be that after receiving the 9 lives cat demon emperor's bloodline from the master last time, you think you can monopolize his favor?
I've heard that since our chance encounter, you've been in seclusion for quite some time.
What, were you racking your brains over how to compete with your little sister for his attention?
Ever since their accidental meeting, when both had sensed that familiar aura of Lu Qingxuan emanating from the other, a silent war had already begun.
Chu Li flushed crimson.
I was merely immersing myself in cultivation to better serve the master.
Unlike certain individuals who spend their days indulging in all sorts of unorthodox practices. Unorthodox methods? Yao Linger suddenly spoke with feigned hurt.
Sister truly possesses the grace of a celestial maiden.
Unlike me, who's so foolish only caring about master and wishing for him to rest well.
Then, her eyes twinkled mischievously as she turned to Lu Qingxuan with a sweet voice.
Master, look. To welcome your return, I went to great lengths this time.
I specially arranged for someone from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to bring you a rare and precious treasure from Central Plains. Lu Qingxuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes.
Oh? What rare treasure?
Yao Linger shot a triumphant glance at Chu Li before taking a half step back, creating a bit of distance. This treasure, she explained, must be worn to reveal its true brilliance. Chapter 54, The Twin Beauties of Black and White. Before her words had fully faded, Yao Linger's delicate jade-like fingers gently pinched the hem of her crimson gauze gown. The motion was deliberate, almost slow, imbued with a sense of ritual. As the hem lifted, a layer of fabric as thin as a cicada's wing was revealed, draped over skin fairer than snow. The fabric clung tightly to every curve of her legs, extending upward from her ankles until it vanished into the deeper shadows beneath her gown. Far from concealing, the black fabric created a stark contrast that accentuated her fair skin and rounded curves to the utmost, radiating a powerfully alluring charm.
Black stockings? Lu Qingxuan's gaze faltered momentarily, his nose growing slightly warm.
He hadn't expected that arriving in this cultivation world would grant him the chance to witness such a sight. Master, don't just stare at her.
Lear has them too.
Chu Li turned slightly, her cheeks flushed with an intoxicating blush. Her jade-like hands swept downward, lifting the hem of her own simple, moon-white gown. A completely different hue met Lu Qingxuan's eyes. If Yao Linger's black was the allure of the dark night, then Chu Li's white was the purity under the moonlight. Though equally sheer as cicada wings, the fabric was pure snow white, untouched by the slightest impurity. It draped over legs that seemed carved from the finest white jade, her fair skin glowing with a faint, luminous radiance against the stark white backdrop. That icy purity, combined with such form-fitting attire, delivered an impact no less striking than the black silk moments before.
Indeed, it did not deceive me. The allure of white lace is no less potent than that of black. Black and white together? Absolutely perfect. Lu Qingxuan felt a surge of heat rise from his dantian to the top of his head. As a seasoned enthusiast in his previous life, he had assumed that after crossing over to cultivate immortality, he would never again witness such a sight. Yet today, he was treated to a feast for the eyes, and not just one, but both black and white beauties appearing together. Lu Qingxuan drew a deep breath, suppressing the warmth rising to his nose. Such a scene, how could he linger before the mountain gates? With a flick of his sleeve, Lu Qingxuan swept both Chu Li and Yao Linger into his embrace. By the time the two women regained their senses, they found themselves inside the main hall. Boom! The temple doors slammed shut on their own. Lu Qingxuan sat cross-legged on the throne. Yao Linger was the first to react. With a coquettish laugh, she swayed her serpentine waist and pressed close, effortlessly settling onto Lu Qingxuan's left thigh. Chu Li hesitated briefly, but ultimately succumbed to her own desire. She glided over and obediently settled onto his right thigh. One on his left, one on his right, his arms were wrapped around two soft, fragrant bodies. Lu Qingxuan wrapped one arm around Yao Linger's slender waist while the other hand gently cradled Chu Li's fragrant shoulder, drawing both women closer into his embrace. His hands, however, were far from still. They slid slowly down the curves of their supple backs, finally coming to a precise stop at the hem of their black stockings. As my fingertips brushed against it, a peculiar sensation washed over me. The black silk felt smooth and delicate, carrying a cool texture. As his fingertips lightly scraped across it, a faint rustling sound could even be heard, accompanied by faint, almost imperceptible fluctuations of spiritual energy. The white silk, however, felt even more ethereal, as if it were nothing at all, leaving only an astonishing smoothness. It seemed to drape a layer of moonlight over skin as white and smooth as jade, warm to the touch and irresistibly inviting. Lu Qingxuan's heart burned with desire. His left hand savored the allure of the dark night, while his right hand relished the purity of the moonlit moment. What more could one ask for in life? Just as Su Qingyan was immersed in this imperial indulgence, a sudden thought struck him. Wait. How could such a thing exist in the cultivation world? Su Qingxuan's caressing motions abruptly halted. The craftsmanship and design of this thing completely transcended the realm of understanding in this world. Both the textile techniques and aesthetic concepts carried a distinctly modern flavor. Su Qingxuan's gaze instantly sharpened. Coincidence? Su Qingyan refused to believe it. His gaze shifted away from Chu Li's jade-like legs, encased in pure white, as he asked. Linger, where did this come from? Yao Linger, who had been enjoying Su Qingxuan's caresses, was momentarily startled by the abrupt question. Nevertheless, she answered obediently. Master, Linger had someone purchase it from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? Su Qingyan recognized the name. It belonged to the transcendent merchant guild that spanned the entire continent, shrouded in mystery and possessing formidable strength. Yes, sir. Yao Linger puffed out her chest as if seeking praise, nestling closer into Su Qingxuan's embrace. She continued, presenting it like a precious treasure. The folks at 10,000 Treasures Pavilion said this is called stockings, a new treasure accidentally created by their young master. The moment it hit the market, it swept across all of Central Plains. Those sacred land maidens and imperial court nobles are practically going mad trying to get their hands on them. She shot a smug glance at the silent Chu Li beside them and continued, and you know what? These aren't ordinary garments. Linger's pair here, the black ones, are top-tier yellow-grade spirit artifacts. Not only do they make your legs look stunning, but they also come with a solid defensive formation. Ordinary blades won't even scratch them. As she spoke, Yao Linger tilted her face upward, her beautiful eyes glistening with anticipation as she gazed at Su Qingyan. Master, you must like them, right? Linger specially prepared several different styles, just waiting to surprise you. The young master of 10,000 Treasures Pavilion created a sensation-sweeping Central Plains, top-tier yellow-grade spirit artifact. No need to think twice. This must be another transmigrator. And his golden finger likely involves trading. Su Qingyan instantly understood. No wonder such a groundbreaking artifact appeared. And this guy was clever. Instead of directly displaying concepts incomprehensible to this world, he packaged them as spirit artifacts, seamlessly integrating them into this world's system. Shaping leg contours, boosting defense? This product manager's mindset was light years ahead of its time. Su Qingyan couldn't help but think, if he could secure the young master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion under his control, or forge a deep partnership with him, the benefits would be immeasurable. Just these stockings alone were a feast for the eyes. If he were given the chance to study them further. Su Qingxuan's gaze drifted involuntarily to the women's feet, now bare and delicate, appearing even more charming and adorable. A bold idea surfaced. Since he already had the stockings, could he arrange for high heels too? Then enchant the shoes with attributes like agility plus 10 or attack speed plus 20%. Whoa! The mere thought of it sent a rush of excitement through his veins. Chapter 55, The Sinner Su Qingyan. Come out and face your doom. Within the Green Mountain sect, mist swirled and cranes cried. Jade-paved steps wound upward into the depths of the cloud sea, flanked by lush gardens of spiritual plants and medicinal herbs. Sect disciples meditated or practiced sword techniques everywhere, creating an ethereal, immortal-like atmosphere. Following closely behind Chen-Ke, Chu Yang's gaze darted around the surroundings. Junior brother Chu Yang, you are truly blessed beyond measure. Sensing his nervousness, Chen-Ke turned to him, his face radiating genuine warmth. To be taken as a direct disciple by the patriarch, this is an opportunity countless disciples of our Green Mountain sect dream of. He patted Chu Yang's shoulder and lowered his voice, his tone brimming with reverence. Our patriarch is renowned throughout Li Prefecture as a benevolent ruler, protecting all living beings. His cultivation reaches the heavens, and he possesses both virtue and talent. It's no exaggeration to call him the undisputed leader of the righteous path. The foremost leader of the righteous path? Chu Yang felt a pang of curiosity at these words. Though his master had saved him, his conduct seemed at odds with the concept of benevolence. Especially the ruthless decisiveness he displayed when slaying the golden core cultivator, it still sent shivers down his spine. Perhaps this journey would reveal the true nature of his master. As the two walked along the mountain path, several inner door disciples approached. Spotting Chen-Ke, they halted immediately and bowed in respect. Greetings, senior brother Chen. Greetings, senior brother. Congratulations on attaining the golden core and ascending to the position of elder. One disciple, who appeared particularly quick-witted, spoke too hastily and quickly corrected himself, a faint smile playing on his lips. Chen-Ke, now a golden core immortal, had risen in status within the sect, automatically promoted to outer sect elder. He waved his hand dismissively, his expression devoid of any trace of arrogance. Instead, he spoke solemnly. Not at all. Were it not for the ancestors' mercy, I would have been nothing but charred remains long ago. All this is the ancestors' blessing. Hearing this, the other disciples all wore expressions of longing. Curiosity piqued, Chu Yang couldn't help but ask. Senior brother Chen, what do you mean by that? Chen-Ke glanced at Chu Yang, sighed, and briefly recounted their ordeal in the secret realm. At that moment, I was engulfed by that beast fire. Half my body was charred to cinders, and I lost consciousness, convinced I was doomed. Chen Ke's voice trembled with lingering fear, yet his tone quickly shifted to fervent excitement. It was the patriarch. He personally intervened, using the supreme to heal my wounds. When that entered my body, it brought no pain. Instead, it felt like spring rain nourishing parched earth. It revived me like dead wood sprouting anew, shattering my limitations and allowing me to break through the bottleneck that had plagued me for years. I finally formed my golden core. His voice grew increasingly fervent, as if reliving the very moment he ascended to the golden core. The patriarch's benevolence is beyond measure. A disciple nearby listened, overcome with emotion. We were present then too, witnessing senior brother Chen's dire state with our own eyes. We all thought it was hopeless. Who would have imagined the ancestor not only saved him but also bestowed such immense fortune? Another disciple chimed in, and that's not all. Have you forgotten how Xianqing City came to be? Had it not been for the patriarch's proposal, seeing the constant demonic beast incursions and the covetous eyes of heretical cultivators on the outskirts of the Hangduan Mountains, a mighty city would never have been built beyond our mountain gates. Now, not only do our sect's disciples and their families reside within its walls, but countless commoners and wandering cultivators find shelter there, free from fear for their lives. Exactly. And then there's the matter of the demon emperor's inheritance. The quick-witted disciple who spoke first eagerly chimed in. The patriarch did not hoard the inheritance for himself. He even set aside 10% to be distributed among the independent cultivators. Such magnanimity, such boundless compassion, who in this world could possibly match it? The patriarch's boundless compassion. Our Green Mountain sect is blessed beyond measure to have such an ancestor. The disciples chattered excitedly, recounting Lu Qingxuan's various deeds, their faces glowing with fervor. Chu Yang stood by, utterly dumbfounded. This was beyond mere benevolence. This was nothing short of the conduct of a sage. He had once thought Lu Qingxian was merely a ruthless and decisive powerhouse, but now he realized the vastness of his master's heart. His earlier petty suspicions now seemed utterly laughable. A wave of warmth surged from his heart, instantly washing away all doubts. What immense fortune to be able to become a disciple under such a master. Chu Yang exhaled deeply, his tense body finally relaxing as a genuine smile spread across his face. He bowed solemnly to Chen Ku and the other disciples. Fellow disciples, as a newcomer, I humbly ask for your guidance and support in the days ahead. Chen Ku, noticing the change in his demeanor, burst into laughter, about to say something more. At that very moment. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted without warning from the heavens above. The entire mountain range of Qingxuan sect trembled violently. The protective barrier's light screen instantly activated, humming incessantly. Countless spirit birds took flight in terror, while disciples stumbled and swayed, unable to maintain their footing. Everyone, including Chu Yang and Chen Ku, looked up in horror toward the sky. Above the sea of clouds, a massive spatial fissure had appeared at some unknown moment. Criminal Lu Qingxian! Come forth and face your death! The furious shout thundered down like divine lightning from the heavens, radiating supreme authority. The sheer force of the sound alone caused blood to gush from the mouths and noses of the mountain disciples, their minds nearly shattered. Chu Yang bore the brunt of it, feeling a terrifying pressure descend upon him like a crushing weight. Like an ant gazing upon a celestial dragon, he could not even muster the will to resist. This aura was even more terrifying than his master's. Just as panic gripped the entire Qingxuan sect, its members frozen in terror by this overwhelming pressure, a figure clad in green robes appeared above the mountain gates. Standing with his back to the crowd, he faced the immense spatial fissure alone. Lu Qingxuan's sleeves fluttered faintly in the gale force winds. Hiding your head while showing your tail? Why not reveal yourself? Poof! A cold snort echoed from within the fissure, followed by a figure stepping out slowly. It was an ancient-looking elder clad in simple gray robes, his hair and beard entirely white, his face bearing an archaic, unrefined expression. A powerful aura surged from his entire being. Great perfection realm. As this aura revealed itself without reservation, every cultivator within the Green Mountain sect paled in shock. Central Plains, Purple Destiny Lu Clan, Lu Shanha. Criminal Lu Qingxian, you slaughtered several members of my Lu family. Do you know your crime? The words sent shockwaves through the gathered disciples below. The patriarch had killed members of the Central Plains Lu family? To their knowledge, the patriarch was not that kind of person. Yet, faced with such an accusation from an elder of this stature, Lu Qingxian merely smiled faintly. When you killed my son, Lu Yun, you didn't speak so lightly. What? Chen Ke nodded as if it were only natural. So they had struck first. Sharp-tongued, Lu Shanha's voice turned icy. I care not for karma. Today, you shall die. And the sect behind you shall be reduced to ashes. He slowly raised one hand. In an instant, the skies darkened. Above the heavens, a colossal hand formed from boundless spiritual energy coalesced, its palm lines clearly visible like the hand of a celestial deity. It descended slowly, crushing down upon the entire Green Mountain sect. Doomsday descended. Just as everyone believed their doom was sealed, Lu Shanha's mocking voice rang out once more. However, this old man possesses a benevolent nature. Should you disciples withdraw from the Green Mountain sect now and sever all ties with Lu Qingxuan, you may live. These words were undoubtedly a dagger to the heart. He sought not merely Lu Qingxuan's life but to strip him of all allies, condemning him to die in endless humiliation and despair. In an instant, the mountain fell deathly silent. Chapter 56, a third-tier great perfection cultivator attacks from behind? That's not fighting fair. Every disciple felt the shadow of death cast by that colossal palm, trembling in fear, sweat pouring down their backs. Retreat, or not? It was an excruciating choice. One path led to life, the other to death. Xu Yang's heart was in his throat. Seeing his fellow disciples around him, their faces deathly pale and bodies trembling, his heart was filled with complex emotions. Just then, a voice rang out shaky, yet unyieldingly firm. Bull! The speaker was none other than the disciple who had seemed rather sharp earlier. His face flushed crimson as he pointed at Lu Shanha in the sky and cursed. Our venerable ancestor's benevolence is unmatched. He protects this land, and the hundreds of thousands of souls in Xianqing City all benefit from his grace. Yet you old bastard, spouting nothing but righteousness and morality, come here intending to wipe out my entire clan? And you call that compassion? Pah! This outburst ignited a spark, instantly kindling the fervor and bloodlust within every disciple's heart. Right. Our patriarch would never kill without cause. It must be your Lu clan bullying us with your power. You brought this upon yourselves. You want us to betray the patriarch? Dream on. We are Qingxuan sect disciples in life, and Qingxuan sect spirits in death. Exactly. The patriarch saved my life and bestowed blessings upon me. Such kindness can never be repaid by cowardly clinging to life. Old fool, kill us if you must, but stop spreading your demonic lies here. We swear to stand with the patriarch until the end. We swear to stand or fall with the Green Mountain sect. What began as scattered shouts soon swelled into a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Chen Ke drew his sword, pointing it skyward, his eyes burning with resolve. They trembled with fear, bodies shaking like sieves, yet not a single soul retreated. Those youthful faces bore the madness of being driven to the brink in unwavering loyalty. This time, it was Lu Shanha who was stunned. Having lived tens of thousands of years, he had witnessed countless sects crumble, countless master-disciple betrayals, and the ugly spectacle of fellow disciples slaughtering one another. He had believed a single word from him would shatter this insignificant Green Mountain sect, leaving Lu Qingxuan to taste the humiliation of utter isolation. But what did he witness? A group of ants, none higher than the golden core stage, dared to point their fingers at him, a great perfection cultivator, and hurl insults? Weren't they afraid of death? Xu Yang was utterly dumbfounded. Staring blankly at his fellow disciples beside him, passionate and fiery, seemingly ready to die at any moment, he was equally stunned. They're mad. They're all mad. That was a great perfection patriarch. An existence whose breath alone could annihilate their very souls. Yet they dared to confront him. At the same time, Xu Yang turned his curious gaze toward Lu Qingxuan in the heavens. To inspire an entire sect to go mad, to sacrifice themselves for him. What kind of being is this master, after all? Lu Shanha looked down from above, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before settling into detached coldness. Heh, I never expected this little brat to be so popular. Very well. Since these ants are so eager to bury themselves with you, this old man shall grant their wish. Today, not a soul shall be spared within the entire Green Mountain sect. As the words fell, the colossal spirit energy hands suspended in the sky blazed with renewed intensity. A torrent of annihilation poured down like a mountain flood, crushing the entire Qingxuan sect until it trembled on the brink of collapse. The mountain's protective array groaned in agony. All disciples below were once more enveloped by the shadow of death. Yet, at the very moment this catastrophe was about to strike, Lu Qingxuan spoke calmly. Merely a lowly great perfection first-layer cultivator, and you dare act so brazenly within my Qingxuan sect? At these words, the world seemed to freeze for an instant. The disciples, who had prepared to die with dignity, froze in shock. Even Chu Yang looked up in bewilderment, wondering if he had misheard. What did the patriarch just say? That's the great perfection stage. A legendary existence in the cultivation world. Yet from his lips, it became a mere lowly great perfection stage 1? After a brief, deathly silence, Lu Shanha erupted into a maniacal, absurd laugh. Ha 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 ha. Well, what an arrogant brat. I've roamed Central Plains for 10,000 years, yet never encountered such a fool who knows nothing of his place. The laughter abruptly ceased, and Lu Shanha's face twisted into a savage grimace. Now I'll show you how this paltry great perfection first layer of yours will reduce you and your entire Green Mountain sect to dust. Without another word, Lu Shanha swung his arm down with brutal force. Boom! A colossal hand, as vast as the heavens, descended with earth-shattering force. Space shattered inch by inch, the laws of the universe wailed in agony. The disciples of the Green Mountain sect closed their eyes. Many instinctively clasped the hands of their fellow disciples beside them. Fear vanished from their faces, replaced only by serenity. Chen Ke gripped his long sword tightly, standing tall and proud, prepared to unleash the most powerful strike of his life toward the heavens in the final moment of his sect's destruction. At that very instant, Lu Qingxuan spoke calmly. Shadow, strike. Lu Shanhe's movements faltered.
His cautious nature prompted his divine sense to sweep across 10,000 li in an instant, yet found nothing.
Nothing at all. Lu Shanhe sneered. Shadow? What shadow? You're playing games at the brink of death. Die. Lu Shanhe roared, all hesitation gone.
A blurred shadow materialized behind him without warning, as if it had been there all along. Not a ripple of energy, not a trace of killing intent escaped.
Thud.
A soft thud. That right hand pierced right through Lu Shanhe's protective aura, penetrated his incredibly resilient great perfection physique, and passed straight through his back into his front chest.
The stern expression on Lu Shanhe's face froze completely. Above, the colossal hand poised to smash down began rapidly dissipating.
The disciples of Green Mountain sect stared in stunned disbelief as they witnessed the once arrogant Mahayana patriarch, who had regarded all living beings as mere ants, now dangling stiffly in midair like a string of skewered cured meats.
From his chest, a hand extended outward.
That hand clutched a golden heart still beating with a thump-thump rhythm, radiating a colossal aura of vital energy.
You?
Lu Shanhe struggled to lower his head, staring at the heart that belonged to him. His eyes were filled with utter bewilderment and absurdity.
He felt no pain. The vitality of a great perfection cultivator was incredibly resilient. Even with a pierced heart, death was far from certain. Yet he could distinctly feel the vitality within his body draining away frantically as the heart left his body. The shadow held the heart before Lu Shanhe, its fingers slowly closing. Bang! The golden heart shattered instantly, its purest essence dissipating into the air. Lu Shanhe violently coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, his vitality instantly collapsing to its lowest ebb. With great effort, he twisted his head and finally made out the silhouette behind him. It was a figure clad in black, its face shrouded in shadow, indistinct to the eye. Yet the aura emanating from that figure sent shivers through every last shred of Lu Shanhe's soul. Far surpassing his own great perfection first layer. Great perfection third layer. No, perhaps even higher. Such a terrifying presence, and he hadn't sensed it at all from start to finish. Great perfection third layer, you actually ambushed me. No, honor, in combat. Before he could finish, Ing extended his other hand with cold detachment, lightly touching Lu Shanhe's forehead. Lu Shanhe's body trembled, his eyes completely losing their light. A shimmering, ethereal form of his soul screamed as it burst from the crown of his head, attempting to flee. Yet an invisible force instantly bound it, and like wisps of smoke, it vanished into nothingness. The great perfection patriarch, Lu Shanhe. Soul and spirit utterly annihilated. Chapter 57. Did they really think Lu Qingxuan was made of clay? A deathly silence hung over the heavens and earth. The suffocating, world-ending pressure, along with the colossal hand in the heavens, vanished into thin air. A ray of sunlight pierced the clouds, landing precisely on Lu Qingxuan's impassive face. It cast a faint golden outline around his features, making him appear even more profound and unfathomable. Everyone still stared upward, their eyes vacant as they gazed at the great perfection patriarch suspended midair, his heart crushed, his soul shattered by a single finger. A great perfection cultivator dead like that? So, abruptly? One moment, he wielded life and death, his words carrying the weight of law, viewing all beings as mere ants. The next moment, he was gone. This staggering contrast left every mind frozen in disbelief. At that moment, the shadowy figure in black slowly turned, bowed slightly toward Lu Qingxuan, and then dissolved back into the void. Arriving without a trace, departing without a shadow. This respectful gesture sent waves of excitement rippling through every disciple of the Green Mountain sect. We survived. We made it. The patriarch is mighty. The patriarch is invincible. They were stunned, yet filled with pride and glory. What great perfection patriarch! Before our sect's patriarch, they're nothing but common fools. Who was that man in black? No one knew. But it didn't matter. What matters is that such a terrifying being capable of instantly slaying a great perfection cultivator shows such profound respect toward our patriarch. What did this signify? It means the patriarch is infinitely more powerful than they ever imagined. Amidst the crowd, Chen Ke leaned on his long sword, gasping for breath. He gazed up at Lu Qingxuan atop the mountain peak, his body trembling slightly with excitement. With such an ancestor, how could the sect not flourish? Chu Yang stood frozen in place, his body stiff. There was wild joy, but more than that, there was shock and curiosity. Master, just who was he? He recalled their first meeting, when his master had casually produced a divine-grade spirit herb, the dragon blood-tempering divine mushroom. Then he recalled that terrifying presence from earlier, one so formidable that even great perfection cultivators couldn't detect it, capable of delivering a fatal blow in a single strike. Yet before his master, it seemed no more than a servant. A man who could command a great perfection third-layer cultivator or even someone of higher realm as his personal guard. A single thought sent a chill through Chu Yang's body. The upper realm. Could his master be the legendary descendant of a sage who descended from a higher realm to train? Or perhaps the sacred son of some immortal lineage? He'd seen this trope played out far too many times. Only such origins could explain his master's unfathomable depth. It could explain why he regarded the great vehicle as nothing, and why such terrifying guardians stood by his side. Xu Yang's heart pounded wildly. As thoughts swirled within each of them, Lu Qingxian flicked his finger. Lu Shanha's storage ring shot into his palm. As his divine sense probed inside, Lu Qingxuan's eyebrows arched slightly. Truly worthy of an ancient monster who has roamed Central Plains for 10,000 years, his reserves are quite substantial. Lu Qingxian promptly stowed the ring away, his expression still impassive. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze turned toward the direction of Central Plains. The territory of Liyou province was ultimately too small. The Lu family had sent emissaries time and again from Lu Quan to Lu Yun and the other two, and now this great perfection patriarch, Lu Shanha. Did they truly believe Lu Qingxian was made of clay? Sitting idly by to await destruction had never been his way. In the past, when his strength was insufficient, he had been too lazy to bother, letting them make a few futile attempts. But now, within this lower realm, Shadow's power likely had few rivals save for some half-dead, decrepit elders. It was time to settle some scores personally. The Lu family. Lu Qingxuan's gaze grew deeper. After provoking me time and again, it's time for you to pay the price. It was also time to sample the flavor of Lu Mengyao, that so-called Heaven's chosen daughter. Of course, this was also to seek out the next target that yet to be met, Heaven's chosen son of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. This pond of Lizho could no longer nurture a true dragon. To find more Heaven's chosen sons and fleece them, he must journey to the broader lands of Central State. Thinking of the system, Lu Qingxuan's mind stirred slightly. Recalling past experiences, he noticed an intriguing pattern. When confronting Chu Li, the system's reward had been dispersed merely upon receiving her verbal pledge of allegiance. Later, when confronting Yifan's demon emperor inheritance, he had merely allowed Yifan to escape without truly preventing his subsequent re-entry. Yet, the reward for the demon emperor inheritance was still dispersed and never revoked. This system did not seem to rigidly adhere to the rule of seizing opportunities. Its judgments leaned more toward conceptual notions of forceful seizure and brute force acquisition. As long as the concept was formed in one's mind, even if only temporarily, the reward would materialize. He hadn't thought deeply about it before, but now he realized this system was actually quite generous to him. It's no wonder they call it the forced acquisition system, it's truly ruthless. A bold idea flashed through Lu Qingxuan's mind. If he could gather a large group of chosen ones and offer them benefits such as protecting their cultivation from external threats, helping them subdue and refine opportunities, persuading them to willingly search for various opportunities on his behalf and hand them over, he could simply sit behind the scenes and reap rewards endlessly. As for sharing the spoils? What? He, Lu Qingxian, was showing them such immense benevolence by protecting them. It was already generous enough that he wasn't demanding protection fees. Of course, this was merely a grand vision, one that would take time to realize. For now, the most urgent task was to take the first step, heading to Central Plains. Once his strength was sufficient, Lu Qingxian wouldn't tolerate even a speck of sand in his eye. Unavenged grievances keep one awake all night. Just then, Su Qingyan approached Lu Qingxian, cradling Bai Ling in her arms, and curtsied gracefully. Master. This disciple arrived late to protect you. Please punish me, master. The white tiger cub in her arms poked its fluffy little head out, its sapphire blue eyes curiously studying Lu Qingxian. It let out a soft, babyish woof. That soft, sweet cry instantly softened the grim atmosphere on the mountaintop. Lu Qingxian looked at the white tiger in Su Qingyan's arms, a creature that could no longer be called a kitten. Once a lean and agile divine beast, it had now been pampered into a plump, round form. Its belly was so soft and full that the flesh nearly hung down, making it resemble nothing more than a snow-white fur ball. Lu Qingxian reached out and gave the plump tiger head a gentle rub. The sensation was incredibly satisfying. You've practically raised Bai Ling into a pig. Su Qingyan flushed. I just didn't want the child to go hungry. Ah, you've done wonderfully, Lu Qing laughed. I'm too busy praising you to even think of scolding. Instead of the expected scolding, he offered gentle praise. Master remained as gentle as ever. No matter how terrifying the enemy, no matter how domineering his methods, when he faced her, he was always that master who smiled gently and ruffled her hair. This stark contrast made her admiration and dependence for Lu Qingxian nearly overflow. Lu Qingxian gazed into Su Qingyan's eyes, filled with childlike devotion, and found himself involuntarily thinking about her future. Chapter 58, The Ice Queen. When Su Qingyan later journeyed to Central Plains for training, her unique constitution was detected by the Li clan, one of the 8 great families of Central Plains. These 8 great families, though seemingly the pinnacle of power in the lower realm, were in fact deeply intertwined with the upper realm. They served as pawns planted by certain upper realm lineages, tasked with gathering resources and scouting for prodigies for their masters. The Li family served as a vassal to a second-tier clan from the upper realm. They had long received orders from their upper realm headquarters to search the lower realm for a woman possessing the innate Tao heart and crystal body and bearing a jade token inscribed with the character Qing. Su Qingyan was precisely the target of their search. Upon being found by the Li family, she was immediately revered as a sacred maiden, enjoying exalted status and boundless resources.
But the price was the loss of her freedom, becoming a furnace vessel offered by the Li family to a prodigy of the main branch in the upper realm. Naturally, the Su Qingyan of the original story was proud and unwilling to submit. Later, upon hearing that her master, Lu Qingxian, had been slain by Yifan before the gates of Qingxuan sect, she was utterly devastated. Nothing is more sorrowful than the death of the heart. Overwhelmed by grief, she severed all emotional ties with her own hands, her Tao heart frozen solid. From that day forward, Su Qingyan ceased to exist in this world, replaced by an ice queen empress devoid of emotion or love. She stands as the most unique heaven's chosen daughter across the entire burning heaven realm. Not only did Yifan fail to claim her, but her dual power persona earned her even greater affection from readers than the canonical female lead, Lu Mengyao. Subsequently, Su Qingyan seized control of the Li clan with thunderous force, rebelled against the upper realm, and ultimately ascended as an empress whose might shook the heavens. Yet her life remained one of solitude and sorrow, never again to know joy. Lu Qingxuan's gaze fell upon Su Qingyan's face, exquisitely beautiful, now radiant with happiness at his single compliment. It was hard to connect this girl who beamed at a compliment and raised the divine beast white tiger into a plump cat with the future Ice Queen Empress, cold-eyed, ruthlessly decisive, her gaze devoid of warmth. How could my disciple meet such an end? Lu Qingxian snorted coldly within his heart. A vessel? Revenge? A life of solitude? What a joke. His disciple, his Qinger, was meant to stand atop the pinnacle of all realms, overlooking all beings, not become a stepping stone for others on their path to immortality. As for the Li family, a deep gleam flashed in Lu Qingxuan's eyes. This pawn, if used well, could not only become a sharp blade against the Lu family of Central Plains but also lead him to the true culprits behind the annihilation of Su Qingyan's clan all those years ago. Killing two birds with one stone, how splendid. As her master, he would personally see to it that every drop of blood owed to her was repaid, drop by drop. His thoughts settled, and Lu Qingxuan's gaze shifted away from Su Qingyan, sweeping over the Qingxuan sect disciples below who stood in the square, their faces filled with reverence. For your loyal defense of the sect today, your contributions are beyond measure. Transmit my decree, all disciples shall receive 100 high-grade spirit stones, 3,000 sect contribution points, and permission to select one martial art manual from the second level of the scripture hall. Elders in charge of affairs shall receive double the rewards. As the words fell, the square fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous cheers. The patriarch is benevolent. We swear undying loyalty to the sect leader. We swear undying loyalty to the patriarch. High-grade spirit stones. That was wealth they would normally need to accumulate through years of sect tasks. And the cultivation techniques from the second floor of the scripture hall, all of them were profound grade techniques. With just one word, the ancestor displayed such astonishing generosity. They grew ever more convinced that with such an unfathomable and lavishly generous patriarch at the helm, the future of Qingxuan sect would surely shine brilliantly across the entire southern ridge. Lu Qingxian waved his hand dismissively, then turned his attention elsewhere. Su Qingyan would handle the follow-up matters. For such matters, a single word from him sufficed. This was one of the patriarch's privileges. All of Qingxuan sect's assets were at his disposal to allocate as he saw fit. Even if he fancied a beautiful female disciple, as long as he desired. Lu Qingxian casually lifted the plump white tiger from Su Qingyan's embrace. Oof. Bai Ling, its soft neck pinched, flailed its four stubby legs helplessly in the air, its expression utterly bewildered. Master, it's still so young. Su Qingyan spoke with a hint of pity at the sight. Too young or not, it can't be fed like this. Lu Qingxian weighed the creature in his hand. A divine beast, the white tiger, master of slaughter and conquest. Look at its state now. If you threw it at someone, it probably wouldn't even leave a dent. Bai Ling seemed to understand Lu Qingxuan's disdain. Burying its head in its paws, it let out a faint whimper. Watching her master and Bai Ling playfully banter, Su Qingyan's eyes softened into a gentle smile. The stormy turmoil outside and the sect's complex affairs seemed to fade far away in that moment. Only the small world beside her master was the true harbor of her heart. The two humans and the tiger returned to the grand hall. Su Qingyan's gaze drifted casually toward the center of the hall. On the jade-white circular platform, two graceful figures lay. Exhausted from their earlier battle, they remained fast asleep, their breaths steady. Su Qingyan had long grown accustomed to this. She had specially sought out the jade plate herself, fearing her master might catch a chill, and had placed it there. Her purpose was not to compete for her master's affection, but to become the sharpest sword in her master's hand and the strongest shield at her side. As long as her place as Qinger remained unique in her master's heart, that was enough. However, her gaze fell upon Chu Li and Yao Linger's long, straight legs. The sheer fabric draped over them, in a color like ink yet translucent, clung tightly to the curves of their skin. It outlined their softness and strength to perfection, exuding an indescribable, unique beauty. This thing seemed rather intriguing. Su Qingyan silently made a mental note, planning to ask Chu Li where she had obtained it once they awoke. Perhaps she could try it herself. Lost in thought, Lu Qingxuan's voice snapped her back to reality. Qinger, your disciple is here. Su Qingyan immediately composed herself and bowed respectfully. I intend to depart for Central Plains shortly. Lu Qingxian set Bai Ling down on the ground. The chubby little tiger immediately scrambled back to Su Qingyan's feet, rubbing its fluffy head against the hem of her robe for comfort.
Zhengzhou? Su Qingyan paused slightly.
The Central Plains continent was the very heart of the lower realms, a land where prodigies flourished, ancient clans and super sects thrived, and the waters ran deep, far beyond the reach of remote places like the southern ridges.
Why would Master suddenly wish to go there? Was it to seek vengeance against the Lu family? But the Lu family was one of Zhengzhou's 8 great clans. Their power was unfathomable. Could Master be in danger?
Yet this thought flickered only briefly.
Su Qingyan didn't ask why, nor did she ask what he was going there for.
She simply replied with certainty. Wherever my master goes, Qing'er will follow.
Very well.
Lu Qingxian nodded with satisfaction. This was the disciple he cherished. He then turned his gaze to the white jade disc and smiled.
Alright, how much longer do you two plan to pretend to be asleep? Do you think I can't tell, or are you simply so comfortable lying there that you can't bear to get up? Chapter 59, Heaven and Earth united in great love alliance.
The two sleeping beauties on the jade plate stiffened simultaneously. The next moment, Chu Li shot upright, her fair face flushing crimson as if it might bleed. Her eyes darted nervously, utterly unable to meet Su Qingyan's gaze. She had indeed been awake for quite some time. However, the conversation between the ancestor and Su Qingyan had made her feel too embarrassed to wake up just then, so she had simply continued pretending to sleep. She hadn't expected to be exposed so abruptly. The scene beside her, however, was entirely different. She stretched lazily, her delicate curves on full display. Yao Linger sat up, showing not a trace of embarrassment. Instead, she shot Su Qingyan a seductive glance before sweetly addressing Lu Qingxian. Master, you're really giving us a hard time. We just didn't want Su sect leader to feel embarrassed if we woke up suddenly. Su Qingyan felt a faint flush spread across her cheeks. This flush wasn't caused by Yao Linger's teasing words, but by her current posture. Lazy and languid, Yao Linger stretched her body, her already exquisite curves elongated to perfection. The scenery beneath the sheer fabric was tantalizingly visible, every movement effortlessly graceful, radiating a seductive charm that seemed ingrained in her very bones.
Su Qingyan was secretly startled.
Truly, she was the holy maiden of the Union sect. After only a few pointers from her master, she had transformed into such a captivating presence, every gesture radiating allure. Lu Qingxian observed them both with detached calm.
On my journey to Central Plains, I likely won't be taking you along. The atmosphere in the hall instantly grew tense. The seductive smile on Yao Linger's face froze.
Chu Li jerked her head up, her eyes brimming with disappointment.
Unlike men, they were at their most dependent on their master now, yet he intended to leave them behind? Master.
Chu Li's voice trembled slightly, yet she found no words to plead for mercy.
Yao Linger was more direct.
She slid off the jade tray and walked a few steps to Lu Qingxuan's side, her voice soft and sweet.
Master, the journey to Central Plains is long. Won't you be lonely traveling alone? Without us by your side, won't you feel isolated? Her hand brushed Lu Qingxuan's sleeve without a trace of hesitation. Lu Qingxian waved his hand dismissively. The reason I'm not taking you along is that I have important matters to entrust to you. A mission? Yao Linger and Chu Li exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. What could possibly be so crucial that only they could handle it?
I intend to establish a new power base in the southern mountains.
Su Qingyan perked up her ears.
Every decision her master made now could potentially reshape the entire landscape of the southern ridge. Lu Qingxian spoke calmly. This faction shall be called the Heaven and Earth as one great love alliance. Su Qingyan, Chu Li, and Yao Linger, though each possessed a distinct temperament, found their minds blank at that moment.
Heaven and Earth as one. Alliance of great love? How to describe this name? Grand in scope, bold in ambition, yet tinged with an indescribable strangeness? Lu Qingxian seemed pleased with their reaction and continued his explanation.
The cultivation world is a jungle where the weak are preyed upon and deceit runs rampant.
How many cultivators have seized tremendous opportunities only to be intercepted and killed by others because they lacked a safe place to refine their gains, their lives, and cultivation destroyed? How many more have been hunted by enemies, with no escape, no refuge, ultimately dying in bitter resentment?
The Great Compassion Alliance I seek to establish will be a sanctuary, a harbor. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, if you face peril, if you are hunted, if you need a safe place to refine your opportunities, the Great Compassion Alliance will offer you refuge. Our purpose is to aid every cultivator in need. As the words fell, the hall grew so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Su Qingyan was the first to recover, gazing at her master with awe and reverence.
Her master's vision was truly vast.
His thoughts weren't on dominating a region or monopolizing resources, but on carving out a sanctuary within this cruel cultivation world, a sanctuary to protect the weak struggling to survive.
What profound benevolence! What immense magnanimity! Chu Li and Yao Linger also snapped back to reality.
The way they looked at Lu Qingxian had completely changed. Before, their respect, fear, and dependence stemmed from his formidable strength and coercive presence. Later, witnessing his genuine devotion to them and understanding their own limitations, they chose to follow him wholeheartedly. But now, a profound, heartfelt reverence welled up within them.
Who would have thought such a grand vision lay hidden within the master's heart? Master, your benevolence is truly beyond measure. Su Qingyan exclaimed sincerely. Chu Li was so moved her eyes reddened. From childhood, her parents had trusted her in the same way, believing she would become an unparalleled prodigy, a mighty cultivator who would protect the Chu family. Yet the more sincere that trust was, the heavier the pressure felt, especially after joining the Green Mountain sect. Witnessing prodigies and geniuses emerging from all corners of the world, she began to doubt herself. She dared not face it, dared not bear the weight. Home was meant to be a warm harbor, yet she dared not anchor there, drifting aimlessly across the boundless sea instead. And now, she felt that trust once more. This might be her chance to prove to her parents how truly great they were. Chu Li knelt solemnly on the ground, her voice unwavering. Chu Li shall not disappoint your expectations, father. Yao Linger also shed her usual alluring demeanor, kneeling solemnly. Thank you, master, for your trust and for recognizing my capabilities. Linger will spare no effort to contribute to the Great Love Alliance. Lu Qingxuan nodded with satisfaction, raising his hand to gently lift them from the ground. Very good. He turned to Su Qingyan. Qinger, as the head of the Green Mountain sect, you must continue to lead the sect publicly. However, with the establishment of the Great Love Alliance, you may utilize all resources of the Green Mountain sect to fully support them. This disciple obeys. Su Qingyan responded without hesitation. Then, Lu Qingxian flipped his wrist, sending 3 storage rings toward Chu Li and Yao Linger. These belonged to those 3 old men from Lushan. Use whatever's inside freely, consider it the Alliance's startup capital. These were the entire fortunes of 3 Lianshu stage powerhouses. The collection of a single refining void cultivator alone would be enough to drive the 6 remaining major sects of Lizi province into a frenzy. And now, these 3 Lianshu powerhouses hailed from the 8 great clans of Central Continent. Their storage rings were bound to be even more bountiful. Chu Li's hands trembled as she probed one ring with her divine sense. Instantly, she gasped in shock at the mountains of spirit stones, magical treasures, elixirs, and rare natural treasures piled inside. The wealth within could likely purchase an entire Qingxuan sect. After a glance, Yao Linger's beautiful eyes widened in horror. Master, this is far too precious. Chu Li said, cradling the ring. Here, Lu Qingxian said calmly. Wealth is but an external thing. Its value lies in being used in the right place. What you must do is quickly establish the framework of the Great Love Alliance and spread its reputation. I want all of Nanling to know that here lies a sanctuary for everyone. In my absence, the governance of Lizi Prefecture rests with you. Chapter 60, The Lu Family's Secret. Zhengzhou, the Purple Destiny Lu Family Manor. The Lu family estate was currently immersed in an atmosphere of festive joy and harmony. Along the ornate corridors with carved beams and painted rafters, servants hurriedly hung brand new purple crystal glass lanterns from the eaves. Within the courtyards, exotic flowers and rare plants were meticulously pruned. Spiritual energy permeated the air, condensing into a thin mist that refracted into a rainbow halo under the sunlight. Tomorrow marked the coming-of-age ceremony for Lu Mengyao, the once-in-a-millennium Qilin maiden of the Lu family, the day her 9-hole crystal heart would fully awaken. This was not merely a personal celebration, but a grand proclamation by the entire Purple Destiny Lu clan to central plains of the next generation's splendor. On the blue stone path leading to the family head's main hall, Lu Mengyao glided with gentle steps, clad in a moon-white flowing gown. Greetings, young miss. Congratulations on your awakening tomorrow, young miss. May your path to immortality be ever prosperous. Clan members and guards along the path all stopped and bowed upon seeing her. She was the Lu family's designated next head, the future hope of all clan members. Lu Mengyao gave a slight nod in response to each greeting, her cool features bearing just the right touch of aloofness, neither disrespectful nor compromising the dignified reserve befitting a heavenly born princess. Yet her thoughts were far removed from the clamor of congratulations. 2 days had passed. It had been 2 full days since grandfather Lu Shanha had set off for the southern ridge. The distance between Central Plains and Nanling was vast, spanning countless miles. Even for ordinary cultivators, traversing such a distance would consume an entire lifetime. When she had returned to the Lu family, utilizing the teleportation arrays of major cities, the journey had taken over 3 days. But grandfather Lu Shanha was a venerable elder at the great perfection stage. Tearing through the void and traversing the cosmos was but a commonplace feat for him. Logically speaking, traveling to the barren lands of Nanling Lizi to find a person should take no more than 2 days round trip. Why then, had there been no word to this day? A flicker of irritation stirred within her, unconsciously quickening her pace. And brother Yi Fan. Grandfather should be able to bring him back safely, shouldn't he? Suppressing the distracting thoughts in her mind, Su Qingyan stepped into the grand and solemn clan leader's hall. Inside, Lu Tianxiong stood with his back to the entrance, gazing at the portraits of the Lu family's ancestors hanging on the wall. His brows were furrowed, and the heavy aura surrounding him made the air in the entire hall feel oppressive. Father! Lu Mengyao called softly. Lu Tianxiong's body trembled slightly as he turned around, his expression instantly softening into a gentle smile. Yaoer, why have you come? Shouldn't you be in your room, calming your mind and solidifying your cultivation for tomorrow's awakening? I am fully prepared, father. There is nothing left to worry about. Lu Mengyao walked to her father's side, glanced up at the portraits of their ancestors, then asked casually. Father, is something troubling you? Haha, what nonsense. Lu Tianxiang laughed heartily, reaching out to ruffle her hair affectionately. Tomorrow is the coming-of-age ceremony for the Lu family's dragon and phoenix maiden, a joyous occasion beyond compare. How could your father have any troubles? His smile was genuine, his eyes brimming with the usual affection, yet Lu Mengyao, naturally perceptive, sensed a hint of stiffness beneath his laughter. She didn't press further, instead changing the subject. Have grandfather and the others not returned yet? The smile froze on Lu Tianxiang's face for a moment before returning to normal. Not yet. The southern ridge is a long journey. Your grandfather may have been delayed by something along the way, or perhaps he found that boy, Yifan, and is now on his way back. The movements of a great perfection cultivator are not something we can easily fathom. Lu Mengyao hummed in acknowledgement, lowering her gaze. A brief silence fell over the hall, the atmosphere growing slightly tense. Yaoer, Lu Tianxiang suddenly spoke, his tone growing solemn. After tomorrow, you will truly be an adult. There are burdens you must learn to shoulder. I understand, father. No, you don't. Lu Tianxiang shook his head, walked to the doorway, and gazed out at the thriving scene beyond. His voice carried an unprecedented weariness. This world is far crueler than you imagine. Our Lu family may appear prosperous, ranked among the 8 great families of Central Plains, but in truth, we walk on thin ice. One misstep, and we face eternal ruin. Lu Mengyao listened quietly, offering no interruption. Loyalty and honor are important, but the survival of the family always comes first. Lu Tianxiang turned to face her, his gaze intense. No matter where you are, no matter what happens, remember this, safeguarding the Lu family is your foremost duty. For this goal, you must be willing to sacrifice everything, including so-called love, even our own honor and shame. His words hung heavy in the air, abrupt yet profoundly weighty. A growing sense of unease gripped Lu Mengyao's heart. She opened her mouth to ask what exactly had happened, but seeing her father's stern, solemn eyes and his tightly clenched right hand, the words died on her lips. I understand, father. Good, my child. Lu Tianxiang smiled with relief. Go now. Rest well and gather your strength. Tomorrow, you shall be the most dazzling jewel in all of Central Plains. Lu Mengyao curtsied, then turned and slowly withdrew from the hall. As her daughter's figure vanished beyond the doorway, the palace doors closed slowly. The smile that had graced Lu Tianxiang's face moments before now gave way to a face clouded with gloom and bone-deep sorrow. He raised his hand, his sleeve sliding down to reveal an open palm holding a jade token, now shattered into pieces. This was the soul tablet of the Mountain River Patriarch. The true core secrets of the Lu family lay not in martial arts manuals or treasure vaults, but in these soul tablets passed down through a single lineage by successive family heads. On the surface, the Lu family boasted 7 great perfection ancestors and 1 peerless tribulation-crossing ancestor, their formidable presence striking fear into Central Plains. Yet in truth, 2 patriarchs had quietly passed away from exhausted lifespans over a century ago. The tribulation-crossing ancestor now clung to life by a thread, barely breathing. He likely had only one more move left in him. This matter was known to no one but him. It was this secret that allowed the Lu family to maintain a delicate balance among the other noble families, especially the Wang family, which had produced the peerless prodigy Wang Tang. The Wang family possessed 6 great perfection cultivators, yet they believed the Lu family had 7, which is why they dared not act rashly. But now, the Mountain River Patriarch, who had gone to the southern ridge to search for someone, had also fallen. 3 of the 7 were gone, leaving only 4. Should this number be exposed, the Lu family's seemingly indestructible vessel would instantly be torn to shreds by the surrounding pack of wolves. Uncle Shanhe. Lu Tianxiang murmured hoarsely. At his position, grief was the most useless and extravagant emotion. Who possessed the capability to eliminate a great perfection patriarch so swiftly that he didn't even have a chance to send a message before his death? Could it be the Wang family? Impossible. They were currently pouring the entire clan's resources into cultivating their precious son, Wang Tang. Besides, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Could it be Lu Qingxuan? Even less likely. A great perfection cultivator is a being of immense prestige, a walking natural disaster. If he truly possessed such power, Lu Qingxuan would have invaded Central Plains long ago. Chapter 61. If I can win my master's favor, why would I need to die? Lu Tianxiang clenched his hand, reassembling the soul tablet perfectly before stowing it back into his ring. When Lu Qingxuan slew the 3 elders, he realized the man was likely concealing his true strength. Holding back one's true strength was common sense in the cultivation world. No one would casually reveal their trump cards to others. This explained why cultivators usually maintained polite decorum. After all, who could tell if that smiling fellow across the table wasn't an ancient monster capable of crushing you with a single finger? True life or death battles erupted only for opportunities powerful enough to alter fate, when immense stakes clouded judgment, or when one encountered those troublemakers who thrived on chaos. The more Lu Tianxiang thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. Now was not the time to hunt down the real culprit. The news of the Mountain River Patriarch's death must not leak out, not a single word. Tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony for Yaoer must not only proceed but be held with great pomp and circumstance. All of Central Plains must witness the Lu family's prosperity and composure. At times like this, he could not afford to show even the slightest weakness. As for the investigation, it would have to wait until after the ceremony, when he would personally take charge. This matter is too grave to entrust to others. The slightest stir could be picked up by those old foxes from the other 7 great families. They are not deliberately focusing on this matter at present, but should news of the demise of the Mountain River Patriarch leak out, they will inevitably follow the trail and even deduce the identities of the 2 patriarchs who attained enlightenment. At that point, the Lu family might have no choice but to sacrifice their trump card, the tribulation crossing, to ensure their survival. Lu Tianxiong turned once more, his gaze sweeping across the portraits of ancestors lining the wall. His gaze swept from the founding patriarch who established the clan's legacy, across the successive mighty rulers who had brought the Lu family to its zenith. Their gazes, some piercing, some profound, some serene, now seemed to silently observe him, placing the weighty destiny of the entire clan squarely upon his shoulders. Ancestors above. Lu Tianxiong closed his eyes. Tianxiong has been unworthy, leading to the family's decline and weakness. But Tianxiong swears here, as long as I draw breath, I will never let the Lu family's legacy crumble in my hands. Yaoer. Lu Tianxiong recalled his daughter's cold, stubborn face. He hoped she had truly heard his words. Loyalty, love, honor, all could be sacrificed for the family's survival. From tomorrow onward, she would no longer be the pampered princess sheltered beneath protective wings, but must learn to steer the ship through the storm as the future head of the family. Space ripped open with a savage, gaping wound. Surrounding it were bizarre fragments of laws and chaotic turbulence, like a colorful yet deadly river. Yet at the heart of this scene of destruction lay a stable pocket of space, enveloped in a pale golden halo. Lu Qingxuan stood at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back, his robes utterly still against the swirling void currents. Su Qingyan stood quietly behind him, cradling the soundly sleeping Bai Ling in her arms. She gazed curiously at the chaotic yet magnificent spectacle beyond the light barrier. Xu Yang, however, seemed restless, glancing left and right before finally turning his gaze toward the black-robed figure beside Lu Qingxuan. Zhangzhou. That was Central Continent. The very heart of the lower realm, a sacred land for cultivators, teeming with prodigies like dogs and brimming with powerful beings. After the initial excitement and thrill subsided, a massive question arose in Xu Yang's mind. This black-robed elder, an existence standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, yet addressed his master as master without hesitation. Could it be? Master wasn't from this world at all. His suspicions were confirmed. He must have come from the legendary upper realm, descending to this lower realm for some special mission or to undergo trials. That explains everything. The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more convinced he became. He decided to take the plunge, summoned his courage, and stepped forward to ask. Master, what exactly is the relationship between you and that elder? Su Qingyan also pricked up her ears, for the same question had long lingered in her mind. Having lived with her master for over 300 years, she had no idea such a person existed. As a disciple, she felt utterly inadequate. Lu Qingxuan observed his 2 disciples, finding the situation rather amusing. He hadn't intended to deliberately cultivate an air of mystery, but that youngster Chu Yang's vivid imagination had given him a rather brilliant idea. Sometimes letting others guess yielded results 1,000 times better than revealing the truth outright. A touch of mystery was the finest nourishment for sustaining reverence and loyalty. Some things, once known, become bound by cause and effect. When you stand tall enough and see far enough in the future, many answers will reveal themselves before your eyes. He neither confirmed nor denied it. Wasn't that essentially an admission? The upper realm. It absolutely came from the upper realm. Xu Yang roared inwardly, his face flushing crimson with excitement. So my master really is that powerful. Then what the hell do I have to fear? What reincarnation simulation system? If I just suck up to my master enough, why would I ever die? At that very moment, Ying's expression abruptly changed. As the bearer of the shadow god body, his perception of spatial fluctuations far surpassed that of ordinary people. Right now, an unusual spatial turbulence was raging nearby. Master, beware! Ying growled, instantly activating the Great Void Shadow Immortal Art, fully awakening the divine body's bloodline. Shadow power surged forth like a tidal wave, forming a pitch-black protective barrier around him. Before Chu Yang could comprehend what was happening, he felt the surrounding space begin to violently distort. What's happening? Su Qingyan clutched the white spirit tightly in her arms, a flicker of worry crossing her beautiful eyes. Shadow formed seals with both hands, unleashing the full might of his shadow divine body. The void blade hummed in his grasp, its blade surface rippling with eerie spatial patterns. Break! Ying swung his blade, its light erupting like a black dragon charging from the sea, tearing through the spatial turbulence before him. Yet, the moment the spatial fissure stabilized, everyone froze in shock. Through the spatial fissure, they beheld a colossal island suspended in the void. How is this possible? Xu Yang's eyes widened. How could there be an island in the void? Su Qingyan was equally stunned.
She had cultivated for over 300 years and witnessed countless marvels, but this was the first time she had ever laid eyes on a solitary island in the void. Ying sheathed the void blade, his expression grave. Master, this island is surrounded by a powerful formation. It likely did not form naturally. Lu Qingxuan gazed at the mysterious island, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes.
Ing, how much longer until we reach Central Continent?
Within an hour, Master, Ing replied respectfully.
Lu Qingxuan nodded. Time was plentiful. Revenge could wait. Since something intriguing had caught their attention, they might as well investigate. Approach that island. Yes.
Ing activated the shadow divine body, enveloping the entire protective barrier in black energy as they slowly glided toward the floating island.
Chu Yang swallowed nervously. Master, that island looks off. What if there's danger? What's there to fear? Lu Qingxuan replied calmly.
In the void, even ordinary old monsters at the tribulation stage can't touch us.
Chu Yang realized he was right.
Besides, even if he died, he could simulate rebirth. There was nothing to fear. As they drew nearer, Su Qingyan spotted a child on the island.
Chapter 62, Where's my Kuan? Master, look. Su Qingyan pointed in astonishment toward a clearing in the woods on the island.
Following her gaze, Chu Yang's pupils abruptly contracted. In the clearing lay a colossal beast, its body as massive as a small mountain and covered in golden scales. It lay sprawled on the ground, its life force extinguished. Though its demon core aura was subdued, the palpable pressure emanating from it unmistakably revealed its cultivation level at the golden core stage before death. Beside the beast's corpse, a child who appeared no older than 3 or 4 sat perched on a rock. The child was bare-chested, wearing only an unknown animal skin wrapped around his waist. His skin bore a healthy bronze hue, and his muscles were sculpted with a fluid grace entirely unlike what one would expect from a young child. He clutched a roasted beast leg larger than his head, grease dripping from the corners of his mouth as he ate with relish, thoroughly enjoying himself. That roasted leg was clearly taken from the golden core demon beast lying nearby. A 3 or 4-year-old child, alone on an island teeming with powerful demon beasts, had hunted down a golden core demon beast and was now leisurely roasting it over a fire? It was so bizarre it left one speechless. Lu Qingxuan also looked at the child, feeling a strange sense of familiarity.
Ding! Detected unparalleled through the ages chosen one, Kuan. Another chosen one? And yet another one from a book he'd read. Kuan, the dual holy body possessor. The heaven-devouring earth-swallowing sacred body and the mysterious yellow earth sacred body. Lu Qingxuan's eyebrows arched slightly, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. The heaven-devouring earth-swallowing divine body, its very name speaks to its tyrannical nature, capable of consuming all things and transforming them into its own power. The mystic yellow earthly body, fused with the earth itself, possesses unmatched defense and boundless strength.
Possessing both these divine physiques within a single being is nothing short of being favored by the heavens themselves. Throughout the entire book, he crushed all opposition, ascended to a mortal emperor, led the human race in counterattacking the heavenly demons beyond the realms, and suppressed an entire era. Lu Qingxuan glanced once more at Chu Yang, who still stood beside him in stunned disbelief, and a peculiar feeling stirred within him.
What was the way of heaven up to? Is it on a sugar high, or feeling the pressure to meet its quota? Why is it suddenly going wholesale, churning out chosen ones like crazy? Still, this turned out to be a blessing for him. He thought recruiting Chu Yang was already a stroke of incredible luck, but now, just as he was preparing to head to Central Plains, another one had practically walked right into his lap. It seems his earlier plan to establish the Great Love Alliance and harvest the chosen ones was nothing short of genius. Golden core?
Chu Yang stared in shock at the child gnawing on a beast leg.
Master, that little brat is at the golden core stage?
He had to endure countless life and death trials through his reincarnation simulation system just to scrape together his current cultivation base. And now this little brat, who could barely speak properly, had reached a cultivation level comparable to his own just by munching on some roasted meat? Was there any justice left in the world? As the group observed the child, Kuan on the island seemed to sense something too. He paused his eating, lifting his greasy little face. His pure, black gem-like eyes gazed into the void. Upon seeing Lu Qingxuan and his companions suspended mid-air, his eyes flashed not with fear, but with excitement. He stood up, one hand gripping the massive beast leg, the other waving vigorously at them while emitting a series of ee cries. Ing crouched low, his shadow energy surging within, poised to obey Lu Qingxuan's command at any moment.
Lu Qingxuan did not issue orders immediately.
His divine sense spread like mercury across the ground, silently enveloping the entire island. Ancient trees towered over the island, their spiritual energy so dense it seemed almost tangible.
Within the lush forest dwelled countless demonic beasts. He even sensed several powerful auras lurking deep within the island, some rivaling the refining void stage, and even reaching the fusion stage. Yet, aside from Kuan, a child, not a single trace of another human presence remained on the entire island. The one who had kept him captive seemed absent? That great perfection 9th layer cultivator sent by the Xiantian imperial clan to guard Kuan. Master, this child, he's so pitiful. Su Qingyan gazed at Kuan's solitary figure, a flicker of pity flickering in her eyes.
Though gifted with extraordinary talent, living alone in such a place, without even a soul to speak to how utterly lonely his childhood must be.
Indeed.
Such raw talent, buried in obscurity here, it truly is a pity.
Lu Qingxian nodded slightly.
My heart feels pity for him. I have decided to take him as my disciple, to lead him away from this wild and desolate land, and let him see the true sights and sounds of the mortal world. Su Qingyan's eyes brightened at these words, her admiration for her master deepening. Looking at the child again, she grew more and more satisfied. This was the very essence of a disciple worthy of her master, exceptionally gifted, with outstanding innate potential.
Unlike the utterly ordinary Chu Yang beside him.
But her master's decision held its own profound meaning. As his disciple, she need not speculate recklessly. Upon hearing his master intended to take him as a disciple, Chu Yang's heart surged with wild joy.
What did it matter if someone else had greater talent? What did it matter if someone else had higher cultivation? By order of initiation, he was the undisputed senior disciple. The thought of this delicate, porcelain-skinned brat whose talent utterly dwarfed his own soon trailing respectfully behind him, calling out in a high-pitched voice, "Senior brother," filled Chu Yang with pure satisfaction. His mind felt clear and unburdened. Having him fetch tea, pour water, knead shoulders, and massage legs, wouldn't that be delightful?
Chu Yang's lips stretched into a wide grin nearly reaching his ears. Clearing his throat, he adopted the composed demeanor befitting a senior disciple and bowed his hands toward Lu Qingxian. Master is truly wise. Adding another junior brother to our ranks is indeed a blessing for our sect. Lu Qingxian shot him a glance, choosing not to expose his ulterior motives. Instead, he gave a faint command to the shadow beside him.
Go. Bring my good disciple back.
Yes, master. Ing instantly activated his divine body, tearing open a spatial fissure to seize Kuan.
Kuan didn't even have time to struggle before his body, along with that beastly leg larger than himself, was yanked directly into the spatial fissure. Roar! Wah! The instant Kuan vanished, the entire island erupted like a detonated powder keg. Countless terrifying demonic auras surged skyward.
Deep within the island, the suppressed auras of several Lianshu and Hades-level great beasts erupted without restraint, shaking the entire island into surging waves and causing the skies to darken. Yet, the moment the Shadow General brought Kuan to his side, he lingered not a moment longer. Instantly, he activated his divine body once more, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the distance. Barely a dozen breaths later. Above the island, a figure appeared, clad in a brocade robe. His features were handsome, yet his brow bore a hint of arrogance and languor. He stretched lazily, savoring the thin yet serene spiritual energy of the lower realm, a look of contentment spreading across his face. This lower realm is truly comfortable, he murmured to himself, his tone dripping with superiority. The spiritual energy may be lacking, but it's serene and free from troubles. If it weren't for fear of drawing the attention of the Tao, why would the Xintian imperial clan send a great perfection cultivator like me to enjoy this peace? He smacked his lips, seemingly recalling something delightful, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Speaking of which, that spider cultivator's tricks keep getting more elaborate. Today she actually wore, oh, right, stockings. Black ones. TSK, that sensation, truly soul-consuming, bone-melting. He licked his lips, savoring the memory. No good. Got a bit carried away today, wasted some time. But no matter, that little brat isn't going anywhere. Tomorrow I'll go back and savor it properly. Lost in these pleasurable thoughts, he habitually extended his divine sense toward the clearing at the island's center, intending to perform his routine check on the materials. His divine sense swept over the area. The corpse of the golden core demon beast was still there, and the fire pit was still warm. Wait! The smile froze abruptly on the brocade-robed cultivator's face. Where was the person? Where was that little brat? He scanned every corner of the island 3 more times before letting out a startled shriek. Where's my Kuan? Chapter 63, I'd rather jump off this cliff than eat that stuff. Meanwhile, Ing had led the group through countless miles of void space, leaving that isolated island far behind. Only when the ripples in the surrounding void completely subsided and no trace of pursuit remained detectable did they gradually slow down, revealing their figures once more. Master, that man is returning. His aura is formidable. I acted without permission in fleeing so far. Please punish me as you see fit. Ying's voice remained as flat as ever. It matters not. You did well. Lu Qingxian waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. A cultivator at the 9th layer of great perfection would cause too much commotion if they truly engaged in combat, inevitably leading to complications. Since the search was complete, a smooth retreat was undoubtedly the best option. At the same time, Lu Qingxian turned his gaze to Kuan, whom Shadow held in his hand. The little creature bared a row of tiny white teeth, growling menacingly from its throat like an enraged, cuddly little beast. Its tiny hands and feet struggled relentlessly, yet Ying's grip was as unyielding as a natural barrier. All resistance seemed futile, save for the pair of bright, jet-black eyes that burned with anger and defiance. Lu Qingxian signaled for Ying to release him.
The moment Cohen touched the ground, he didn't immediately flee or attack. Instead, he crouched low, feet slightly apart, scanning everyone around him with wary eyes. Little one, don't be afraid. Su Qingyan's heart softened. She stepped forward, striving to make her voice sound gentle and harmless. We mean you no harm. This is your greatest opportunity. My master sees your extraordinary talent and wishes to take you as a disciple, to lead you away from that barren island. From now on, you won't have to live alone and isolated, nor will you have to eat that charred beast meat day after day. Cohen tilted his head, seemingly confused by words like opportunity and master. He wrinkled his little nose, showing no gratitude. Instead, he bared his teeth at Su Qingyan. Seeing this, Chu Yang sensed his chance had arrived. He stepped forward, straightened his back with effort, clasped his hands behind him, cleared his throat, and adopted the air of an experienced senior disciple. Ahem, little junior disciple, don't be so ungrateful. Master taking you as his disciple is a blessing you've earned through 8 lifetimes of good deeds. From now on, learn the rules, listen to your senior brothers, and I. Before he could finish, Cohen's gaze was drawn to the white spirit cat Su Qingyan held in her arms. This snow-white kitten, brimming with spiritual energy, was far more tempting than that undercooked beast leg from earlier. Its fur gleamed with a healthy sheen, its body plump and well-fed, clearly tender and succulent, with just the right amount of chewiness. Cohen's eyes lit up instantly. He instinctively licked his lips, his Adam's apple bobbed, and a glistening droplet of saliva even escaped the corner of his mouth. Food. The next instant, Chu Yang felt a blur before his eyes as a tiny afterimage swept past him with a gust of wind. Cohen launched himself like a cannonball, propelled not by spiritual energy but by sheer physical force, lunging toward the white spirit in Su Qingyan's arms. His speed was so blindingly fast that it left a faint afterimage in its wake. Watch out! Chu Yang cried out in alarm. Yet Su Qingyan merely furrowed her brow. Facing this ferocious attack, she neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, she extended her hand and pressed it against Cohen's forehead. Thud! A dull thud echoed. Cohen's unstoppable body froze mid-air. His limbs flailed futilely, unable to advance another inch. The commotion roused Bai Ling from her slumber. Rubbing sleep from her eyes, she lifted her head to find Cohen mere inches away, his face twisted with desperate longing. Startled, she let out a sharp meow, and her fur bristled. Her forepaws clung desperately to Su Qingyan's robe, refusing to venture forward. Su Qingyan had expected an easy subduing, but when Cohen's strength surged through her palm, her expression shifted slightly. What immense power! This brutal, overwhelming force was utterly unlike anything a golden core cultivator should possess. That tiny frame seemed to harbor a primordial beast, every inch of muscle brimming with explosive power. Had her cultivation not far surpassed his, she might well have fallen victim to him in that instant. This kid is a freak. Just as Su Qingyan prepared to unleash more power, Lu Qingxian lifted him up. Then he let go, and Cohen plopped down onto the ground with a thud. Cohen did not lunge again, merely sitting there, watching Lu Qingxian warily. Lu Qingxian flipped his hand, revealing several jade slips in his palm. These tablets contained not martial arts manuals, but the most fundamental knowledge of human language, common sense, and etiquette. Lu Qingxian walked to Cohen's side and pressed one of the tablets against his forehead. Cohen instinctively tried to dodge, but the knowledge had already entered his mind. Cohen's body jerked violently as countless unfamiliar characters, pronunciations, and images flooded into his blank mind like a burst dam. His expression shifted, constantly confused one moment, enlightened the next, his brow furrowing then relaxing. Su Qingyan and Chu Yan watched the scene with curiosity. This method of directly infusing knowledge through divine consciousness, while not uncommon, demanded an extremely high level of spiritual fortitude. If the recipient lacked mental resilience, they could easily become a fool. Yet judging by Cohen's demeanor, beyond his initial bewilderment, he had surprisingly quickly adapted to this torrent of information. Half an hour later, as the light from the final jade slip merged into Cohen's brow, the vacant eyes finally regained their spark. It was a radiance utterly different from before, no longer pure savagery and ignorance, but now tinged with clarity and understanding. He blinked, glancing at Lu Qingxian, then at Su Qingyan. Words that had once been incomprehensible now crystallized with crystal-clear clarity in his mind. Opportunity. Master. Disciple. Cohen murmured softly, his pronunciation slightly awkward yet distinctly articulate. Su Qingyan beamed with delight at his ability to communicate. You understand? My master is a true great power. Becoming his disciple is I won't. Cohen cut her off decisively. Su Qingyan's smile froze on her face. Cohen lifted his head, meeting her gaze with righteous conviction before glancing at Lu Qingxian. Why should I become a disciple? What do I get from following you lot? Roast meat? Is it as tasty as that huge beast leg we just had? He paused, then added earnestly, nothing in this world tastes better than demon beast meat roasted until it drips with fat. Chu Yang watched from the side, his mouth twitching. This kid's thought process was truly unconventional. No matter how gifted he was, his mind was filled with nothing but food. Lu Qingxian, however, smiled. Pure-hearted and single-minded, the two was a path. Roasted meat? Lu Qingxian spoke slowly. That sort of thing deserves to be called delicious? Kuan's eyebrows shot up. You're talking nonsense. Grilled meat is the best. Is that so?
Lu Qingxuan didn't argue with him, merely flipping his wrist once more. A palm-sized pastry appeared in his hand. Layers upon layers of wafer-thin pastry sheets sandwiched snow-white cream and bright red fruit pulp, topped with a sprinkling of finely chopped emerald green nuts.
Its form was exquisite, its colors enticing. What is this? Koan wrinkled his nose in disgust. It has zero spiritual energy, it's all limp and mushy. How good could it possibly be? I'd jump off this cliff before eating such a thing. Chapter 64, Master, accept this disciple's bow. In Kuan's view, a dish's quality hinged solely on its spiritual energy content. The richer the spiritual energy, the more delicious and nourishing it was. But this stuff? Pure garbage. Try it, Lu Qingxuan said succinctly. No way. Koan turned his head away, his stance firm. Lu Qingxuan said nothing more, simply yanking him forward and forcing it into his mouth. MMMPH. Kuan's eyes instantly widened in shock. He tried to spit out this trash immediately, but the moment the pastry touched his tongue, an unprecedented sensation left him stunned. Sweet cream melted on his tongue, carrying a rich dairy aroma. The faintly tart fruit flesh balanced the sweetness, while the thin yet resilient pastry crust offered layers of texture. Crushed nuts atop the pastry added a crunchy, fragrant note. Countless flavors cascaded across his taste buds, assaulting a mouth that had known nothing but the monotony of grilled meat its entire life. Could such a flavor truly exist in this world? Could something without spiritual energy be this delicious? 10,000 times better than grilled meat. Koan froze solid, his jaw instinctively chewing as he savored the unparalleled flavor melting in his mouth, sliding down his throat, leaving a lingering fragrance. The next moment, his knees buckled. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and bowed his head firmly to Lu Qingxuan. Master. Accept this disciple's bow. Meanwhile, in Zhengzhou, at the Ziyun Lu family compound. The ancestral hall square bustled with people, the atmosphere vibrant. At the square's center stood a towering altar 10 zhan high. Upon it lay a massive stone engraved with intricate runes. This was the Lu family's awakening stone, used to test the innate potential and physical constitution of the clan's young disciples. Beneath the altar, the core descendants and elite members of the collateral branches gathered together, their eyes fixed intently on every scene unfolding atop the altar. At the highest platform at the very front of the square, Lu Tianxiong, the patriarch of the Lu family, sat upright and solemn. Behind him stood the elders of the Lu family. Their expressions were solemn, their auras heavy and concentrated, each a formidable powerhouse capable of commanding awe. Lu Ming, step forward for your awakening. The ceremony's presiding steward commanded in a loud voice. A sturdy youth took a deep breath, strode swiftly onto the altar, and pressed his palm against the awakening stone. Hum. The awakening stone shimmered with shifting light, eventually revealing 8 distinct patterns. Lu Ming, superior bone structure, mortal physique, the steward announced loudly. A wave of regretful sighs rippled through the crowd below the platform. Superior bone structure was already commendable, but alas, this was the purple fortune Lu family. Only those with supreme potential would receive the clan's attention and proper cultivation. The youth's face drained of color as he descended the altar, utterly dejected. Next, Lu Yu. The testing proceeded in an orderly fashion. Lu Yu, upper grade bone structure, ordinary physique. Lu Shan, spirit grade bone constitution, fire burning spirit physique. When a spirit body appeared, a small cheer finally erupted from the crowd below the platform, and the elders on the high platform nodded slightly. A spirit body was considered a promising prospect within the Lu family. With dedicated cultivation, such a talent held hope of reaching the fusion realm in the future. Lu Chengfeng, exceptional bone structure, mortal physique. The core disciple exhaled deeply, stepping down from the platform with a relaxed air. Lu Tianxiong frowned and said solemnly, though exceptional innate talent is commendable, merely reaching the spirit transformation stage would be a stroke of luck. Attaining the refining void realm is likely beyond reach for a lifetime. You must strive harder. An elder with a goatee beside him offered a different perspective. While the clan chief's words hold truth, they are not absolute. Recall the legendary ancestor of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, did he not, with a mortal physique, forge his way to the 9th layer of great perfection through sheer resources and willpower? Had he not fallen during the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, he might have truly achieved the miracle of a mortal body surviving the tribulation. Humph, third elder, you speak as if it were easy. Another burly elder snorted coldly. What colossal resources did that require? It nearly depleted the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's accumulated wealth from hundreds of thousands of years just to create that one freak. And in the end, didn't he still fail? The facts prove it. Without a physique that defies heaven itself, attempting to go against the heavens is nothing but a fool's fantasy. Rather than pinning hopes on such a remote possibility, let us focus on our own prodigy. Once Meng Yao awakens, with her innate talent, achieving great perfection or surviving the tribulation is merely a matter of time. At the mention of Lu Mengyao, pride lit up every elder's face.
The third elder with the goat beard shifted the topic to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Speaking of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, their internal struggle for the pavilion master position has intensified recently. Word has it that their current young master has awakened the royal physique. With the pavilion's wealth backing him, he might soar to new heights and restore his ancestors' glory.
Royal physique? The burly elder furrowed his brow. Is this information reliable? Almost certainly.
This world grows ever more baffling, the third elder sighed.
Just a few years ago, all was calm.
Now, prodigies erupt like a geyser, powerful physiques emerging one after another.
I sense a grand, golden age truly approaching. With such demonic geniuses vying for supremacy, who can say whether it's blessing or curse?
At that very moment, a voice brimming with boundless arrogance and audacity echoed from beyond the Lu family gates. Wang Yunlong, patriarch of the Wang clan, accompanied by my son Wang Tong, has come to witness the festivities and offer congratulations on the Lu clan's golden age. The booming voice rolled in, causing many of the weaker disciples present to feel their qi and blood surge violently. Lu Tianxiong narrowed his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing across them. From the direction of the main gate, a large group pushed past the Lu family guards and strode in with great swagger. At the head of the procession stood a middle-aged man clad in a golden python-patterned robe.
His features bore a resemblance to Wang Tong, yet his aura was far more imposing and domineering. It was none other than Wang Yunlong, the current patriarch of the Wang family.
Beside him stood Wang Tong, clad in yellow robes and carrying a massive bell on his back, his expression haughty.
The elders of the Wang family followed closely behind, each radiating formidable energy and glaring with hostility.
The Lu family stewards and guards turned ashen-faced, yet dared not make a move. On the high platform, the elders of the Lu family rose one after another, their expressions grave.
Wang Yunlong. What does he want?
The burly elder growled, his eyes blazing with fury. Attending the ceremony is a pretense showing off his strength is the real intent. The third elder stroked his beard, his gaze icy. Lu Tianxiong rose slowly, his formidable presence surging skyward to match Wang Yunlong's. Their overbearing auras collided invisibly in midair.
The entire square fell into a frozen silence.
Wang Yunlong led his men to the center of the square, halting before bowing stiffly toward Lu Tianxiong on the dais. Brother Lu, I hear today marks your family's awakening ceremony. My son and I have come to share in the celebration and witness the brilliance of the Lu clan's young generation. Judging by this gathering, its clear talent abounds here, truly a joyous occasion. Lu Tianxiong remained expressionless. Brother Wang, I apologize for not greeting you properly. However, today is an internal ceremony for the Lu family. I'm afraid we have no extra celebratory wine to offer guests. Wang Yunlong laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to the undertone. Why so formal, Brother Lu? As fellow prominent clans of Central Plains, we ought to foster closer ties. My son, Wang Tong, recently achieved a breakthrough through sheer luck and seeks peers to spar with and test his newfound abilities. With so many young talents in the Lu household, surely you wouldn't begrudge him some guidance? With that, he patted Wang Tang's shoulder, his face beaming with pride as he boasted, truth be told, my son is no great shakes. He's got little real talent, but some old fools have mistakenly praised him, saying he possesses a hint of emperor's bearing. Chapter 65, Trouble. A Thief of Hearts. Simultaneously, Wang Tong loosened the straps securing the ancient bell on his back. The bell was pitch black throughout, its material unknown. Ancient, profound patterns were engraved upon it, exuding a sense of desolation and weight. He lifted the massive bell with one hand, then slammed it down onto the ground. Thud! A deep, thunderous roar echoed. Dust swirled, and fragments of stone scattered. Simultaneously, Wang Tang's nascent soul aura erupted with explosive force. This is... The burly elder's eyes widened in shock. A nascent soul. The goat-bearded third elder's fingers, mid-stroke of his beard, froze mid-air, trembling slightly. He's already formed his nascent soul. How is this possible? Just 4 days ago, when I heard news of his awakening the heavenly sovereign's body, I investigated thoroughly. He was clearly still just a foundation establishment stage brat. 4 days from foundation establishment to nascent soul. That's an entire realm, the golden core stage separating them. A path countless cultivators spend their entire lives struggling to traverse, and he's done it in just 4 days? Lu Tianxiong's expression darkened as he recalled the third elder's words from earlier. The golden age, where prodigies vie for supremacy. Just then, a woman's voice rang out. Chief Wang, young Master Wang, honored guests from afar. Since you've come to witness the ceremony, why stand in the arena? All eyes followed the sound, seeing Lu Mengyao slowly stepping down from the side of the high platform. Facing the overwhelming pressure of Wang Tang's nascent soul cultivation, her mere 9th-layer qi cultivation should have made her as fragile as a candle flame in a storm. Yet she stood perfectly straight, her expression calm and composed. Rather than standing below, why not take a seat and observe the ceremony? Perhaps this humble maiden might borrow young Master Wang's imperial presence to see if it brings a touch of good fortune to my awakening ritual. These words lifted the spirits of the entire Lu family. Exactly. Our Lu family isn't without prodigies. Wang Yunlong narrowed his eyes slightly. What a girl! Ever since that prodigy with innate sword insight, the Qilin child, met an unexpected demise, the Lu family had been in decline, showing signs of decay. We thought they were nothing but dust in the tomb, yet here comes another remarkable figure.
How intriguing. Excellent. Ha ha ha, what a remarkably composed young lady. Wang Yunlong roared with laughter, then reigned in his aura.
Since the Lu family niece has extended such a gracious invitation, it would be rude for my son and I to decline. With a wave of his hand, he actually led Wang Tang and the elders over to the viewing platform, where they sat down with great swagger.
Yet Wang Tang's eyes never left Lu Mengyao.
He had seen many women, some stunningly beautiful, others pure and innocent, but never one like her. Though her cultivation was as weak as an ant's, she dared to meet his sharp gaze head-on. Her eyes held no fear, as if nothing in the world could penetrate her heart. This unique aura stirred a sudden desire to conquer within his heart, which had swollen to bursting from the surge of power. Lu Mengyao no longer looked at them.
She turned and curtsied gracefully toward Lu Tianxiong on the high platform before drifting down to the awakening array at the square's center.
She crossed her legs and sat down. In that instant, the skies above shifted, clouds and winds changing color. Spiritual energy converged from all directions, coalescing into a massive vortex visible to the naked eye.
It surged madly toward Lu Mengyao's body.
Immediately, a brilliant light flared at the center of her chest. The radiance grew ever brighter, piercing through her garments to illuminate her entire chest with translucent clarity. Those present with profound cultivation could even clearly see, at the center of that light, a delicate and translucent heart, seemingly carved from the purest crystal in the world, beating powerfully. Upon that heart, 9 naturally formed orifices stood out starkly. With each beat, it resonated with the cosmic laws, causing the void itself to tremble.
A 9-orifice exquisite heart. It truly is a 9-orifice exquisite heart. The third elder trembled with excitement. Just as everyone was stunned, the radiant crystal heart suddenly detached from her body. Despite the heart's departure, Lu Mengyao's complexion remained rosy, her breath steady. Suspended in midair, its 9 orifices fully open, it absorbed vast quantities of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy. With each beat, it emitted profound Tao essence, its light illuminating all directions with unparalleled sanctity. Father, what is this?
Wang Tang stared in disbelief, unable to suppress a low whisper.
Exposing her vital heart orifice like this, doesn't she fear being exploited? Isn't this tantamount to courting death? Wang Yunlong chuckled. Tanger, your perspective still needs honing.
This is the 9-orifice Linglong heart establishing direct communication with the laws of heaven and earth, the most crucial step in its awakening. Using the heart as a conduit, it draws the Tao into the body. Such a ritual is perilous beyond measure. The slightest misstep could mean the extinction of both Tao and body. Yet, if successful, the future achievements are boundless. But what if someone attacks at this moment? Wang Tang still found it hard to comprehend.
Interfere? Wang Yunlong chuckled softly at the suggestion.
Why do you think we were able to enter the heart of the Lu family's territory so easily?
Lu Tianxiong deliberately let us in.
Not only to declare the Lu family's hegemony to all factions in Central Plains, but also to use our might as a sharpening stone for her. He paused, surveying the surroundings.
Besides, do you think only our 2 families are witnessing this grand spectacle of a prodigy's awakening? Countless ancient monsters who've lived tens of thousands of years are watching from the shadows. Who would dare to openly seize the treasure at a time like this, in a place like this? Who would have the audacity, and who would? Before the words had even faded, a hand shrouded in faint black mist shot out of thin air with blinding speed, snatching the radiant 9-orifice Linglong heart suspended mid-air. At this critical moment, the surrounding void abruptly tore apart as 3 great perfection auras erupted simultaneously. Halt! Dare to seize the heart, and die. The great perfection cultivators in the shadow struck simultaneously, unleashing a deluge of multicolored divine abilities and spells that crashed toward the mysterious black hand. Yet their attacks were ultimately restrained, fearful of damaging the 9-orifice Linglong heart. Boom! The void erupted as every attack was repelled by a pitch-black barrier. All the Lu family disciples and elders were stunned. Oh no! A heart thief! Who dares to strike at such a critical moment? Which ancient monster has emerged?
They've even broken through our multiple forbidden spells. Before they could act again, the black hand vanished into the void.
No! Pursue! Just as the 3 great perfection cultivators prepared to tear open the void and pursue, the group unexpectedly emerged from the void.
Simultaneously, they respectfully handed the heart over to a figure clad in green robes. Lu Qingxuan caught the priceless 9-cavity Linglong heart with one hand, casually rolling it between his fingers. Seems I arrived just in time.
Chapter 66, I just love seeing you want to kill me, yet are powerless to do so.
In the center of the square, Lu Mengyao's face was deathly pale, her body trembling slightly. With her heart orifice severed from her body yet bound to her life force, each touch of that heart by a fingertip sent an unusual sensation coursing through her entire being. It was a sensation mingled with faint stinging pain and the humiliation of being violated. Fortunately, the most critical step of the awakening ritual was complete. Even if the 9-orifice crystal heart remained detached for an extended period, it would not kill her.
You insolent brat! How dare you? A thunderous roar echoed through the void.
The void shattered inch by inch as three figures stepped out from the fissures. One wore a crimson flame-patterned robe, his beard and hair standing on end, as if engulfed in blazing fire, none other than the Lu family's Xin generation elder, Lu Xuanhua. Another wore a robe of dark ice, his face grim and menacing.
Where he stood, the air crystallized into ice. This was Lu Xianbing.
The last, clad in purple gold armor adorned with thunder patterns, was the most imposing in stature. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and his temper was clearly the most explosive. This was Lu Xianlei.
3 great perfection stage patriarchs.
Their mere appearance instantly subdued the entire crowd.
Its ancestor Xuanhua, an ancestor Xianbing, and ancestor Xianlei.
An elder of the Lu family below recognized them, his voice trembling with excitement.
All 3 venerable ancestors have emerged from seclusion. Those scoundrels are as good as dead.
Ancestor Xuanhua reached the 4th layer of great perfection 3,000 years ago, once incinerating an entire top-tier demonic sect with a single palm strike.
Ancestors Xianbing and Xianlei are also venerable elders renowned for their great perfection cultivation for ages.
These scoundrels won't escape even if they grew wings.
Yet in the viewing gallery, Wang Yulong furrowed his brow slightly, stroking his chin. His gaze held not apprehension, but puzzlement. 2nd, 3rd, 4th layers of great perfection.
Ice, thunder, fire. The combined strength of these 3 brothers rivals that of a typical 5th layer expert.
Wang Yulong murmured to himself, but why haven't those ancient immortals of the Lu family, who've lived over 50,000 years, made a move? Did they only send these 3?
The Xianbing patriarch cast a dismissive glance at Lu Qingxuan before turning his attention to the figure beside him. This person, whose aura was completely concealed, seemed to blend seamlessly with the shadows. It was this very individual who had ignored the layers of restrictions they had laid out, snatching the heart pivot in the blink of an eye.
Unfathomable. The leader, Lu Xuanhua, suppressed the murderous intent surging within him, his voice cold as iron.
You are merely at the refining void realm, yet you dare covet such a divine artifact?
Now, relinquish the heart and bind your own limbs.
Perhaps, considering the hardship of your cultivation path, this old man might spare you. Yet upon hearing this, Lu Qingxuan burst into laughter, speaking slowly.
You senile fool, did cultivation fry your brain? Now you're playing word games with me. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Lu Xianlei erupted in fury, his body crackling with thunderous lightning.
You little bastard.
What did you say? Lu Qingxuan nearly weighed the heart in his hand and continued to Lu Xuanhua. I give you the item, and you might let me go. Or you let me go, and I might return it to you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child so easily fooled? You. Lu Xuanhua choked on his words, flames erupting from his palms.
Just then, behind Lu Qingxuan, the space rippled once more, and 3 figures stepped out.
Exactly.
These old fools' minds are dirtier than the next.
Xu Yang chimed in.
Beside him, Su Qingyan wore a look of deep concern. Her gaze swept over the Lu family members, then lingered on Lu Qingxuan, who appeared as calm as a cloudless sky. Finally, her eyes settled on Koan beside her, and her brows knitted together involuntarily.
Koan held a large glazed tower pastry in his left hand and carried a cloth bag filled with assorted snacks in his right.
The moment he appeared, he mumbled indistinctly,
Did a fight break out?
Master, just let me finish this tower, burp.
The tower stands as long as I do.
And remember to restock, I've nearly cleaned out your storage ring.
Su Qingyan felt utterly helpless.
Ever since they'd set out on their journey spanning tens of millions of miles, Koan hadn't stopped eating. She genuinely feared the day Lu Qingxuan's storage ring would be completely emptied by him.
The 3 Lu family elders watching this scene looked utterly horrified. What on earth was this? It was bad enough that the Wang family came to deliver the bell, but now you're here to feast? What utter contempt! What utter humiliation! In the viewing gallery, Wang Yulong was equally perplexed. Who exactly were these people?
Moments later, the confusion vanished from Wang Yulong's eyes. He leaned forward slightly, ready to enjoy the spectacle.
Interesting. Very interesting.
The smile on his lips could no longer be concealed.
Fight. Fight already.
Regardless of who wins or loses, as long as Lu Mengyao is crippled or dead, it will be a tremendous blessing for my Wang family. On the square, Lu Xuanhua's patience had also reached its limit. Being repeatedly provoked by a mere refining Void Realm Jr. had utterly shattered his dignity as a great perfection cultivator.
Fine. Very well. His rage twisted into a bitter laugh. Since you seek death so eagerly, this old man shall grant your wish today.
The moment the words fell, his massive hands, shrouded in crimson flames, shot upward.
A terrifying pressure, like a river of heaven pouring down, crushed toward Lu Qingxuan and the others. Not a single one of you will live to see tomorrow.
As the scorching palm, capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas, descended, the air in the square warped and boiled. Yet Lu Qingxuan remained calm, giving the heart in his hand a gentle squeeze.
Ah! Lu Mengyao's slender body convulsed violently.
A mouthful of blood spurted forth as she collapsed to the ground, her vital energy rapidly fading. Lu Xuanhua fixed a deathly stare on Lu Qingxuan, flames roiling in his palm, yet he dared not advance another inch.
Go ahead, strike if you dare. Lu Qingxuan sneered. Lu Xianlei and Lu Xuanbing's faces turned ashen. The seven-orifice Linglong heart had long been bound to her soul, its fate intertwined with hers, sharing in both glory and ruin. Boy, what exactly do you want? Lu Xianlei suppressed his thunderous rage. Lu Qingxian ignored him, instead bringing the heart close to her nose. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Truly fragrant. Visible strands of profound Tao essence swirled and shimmered across the crystal-clear heart. With each breath Lu Qingxian took, those Tao essences transformed into countless tiny multicolored streams of energy, rushing headlong into his nostrils and mouth. You brat! How dare you! Lu Xuanhua's eyes bulged with fury, his rage reaching a boiling point. At that very moment, a pitch-black fissure tore open in the void without warning. A thunderous palm shot forth from within, striking directly at Lu Qingxuan's back. This strike was utterly silent, 100 times more insidious than Lu Xuanhua's frontal assault. But at that instant, the ever-vigilant shadow struck, seizing it firmly. Lu Qingxian remained with eyes closed, reveling in the ecstasy of the Tao essence entering his body. The energy within his body surged upward at an unimaginable speed. Third layer of refining the void. Fourth layer. Fifth layer. A whirlwind swirled around him, causing his robes to billow wildly. Sixth layer. Seventh layer. Eighth layer. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged madly into his body. As the last trace of Tao essence was absorbed, the seven-orifice Linglong heart instantly dimmed. Lu Qingxuan's aura stabilized firmly at the peak of the ninth layer of refining void, just one step away from entering the realm of union. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, and exhaled a satisfied breath of stale air. I just love seeing you all wanting to kill me, yet utterly powerless to do so. Chapter 67, Pick up that hand. At the same moment, Ying seized Lu Xuanlei's hand with deadly grip, a black blade materializing instantly in his grasp. Splatter! With a faint sound, the thunder palm severed cleanly at the wrist. The stump was smooth, not a drop of blood spilling forth. Only wisps of black mist, like slithering snakes, coiled around it, relentlessly corroding the flesh. Ah! The delayed, excruciating pain surged through Lu Xuanlei's mind. His left hand clamped tightly over the severed stump of his right wrist, his face contorted with horror. Then, Ying casually tossed the severed hand onto the ground. Everyone turned to look. The palm still glowed with lingering lightning, yet the severed wrist was shrouded in an eerie darkness. Spiritual energy surged frantically from Lu Xuanlei's body toward the severed limb. The powerful regenerative vitality inherent in a great perfection cultivator's rebuilt physical form activated, attempting to reattach the severed arm. Yet the black mist devoured every ounce of his colossal vitality and spiritual energy. No matter how hard he tried, the wrist remained barren, unable to sprout even a single thread of flesh. At that moment, the entire scene fell deathly silent. All eyes turned to the black blade in Ying's hand. It was a short blade, entirely pitch black, with an ancient, primitive design. It resembled a fragment carved from eternal darkness, seeming to swallow even the surrounding light, radiating a heart-stopping void. A divine artifact? That's a divine artifact. Wang Yunlong exclaimed in astonishment from the viewing gallery. His words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. A divine artifact. The legendary treasure capable of suppressing the destiny of an entire realm. Each possessed the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Not only was this black-clad figure a terrifying third-tier great perfection cultivator, but he actually wielded a divine artifact? After severing Lu Xuanlei's arm, Ying's figure showed no sign of pause. He transformed once more into a blurred afterimage, pursuing Lu Xianlei relentlessly. Anyone who dares harm my master must die. Master? Fury froze on Lu Xuanhua and Lu Xuanbing's faces. A terrifying third-tier great perfection killing god wielding a divine artifact actually referred to a mere refining void realm youth as a master? This was far beyond the role of a guardian. The relationship between a guardian and a prodigy was typically one of protector and protected. While there might be a hierarchy, it was never master and servant. What on earth were these people? Heirs of reclusive clans? Or the legendary Celestials? Halt! As Ying's void blade was about to slice through Lu Xuanlei's throat, Lu Tianxiong roared. He then bowed deeply toward Shadow from afar, his posture extremely humble. Esteemed senior, I implore you to show mercy. Ying's figure abruptly halted 3 inches from Lu Xuanlei's throat, the black glow pulsing from the void blade nearly touching his skin. He then glanced back at his master, awaiting Lu Qingxuan's command. Should his master command it, he would complete the task even at the cost of his life. Withdraw. Lu Qingxian casually waved his hand, signaling the Shadow to withdraw. Killing Lu Xianlei held little benefit for him. Receiving the command, Ying dissolved into a shadow and returned to stand behind Lu Qingxian, hands at his sides, his presence once again concealed to the utmost. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pick up your hand. Lu Xuanhua watched his third brother, who was even more impulsive than himself, and sighed helplessly. Lu Xianlei silently retrieved his severed hand, simultaneously chopping off all traces of the black aura clinging to it before reconnecting the limb to restore it. What could he say?
Had that palm thunder strike succeeded, he would have been the hero who turned the tide and restored the family's honor. All praise would have flowed his way. But he had failed. Therefore, all the consequences naturally fell upon him alone. In the cultivation world, the victor reaps the rewards, and the vanquished pays the price. A chill gripped Lu Tianxiong's heart. He averted his gaze from the shadow and fixed it instead on Lu Qingxuan, who remained calm and composed. Taoist Lu, he bowed deeply, my family's lax discipline led to earlier offenses. How might Taoist Lu be persuaded to return my daughter's 9-cavity Linglong heart? My family offers any compensation you deem fit. Lu Qingxuan toyed with the now dull heart in his hand, glancing sideways at Cohen, who was stuffing the last piece of glazed tower pastry into his mouth, crumbs scattering across his face. Cohen, is there anything else to eat in my storage ring? Cohen swallowed hard, let out a loud burp, and then said contentedly. Master, it's gone. Truly gone. Not even a crumb remains. You need to restock, or I swear I'll starve to death. Understood. But remember, Cohen, for every crystal tower pastry you eat, you owe me one. Cohen replied innocently, of course, master. I'll just give back whatever I ate. Lu Qingxuan finally turned his gaze toward Lu Tianxiong. Head of the Lu family, how do you propose to compensate me for your precious daughter sending someone to kill my son, Lu Yun, in Lizhou? As the words fell, elders from the Wang family in the spectator seats murmured among themselves. What? Lu Mengyao sent someone to kill his son? So this was revenge. No wonder they struck so ruthlessly. Li Zi? Isn't that a remote backwater that was crippled tens of thousands of years ago? Why would Lu Mengyao send people there to kill someone out of the blue? The Wang family members looked at Lu Tianxiong with amusement. Relying on their status as a dominant clan, they went to a remote region to bully someone's offspring. Little did they expect the boy had such a formidable father. Now look at this mess they dealt with the young one, only for the old man to storm right in wielding a blade. Lu Tianxiong's face darkened to the extreme, his heart filled with regret and remorse. His daughter's casual, idle move had unleashed such a colossal disaster upon the family. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianxiong bowed deeply once more to Lu Qingxuan. Taoist Lu, this matter is entirely my daughter's fault. She was blind and offended your son. My Lu family is willing to offer any compensation you desire. I only beg you, considering her arduous cultivation path, to return her heart and spare her life. Lu Qing glanced at Lu Mengyao, lying on the ground barely clinging to life, and suddenly a gentle smile spread across his face. Master Lu, you overstate the matter. I have always valued benevolence and justice, never killing the innocent without cause. Lu Tianxiong's heart leapt with hope at these words. But then Lu Qingxuan shifted his tone and continued. Since she took one of my sons, she shall bear me another. That seems only fair, doesn't it? Lu Tianxiong froze, momentarily unable to respond. The Lu family's prized daughter, destined for greatness, reduced to a child-bearing machine for another? It was nothing short of an insult to the entire Lu family. Even if he, as her father, agreed, the old patriarch would surely never consent. But before Lu Tianxiong could refuse, Lu Qingxuan picked up the little fat tiger by Ling, cradled it in his hands, toyed with it for a moment, then continued. But right now, I don't lack women to bear me sons. What I lack is a dog. Chapter 68, you think you can kill me? Insult. This was a blatant insult. To make the most outstanding prodigy the Lu family has produced in 10,000 years, the current Qilin maiden, the biological daughter of clan chief Lu Tianxiong, serve as someone else's dog? This wasn't just humiliating Lu Mengyao, it was trampling the dignity of the entire Lu clan. You insolent brat. How dare you treat the Lu family with such contempt? Kill him. Clan leader, give the order. When have the sons of the Lu family ever endured such humiliation? I'll fight him to the death. My Lu family has endured for hundreds of thousands of years, never have we suffered such utter disgrace. Every member of the Lu clan seethed with fury. Were it not for the last shred of reason holding them back, they would have already charged forward to fight Lu Qingxuan to the death. Lu Tianxiong's face darkened, turning ashen. His fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves as rage churned within him, threatening to consume his reason. As the head of a dominant clan, when had he ever been so blatantly humiliated? Kill him. The thought raced through his mind like a madman. But when he glanced at the shadow beside Lu Qingxuan, then cast a sideways look at Wang Yunlong on the opposite viewing platform, who was watching him with keen interest, a playful smile playing at the corners of his mouth, that overwhelming rage was abruptly extinguished by a bone-chilling coldness. No! He couldn't act. The strength of that shadow remained unknown, but it was certain to be a top-tier great perfection cultivator specializing in slaughter. Lu Qingxuan himself was even more enigmatic. To dare come alone like this, his backing couldn't possibly be just some remote sex patriarch. If war broke out, the Lu family could certainly hold them off with their accumulated strength, but at what cost? How much damage would a great perfection cultivator, fighting to the death in their own territory, inflict? More crucially, the Wang family was lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity. The Lu family appeared to be in full bloom, thriving like a blazing fire, but he knew their inner weakness all too well. 3 great perfection patriarchs, 1 dead, 2 in meditation.
This was the Lu family's highest-level secret.
If exposed, hungry wolves like the Wang and Li families, coveting the position of overlord, would pounce without hesitation and tear the Lu family to shreds. Therefore, he could not gamble. Even if his daughter was dishonored, he must endure. For the survival of the entire clan, what did personal honor or disgrace matter? A fierce internal struggle raged within Lu Tianxiong. His expression shifted like shifting clouds, and this eerie silence caused a sharp gleam to flash in Wan Yunlong's eyes across from him.
Something was off.
Something was very, very wrong. Given old fox Lu Tianxiong's nature, even if he possessed the utmost restraint, facing such humiliation, he should have erupted on the spot, summoning the clan's full might to defend their honor. Yet he hesitated for so long. Moreover, from start to finish, aside from the three openly acknowledged patriarchs Lu Xuanhua, Lu Shenlei, and Lu Shenfeng, not a single one of the Lu family's true pillars, those ancient elders who were the bedrock of the clan, had made an appearance. Could it be that the great perfection elders of the Lu family had all perished? A bold conjecture surged in Wan Yunlong's mind. His gaze toward Lu Tianxiong instantly grew profoundly intense. Lu Tianxiong's body trembled as he steeled himself, slowly unclenching his fists. He was about to speak, preparing to swallow this humiliation. But at that very moment, boom! A boundless, terrifying pressure, as if originating from primordial chaos, surged skyward from the depths of the Lu family's ancestral lands, instantly enveloping the entire city of Tianxiong. The heavens trembled, clouds and winds reversed. Within the void, it seemed as if the primordial laws themselves were roaring, countless runes of cosmic principles flickering into existence. The overwhelming might was so absolute it made space itself hum with pressure, causing every golden core and nascent soul cultivator present to feel their legs go weak, nearly forcing them to kneel on the spot. Even those at the nascent soul and refining void realms felt their hearts leap in terror, their souls trembling. Who dares to be so insolent? To act so brazenly within the Lu family? The figure behind Lu Qingxuan abruptly looked up, gazing intently toward the Lu family ancestral hall with a grave expression, dark light blazing in his eyes. Transcendent stage. The pinnacle of power in the cultivation world. It's the ancestor. The ancestor Qingxuan, secluded for 10,000 years. Ancestor Qingxuan has emerged. Excellent. Our Lu family will finally vent our grievances. Ha 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 ha. Ancestor Qingxuan is a supreme being at the tribulation stage. Let's see how that arrogant scoundrel dares to act so brazenly now. The Lu family disciples, who moments ago had been consumed by grief, resentment, and humiliation, saw all negative emotions vanish from their faces the instant they heard this news. Their excitement flushed their cheeks crimson. Lu Tianxiong's entire body trembled. Ancestor Qingxuan, the true pillar of the Lu family, who had entered seclusion 10,000 years ago, detached from worldly affairs. Yet at this most critical moment, he had broken through his seclusion. Heaven has not forsaken the Lu family. Lu Tianxiong bowed to the ancestor Qingxuan. Lu Tianxiong, patriarch of the Lu clan, humbly welcomes the emergence of the ancient sage Qingxuan from seclusion. Instantly, every member of the Lu clan elders and disciples alike knelt in unison. Their voices rose like a tidal wave, converging into a torrent that echoed through the heavens. We humbly welcome the emergence of the Qingxuan patriarch. The ancient ancestor Qingxuan wore a simple gray robe, his hair and beard entirely white, his features ancient and unadorned. Without consciously projecting his aura, he stood there as the sole focal point of this realm, dimming all else around him. Such was the might of the tribulation stage, every gesture capable of stirring the laws of heaven and earth. Ancestor Qingxuan did not immediately turn his gaze toward Lu Qingxuan. Instead, he cast a faint glance toward Wang Yunlong on the opposite viewing platform. Youngster of the Wang family, is the Lu family's performance to your liking? Wang Yunlong's heart lurched. He rose to his feet and bowed respectfully toward the ancient ancestor Qingxuan from afar. Ancestor Qingxuan, you have not appeared for 10,000 years. This junior is truly blessed beyond measure to behold your divine countenance today. Yet I never imagined that upon emerging from seclusion, you would stage such a blood-soaked spectacle. This junior is timid, it would be best not to witness such a scene. The old ancestor Qingxuan lifted his eyelids slightly, his voice growing colder. If you choose not to watch, then why remain? Could it be you wish for this old man to sacrifice his life to send your Wang family on its way? The smile finally faded from Wang Yunlong's face. He shot Lu Qingxuan another meaningful glance as thoughts raced through his mind. You jest, elder. I shall depart at once. Wang Yunlong laughed heartily, made no further delay, and turned to lead the Wang family members away. Young man, you are quite remarkable. The elder Qingxuan finally turned his gaze to Lu Qingxuan. To dare insult the honor of the Lu family in such a manner, you are the first in 10,000 years. Now, return that heart. Sever one of your arms. I shall personally spare your life. At these words, every member of the Lu family felt a surge of indignation. Their patriarch had emerged from seclusion, yet he couldn't simply slay this beast to avenge the Lu family? He was only allowed to sever his own arm and call it even? Yet no one dared question it. This was the decision of an ancestor at the tribulation stage. Lu Tianxiong's heart sank. He understood better than anyone that the patriarch's words carried profound meaning.
Perhaps, the patriarch's condition was not as robust as it appeared on the surface. Spare my life?
Su Qingyan stared directly at the ancient ancestor Qingxuan above the heavens, letting out a mocking chuckle.
Old geezer, have you been secluded too long that your brains turned to mush?
When I killed your Lu family's mountain river ancestor, I didn't see you, you old immortal stuck in the tribulation stage, lift a finger.
What, now you're jumping out because you think you can kill me? Chapter 69, what guts you have to bully a woman? If you've got the guts, take it out on me. What? He killed the mountain river patriarch too? The Lu family disciples' first reaction was disbelief.
Their patriarch never meddled in worldly affairs, emerging only during major clan matters.
How could one have died without their knowledge? This is a rumor.
This madman was trying to undermine the morale of the Lu family.
Yet, Lu Tianxian's heart sank.
The very thing he feared most had finally been exposed to the world. Regardless of whether the Lu family's members wavered, hostile factions would certainly investigate this to the end. When that time comes, the Lu family will be in grave danger. Wang Yunlong, who had just been about to leave, stared at Lu Tianxiang in shock. Then that shock transformed into wild elation and sudden realization. So that's how it was. No wonder that old fox Lu Tianxiang could endure to this extent. No wonder none of the Lu family's other venerable elders had shown themselves besides these three. The Lu family likely had only one ancient ancestor left, nearing the end of his lifespan and in an unknown state, propping up the family's facade.
Return to the clan immediately. Highest level secret order. Summon all elders and ancestors for an emergency meeting.
Just as Wang Yunlong was about to lead his men out of the Lu family plaza, Wang Teng suddenly roared.
What kind of man bullies a woman? If you've got the guts, take it out on me. This sudden outburst caused the tense, knife-edge atmosphere to freeze momentarily.
The Lu family members froze in surprise.
Was this kid speaking up for us? Only then did Lu Qingxian notice the person before him. Ding! Detected, Wang Tong, the chosen one of the path to heaven through 100 battles. Ding!
With the original chosen one, Yi Fan, deceased, his destiny's fortune has dissipated. According to the Heavenly Way's correction, Lu Mengyao's fortune trajectory has shifted, officially establishing her as the female protagonist destined for the path of 1,000 battles to heaven.
Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow. The female lead can actually transfer?
Simultaneously, he appraised Wang Teng below. His gaze held a fearless arrogance, the textbook template of a dragon-defying protagonist.
This kind of protagonist is the easiest to deal with. They're usually simple-minded, wearing their thoughts on their sleeves. No need to waste energy scheming against them. Seems like securing the opportunity of the 100 battles heavenly path would be a breeze. Crack! Wang Yunlong's hand blade struck precisely at the back of Wang Teng's neck. Wang Teng's eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious. The entire sequence flowed like water, swift as lightning. Shouldering Wang Teng with one arm, Wang Yunlong called out.
My son is young and ignorant, speaking nonsense. Please forgive him, honored elders.
You continue, we'll be on our way.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, he vanished into the sky with the Wang family members in tow, moving as swiftly as the wind.
They're gone. Now, it's time for you to choose. Will you return the heart and sever your arm to survive, or shall I personally send you on your way? Ancestor Qingxuan declared with authority. Yet the arrogant, unrestrained defiance that had once dominated Lu Qingxuan's face rapidly faded.
The earlier maniacal demeanor, as if he wanted to pierce a hole through the heavens, vanished without a trace, replaced by an almost cold calmness.
Lu Qingxian cast a detached glance at Lu Mengyao. An unexpected bonus. It seemed that beyond his plans, he could gain an additional reward from the system. Originally, seizing this 9-orifice Linglong heart was merely a side task on this journey. The true purpose was to use the Lu family as a stepping stone, laying the groundwork for establishing his foothold in Central Plains in the future. Otherwise, a woman stripped of the heavenly chosen one's protection wouldn't hold enough allure to draw him here for such a commotion. The Central Plains continent was a veritable den of dragons and tigers, its factions deeply entrenched and intertwined. Even with the system at his side, carving out a place for himself here alone would be exceedingly difficult. The best approach was to cultivate a local faction, firmly grasping it within his control as a hidden pawn. The Lu family presented an ideal target. An ancient clan with a heritage spanning hundreds of thousands of years, seemingly rich in heritage, yet hollow at its core. Especially after he killed Lu Shanhe and surmised the Lu family lacked any remaining elite combatants, this plan crystallized in his mind. So he came. To stir up trouble.
To escalate things until the Lu family couldn't contain it, forcing them to summon that ancient ancestor nearing the end of his lifespan to save face. He intended to tear open the Lu family's bloodiest wound right before the eyes of men like Wang Yunlong, ripping away their last shred of dignity. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had scripted it. That old fox Wang Yunlong was likely racing back to his clan headquarters at top speed, summoning all the high-ranking elders to plot how to devour the Lu family's juicy spoils. Before long, news would spread like a plague across Central Plains, the demise of the Lu family's mountain river patriarch, the neutralization of the sky-piercing patriarch, and the dwindling of the great perfection patriarchs to a mere 3.
Then, countless hungry wolves would pounce at the first sign of opportunity. Caught between internal strife and external threats, a dying Qingxuan patriarch would be utterly powerless to protect the Lu family. Would the Lu family have any choice but to accept the olive branch he offered? At this thought, Lu Qingxuan's mood grew increasingly buoyant.
As for that hothead Wang Tang, he was merely a minor variable in this grand drama. Yet, through Lu Mengyao and Wang Tang, Lu Qingxian unexpectedly glimpsed echoes of the path to heaven through 100 battles opportunity. It seemed the subsequent plans could now be brought forward. His thoughts raced as Lu Qingxian turned his gaze back to the venerable elder Qingxuan with renewed composure. With a flick of his wrist, a barrier materialized instantly. An inverted crystal bowl instantly enveloped the entire Lu family assembly on the plaza. Only Lu Mengyao, Lu Tianxian, the ancient ancestor Qingxuan, and the 4 from his own side remained. Lu Qingxian spoke calmly. "Senior, the show for outsiders is over. Now that the troublesome spectators have departed, shall we sit down and discuss the matter of cooperation?" "Cooperation?" Ancestor Qingxuan laughed bitterly in rage. "What a clever scheme using others as your weapon. I've lived a long life, yet in the end, I've been outmaneuvered by a mere upstart like you." By now, he had seen through Lu Qingxuan's entire scheme. From the uproar at the Lu household that forced him to reveal himself, to exposing the Lu family's greatest scandal and weakness under the watchful eye of that old fox, Wang Yunlong. Now the Wang family was likely sharpening their knives, preparing to carve up the Lu family's assets. Other factions would soon smell blood and rush in. The Lu family was now teetering on the brink. Yet the venerable elder Qingxang fixed his gaze intently on Lu Qingxian, his aura surging relentlessly. "But why do you think this old man will grant your wish and simply let you go? Why not fight to the death? Paying the price to enlist other clans might just save the Lu family. Or I could kill you right now. To eliminate future troubles." Lu Qingxian merely replied softly. "Because I believe you cannot kill me." "Ha ha ha ha." The ancient ancestor Qingxuan roared with laughter. Good. 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 Truly, new talents emerge in every generation. That I should be so underestimated by a mere junior. A mere refining void realm cultivator dares to speak of courage before me. His laughter abruptly halted. His withered hand shot up, poised to unleash a thunderous strike. Lu Qingxian neither dodged nor retreated. With a flick of his wrist, he drew the void-splitting divine sword. Imperial might descended. This. Qingxuan the ancestor's pupils contracted. An imperial artifact. It's actually an imperial artifact. The peerless divine weapon, existing only in ancient texts, which swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths and suppressed an entire era, had appeared before his very eyes. Through the Lu family's most ancient secrets, he had glimpsed fragments of that glorious primordial age. Legend held that the imperial artifact was the supreme treasure of the world. After the initial shock, the ancestor Qingxuan forcibly suppressed the storm raging within his heart, his gaze sharpening once more. "So this is the source of your confidence. Indeed, it is an imperial artifact. But with your mere refining void cultivation, how much of its power could you possibly unleash? Attempting to wield such a divine object would likely suck you dry in an instant." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian handed the sword to Ing. Chapter 70, How Did I Suddenly Become the Holy Sun? Ing took the sword in silence. The moment that void-shattering divine sword touched his palm, the heavens and earth changed color. Boom! A terrifying sword energy erupted from Ying's body, tearing through the sky and piercing the 9 layers of clouds. Above the entire Lu family ancestral grounds, winds and clouds swirled backward, thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the void trembled. This is impossible. The fury and disdain on the ancient ancestor Qingxuan's face vanished instantly, replaced by a tremor that shook him to his very soul. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he had never felt such a palpable threat of death. That force locked onto him, causing every inch of his flesh and every fragment of his soul to scream in terror. Flee! He had no doubt that if the opponent struck, he would be utterly defenseless. Lu Qingxian watched the scene unfold in silence, his gaze deep and pensive. He recalled the moment at Yi Changxing's inheritance site when he had considered commanding the Shadow to wield the sword and forcibly shatter the inheritance's restrictions. But at that time, the Shadow, who had always remained hidden in the void, had proactively sent a thought to him. "Master, this sword must not be wielded at full power lightly. This is an imperial artifact. Once its full might is unleashed, it will inevitably attract the scrutiny of the Tao, inviting the thunder tribulation. Moreover, with my current cultivation, using it at full power even once could plunge me into a prolonged period of weakness." It was precisely for this reason that Lu Qingxian abandoned that notion. The imperial artifact is a trump card meant to overturn the table, not pick locks. But now, facing an ancient demon who had endured tribulations for hundreds of thousands of years, playing this trump card was worth it. Even so, Lu Qingxian cautiously instructed Ing to unleash only 50% of his power. This would ensure an escape route should negotiations break down or unexpected danger arise. Ying's aura surged to its peak. Uttering no words, he waited silently for Lu Qingxuan's command. At a single command, he would unleash that earth-shattering strike, letting this ancient patriarch of the Lu family witness his master's trump card. Yet, just as Lu Qingxuan prepared to issue the command and end this farce once and for all.
Master! An urgent divine thought echoed within Lu Qingxuan's mind. Please hold your hand. This is unwise. Leave this matter to your disciple. Lu Qingxuan's movements halted. He slowly turned his head to look at Chu Yang beside him. Chu Yang's brow was deeply furrowed, his expression unusually grave, even tinged with lingering fear. In the blink of an eye, a single exchange of glances was enough for Lu Qingxuan to grasp the truth. Simulated rebirth. Chu Yang had undergone another simulation. But why did he die? No, more accurately, why did we lose? In that simulation, Ying must have intervened. With Ying wielding an imperial artifact, his combat prowess was such that even a peak-strength tribulation-crossing powerhouse might struggle to gain an advantage, let alone an ancient ancestor like Qingxuan nearing the end of his lifespan. Yet Chu Yang's reaction proved that outcome was something they could not bear. What unforeseen turn of events had occurred? Did the ancestor Qingxuan possess an even more terrifying hidden card? Or had the use of the imperial artifact summoned the heavenly tribulation, or perhaps some other unknown enemy? Countless possibilities flashed through Lu Qingxuan's mind, yet his expression remained utterly unchanged. He fixed a deep gaze upon Chu Yang, meeting the eyes that pleaded, "Trust me." Within that moment, his resolve had solidified. The risks were unknown, caution was paramount. Lu Qingxuan instantly withdrew the sword from Ying's grasp. I've simulated rebirth again. During the last simulation, Ying had unleashed a devastating strike that made Lu Qingxuan dare not underestimate them again. Everything had begun moving in a positive direction, with talks of cooperation already underway. Yet another cultivator claiming to be from the Supreme Heavenly Emperor clan of the Upper Realm suddenly intervened, wounding Ying and abducting Qingxuan, who was still happily eating nearby. The alliance fell apart. And I, being too weak, was killed by the aftershock. In this new simulation, I must aid my master, Lu Qingxuan. I cannot die again. I must repay the kindness he showed me. The imperial might of the void-splitting divine sword receded, and the shadow of death hanging overhead abruptly dissipated. Cold sweat drenched the back of the elder Qingxuan. His tense body relaxed abruptly as he exhaled a long, heavy breath. Young friend, let's talk this out peacefully. All this shouting about fighting and killing, it's not exactly conducive to harmony, is it? Lu Tianxiong wiped the cold sweat from his own brow and hurriedly chimed in, quite right, quite right. Fellow Daoist Lu, let us sit down and discuss this calmly. Everything can be negotiated. However, before Lu Qingxuan could speak, Chu Yang stood tall, drawing energy from his dantian, and bellowed toward the sky. Negotiate? Do you even deserve to speak with my master? The thunderous roar stunned everyone into silence. Chu Yang paid no heed, pointing toward the heavens as his voice grew ever more piercing. He shouted with unbridled arrogance. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. My master is the Holy Sun sent down from the Upper Realm by the Xiantian Imperial clan to undergo trials here. The lowly Lu family? To even collaborate with my master is a colossal stroke of luck you've earned by exhausting 18 generations of your ancestors' fortune. And you dare put on airs before my master? You're courting death. As his words fell, the entire crowd fell deathly silent. The Xiantian Imperial clan? Ancestor Qingxuan's body shook violently. The Imperial clan. Even in the Upper Realm, they were no ordinary power. While ordinary Upper Realm factions might be within the Lu family's reach to cultivate connections, the Imperial clan, that was an entirely different dimension altogether. The Holy Sun? The Holy Sun descended for training? Ancestor Qingxuan instantly pieced everything together. No wonder he wielded an imperial artifact at such a young age. And he had a great perfection guardian with a divine artifact calling him master. Wait, even that cat the woman held seemed far from ordinary. If this were any ordinary cultivator from the lower realms, it would be pure fantasy. But if the person in question is the holy son of the imperial family from the upper realms, then everything makes perfect sense. This imperial artifact was likely bestowed by the royal family for the holy son's protection during his trials. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan covered her mouth, her mind churning with overwhelming shock. The Xiantian Imperial clan? The Holy Sun? Suddenly, Su Qingyan remembered her master once mentioning she came from the upper realm. So master had also come from the upper realm. Not only from the upper realm, but a holy son of noble birth. Su Qingyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her master had gone to such great lengths to protect her. Lu Qingxian. How did I suddenly become the holy son? But Lu Qingxian quickly snapped out of it. How could Chu Yang possibly know about the Xiantian Imperial clan? Could it be that the guardian of Qingxuan had tracked him down? Far away in the void, a concealed figure froze in place. Huang Hao murmured in shock. That's my family's holy son? How come I never knew? Chapter 71, Have her pack her things and come to my place. Huang Hao wanted to verify the truth of it, but there was no way to do so. The holy son of the clan was an entity of supreme reverence, secluded since childhood within the most sacred ancestral domain, the mystic yellow heaven, personally instructed by the ancient patriarchs. He himself was a distant branch of a distant branch, only able to operate in this realm through connections. He had never even seen what the Holy Sun looked like. But how could the Holy Sun casually appear in the lower realm and be encountered by him? Beyond the upper realms, the lower realms encompass 3,000 worlds, a 1 in 3,000 chance. Huang Hao cast a skeptical glance at Chu Yang, who spoke with such solemn conviction. The world was full of audacious impostors who fraudulently claimed royal lineage. Such cases were far from unprecedented. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he didn't seem like a fraud. Could it really be such a coincidence that he just happened to stumble upon His Royal Highness the Crown Prince on an incognito inspection? Huang Hao glanced again at Cohen, who was eating with his mouth dripping with grease. Logically, he should be extremely vigilant. Yet the relaxed way he ate suggested he was quite close to that Lu Qingxian fellow. Others might not know, but he'd heard a piece of gossip. Cohen was the second prince of the Xiantian imperial clan, but due to his unique devouring constitution, he could accommodate multiple sacred bodies. So they staged a charade faking Cohen's abduction and confining him here to prepare for the Holy Sun's legendary dual sacred physique. So logically, Cohen remains unaware of the truth and should feel closer to His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, the eldest prince. Add to that their ability to pinpoint Su Island amidst the spatial turbulence and abduct Cohen. The only explanation is that they knew Cohen's location all along. What's wrong with His Royal Highness the Holy Sun arriving early to claim the opportunity prepared for him? Absolutely not. Huang Hao's breathing quickened. No wonder even that cat wasn't ordinary. This is standard equipment for the Holy Sun's travels. Perhaps if he went down now to reveal his identity and pay homage to the Holy Sun, he might be spared blame for his dereliction of duty. No. Huang Hao immediately dismissed the idea. First, he couldn't be 100% certain. What if it was an imposter? That would only compound his crimes. Second, even if the other party were the Holy Sun, judging by the current situation, His Highness was clearly undergoing worldly trials, playing games in the mortal realm. To rashly rush out and reveal my identity would surely spoil His Highness's enjoyment. If they were then accused of dereliction of duty and spying on the royal procession, they'd still face dire consequences. Caution. Utmost caution. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and his heart settled slightly. Cohen bore a mystical yellow and black forbidden spell personally inscribed upon him by the clan's ancient ancestor. This curse served not only as protection but also as an indelible locator, impossible to erase by external means. In other words, she couldn't escape. Given that, why rush into action? Better to take a step back and report to Senior Brother first. Senior Brother had followed the main lineage for years, possessing vast experience and knowledge. After all, it was he who had secured this position for me. Perhaps he knew some inside information about the Holy Sun's travels. If this matter proves true, I could step forward to pay homage and safeguard the Holy Sun's safety, a great merit indeed. Perhaps I could even use this chance to redeem my past mistakes and catch the attention of His Highness the Holy Sun. From then on, I'd ascend like a rocket, reaching the heavens in one leap. The mere thought of such a possibility made Huang Hao's heart pound wildly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot once more. Chu Yang watched the sky nervously. That 9th-tier Great Perfection cultivator hadn't emerged. It seemed he had bluffed him off. This made things much easier. Chu Yang breathed a silent sigh of relief, then promptly resumed his haughty expression, impatiently shouting. My master has no time to waste here with you lot. Negotiate or not? Give me a straight answer. Lu Qingxuan and Lu Tianxiong exchanged a glance. Only then did Lu Tianxiong speak. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, we failed to recognize your true stature. Please, come inside the hall for a discussion. Simultaneously, they carried away Lu Mengyao, who had long since been knocked unconscious by the imperial artifact's overwhelming pressure. Within the Lu family's main hall, Lu Tianxiong remained seated in the main chair, symbolizing the clan leader's authority, though the broad rosewood seat now felt as uncomfortable as a bed of nails. To his left, Lu Qingxuan sat with a solemn expression, saying nothing. Opposite them, Lu Qingxian sat calmly, his demeanor composed as he lifted the fragrant tea offered by a maid, gently stirring the leaves floating within the cup. Chu Yang and the other two stood behind him, while Cohen crouched at Lu Qingxuan's feet, happily munching on a huge spirit fruit he clutched in his arms. After a long silence, Lu Tianxiong, as clan chief, finally had to speak. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, might we ask what exactly you mean by cooperation? Before he could finish, Lu Qingxian set down his teacup. Cooperation? That term is rather inappropriate now. It would be more accurate to say it is an opportunity for the Lu family to submit to me, to submit to the Xiantian imperial clan. Submit to the Xiantian imperial clan? The benefits have been laid out, but what about the drawbacks? Though the Lu family is a lower realm branch of an upper realm Grey clan, it remains just that, a branch. If they could climb onto the true, towering tree that is the Xiantian imperial clan, the significance would be entirely different. Seeing the dramatic shift in their expressions, Lu Qingxian chuckled inwardly, though his face remained utterly composed. Of course, I won't let you serve me for nothing. Once I've completed the task entrusted to me by the ancestor and returned to the upper realm, I shall have a proper discussion with your family's head, Lu Xuani. I imagine he won't be stingy with rewards for you. The two men snapped their heads up, staring at Lu Qingxian in utter shock. Lu Xuani. the true name of the current head of the Lu family in the upper realm. In the lower realm, only a handful knew this name, he and Lu Qingxuan among them. Outsiders had no way of knowing. Moreover, judging by his tone, he seemed to be on equal footing with the head of the main family, even carrying a subtle air of superiority. He truly had descended from the upper realm. His status as a holy son is likely as good as confirmed. Chu Yang, standing behind Lu Qingxuan, was stunned. He had only learned of the Xintian imperial clan when that great perfection 9th layer cultivator introduced himself. He had improvised the story for his master on the spot. The whole strategy relied on information asymmetry, using the prestige of the upper realm to intimidate them. But he never imagined Lu Qingxuan would not only pull it off flawlessly, but actually produce genuine proof. Lu Xuani? Who was that? The name alone sounded formidable. Could it be that his master was actually a saint's son sent to train in the lower realms? Next, under Lu Qingxuan's stunned gaze, Lu Tianxiong's knees buckled.
He knelt down decisively, performing a full prostration before Lu Qingxuan. Lu Tianxiong, head of the Lu family, blinded by arrogance, has offended His Holiness the Saint's son. I deserve death 1,000 times over. Our Lu family pledges to serve the Holy Son with utmost devotion, aiding in the fulfillment of his grand mission. We await your commands, ready to die 10,000 times over. Lu Qingxuan paused, then rose and bowed slightly. We shall shoulder the Holy Son's burdens. Once the arrow is released, there is no turning back. From the moment Lu Tianxiong knelt, the fate of the Lu family became inextricably bound to this unfathomable Holy Son before them. Success meant ascending to the heavens in a single bound. Failure meant eternal damnation. Lu Qingxuan nodded with satisfaction, tossing the 9-hole linglong heart back to Lu Mengyao. This item is of no use to me. When she awakens, I trust you have prepared her mentally. Have her gather her belongings and come to my quarters. Chapter 72, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, Huang Hao had already returned to his cave dwelling deep within the Void Island. Without a moment's hesitation, his hands flashed through intricate seals as beams of spiritual light shot into the stone walls deep within the cave. Amidst a humming resonance, intricate mystical runes emerged across the once bare walls, activating a concealed communication array. Huang Hao sank his divine sense into it, cautiously communicating with the entity on the other end of the array. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the array's light flared intensely, and a blurred human figure coalesced within the light screen. Before Huang Hao could speak, the other party snapped impatiently. Huang Hao? You little brat, how dare you activate the emergency communication array? Don't tell me you've stirred up another mess you can't handle down below. Let me warn you, helping you get your sister was a favor already paid in full. If you think I'll clean up your mess again, forget it. Hearing that voice, Huang Hao's face instantly twisted into a fawning smile, his back arching involuntarily. Brother-in-law, you're being too formal. This is a tremendous opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Good news? Yang Tian sneered from the light screen. What good news could possibly come from your mouth? Spit it out already, I'm busy here. Huang Hao exclaimed excitedly, brother-in-law, down in the lower realms. I think I encountered His Highness, the holy son of our Xintian imperial clan. What? Yang Tian's voice shot up, followed by even heavier scorn. Have you been stuck down there so long your brains rotted? Or did some female demon drain your essence, leaving you blind as a bat? The Holy Son is secluded in meditation within the Xianhuang heaven, protected by ancestral elders from all sides. How could he possibly wander down to your godforsaken lower realm? It's absolutely true, brother-in-law. Huang Hao grew frantic. That bearing, that aura, no ordinary mortal could fake it. Even from afar, I felt certain it was our Holy Son. Poof. Have you ever seen the Holy Son in person? Yang Tian countered ruthlessly. Huang Hao fell silent, offering an awkward chuckle. I've never had that privilege. It's all thanks to your vast experience and extraordinary abilities, brother-in-law. Stop flattering me, Yang Tian snorted. I haven't seen him either. This time, it was Huang Hao who froze. His brother-in-law was a rising star in their lineage. Meeting a holy son shouldn't be that difficult, right? Seeing Yang Tian's waning interest and sensing he might cut the transmission at any moment, Huang Hao quickly played his trump card. Brother-in-law. Don't hang up yet. That person has an imperial artifact. A genuine imperial artifact. That aura, no mistake about it. Imperial artifact? The moment those two words left his lips, Yang Tian's voice instantly grew solemn, all traces of his earlier flippancy vanishing. Yes. An imperial artifact. Huang Hao answered with unwavering certainty. Silence fell on the other side of the light screen. After a long pause, Yang Tian's voice finally came through again. Are you certain? Not only in the lower realms, but even within our own Xintian imperial clan, there are only 3 known imperial artifacts. Each is a treasured clan relic, never to be used lightly. Every movement of these artifacts is watched by countless eyes. I'll stake my life on it. Huang Hao declared fiercely. That aura world-shattering and earth-shattering is beyond comparison with any imitation. Seeing that Yang Tian had shown him some trust, Huang Hao pressed his advantage.
Brother-in-law, you've got connections up in the upper realms. Could you ask your venerable master to inquire, just ask about the Holy Sun's recent whereabouts? What if it really is the Crown Prince traveling incognito, and we happen to run into him? That would be a major achievement. Then, not just you, but even your little brother here could rise to the heavens with you, bringing glory to our family. Yang Tian's breath caught. After a long pause, Yang Tian finally growled. You stay put over there and keep a close watch. Don't make any rash moves, and above all, don't expose yourself. This matter is of the utmost importance. I'll go ask my master. Yang Tian waved his hand casually, and the array runes within the cave dwelling vanished. He tugged at his collar in irritation, glancing at his sister lying on the bed, her figure graceful, her cheeks flushed. Useless. Yang Tian didn't know if he was cursing Huang Hao or the unconscious beauty on the bed. Huang Hao was a good-for-nothing who only made things worse, stirring up trouble day in and day out. But this matter involved an imperial artifact and the Holy Sun. He wouldn't dare deceive me with such nonsense. Very well. It's been too long since I paid my respects to the master. It's time to pay a visit. Yang Tian had made up his mind. He walked to a corner of the cave dwelling and retrieved a purple gold flask from a hidden compartment. The moment the stopper was pulled, an intensely mellow aroma of wine filled the air. A single whiff cleared the mind and sent one drifting into a state of blissful euphoria. This was the Dragon's Roar wine he had acquired at tremendous cost, a treasure he had never dared to partake of even a single sip. He immediately flew out of the cave dwelling. The main branch of the Xiantian imperial clan. The immortal mountain hung suspended in the void, surrounded by a boundless sea of clouds. A solitary peak pierced the heavens, its summit crowned by an emerald pool that mirrored the azure sky like a celestial mirror. By the pool's edge, an elder with snow-white hair and a youthful face, clad in simple hemp robes, held a bare fishing rod and cast his line with leisurely ease. The rod bore neither hook nor bait, only a crystal-clear thread dangling into the water. A streak of light descended upon the peak. Yang Tian suppressed all traces of his presence, approaching the elder with utmost reverence from behind. He held a purple gold gourd in his hand. Master, your disciple has come to see you. The old man replied indifferently. Unprovoked attentiveness suggests either treachery or theft. Speak. What trouble have you stirred up this time, demanding this old man settle matters for you? Don't say that, master. I just missed you and specially sought out some fine wine to honor you. Yang Tian puffed out his cheeks, pushing the gourd forward again. The old man sniffed lightly. Ha? Drunken dragon's roar? You've got some connections, kid. Before he could finish, the fishing rod in the old man's hand suddenly jerked downward, and the tranquil pond erupted in a flash. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar split the heavens as a colossal unicorn dragon, massive as a mountain, burst through the water. Its scales shimmered with a metallic sheen, and the terrifying aura of a peak great perfection cultivator swept over the land, stirring the very clouds and winds. The seemingly fragile fishing line snapped taut. No matter how violently the unicorn dragon thrashed and churned the waters, it couldn't break free an inch. Noisy. The old man uttered the two words indifferently, then snapped his fingers. A beam of spiritual light shot forth, striking the dragon squarely between its eyes. In the blink of an eye, the unicorn dragon dissolved into a plate of translucent fish slices. Fine wine deserves fine food. With a casual wave, the old man summoned the purple gold flask from Yang Tian's hand into his own palm. Pulling out the stopper, he tilted his head back and took a large gulp, a look of pure satisfaction spreading across his face. Excellent. Sit down. Let's eat together. Thank you, master. Overjoyed, Yang Tian hurriedly sat down on the stone bench opposite the old man. This was the essence meat of a peak-grade vehicle dragon, personally refined by his master. The energy it contained was incredibly pure and refined. A single bite would surpass 100 years of his arduous cultivation. You little rascal, this trip wasn't wasted after all. The old man shot him a glance before taking another swig of wine. Yang Tian chuckled softly. It's all thanks to your wise guidance, master. Master and disciple shared a platter of fish slices and a flask of fine wine, drinking together atop the cloud sea. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Tian sensed the moment was ripe. He casually inquired. Master, with your vast experience and extraordinary abilities, do you know what the holy son of our Xiantian imperial clan truly looks like? Has he been secluded within the Xianhuang heaven lately? The old man paused mid-sip, his eyes suddenly sharpening to a piercing intensity. Why do you ask? Yang Tian's heart sank. He realized he had been too hasty. He hastily explained, please calm your anger, master. It's about my good-for-nothing brother-in-law, Huang Hao. He sent word from the lower realms saying he encountered someone who might be the holy son. Yang Tian recounted Huang Hao's words in full detail, including the mention of the imperial artifact. After listening, the old man laughed heartily and took a swig of wine. Ha 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 ha. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 73, I'd rather die than yield to you. The holy sun? The lower realm? The old man picked up a piece of dragon meat and slowly placed it into his mouth. What kind of brain do you have? What sort of status does the holy sun hold?
A body worth 10,000 gold, a noble of the highest lineage. If he desires anything, he need only think it, and the entire Xintian imperial clan will see it done.
A mere lower realm, with sparse spiritual energy and incomplete laws, what could possibly catch his eye? Why would he deign to lower himself and make the trip personally? Yang Tian suddenly understood. Master was right, he'd been thinking wrong. His Royal Highness the Holy Sun was the future hope of the clan, his status exalted. Every move he made stirred the hearts of countless powerful figures. Forget descending to the lower realms, even stepping half a pace beyond Xinhuang heaven would require constant protection from guardians. That fool Huang Hao must have been deceived by someone. Realizing this, Yang Tian promptly raised his wine cup and respectfully offered a toast to the elder. Master, you are absolutely right. It was my foolishness. I suppose my brother-in-law simply hasn't seen much of the world and was easily intimidated by some petty tricks. Good to know. The elder narrowed his eyes, savoring the fine wine. However, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun is indeed absent from Xinhuang heaven at present. I hear he's gone out to train. Where exactly he's headed, even I am unaware. But it's utterly impossible for him to have gone to some godforsaken place in the lower realms. You needn't concern yourself with this matter any further. Yes, yes. Yang Tian nodded repeatedly. This disciple understands. I'll go refuse that brat immediately and tell him to stop daydreaming. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Leave the wine. Now get out. Don't interrupt my fishing. Got it. Master, enjoy your drink. Your disciple will come visit again another day. Yang Tian performed a deep bow before swiftly departing the solitary peak. Watching Yang Tian's receding figure, the drunken haze gradually faded from the old man's face. His gaze grew deep as he drained the last of the drunken dragon's roar from his gourd. Fine wine, truly fine wine. But that little saint's son, where on earth has he gone? Keeping even this old man in the dark. What new tricks is he up to this time? Upon returning to his cave residence, Yang Tian prepared to activate the grand formation to give Huang Hao a thorough scolding. Yet, he suddenly hesitated. No. Huang Hao might be his brother-in-law, but the trouble he caused was enough to give even him a headache. Anyone capable of wielding an imperial artifact, even if not the Holy Sun, was certainly no ordinary individual. The forces backing them were certainly not to be underestimated. If he exposed the impostor now, Huang Hao's temperament might lead him to feel humiliated, causing him to turn on him immediately and confront the person directly. Wouldn't that be courting death? Offending someone wielding an imperial artifact with unknown backing? Huang Hao's death would be the least of it. If it dragged me into trouble, that would be a colossal mess. Besides, judging by Huang Hao's account, this so-called Holy Sun hadn't caused him any trouble. There was no animosity between them. Given that, why stir up this hornet's nest? Allowing Huang Hao to continue in his misunderstanding was actually the safest course. With that thought, Yang Tian reactivated the communication array linking him to Huang Hao. Meanwhile, Huang Hao paced restlessly back and forth in his room. I wonder how my brother-in-law's inquiry is going. Should I tell him that Kun was snatched away by that Holy Sun? But the thought of being scolded by Yang Tian made Huang Hao sigh. Forget it. Even if he knew, he'd just yell at me. It wouldn't accomplish anything. Better to use my own brain. But what exactly did my brother-in-law find out? Is that man truly His Royal Highness the Holy Sun? If I could latch onto the Holy Sun's coattails, I'd be able to walk tall not just within the Xintian Imperial clan, but across the entire upper realm. Just then, the communication array lit up. Brother-in-law. Huang Hao asked excitedly, what's the news? Did you consult the patriarch? What did the old man say? Yang Tian replied calmly. I have paid my respects to the master. The master said the Holy Sun is indeed not within the Xinhuang heaven at present. Not within the Xinhuang heaven? Then that means he might be in the lower realms. Moreover, His Highness the Holy Sun's status is exalted, so his whereabouts are naturally top secret. The Pulse Master couldn't state it plainly, so he used such an ambiguous phrase to hint to my brother-in-law, who then related to me. It must be so. Additionally, Yang Tian's voice sounded again. Master also instructed that you exercise utmost caution over there and avoid any reckless behavior. Be cautious. Hearing this, Huang Hao became even more convinced of his earlier guess. This was definitely a warning. He was afraid I'd get carried away, lose my composure near His Highness the Holy Sun, and offend him. Realizing all this, Huang Hao nodded repeatedly. Brother-in-law. I understand. I get it all now. Rest assured, I'll act with utmost caution and never bring shame upon you or the Pulse Master. Thank you for your guidance, brother-in-law. Yang Tian thought to himself. He really is a simple-minded fellow. But that's fine too, it saves me the trouble of explaining further. Good to know you understand. Yang Tian replied with feigned solemnity before cutting the communication. After retracting the formation, Huang Hao paced excitedly back and forth. He struck gold. This time, he was truly going to make it big. His Highness the Holy Sun had condescended to visit this lowly lower realm, without even a single attendant by his side. This was the perfect opportunity to prove himself. He must find a way to ease the Holy Son's burdens, serve him diligently, and strive to leave a favorable impression. He immediately set off once more toward the Lu family estate. Of course I'm not the Holy Son of the Xiantian imperial clan.
Lu Qingxuan responded calmly to Chu Yang, who had specifically sought him out for questioning.
Then why did you know Lu Xuani's name, master? Chu Yang pressed further.
Lu Qingxuan had intended to brush him off with some excuse claiming he was from the upper realm, or that he'd learned secrets from the inheritance secret realm. But upon second thought, the identity of the Holy Son proved surprisingly useful. Not only did it spare him unnecessary trouble, but it also intimidated petty criminals and made his actions far more convenient. Yet the title of Holy Son of the Xiantian imperial clan was ultimately a false one. Should the true Holy Son ever appear, or should he be encountered by members of the Xiantian imperial clan, it would only invite further complications.
A new title was needed. A title equally resounding, yet impossible to verify. At this thought, Lu Qingxuan's lips curled upward involuntarily. I am indeed not the Holy Son of the Xiantian imperial clan. But I am the Holy Son of the Great Love Alliance, a hidden power from the upper realm. The Great Love Alliance? A hidden faction. Chu Yang's heart jolted, then he recalled the traditional cultivation novels he had read.
Beyond the major imperial clans and sacred lands openly acknowledged in the upper realm, there must exist hidden sects and ancient families whose foundations were terrifyingly profound yet unknown to the masses.
These factions never revealed themselves, emerging only during cosmic calamities or epical shifts.
Yet each possessed unimaginable might, their power potentially rivaling or even surpassing that of the royal clans.
The Great Love Alliance, the very name radiated benevolence, magnanimity, and confidence. It must be.
Master must be the successor of one such supreme hidden power.
I understand everything now.
Yet as Chu Yang basked in the joy of joining a top-tier hidden sect, fantasizing about the glorious future of sweeping across the heavens and trampling prodigies at his master's side, Lu Mengyao suddenly burst through the door.
Lu Qingxuan.
Mark my words, even if I die, I will never submit to you.
Chapter 74, Wang Hao arrives too late to protect his master. Please punish me, Holy Son.
Lu Mengyao's thoughts drifted back to half an hour earlier, in the main hall of the Lu family residence.
Father, what did you say? Lu Mengyao stared at Lu Tianxiong, seated in the main position, in disbelief. You want me to obey every command of that Lu Qingxuan? Lu Tianxiong's expression was complex.
Avoiding his daughter's gaze, he said solemnly. Yaoer, you killed Lu Yun without regard for the consequences, all for that Yi family brat. Now that Senior Lu has forgiven the past and is willing to give our Lu family another chance, you must make amends for your previous mistake for the sake of our clan's future.
Make amends?
Lu Mengyao laughed coldly. I killed Lu Yun because he deserved it.
I did nothing wrong. What is there to make amends for?
Father, you've been deceived. What exactly did he promise you that you'd sacrifice your own daughter for some illusory, unattainable future? Lu Tianxiong slammed his fist on the armrest, freezing the atmosphere in the hall.
How dare you?
Lu Tianxiong stared at his daughter, the proud face he had watched grow up now etched with defiance and incomprehension. He sighed deeply, his voice tinged with profound helplessness. I know you've always been aloof and distant since childhood, yet you've always held that Yi family boy, Yi Fan, in special regard. Those years you spent at the Yi residence, you were truly happy.
Your father knows all of this. Lu Mengyao trembled.
I never said anything because I believed you were still the daughter of the Lu family, the future hope of the Lu family.
But now, you have no choice.
Lu Tianxiong's voice suddenly rose sharply.
Why not?
Lu Mengyao cried, tears streaming down her face.
If all you want is my heart, then I'll rip it out and give it to you. I just want to be with brother Yi Fan.
Before she could finish speaking, a resolute glint flashed in Lu Mengyao's eyes. She actually plunged her hand into her own chest. Spiritual energy surged, blood spattered, and the 9-hole crystal heart was forcibly torn from her body.
Take it!
Lu Mengyao hurled the 9-hole crystal heart with all her might toward Lu Tianxiong. Seeing the gaping wound where his daughter's heart should be, the old father's heart shattered completely. Cradling the heart in his hands, he murmured in a daze.
Too late, Mengyao. It's all too late. Yi Fan is already dead. Dead? Brother Yi Fan, dead?
Lu Mengyao stood frozen in place, her eyes completely vacant.
Who killed him? Lu Qingxuan. It was him. It must have been him.
Boundless hatred instantly filled her hollow chest, becoming the sole force keeping her from collapsing. Her thoughts snapped back from the memory, and Lu Mengyao turned to glare at Lu Qingxuan with renewed loathing.
You killed brother Yi Fan, didn't you?
Lu Qingxuan, observing the void within Lu Mengyao's heart, remained unperturbed. It seems the Lu family head hasn't reached an agreement with his daughter. In that case, I shan't keep you any longer and waste both our time.
With that, Lu Qingxuan rose to his feet, preparing to depart. Holy Son Lu, stay.
A blurred figure flashed as Lu Tianxiong appeared behind Lu Mengyao. One palm pressed down on her shoulder, channeling his powerful spiritual energy into her to forcibly suppress the life force surging out of her body, driven mad by hatred.
Lu Mengyao's body stiffened, immobilized. Holy Son, please calm your anger. Lu Tianxiang adopted an extremely humble posture. My daughter is young and ignorant. She offended you. Our Lu family absolutely has sincere intentions to cooperate. It's just that this condition, could you perhaps change it? Lu Qingxuan suddenly smiled. Change it? She may be ignorant, but does that mean you, Lu Tianxiang, are ignorant too? Lu Qingxuan's tone turned icy. What else does your Lu family possess that could possibly catch my eye besides her? It is my fault. Lu Tianxiang bowed his head. I take full responsibility for my daughter's transgression. I only ask that the Holy Sun grant the Lu family a chance. You take responsibility? Lu Qingxuan raised an eyebrow. Very well. If you truly wish to take responsibility, hand over Yi Changxing's inheritance key. Yi Changshen. The inheritance key.
Lu Tianxiang snapped his head up, his pupils contracting violently. The hand pressed against his daughter's shoulder tightened involuntarily, squeezing so hard that Lu Mengyao's brows furrowed. This couldn't be possible. Yi Changxing's inheritance key was one of the Lu family's greatest secrets and their hope for ascension. If negotiations with him failed, they planned to activate the contingency plan, gathering the other two keys at any cost. The Holy Sun must be joking, Lu Tianxiang attempted a final desperate plea.
Legend states that 3 keys are required to unlock Senior Yi Changxing's inheritance. Our Lu family only obtained one by sheer coincidence. It's far from a complete set.
If the Holy Sun desires it, once I gather the other two, I shall present them with both hands. Yet Lu Qingxuan merely waved his hand dismissively.
Clang! Lu Tianxiang's gaze instinctively followed the sound.
The next moment, his breath caught in his throat.
There lay the other 2 keys to the legacy.
At that moment, Lu Qingxuan spoke calmly.
Is that enough now?
A flash of greed flickered in Lu Tianxiang's eyes.
Yi Changxing's inheritance.
This was the supreme opportunity left behind by a great being who had reached the 9th layer of tribulation and was about to ascend. A mad thought took root in Lu Tianxiang's mind. Seize it. If he could seize those 2 keys, unite all 3, and immediately activate the inheritance, the Lu family would surely weather this crisis, perhaps even rise to new heights of glory.
But he knew he couldn't act impulsively.
The man before him, Lu Qingxuan, was the Holy Son of the Xiantian imperial clan. Offending him would mean certain death, even if he obtained the inheritance. Forcing himself to calm down, he thought. Give them to me. At that moment, Lu Mengyao suddenly wrenched her hand free from Lu Tianxiang's loosening grip and lunged forward, snatching both keys into her grasp. How dare you! Stealing the Holy Son of the Xiantian imperial clan's possessions. Boom! A terrifying aura descended from the heavens. The 2 keys Lu Mengyao had just snatched flew instantly from her grasp. Her entire body flew backward, crashing heavily into a distant pillar. Her already hollow chest gushed blood once more. Mengyao! Lu Tianxiang cried out in alarm, yet he couldn't move. The crushing pressure felt like the heavens collapsing, causing his legs to buckle. He knelt down instantly. A figure swept in before the keys hit the ground, catching them with one hand and landing steadily on the floor. The figure wore a yellow robe, with an unremarkable face, yet possessed the power of the 9th layer of the Great Perfection realm. This sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. Chu Yang, who had been watching from the corner, stared in shock at the suddenly appearing Huang Hao. It was him! It was him! Wasn't this the very man who had killed him in his previous simulation? Last time, when he hadn't shown up, Chu Yang had thought he'd narrowly escaped. But now it seemed, he actually believed it? And he actually came looking for me? This guy can't be a little cutie, right? Lu Qingxuan looked over in equal surprise. Who was this man? Before anyone could react, he suddenly dropped to one knee with a thud. Holding the 2 inheritance keys aloft with both hands, he bowed his head. Huang Hao, an outer disciple of the Xiantian imperial clan, arrived late to protect your highness. I begged the Holy Sun to punish me. Chapter 75. I am a merciful man, but not a saint. Lu Qingxuan instantly understood. This man must be the one who had Chu Yang simulate his rebirth. But it seemed Chu Yang had successfully fooled him into genuinely believing he was the Holy Son of the Xiantian imperial clan. Still, this worked out well. A helping hand delivered right to his doorstep, why refuse it? Lu Qingxuan gave a slight nod. It worked. The Holy Sun didn't refuse me after all. Huang Hao's heart surged with wild joy. This move of his was simply brilliant. All that time spent peering into the void had paid off. He'd seized the perfect moment when the Lu family had offended the Holy Sun, making his grand entrance. He had both demonstrated his strength and declared his loyalty a flawless debut. His wisdom proved as unfathomable as his power. Holy Sun, forgive me! Holy Sun, forgive me! Lu Tianxiang dared not hesitate a moment longer, raising both hands high. In his palms lay the leaf of eternal life inheritance key, guarded by the Lu family for generations. It is my failure as a father. My daughter has offended your highness. The Lu family offers this key to the Holy Sun, begging only for mercy for my daughter. Lu Qingxuan didn't even glance at him, merely raising his hand with a faint gesture. All 3 keys were absorbed into his ring as he spoke indifferently. Where there is wrongdoing, there must be punishment.
Surely the head of the Lu family understands such a simple truth? Understood. I understand. Lu Tianxiong responded. My daughter acted out of ignorance, offending the Holy Sun. She deserves death. I, Lu, am willing to take her punishment upon myself. I submit to the Holy Sun's judgment without complaint. Oh? You're willing to take her punishment? Lu Qingxuan turned his head to look at Lu Mangyao, who lay nearby, her breath faint yet her eyes still fixed intently on him. I am a merciful man, Lu Qingxuan's voice softened. I never refuse a request offered willingly. Lu Qingxuan's gaze flicked briefly toward Huang Hao. Since the Lu family head shows such sincerity, I shall grant his wish. Beat her to death. Huang Hao instantly perked up. This was the Holy Sun's first task for him. And an unparalleled opportunity to prove his worth. Huang Hao roared, leaping to his feet. The terrifying aura of the ninth layer of great perfection erupted without restraint, causing the entire space to warp. In a single stride, his figure instantly materialized before Lu Tianxiong. Lu Tianxiong's pupils contracted sharply, his instincts urging him to channel spiritual energy for defense. But he dared not. To strike back would be to defy the Holy Sun. If that happened, the Lu family would be razed to the ground today, leaving not a soul standing. He couldn't fight back, he had to endure it head-on. Boom! Huang Hao unleashed a punch. The fist tore through the air, slamming heavily into Lu Tianxiong's chest. Put! Lu Tianxiong was struck as if by a thunderbolt, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape as a torrent of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs spurted forth, drawing a wretched crimson trail through the air. But this was only the beginning. Boom! 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 Huang Hao's fists came like a storm, one after another, landing mercilessly on Lu Tianxiong. Each punch carried the force of 1,000 pounds, each punch tore Lu Tianxiong's flesh open and shattered his bones. Lu Tianxiong, the formidable union head who commanded awe in daily life, now resembled a battered punching bag. Held aloft by Huang Hao, he could only spew blood, unable even to utter a scream. His consciousness blurred in the excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth, clinging desperately to life, refusing to lose consciousness. If he couldn't hold on and died, the Lu family would be finished. Mengyao. With his last ounce of strength, Lu Tianxiong gazed at his daughter collapsed in the distance, a trembling smile forming on his lips. Lu Mengyao stared blankly at her father, beaten so brutally for her sake, yet still trying to comfort her even in such agony. Her heart ached intensely. Huang Hao, however, fought with growing enthusiasm, striking harder and harder, feeling nothing but exhilaration coursing through his veins. Enough! I'm sorry. I truly am sorry. Stop hitting me. Please, please stop. Lu Mengyao shouted hoarsely. Huang Hao's fist hovered before Lu Tianxiong's already caved-in chest, the wind from his punch surging, yet it did not strike. He then turned to look at Lu Qingxian inquiringly. The Holy Sun's command was the only decree that mattered. Yet Lu Qingxian seemed oblivious to Lu Mengyao's anguished cries. This silent indifference was the clearest command of all. Huang Hao understood instantly. He grinned, gathered power in his suspended fist once more, and slammed it down with even greater ferocity than before. Boom! The immense force of this punch snapped Lu Tianxiong's spine in half, plunging his consciousness into the abyss of darkness and excruciating pain. No! Lu Mengyao no longer cared about her own wounds, nor the pride and dignity she once held dearer than life itself. Dragging her gravely injured body, she crawled forward on elbows and knees across the cold, hard ground. Her exquisite gown was now unrecognizable, soaked through with blood and dust. Her meticulously arranged hair was a tangled mess, strands of wet locks clinging to her deathly pale cheeks. She crawled slowly, each movement tearing at her wounds and leaving a winding trail of blood behind her. Finally, she reached Lu Qingxuan's feet. Her blood-stained fingers trembled, reaching for the hem of his robe, yet she dared not grasp it. I truly made a mistake. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with pleading and despair. I'll do anything you ask. Please, stop hitting him. He'll die. My father, he really will die. Lu Qingxian lowered his gaze, his eyes devoid of pity. With a single kick, he sent Lu Mengyao sprawling to the side. She rolled onto the ground, a metallic taste filling her throat as another mouthful of blood surged forth. I told you. Mistakes demand punishment. But it was my fault. Lu Mengyao screamed, clutching the ground with every ounce of strength. I don't want him to take the blame for me. Isn't that enough? Ha! Lu Qingxian chuckled softly. I am a merciful man, but I am no saint. He paced forward, towering over her with a condescending gaze. Your father volunteered to take your punishment. I granted his wish. I've already given him one chance, haven't I? A chance? Lu Mengyao murmured to herself, watching Huang Hao's fists rain down tirelessly in the distance. Her father's breath had grown faint to the extreme, and the spasms of his body gradually ceased. Lu Mengyao felt as if an invisible hand had clenched her heart, filled with regret for her foolishness and arrogance. Yet she could do nothing, forced to watch helplessly as her father slipped toward death. Just then, a slender figure hurriedly approached. Su Qingyan had been drawn by the commotion and Lu Mengyao's heart-wrenching cries. When she saw the scene before her, she froze in shock.
The head of the Lu family lay beaten beyond recognition by a stranger, while Lu Mengyao, her heart torn out, collapsed at Lu Qingxuan's feet. But instead of immediately intervening, she stepped aside and turned to question Chu Yang. After learning the entire sequence of events, Su Qingyan frowned as she looked at Lu Mengyao.
What an ungrateful woman. Chapter 76, Not That Leg.
Just as Huang Hao was about to end Lu Tianxiang's life, a figure suddenly appeared to stop him. Hold your fist. Huang Hao's fist, charged with full force, halted abruptly. He felt himself locked in place by an irresistible force, every muscle in his body tensing. It was Lu Qingxuan, a cultivator at the tribulation stage. Alarm bells rang in Huang Hao's mind, but the Holy Sun's command took precedence. He did not withdraw his fist, instead glancing sideways at Lu Qingxian, awaiting instructions. Before Lu Qingxian could speak, however, Lu Qingxuan knelt straight before him. Thud. This old man, Lu Qingxuan, has failed to properly discipline his juniors, causing them to offend the Holy Sun. I beg the Holy Sun to forgive his anger and spare my Lu family a path to survival. This old man is willing to serve as a slave for eternity, begging only that the Holy Sun spare their lives.
Xu Yang and Su Qingyan were utterly dumbfounded.
That was Lu Qingxuan, the sole cultivator in the entire cultivation world to have reached the tribulation stage. A legendary figure standing at the pinnacle of countless cultivators. Such an existence had actually knelt? And was to become a slave for eternity? Huang Hao silently retreated behind Lu Qingxian, standing rigidly straight like a devoted guardian deity.
Lu Qingxuan's gaze shifted away from Lu Qingxuan, settling on Lu Mengyao in the distance.
She was still struggling to crawl on the ground, her eyes filled with pleading.
He knew the moment had arrived.
Pressing further might drive this tribulation crossing old monster to desperate measures. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone the mightiest cultivator in the realm. Knowing when to stop and maximizing gains, that was his guiding principle.
Ancestor Lu, you flatter me. Lu Qingxuan's voice was cold and emotionless. Since you've personally requested it, I cannot refuse such a favor.
At these words, Lu Qingxuan's tense body relaxed slightly.
But Lu Qingxuan's tone shifted abruptly.
However, he continued, gazing down at Lu Mengyao with calm detachment, I granted your father an opportunity to bear the punishment in your stead.
Yet ultimately, the one who erred is you.
His tone remained steady. I have honored the patriarch's request.
But what of my own rules? When someone transgresses, must I spell out the consequences?
Lu Mengyao hesitated no longer. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she crawled once more to Lu Qingxuan's feet. Lu Mengyao knows her wrongdoing. Lu Mengyao is willing to serve as a slave and made for eternity, attending to the Holy Sun's every need.
I only beg
the Holy Sun to relent in his anger, to spare my father, to spare the Lu family. With that, she bowed her head to the ground, crawling on her hands and knees, never daring to lift her gaze again.
Gazing at Lu Mengyao at his feet, utterly broken and humbled to dust, a faint smile finally touched Lu Qingxuan's lips. He reached out and gently patted the top of her disheveled hair, the motion as if soothing a pet. I like obedient people. Lu Qingxian then nodded to Huang Hao behind him. Huang Hao understood immediately, chuckling softly as he strode over to Lu Tianxiang, who was barely clinging to life. He extended his palm, a soft green aura gathering in its center. The glow slowly pressed against Lu Tianxiang's sunken chest, and the horrific injuries began to heal at a visible pace. Moments later, Lu Tianxiang slowly regained consciousness. The excruciating pain remained, but his consciousness was clear. At the same time, he had just heard the entire account of what had transpired. With trembling hands, Lu Tianxiang fished a jade box, wrapped in layer upon layer of protective seals, from within his robe. Struggling to his feet, he cradled the box and approached Lu Qingxian. Kneeling beside Lu Qingxuan, he raised his hands high and presented the box. This is my daughter's heart and also, the loyalty of the Lu family. From this day forward, it all belongs to the Holy Sun. Half an hour later, at the Spirit Spring Valley, the forbidden territory on the Lu family's rear mountain. This place was the foundation of the Lu family, perpetually enveloped in dense spiritual energy that transformed into visible milky white mist, flowing gently through the valley. Along the spring's edge grew countless rare and exotic plants seldom seen elsewhere, each radiant with iridescent light and exuding a refreshing, soothing medicinal fragrance. Silence reigned within the valley, broken only by the tinkling of the spring water, like the jingling of jade ornaments, crisp and melodious. Lu Qingxian stood with his hands behind his back by the spring, while Lu Mengyao stood with her head bowed. Her white dress was already soaked through with blood, congealed into dark crimson clots. Prolonged blood loss had left her face pale. Don't move. Lu Qingxian carefully replaced the 9-orifice Linglong heart into Lu Mengyao's empty cavity. Flesh regenerated across her chest, skin reshaping itself. Within moments, it was smooth as before, leaving only a faint pink trace. Lu Mengyao stared blankly at Lu Qingxian, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Gratitude? He was the very cause of all this. Resentment? She no longer possessed the right to feel resentment. Master, what are you doing? Since I have pledged eternal servitude, this heart is no longer needed. Lu Mengyao bowed her head. My life belongs to you, my body belongs to you, and this heart should naturally be kept by you.
I only need to obey your commands, I have no need to use it for thinking. But Su Qingyan let out a soft chuckle. I don't need a body that shows no reaction. She needs one that moves. Get down there and clean yourself up. Su Qingyan looked at Lu Mengyao's blood-stained clothes with disdain. Lu Mengyao fell silent for a moment before turning away without a word. She walked to the spring's edge, her movements devoid of any hesitation, calmly undoing her sash. Barefoot, she stepped into the spiritual spring. This spring water contained the purest spiritual energy, capable not only of healing wounds but also of cleansing a cultivator's physical body and divine soul. The water rose past her ankles, then her knees, until it finally submerged her shoulders. The stench of blood was thoroughly washed away, replaced by the crisp herbal fragrance of the valley. Just then, Lu Mengyao opened her eyes in surprise and turned to look behind her. She saw that Su Qingyan had also removed his outer robe at some point, now clad only in a thin white undershirt as he stepped into the spirit spring. The spring wasn't deep. He casually chose a smooth, polished green stone, worn smooth by the water's flow, and sat down. The water level reached just above his waist. Su Qingyan leaned back against the stone wall behind him, arms spread out resting on the bank. He tilted his head back slightly, closed his eyes, and appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself. Come over and massage my legs. Su Qingyan said indifferently without opening his eyes. Lu Mengyao stiffened momentarily before approaching the Holy Sun's feet. Yes, master. Lu Mengyao slowly knelt down in the water. Spring water flowed upward along her graceful curves, enveloping her body. As Lu Mengyao placed her hands on Lu Qingxuan's thigh, before she could begin the massage, his indifferent voice reached her ears. Not that one. Chapter 77, Another Breakthrough. After an unknown span of time, the water sounds in the valley grew urgent and chaotic. Thick mist swirled and churned as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. When silence finally returned, Lu Mengyao emerged from the spiritual spring, soaking wet as she knelt on the green stones by the shore. Her head bowed, her jet-black hair clung wetly to her cheeks and snow-white neck, droplets falling from the ends. Lu Mengyao struggled to control herself, yet her body trembled slightly, uncontrollably, whether from the cold or something else, she could not say. Her cheeks, the roots of her ears, and even her neck were tinged with an indelible blush, yet it carried a hint of tragic beauty. Beneath her, a vivid crimson stain stood out starkly against the smooth blue stone, glaring under the moonlight. Within the spiritual spring, Su Qingyan remained seated against the stone wall, eyes tightly closed. Yet the aura surrounding him had undergone a profound transformation. Hum. A humming sound emanated from within him. Immediately afterward, a vast, ethereal image of the black and white Tai Chi diagram slowly materialized behind him, rotating gently. Yin and Yang energies swirled, while primordial chaos permeated the air. As the Yin-Yang Chaos Divine Body activated, an overwhelmingly domineering suction force erupted. A faint pink radiance was forcibly torn from the crimson glow beneath Lu Mengyao, instantly vanishing into the Tai Chi diagram behind him. Upon receiving this pure essence of primordial Yin energy, the Tai Chi diagram behind Su Qingyan trembled violently, its rotation speed suddenly accelerating. The entire Spirit Spring Valley was thrown into turmoil. Boom! The valley, once enveloped in dense spiritual energy, instantly transformed into a colossal vortex of power. Visible milky white spiritual energy surged like 1,000 rivers flowing to the sea, madly rushing toward Su Qingyan, who sat cross-legged in the spring. The water level in the spirit spring dropped visibly. The dazzlingly colorful exotic flowers and herbs lining the spring's edge rapidly dimmed. Their medicinal power and spiritual essence were all sucked dry and devoured by that terrifying vortex. The valley trembled, and the heavens and earth changed color. Outside the Lu family's forbidden grounds, Lu Tianxiong, Lu Qingxuan, and Huang Hao, who had been anxiously awaiting news, simultaneously sensed this earth-shattering surge of spiritual energy. This is bad. It's coming from the direction of the forbidden grounds. What kind of terrifying spiritual energy disturbance is this? Could something have happened to the Holy Sun? Huang Hao's brows furrowed as he said gravely, "Let's go. We must investigate." The trio transformed into streaks of light, instantly streaking toward the forbidden grounds on the rear mountain. When they reached the entrance of the Spirit Spring Valley, they were utterly stunned by the scene before them. Where once ethereal mist had swirled around the Spirit Spring Valley, the sky was now shrouded in dense, ominous clouds, dark and oppressive, thick as mountains. Within the clouds, countless purple lightning serpents as thick as arms darted wildly, weaving into a vast thunderous net that radiated a heart-stopping aura of destruction. A colossal, oppressive force descended upon the entire valley. Is this the heavenly tribulation? Lu Tianxiong gasped in shock. No! The tribulation faced by ordinary cultivators during breakthroughs could never be this terrifying. This might is hundreds of times stronger than when this old man endured the Union tribulation back in the day. Within these thunderclouds lies a trace of the heavenly Tao's primordial destructive laws. Lu Qingxuan was equally horrified. Huang Hao's expression grew even more grave as he murmured, "It is His Highness the Holy Sun breaking through, but this tribulation is utterly unreasonable. We must protect the Holy Sun's path." Lu Qingxuan made his decision instantly, preparing to charge into the valley. Exactly. Our Lu clan stands united with the Holy Sun through thick and thin.
We absolutely cannot let His Highness suffer harm. Lu Tianxiong followed suit.
But at that very moment, a massive rift tore open at the center of the calamity clouds. A colossal eye, formed entirely of pure golden thunder, slowly opened.
The eye of purple lightning.
Legend held that only those prodigies so defiant of heaven that even the Tao itself felt apprehensive could summon the purple thunderite during their tribulation.
Its appearance signaled the Tao's resistance had reached its absolute limit.
At that very moment, a calm voice echoed through the valley.
Enough noise.
As the words faded, a sword light pierced the heavens and earth, erupting skyward from the nearly dried-up spiritual spring. The sword light flickered and vanished. The indifferent, merciless purple thunder eye in the sky suddenly froze in its motion. The next instant, a faint crimson line appeared at the center of the eye, rapidly expanding. The purple thunder eye, along with the terrifying calamity clouds enveloping the entire Lu family skies, was neatly cleaved in two.
The terrifying calamity clouds instantly transformed into the purest essence of heaven and earth's primordial energy, pouring downward and completely merging into Lu Qingxuan's body.
At that moment, the spiritual energy storm within the valley reached its peak. The last droplet of spring water evaporated, draining the foundational spirit veins of the entire spirit spring valley dry.
It transformed into a desolate wasteland of utter stillness. Lu Qingxuan's cultivation aura, however, skyrocketed like a rocket blasting off. Peak 9th layer of refining the void. The bottleneck shattered. First layer of fusion. Second layer of fusion. Third layer of fusion. The aura surged forward relentlessly, unstoppable and unrelenting, without pause, until... boom!
A terrifying pressure far surpassing anything before erupted violently, sweeping across all directions.
9th layer of fusion. From the 9th layer of refining the void, he had leaped across an entire realm, reaching the 9th layer of fusion. Lu Tianxiong stared at the sky in utter shock. He had cultivated for nearly 10,000 years, enduring countless life-threatening ordeals, only to barely reach the 9th layer of the fusion realm. Yet the Holy Sun had leaped from the refining void realm to the 9th layer of the fusion realm in the time it took to take a bath? Huang Hao swallowed hard. Truly, His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, an eternal legend. At the bottom of the Spirit Spring Valley, Lu Qingxian slowly rose to his feet, feeling the surging power within him as he stood tall once more. Lu Mengyao lifted her head, her face streaked with tears as she gazed at him. Her eyes held nothing but blank terror. Your Highness the Holy Sun. Your talent is unmatched throughout the ages, your divine might unrivaled. Huang Hao's fawning voice suddenly rang out as he approached with a beaming smile to offer congratulations. Just as Huang Hao was about to say more, Lu Qingxuan's indifferent gaze silenced him. At the same time, Lu Tianxiong and Lu Qingxuan hurried over. Lu Qingxian remained expressionless, casually waving his hand. A soft, green-colored robe landed on Lu Mengyao's body. Everyone's here. Saves me the trouble of hunting you all down. Let's go. To Yi Changqing's inheritance site. The words had barely left his lips when Lu Tianxiong and Lu Qingxuan's bodies shook violently. Yi Changqing's legacy. This was the mission passed down through their Lu family since ancient times. Was it finally about to be revealed? Is there a problem? Lu Qingxian retorted. No. No problem. Of course not. Lu Tianxiong waved his hands frantically, as if afraid Lu Qingxian might change his mind, and exclaimed excitedly. My Lu family has waited far too long for this day. Thank you, Your Highness the Holy Sun. Their generation would finally witness the fulfillment of their destiny. Huang Hao, standing nearby, saw the opportunity and his eyes lit up. He immediately seized the chance to show off, slapping his thigh and exclaiming with reverence. Your Highness truly is a man of great deeds. Decisive and bold, unconcerned with trivialities. Having just broken through to the fusion realm, you now seek ancient inheritance. Such ambition is unparalleled throughout the ages. My admiration flows like an endless river. Lu Qingxian ignored him, turning instead to address Lu Mengyao, who remained slumped on the ground. Follow me. Lu Mengyao's body trembled once more before she too followed suit. Chapter 78, The Divine Path Heavenly Heart Parasite. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully seizing the heavenly destiny female lead, Lu Mengyao, from the 100 battles path to heaven. Reward, Holy Grade Item Divine Path Heavenly Heart Parasite. Celestial Heart Parasite, a primordial parasite born at the dawn of creation. Formless and intangible, it fuses with the soul to pierce the very source of existence. The mother parasite draws power from heaven and earth, growing stronger through the cultivation and essence of its host while spawning offspring parasites. Offspring parasite, under absolute control of the mother parasite, it can be implanted into another's divine soul. The host holds absolute power over the implanted individual's life and death, demanding unwavering loyalty. Simultaneously, the offspring parasite can nourish its host, dramatically enhancing their cultivation and potential. At its peak, it can spawn offspring capable of controlling even Sage King-level beings. Controlling a Saint King. The mightiest beings beneath the Supreme Sovereign. In the original novel Burning Heaven 10,000 Realms, even the clan chief of the Xiantian Imperial clan barely reached the level of a Saint King. Lu Qingxian sucked in a sharp breath and tentatively issued the command. Hatch 4 offspring that can control cultivators at the tribulation stage.
The magnificent mother bug within his mind's eye, seemingly forged from the radiance of countless stars, trembled slightly. Its brilliance dimmed noticeably, appearing somewhat listless. Immediately, 4 offspring bugs smaller than grains of rice, sparkling points of light like pure crystals, separated from the mother bug and floated silently. Lu Qingxuan withdrew his focus just as the group arrived at the Burial of Immortals cliff, the site of Yi Changxing's inheritance. "We're here." Lu Qingxuan halted his steps, turned to face the group, and stated calmly.
"Since we've all come here together, we're all family now."
Lu Tianqiong and Lu Qingxuan both felt a sudden chill in their hearts.
"Oh no! This is bad."
Lu Qingxuan ignored their reactions and slowly opened his palm.
For jade-like, brilliant seeds appeared in his palm.
"I have something special to offer you all," Lu Qingxuan continued. "This item can boost cultivation, stabilize one's Dao heart. Consider it a small token of appreciation for my own people."
Lu Tianqiong and Lu Qingxuan's expressions shifted as they exchanged glances.
These were likely mind-controlling bugs. Even ordinary bugs controlling foundation establishment cultivators was already astonishing.
But to control a core formation or great perfection cultivator? Could it truly work? What?
Such a marvelous thing exists.
Don't you dare compete with me for it. Huang Hao's eyes lit up as he rushed forward and swallowed it whole. This sudden turn of events left Lu Tianqiong and Lu Qingxuan utterly dumbfounded. Someone actually scrambling for this? What on earth was going on in this world?
Lu Qingxuan glanced at the excited Huang Hao, the corners of his mouth twitching in a faint, ambiguous smile.
No need to rush. There's enough for everyone.
The insect pill entered his body and instantly dissolved.
Boom!
A terrifying aura erupted violently. His cultivation bottleneck shattered instantly under this force. Raging spiritual energy surged through his body, causing the very essence of heaven and earth to stir violently.
Above the horizon, ominous storm clouds began to gather.
This was the sign of a breakthrough to the tribulation stage. Yet Huang Hao merely grunted, clenching his fists so tightly that veins bulged. With sheer willpower, he forced the surging breakthrough energy back down. He slowly rose to his feet, feeling the power threatening to erupt within him.
This feeling is incredible. Huang Hao looked at Lu Qingxuan with reverence.
"Thank you, Your Highness, for giving me a second chance at life. As long as I return and prepare the necessary materials for the tribulation and guard against the heavenly calamity, I can break through the tribulation stage."
Lu Tianqiong and Lu Qingxuan both twitched at the corners of their eyes. What on earth was this dim-wit thinking? This thing of unknown origin, clearly a means of control, and he's actually rushing to consume it? And looking utterly blissful while doing so?
Yet the terrifying aura surging from Huang Hao, an aura nearly impossible to suppress, on the brink of breaking through to the tribulation stage, could not be faked.
Lu Tianqiong and Lu Qingxuan exchanged another glance, seeing the same emotion reflected in each other's eyes. Struggle, deliberation, and finally, a flicker of resolve.
We are but fish on the chopping block.
Resistance could very well mean instant death and the annihilation of one's cultivation. Moreover, the entire Lu clan stood behind them. Since escape was impossible, then, let us embrace it.
We too shall serve His Royal Highness the Holy Sun.
Lu Tianqiong likewise took a seed pupa from Lu Qingxuan's palm and swallowed it without hesitation. Lu Qingxuan followed suit, swallowing his own in one gulp.
Lu Qingxuan then turned his gaze to Lu Mengyao, who remained motionless. He reached out, pinched her jaw, and forced her face upward.
"Open your mouth. Same as before, put it in your mouth. Don't bite down."
At the same moment, astonishing changes unfolded where Lu Tianqiong and Lu Qingxuan stood.
Boom! Boom! Lu Tianqiong felt a gentle yet vast power surge into his soul and meridians. His cultivation, stagnant for years at the fusion stage, began to stir. This power.
Lu Tianqiong murmured in shock.
On the other side, Lu Qingxuan's reaction was even more intense. "Ah!"
Lu Qingxuan suddenly let out a suppressed growl, clutching his chest as he knelt halfway to the ground, his face alternating between pale and green.
"Ancestor!" Lu Tianqiong was alarmed, fearing something had gone wrong.
Huang Hao muttered quietly beside him, "Keep acting.
You'll see how satisfying it is soon enough."
Lu Qingxuan remained standing with his hands behind his back, watching silently.
Lu Yingkang's body convulsed violently as waves of grayish-black death energy were forcibly expelled from his body, dissipating into the air.
His pallid complexion flushed crimson as a colossal vitality, like withered wood reborn in spring, erupted from within him.
"Put!" Lu Qingxuan violently coughed up a mouthful of dark purple congealed blood.
The blood landed on the ground, corroding even the hard rock into a small pit. After expelling this clot, his entire aura felt renewed. His once stooped frame, bent from years of old injuries, now stood tall and straight as a pine tree. Lu Qingxuan slowly rose to his feet, feeling an unprecedented sense of clarity and power coursing through him. The wound left from that fateful battle years ago had completely healed. Not only that, but his cultivation had returned to the peak of his third layer of tribulation crossing, and perhaps even surpassed it. Trembling with emotion, Lu Qingxuan bowed deeply to Lu Qingxuan. "Thank you, Your Highness, for this gift of rebirth. This bow came from the depths of his heart. This injury had tormented him for nearly 10,000 years. He had sought out renowned physicians and exhausted rare treasures, yet nothing had helped. He could only watch helplessly as his vitality drained away, his cultivation regressed, and he slowly approached death. He had believed his life held no hope, resigned to awaiting his end in utter despair. Yet now, a tiny parasite had not only ended his millennia of agony but restored him to his peak. This was a debt of rebirth. Lu Tianxiang stood by, utterly dumbfounded. He knew his ancestors' condition better than anyone. Witnessing his complete recovery now filled him with overwhelming excitement and awe. This was no demonic creature that controlled people, it was clearly a supreme divine pill. "Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Tianxiang bowed deeply in turn. Huang Hao, seeing this, immediately stepped forward and declared, "I knew it. When His Holiness the Sun intervenes, how could it be anything ordinary? Such a divine artifact bestowed upon you is a blessing you've earned through 8 lifetimes of cultivation. Follow His Holiness the Sun diligently from now on, and I guarantee you'll live in luxury and abundance. Attaining enlightenment and becoming a saint won't be a dream." Lu Qingxuan spoke calmly. "Since we're all on the same side now, let's get down to business." He then produced 3 keys. Chapter 79, The Second Divine Flame. The Void Cosmic Light Flame. Lu Qingxuan flicked his finger, and the 3 keys transformed into streaks of light, shooting into the distorted spatial turbulence ahead. Each occupied a distinct position, silver threads of light snapping between them to instantly weave a complex, intricate 3-dimensional formation. Hum. A distant hum reverberated through everyone's soul. In the next instant, the surrounding spatial turbulence abruptly subsided. Lu Qingxuan watched this unfold, understanding fully. This treacherous spatial turbulence was likely another of Yi Changxing's contingency measures. Only the correct key could unlock the inheritance, otherwise, any forceful intruder would be torn to shreds. What a grand gesture! At the center of the spatial formation, a gate shimmering with silver light slowly opened, revealing an unfathomable abyss beyond. "Let's go." Lu Qingxuan's tone was calm as he stepped through the portal first. Huang Hao stood tall, following closely behind Lu Qingxuan. The scene before them was not the cave dwelling or palace they had anticipated, nor even a small world. Instead, it was a cosmic sea of stars. Endless darkness dominated this space, yet it was dotted with billions of points of light. Each glimmer resembled a genuine star. Varying in distance and size, they each followed their own intricate, slow-moving orbits. What unfathomable power could possibly create such a divine spectacle? Senior Yi Changsheng, truly a prodigy beyond compare throughout the ages, Lu Qingxuan murmured, his voice filled with heartfelt reverence and regret. He was the most promising candidate in recorded history from the lower realms to attain enlightenment on the path of space and ascend. What a pity, such a waste. Lu Tianxiang sighed deeply upon hearing this, indeed. Back then, the path to the upper realms was severed, and the cosmic laws were incomplete. All cultivators undergoing tribulation could see no way forward. It was Yi Changsheng who, single-handedly, attempted to pierce through the illusions, reopen the heavenly gate, and restore the path of ascension for all humanity. Alas, he ultimately fell victim to the hand of the Tao. Listening to their recounting, Lu Qingxuan calmly raised his hand and reached for the nearest star roughly the size of a fist, radiating a rich silver glow. As his palm withdrew, the star had transformed into a jade slip radiating an aura of imperial authority. His divine sense probed within. The Great Void Transfer Sutra, a lower-tier royal-grade cultivation technique. Mastered to perfection, it enabled instantaneous travel across 10,000 li and even briefly tore open space for short-range realm traversal. In the lower realms, any single royal-grade cultivation technique was sufficient to become a family heirloom, sparking countless bloody conflicts. This lower-tier royal-grade technique, specializing in spatial displacement, held immeasurable value. Not bad at all. Lu Qingxuan silently appraised it. It would be just enough to enhance his void shift technique. Not bad. He casually stowed the jade slip away, his gaze sweeping across the vast sea of stars before reaching out once more. This time, he reached for 3 stars, each radiating a distinct glow. One, entirely emerald green and radiating vibrant vitality, landed in his palm, transforming into a fruit the size of a longan. Its surface was crystal clear, naturally patterned with dragon-like markings. Threads of spiritual energy pulsed within, as if breathing. Crystal blood dragon fruit. Lu Tianxiang gasped, his breathing quickening. The legendary divine medicine said to reshape one's bones, transform a mortal body into a new form, and achieve the king's physique. Such a divine object had only been mentioned in sparse passages within the most ancient texts. Never did he expect to witness the real thing today. Another fiery red celestial orb transformed into 36 palm-sized array flags, each embroidered with a vividly lifelike vermilion phoenix of flame. A royal-grade array artifact, the southern brightness separating fire array. Once deployed, it could even temporarily trap and slay a great being undergoing tribulation. Lu Tianxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. If the Lu family possessed such an array to guard their mountain gates, they would be as impregnable as a fortress. The final star, emitting a soft white glow, transformed into a delicate white porcelain bottle upon contact.
Opening the stopper, a refreshing medicinal fragrance filled the air. Merely inhaling it once made the group feel their souls clear and their cultivation subtly advance. Inside lay only 3 pills, each crystalline and translucent. Their essence coalesced into form, revealing the faint outline of a miniature white tiger roaring within. This is a spirit-grade pill, the White Tiger's Soul Refining Pill. This pill specialized in nourishing the spirit and soul, possessing an astonishingly potent effect for cultivators undergoing the heart demon tribulation during the tribulation stage. A single pill was enough to make a tribulation stage powerhouse sell everything they owned to obtain it. Royal-grade cultivation techniques, royal-grade array artifacts, spirit-grade elixirs. Any one of these items, if leet, could unleash a catastrophe in the lower realms, driving countless cultivators mad and causing rivers of blood to flow. Yet Lu Qingxuan remained remarkably unmoved. These items were indeed remarkable. But what he desired was not these trifles casually left behind by Yi Changsheng. According to the original storyline of the well-known Burning Heaven 10,000 Realms, the true core treasure within Yi Changsheng's inheritance cave residence was a type of strange fire. Not just any extraordinary fire, but the terrifying void cosmic light flame ranks second on the extraordinary fire list, wielding the power of space itself. In the original story, it was precisely with this flame that the protagonist Yufan burned through the void, shattered the shackles of heaven and earth, and ultimately forced open the Ascension passage to step into the upper realm. That was the true key Yi Changsheng left for posterity, a key capable of prying open the heavenly gate. Now, having cultivated this sacred technique, scorching heaven 10,000 realms sacred art, a supreme method for mastering myriad fires. Subduing this void cosmic light flame would not only bring him a surge in power but also a tremendous boost to his cultivation realm. But where was it? Lu Qingxuan's divine sense swept past the scattered starlight points before him, probing deeper into the vast expanse of this starry sea. At that very moment, the entire cosmic sea trembled violently without warning. A terrifying aura, scorching yet tinged with the sensation of space itself tearing apart, spread from the farthest reaches of the starry sea. What's happening? Huan Hao jolted awake, his gaze darting nervously around. In the deepest reaches of the boundless starry sea, a sun was slowly rising. It was not a true sun, but a strange, silvery white flame. It wasn't large, appearing no bigger than a millstone, yet the light and heat it emitted made the surrounding billions of stars pale in comparison. What is that? Huang Hao asked curiously. It's an. Lu Tianxiang exclaimed in shock. Such terrifying spatial pressure, devouring light, warping everything. This is the second ranked on the list, the Void Cosmic Light Flame. The Void Cosmic Light Flame. Legend held this flame was born from cosmic void, nurtured by spatial turbulence, capable of devouring all existence and incinerating the heavens. Not only would touching it be impossible, but even approaching it would vaporize a refining void cultivator instantly. A great perfection powerhouse would be torn to shreds by the warped spatial forces. Even the mightiest cultivators at the tribulation stage would have no choice but to retreat 3 steps before such a monstrous force of nature. Retreat! Holy Sun, retreat! Huang Hao snapped to his senses and shouted hoarsely. Lu Qingxuan, however, wore a faint smile. Found it. Chapter 80, Breaking Through to Great Perfection. Burning Heaven, 10,000 Realms. Facing the scorching heat that could incinerate divine souls and send shivers down the spines of even tribulation-crossing powerhouses, Lu Qingxuan not only did not retreat but lifted his foot and strode forward. Holy Sun! Your Highness, you must not! Huang Hao and Lu Tianxiang's alarmed cries rang out simultaneously. The Holy Sun's action was tantamount to a moth flying into the flame, courting his own destruction. That was the void cosmic light flame, the mighty force of heaven and earth, the embodiment of cosmic law. How could a mere fusion stage cultivator possibly withstand it? Lu Qingxuan paid no heed, advancing step by step toward the silver white sun. The closer he drew, the more terrifying the force warping space became. Tiny spatial fissures flickered into existence and vanished beside him, threatening to swallow him whole at any moment. Mad, absolutely mad. Lu Tianxiang murmured to himself. At that moment, Lu Qingxuan raised his right hand and reached out toward the void cosmic light flame, ablaze potent enough to incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. As if sensing the provocation, the void cosmic light flame erupted with blinding radiance. Its core flame pulsed violently, morphing into a monstrous maw that lunged toward Lu Qingxuan's hand, ready to devour it. The explosive power unleashed in that instant sent a chill down the spines of Lu Tianxiang and the others watching from afar. Just as the silver-white flame maw was about to touch Lu Qingxuan's palm, the burning heaven 10,000 realms sacred art within his body roared into motion. A faint yet profound golden divine radiance, seemingly imbued with the ultimate truths of all celestial realms, emerged from his palm. The gold was so pure, so noble, radiating an unparalleled majesty that commanded all under heaven and commanded all fires. The aura of a sacred grade technique was unleashed without reservation. The void cosmic light flame, which had been raging wildly, attempting to incinerate everything in its path, froze abruptly upon contact with that layer of golden divine radiance like a mouse encountering a cat. Its blazing, sun-like might abruptly retracted. The entire mass of void cosmic light flame began to tremble violently, quivering in fear. Lu Qingxuan hesitated not a moment.
His fingers spread wide, and the golden divine radiance in his palm transformed into intricate chains of mystic runes, effortlessly piercing the very core of the void cosmic light flame. Seal! He uttered the single word calmly. Beneath his palm, the millstone-sized silver-white sun began to shrink at a visible pace. One Zhang, one Qi, one Cun. No matter how it struggled or unleashed spatial power, all efforts proved futile against the golden runic chains. Finally, all its light and heat retracted completely. The once mighty void cosmic light flame transformed into a tiny, thumb-sized silver-white flame, burning quietly as it floated still within Lu Qingxuan's palm. The flame's form was crystalline and translucent, its interior seemingly containing a miniature starry sky. Lu Qingxuan flicked his finger, and the tiny flame followed his fingertip, sinking into the center of his brow. Boom! A colossal surge of energy, pure to the extreme, exploded instantly throughout his entire body. His cultivation aura began to soar at a terrifying rate. Meanwhile, the starry sea universe that had lost its sun instantly dimmed, returning to its original tranquility. He refined the void cosmic light flame with his bare hands? Is this even human? Just as Lu Tianxiong's mind trembled violently, convinced he was dreaming, a colossal aura erupted violently from Lu Qingxuan's body. Boom! The starry sea trembled, the void wailed. Golden light surged around Lu Qingxuan's entire body, every inch of his skin radiating sacred brilliance. The flame mark between his brows flickered and vanished, and his tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. Within his left eye, yin and yang energies swirled like grinding wheels, crushing all laws beneath their black and white whirl. Within his right eye, a dazzling starry river flowed, silver-white flames flickering within it, warping space and time. He's breaking through to the great perfection stage. Lu Tianxiong's voice trembled. A day, not even half a day. Huang Hao was stunned. From refining void to merging bodies, and then directly advancing from merging bodies to the great perfection stage? This was beyond what could be described as mere genius. He was nothing short of a complete and utter monster. The path of cultivation was one step at a time toward heaven. Crossing a major realm often required thousands, even tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation and accumulation. Yet for the saint's son, it seemed as effortless as eating or drinking. Just as the two stood dazed and bewildered, the entire celestial dome of the star-sea universe darkened. Ink-black clouds gathered from the void, instantly enveloping a vast expanse of billions of miles. Within the clouds, purple-black lightning serpents darted wildly, emitting a deep, rumbling roar. Each bolt carried an aura of utter destruction. A majestic divine wrath descended with resounding grandeur. A heavenly tribulation? Huang Hao's face paled. We've triggered the great perfection tribulation. No! Lu Qingxuan stared fixedly at the calamity clouds, his scalp tingling with dread. This isn't a great perfection tribulation. This aura of annihilation. It's the ninefold world-destroying divine thunder that only descends upon those crossing the tribulation. The way of heaven seemed enraged by Lu Qingxuan's utterly unreasonable breakthrough speed. Sensing an anomaly, one who had bypassed the great perfection trial entirely, it unleashed the supreme thunder punishment reserved solely for those attempting the tribulation stage. Crack! A deafening roar echoed as a purple-black divine thunderbolt, thick as a water barrel, ripped through the heavens. Like a ferocious thunder dragon, it roared down upon Lu Qingxuan. Wherever the lightning struck, space shattered inch by inch, revealing the pitch-black chaos of void turbulence. Holy sun! Huang Hao gasped in horror. Facing this terrifying tribulation capable of putting any veteran tribulation crossing cultivator on high alert, not a trace of fear could be seen on Lu Qingxuan's face. Instead, he calmly lifted his head to gaze at the world-shattering thunder dragon, a faint smile curving his lips. You're just in time. Lu Qingxuan murmured softly to himself, then slowly raised both hands. Let me witness the true power of the sacred art of burning heaven and 10,000 realms. The moment the words fell, a flame of intertwined black and white colors surged from the palm of Lu Qingxuan's left hand, emanating an aura that harmonized yin and yang, reversing life and death. It was the yin-yang strange fire he had long since refined. Meanwhile, in his right palm, the newly subdued void cosmic light flame appeared, its silver-white flames containing a starry sky within. These two terrifying flames, both ranked among the top in the divine fire registry, now burned quietly in his palms like docile pets. Lu Qingxuan thrust both hands forcefully toward the heavens. Burn! In an instant, both flames surged violently in the wind. The black and white yin-yang divine flame coalesced into a giant yin-yang fish spanning the heavens, its head and tail locked together, obscuring half the sky. The silver-white void cosmic light flame transformed into an endless sea of fire. Within it, stars flickered and faded, space twisted, as it surged toward the other half of the sky. One black, one white, one silver, one white, two utterly distinct realms of fire, driven by Lu Qingxuan's will, charged relentlessly toward the thick, boundless calamity clouds. The roaring purple-black thunder dragon plunged headlong into the silver-white sea of fiery stars. The thunder dragon's destructive power, potent enough to tear apart space, was instantly warped by an invisible spatial force upon contact with the void cosmic light flame. It was ultimately consumed entirely by the flames, leaving not even a trace of an electric arc behind. Immediately after, the two seas of fire crashed unstoppably into the depths of the calamity cloud. Sizzle, sizzle. The calamity clouds, capable of obliterating stars, now sounded like snow doused with boiling oil, emitting a shrill, melting screech. The raging thunderous power was refined by the yin-yang divine fire, while the primordial force forming the calamity clouds was directly devoured by the void cosmic light flame. Above the heavens, one half was a black and white millstone incinerating all laws, while the other half was a silver-white sea of stars devouring everything. In mere moments, the apocalyptic calamity clouds that had shrouded billions of miles were utterly incinerated by the two.